fruit born out of these APAC teams. And sometimes that does lead teams from other regions, even, you know, 4th seed out of Europe, Fnatic, to look at APAC teams and think, I mean, you know, we'll probably win that one. Obviously, we'll try hard, but it's going to be a very different story to when we start playing some Brazilian teams or some American teams. And I think
EWC 2026.
Going into it.
Boom.
You got to make sure you curb your enthusiasm. Don't let your understanding of a CAG from 5 years ago
so first and foremost, thank you very much to Ubisoft. We do have drops on the channel today. Twitch.tv/KingGeorge. We got drops on the channel. Looking pretty good. They are as follows. Let me actually pull it up. When you watch 1 hour, 2 hours, and 4 hours, you get a Esports pack.
Even though they were grouped, it's the only time in Rainbow Six history we've ever had a tiebreaker so tight we actually had to play an entire tiebreaker match just
I gotta
to
update the
determine which
drop
of the
command.
two teams should progress into the playoffs from the groups. It was CAG and Team 1 featuring Alamau.
What is it?
Before
1 hour, 2 hours,
before he was on
4
G2.
hours.
And Team 1 with Alamau went on to win that entire major. And that team almost lost because of CAG. It was only just one tiebreaker match that allowed Team 1 to go through that.
So literally 1 round difference there. Had CAG won by 1 round more or lost
that
1 round less,
that would have, Team 1 never won that match.
Exactly. And then maybe Alamau doesn't go G2. A lot of implications all of a sudden, right?
Of course.
So, now they've been here for a long time, the boys from CAG, and they've stocked most of the roster also very consistently. It's not often that you see a team go to event after event, fall short technically, and then stick the roster and get better and better and better, but they truly have. And if you're curious about the whole like Saka name here from Dokkaebi, it's Arcoli.
Yes.
Arcoli, same player, but different name. That happened stage 1 in kickoff, maybe, I think.
Yes.
So earlier this year.
The phone.
The only player that's really changed.
All right, cool. Drop command is updated. So
moving in from that coaching position to be on the starting roster, which happened after they made it to the grand finals at Reload. It was halfway through the following stage that he jumped in.
All right.
And of course, I mean, it's just been like a dream. It's been far better than anyone could have expected. Notably, if we do get to see some shield play later, DD is a very different kind of shield player to Anaton.
Updated.
Let's focus up on Fnatic.
All right, we can do predictions. You guys want to do predictions?
The young guy.
Arby's. Oh my god, that like broke your brain when I said that Arby's isn't that bad.
Yeah. Almost
that broke your brain, didn't it? It's not that bad, bro.
Almost nothing is playable.
Okay, what's on 210 HP? What's on Edge 2? What's on Jorbs? What's on Sticky? What's on Straw? What's on Zilla? How am I live now? EWC, buddy. What's on Dutch Killer? But, very quickly, chat, thank you very much to Ubisoft again for putting drops on my channel. Really appreciate that. When you watch for 1 hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours, you get a drop today. Or 4 hours, sorry. Oops, I gotta fix that command. So 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours. So that's it, get the drops. And so thank you very much to Ubisoft for enabling those on my stream today. And remember, each day you can get that. There's new drops every day. I put in the exclamation drops command, you can see what drops we have on which days. So pretty cool, and thank you very much to EWC for allowing us to co-stream EWC. So appreciate that very much. Yeah, and then what else? Oh yeah, sub to me on Twitch, of course, to get my charm. And if you haven't picked one up yet, pick up a Throne Bidet. Done, Joe. On Sticky. You guys are fighting in Discord. Dairy Queen? I mean, bro, Dairy Queen ain't bad. I actually had Dairy Queen a few days ago, funny enough. We got it because we got a gift card for Dairy Queen. Someone gave us, like, we went to a birthday party, and in the goodie bags they gave everybody a $5 gift card to go to Dairy Queen. Honestly, Dairy Queen's fine. It's not the best ice cream, but I mean, it's not bad.
Beautiful crossfire.
Yes,
I mean, again, they made it so well that
why are we LARPing that Dairy Queen is bad? Maddie Ice, thank you for 44 month 3 sub. Welcome back. Very much appreciated.
And there was only one person on the window repel from CAG. Something that we often see from this team in particular, from Japanese teams in general, is they play very heavily on the window repels. They play like your Capital, your Ying, your Sense. They rabble in the windows. That's the execute.
I see in Discord you guys were arguing about that shit.
They're pushing Stalk, they're pushing in for Skyline, they're attacking lobby with a backstab, they're everywhere.
Are we for real? Where we actually think Dairy Queen's bad? People are saying Dairy Queen's bad. I'm not saying there isn't better ice cream, dude. But like bad? You're telling me that if somebody gave you free Dairy Queen, you don't want it. You don't even want it.
And this is the final round now, Pinky, before we get the additional operator bans for the half to come on through, which to me means it's even more important to win this round for Fnatic. Don't go 0-3 down. Win this because you're about to lose another tool in your arsenal on the defensive side. Another one of these power-ups, whether it's the mirror or the
Beans ice cream for the win. EQ's fine, bro. I mean, the thing I get there is I get a vanilla cone with cherry dip. Vanilla cone with cherry dip is fucking good. I don't even care what anyone says.
In theory, it's a very challenging defense.
Like every day someone pees and scrolls Cheerios, and whenever he's not clever enough for a comeback, he posts the same picture. Dude, I literally see this in Discord. How are people saying that Dairy Queen is bad?
They need to make sure they make the most of this chance here. As Fnatic attempt a third different bomb site, desperately trying to clutch around a defense.
Seeing Shirburn 0, by the way. That is like a 0.something% pick rate operator. Never played in pro play. And then that's because it's a poor operator. It's just underrated. A lot of action here. You gotta sit on the cameras. You gotta try and sap some gadgets. There's a lot of doing nothing, but that nothing gives your team a ton of information, which helps you progress.
Chili cheese dogs and the hot fudge.
It's about that map control.
Chocolate shake. Do you? Okay, Straw. There is no way that you are fucking LARPing. That Dairy Queen is bad. Like, it's actually unbelievable to me. But this is a real opinion that you're fucking. This has got to be like all-time worst take. You could say that like there's better ice cream because there definitely is, but bad.
Yeah, the problem is here he's not going to be able to be as aggressive now. Big C4 from
bad.
Does finish off.
That's what we're going with.
Deadshot finds one before he's traded back from the repel of DD. Look. This has been a rough start for CAG, particularly with the double C4s from Fnatic taking down the shield.
Saying that Dairy Queen is bad is like just an awful take. Sorry. Scarlet's us doing okay.
First round of defense from Fnatic. We find ourselves in a very
bro. Dairy Queen is good.
In throughout the side, right? There's a single hatch and there's basically 3 doors: kitchen, the small office, and the main staircase. And they got Goyo canisters. They got a mirror window, maybe.
It's fine. I mean, like I said, there's like a million independent ice cream places by us that are definitely better. They're definitely better. I wouldn't argue that, but like, not good? I don't know. I just literally had Dairy Queen a few days ago, and it was very good. Like, I don't know.
It feels like Fnatic, they have to be the ones to make a mistake to give CAG a fighting chance.
The lack of a Ying here
I would honestly give it a solid like a good 8 out of 10, honestly. Maybe it's my childhood nostalgia, but like,
they found their advantage early and they sat back and waited for CAG to walk into their open arms. Finally, first round on the board for the Europeans.
Big question for me is, you mentioned the Ying. What about Capital? If you've been watching CAG like a fair bit, I feel like there could be a Capital in the backup plans here. I think banning another shield is not going to be worth it because any can play them all. And from CT themselves, as you said, like the Goyo, the Smoke, the Mira, the Tashanka, very plant-oriented, stall-oriented. Bandit ban. So you're right with the Ying, completely on the money. But a Bandit ban. The only scenario where the Bandit gives you any
chili
sort
cheese
of
dogs.
value
You
is
love
top
beans.
4
Any
CEO,
bean lovers here? All right, bro. Let's relax.
And guaranteed
Beans, fucking beans. Hey, they got fucking beans on there.
Well,
right.
Tell us archives. I don't know.
Beans are disgusting, bro. Let's relax.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I will say, like, chili cheese dogs though are good. We call them conies here, but beans are good. It's just the British beans are what are nasty as fuck, bro. Some dirty ass shit. Them British beans. They're just gross, dude.
how does CAG intend to execute when there is so much time delay util at the latter end of the round here for Fnatic between the Goyo and the smoke? Every single Goyo canister delays 20 seconds, every single smoke 10 seconds. That said,
Cage and Beans, like, honestly, Beans are just good in general.
We've got the Solus, very good for
they really are.
hunting drones and finding out where that blitz is coming from, among other operators.
But
like the Solid Snake
British
and
Beans
the
are not good. By the way, I got my new 3D printer. It's actually pretty much set up. There's
with the boss Gino left.
I gotta set up the hot ends and the second AMS. But it's fully calibrated. It's good to go right now. The only thing that kind of sucked, of course, FedEx throwing shit. What's fucking new? FedEx beat the fuck out of the box, and the front tempered glass panel broke. So they're sending me a new one. But the printer works fine. Like, I've calibrated it and everything. It's so far so good. Dude, I'm not even joking. I think FedEx has to be like the all-time like worst shipping company, like by like a wide margin. DHL's pretty bad. Maybe DHL's worse.
Find the kill, finishing off Citizen. That's the danger of Citizen letting his phone explode. He's now lower HP, and one shot from the DMR will down him. Deadshot tries to get some revenge, but Shuri shuts down a second. Fnatic dropping like flies.
Fragile must be Italian. Real, bro. Real.
Such an unenviable position. Smith feels the need to lash out for a kill.
No, it's just, I don't understand how you take a 3D printer that is like, I don't know, damn near $3,000. I mean, with the accessories, it is $3 grand, okay? And you just whip it. It's a 100-pound box. Like, how do you not just have a dolly where you're like moving this around normally? Like, I have dollies at my house. Like, they gotta have a dolly. Dude, they for sure just threw this shit, like, all over the place. I mean, it is a heavy box. It is like 100 pounds, but they had to have beat the fuck out of this thing looking at the box. But
the round is almost
what's new? Just FedEx things. FedEx has got to be, like I said, I don't know. I actually think FedEx might be the worst.
Make mistakes in a very strong position. They use the grenade to force back the player. Then they take open air control. They call Deepak is completely in the guard if he doesn't go for it. They should know that as well. So now with 35 seconds to go, they can wait for the fire to go away here from the Goyo. And when that happens, drop the lobby hatch, push from server. They know there are only 2 defenders. They can't watch all the angles.
That's right.
Second Goyo popped.
Time is ticking away, though, and you look at that clock, it is...
Oh, yeah, do you guys want to do predictions? I mean, we're part of the way through the game, but we can do it anyway.
Otherwise, he will die to the explosion. Wizard gets revealed by the Solid Snake. He will take down Zaka as Deepak actually denies the plan successfully.
Where's the push?
CAG have had such an advantage, but now things get desperate. DD starts to force that plant down.
We'll give it like 2 minutes.
To claim both final kills, the CAG by Varel. A third round on the board for the Japanese as they start to run away with this half.
If I'm Sparky watching that round in the final seconds, I am stressed.
FedEx just sort of fed up with lice on a room people's day because it was. No joke, if you ever look at like 90% of the crazy shipping videos where there's like there's damage, it's literally, I would say 9 times out of 10 it's FedEx. Have you guys ever noticed that before? Like occasionally it'll be like somebody else, but 9 out of 10 times it's FedEx.
So there many small things again from CG, just very well thought of, very well communicated, and no one's overstepping. There's a clear line saying, guys, you can take a risk until this moment. At that point, we gotta play together. And that was open area. Nobody's gonna walk in together into Wizard and just take a bad gunfight and lose the round. No, we use a grenade, we use a drone, we force him back, then we take it for free. Smart siege, good siege, simple siege.
However, the advantage for CAG has prompted Fnatic to use their one tactical timeout right now. So they've had 60 seconds to discuss with their team. You can see Sathis, Tristan, their coach behind them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's new patch notes. I did see that. Let me check it out. Let me go to the old twatter.
Victory before we swap sides.
Let's see.
You need 2 rounds in this half. Yeah. 3 rounds
Absolutely.
in this. If Fnatic win 2 rounds from here and it ends up a 3-3 half, that is a huge dub. for FNC. Like, that is favored to win the map if they're on out.
Okay.
But, you know, if they don't find any...
We'll go over these in a little
this
bit,
will
I
be a very
guess.
quick game for CAG by Varel.
Going back to the very beginning, I did say that the shields
What
are very
is-
important for Fnatic.
what
It
is
was kind of how
Varel?
they started
Let's
finding
see.
A couple of victories in the ML, how they got themselves into this winning
Varel.
position of qualifying for the EWC. And it's a good thing, it's a bad thing.
Oh,
You can
it's a,
crutch
I guess
something
they
with
bought
success and win.
CAG because
You
it's
could-
another
but
org.
when you have to crutch something and it's also not working, what's your plan B? Smith has been playing Tashanga and Clash and Clash and then something else.
Yeah.
He hasn't been super
Interesting.
entrenched, so, like,
Okay.
last time on CEO, he died before they execute. On Tashanga, on the very first round, he
The
was
X
last alive
everything
in a
app.
1v2.
Oh my god, bro.
CG, they're not really bothered by Smith whatsoever, whereas a lot of European enemies, they're saying, oh, dude, the shields are too good, let's ban them away, let's deal with it, whatever. They didn't even ban the Clash, they banned the Bandit.
Loading you back. Cam in position.
Located a
You know, the
bomb.
Bandit ban tells you that CAG are more than happy to play against the Wamai, more than happy to play against the Flash, more than happy to play against
It
the
runs on
Mirror.
batteries. I see it.
And I really like the way that they're countering the Wamai here with Zaka down below with the IQ. And he can very easily destroy these magnets one by one, which would have caught that Selma. So very clever work there by Kag by Varel. And now the air jab as well to prevent Smith from retaking.
And it's smart because they're doubling down. Last time they had the Dokubi downstairs, also from Osaka. And again, he's watching the C4 downstairs. There was a Solus previously, actually, for the plant denial. When you're the IQ below, you're both destroying their utility and getting...
Dude, I'm not
crashes,
even joking.
also
I'm pretty
gaining
sure I'm in
that
like
Dokubi
1,000 different
downside, meaning that
Discords at
there
this
could be a guy
point.
below with a C4, and nobody's flanking server stairs up into square. So all of a sudden, against CG, they're gaining many things from a single player position. No one's wasting their time, no one's in a bad position. Now they have, as you said, the air tip on stock. That's stopping the Clash from pushing forward. If they do, they're gonna die. They got a lot of pressure being applied, the flashbangs going through. All they're missing for CG is an opening.
What's on,
And that
Richie?
could be Anaton, because he's in top lobby.
Yeah, he's in.
Made a
and the
daytime
Clash
stream for the
to
next 2
counter
weeks?
him
Yeah.
is the only
Pretty much,
operator
dude.
Not in a position to actually fight him.
Ooh.
Thankfully, though, Wizard is able to backstab Anaton a little bit disconnected from the rest of his team, but now he gets desperate. Zaka goes deep, misses his chance to find one. Can't even backstab the Clash. It all goes down the toilet for CAG.
I've never seen the sun this much.
Look to have a reprisal with
Dude,
the flawless
I will say
round
back in the
DD
day,
on the
yes,
window
I was a
with no
gremlin,
one
but
versus
I actually,
five.
I actually went to the beach yesterday.
This ain't happening.
My youngest son ate
Universe
sand.
can go
That was
lobby
not good.
and peek him from the windows. They can toss a C4 out his direction. He cannot find
What's
players
going on, Noah Allen?
inside of ATMs as they jump outside.
Hello.
The Clash will surely finish him off. It's a
Boy.
taunting move from Fnatic.
With my
as
arms.
they
I don't,
finally
man, I'm
make
not
a
tanning
statement.
under my arms. They're a little
Get into the
bit
game.
darker, actually.
Beautiful. And nobody had any fear.
No, but yesterday was actually a really nice day, bro.
Yesterday
Yesterday was a really nice day. We basically went to like a local beach. And, you know, kids played in the sand, went in the water a little bit. There's a splash pad there too. Went in the splash pad. We had 2 picnics, one when we first got there and then one before we left. So we were there for like, dude, we were there for like 6 hours probably.
The right hand side was not open. Look, see, he went piece here.
You're right.
So either they
Either they got shot because I saw him throw the Selma earlier in the round, but maybe the breach didn't actually detonate.
possible.
That's a great point.
Tsunami in
on the
Detroit.
wall,
Yeah,
so-
my youngest son did
No, I
eat
did
sand
see
though.
the Ace actually toss that.
He was trying to eat it like pretty much throughout most of the time he was playing in the sand. And, you know, we were stopping him from eating the sand. But of course, there's just one time where like we turn around for 2 seconds because my middle son just starts deciding it's time to just bolt. And as soon as that happens, my youngest is like, "Oh, this is the perfect time to eat sand." It just shoves a handful of sand in his mouth. I mean, we got it out, but like, I don't get it, bro. Like, it's just he's waiting for his opportunity to eat sand, I guess.
But if they can find a second round, that's not just out of the woods, that's into Candyland.
Just waiting.
It's crazy how it swaps so quickly, right?
Touche,
Oh, man, they
touche.
backspace the wall, just looking rough here and bang. Oh, now they're good. And it's just how Bank works. It's so attacker favorite, generally speaking. You need that
So
second
funny,
defensive round to have a
dude. Like,
realistic chance at
I mean,
winning.
obviously I don't want
And
him to
they've
eat
done so.
sand, but it was just like, why?
You know, when you play first or
Why are you
second,
trying to eat
every
sand?
single round matters oh so much. It's one of the frustrating parts about being a pro player is that you make one tiny
You're
mistake
working
and
right
lose
now?
one round,
Hey.
that can define the whole game all of a sudden.
Good time,
So
you
risk
know, watch some
assessment, hey,
EWC,
do I
chill,
dare
get
to
some
make this ballsy
drops.
play that's super high risk, super high reward?
Easy
Not every player
peasy.
has that gene in them because that one round is oh so
I
important.
am happy by printer setup though. I still got to do the hot end setup,
Was actually open that last round, but
and I think that's pretty much it. It's other than that, I think it's set up fully and it works. I mean, I haven't printed with it, but all the calibration settings went through flawlessly, so that's good.
his own drone.
Besides, and they're shipping me out a new piece of glass for the front, so. Besides that, we should be good. It's a really nice printer, really fucking nice.
You got an EMP in one hand and breach in the other, and the order could be very easily messed up.
I mean, we've already seen people bring out the tin can openers instead of throwing their flashes and grenades a few times.
Brain Dead Reviews, you're just streaming.
Honest mistake to make.
I don't know for sure yet.
Yeah, look, I do feel like this is a big round.
I don't
for both
know.
teams. Potentially the most important round we've had so far. Also a very
We'll
quiet
see how I
round.
feel.
It's
I did
almost
sleep,
two-thirds
so
done, and Fnatic are just sitting back.
we'll
I
see.
feel like they've rattled
50-50.
a little bit. with
I
what
got
happened
Elo
last
back, by
round,
the
winning
way.
it so
I think I'm like top
flawlessly.
30
Now
again.
the Japanese are
Let's see.
extremely slow.
Yeah.
Top 50, evidently. I got 40 rollback. That guy got banned from,
He's a good shot. He likes to play that high
which
risk
guy got
playstyle.
banned? It was in the
Right now,
Fortress
there's 60
game.
seconds. They don't have a way in the map. Don't give them anything easily. In fact,
Let's
just
see
shut
which
out
one
to
got banned.
He certainly doesn't listen to you, but he does win his fight, which matters. But will they bite off a little bit more than they can chew? Never mind. He comes back around at the exact same time as his teammate takes down.
It looks like the.
For CAG, but the diffuser
I
is
don't know.
down. And
It was
Fnatic
funny enough, it
are
was the
really
guy that
down
went like
there.
5
He
and
doesn't
3.
have the
It wasn't even the guy that was like
open because Fnatic
more
have the
obvious in my
advantage, it now
opinion,
favors
but
them.
whatever.
They know exactly where Zaka is. He'll find the first kill. A Citizen feeds him a
That's
little
kind
bit
of
too
nuts.
much. Spots Deadshot's elbow for a brief moment. Does he have info on that position? Gets sprayed through the smoke. Caught in the camera.
Oh, whatever.
And, I mean, the round is over. It doesn't matter if he takes down Deadshot. He will not find both of these players, surely. Goes deep into the smoke. Breathes a little bit too deep. And Fnatic find 3.
Yeah, probably will, Richie. Probably will.
And now a chance to get one back over CG
Probably
by now.
will. Oh yeah, I gotta do
Such
that
an
too.
important moment for the rookies
Hold
of
up.
that young Fnatic roster, right? You go to your first
I
line
would like to do this as well.
I'll
I'll make a little graphic for you guys.
Start off on the wrong foot. That's the way that you should never have lost in a 4 versus 3. You bottle that one, despite Deepik's heroics in the very first round.
God,
They
bro.
slowly, step by step, they figure out they get more comfortable in the server, and no one's over swinging and over committing to things that are unnecessary. Because the last 2 round victories, it's Fnatic doing exactly what they should be, not too much. Don't be too eager to start the round off. You're defending, and CAG, you're awfully slow.
Of course, Rainbow Six is a shooter, right?
Listen to me get Elo back. Multiple cheers are banned. I was like plus 24, plus 22, plus 10. Poor guy was getting hammered.
It's so much.
How's he end up doing? Like I heard that he's like super stock right now. Like he just keeps going from like Diamond 5 to Emerald, Diamond 5 Emerald, Diamond 5 Emerald.
And forget that, you know,
I mean, that
sometimes it's not
sucks,
as
bro.
simple as if you bring
He's
this
getting like people
operator
like
and you put
trolling
this
on
guy
his
in this
team,
position, you're gonna win.
cheaters.
The lucky cat wasn't so lucky for DD at the end of that half, though.
No, it's actually been Anderson having a hard time. He's statistically 1 and 5. He is now playing a role where he's on the shield some of those rounds. He's like walking the building, getting double C4, getting shot down very early here. Good counterplay from Fnatic. But one of the things about CAT Bavaro is that they have those 2 different styles of attacking. They're very, very slow, execute heavy, going for plants, and they got the map control.
He's playing with
go for
Uzi and
fighting.
Athenio.
And it's
Okay.
very required when it comes to taking
Ginger
maps,
Twitch
because
name, you feel like your
he is one of
government
those
name was a
injured
little
players.
much.
When he's having a hard time, often CAT
probably
as a
not
result
the best
also have a
idea.
hard time. And I do
People
think that's
can
how they've
be
been struggling some of
kinda
those moments
crazy.
where no one's the one to
Well,
make the
yeah,
mistake
I mean,
in the
I
round.
kind of
Like, they're
figured
very
based
fine
from
with the
how,
round, right? There's like 50
you know,
seconds left. It's
things were
5v5.
going that he would
Most
probably
CG
just be
members are outside
stacking
the
with
building.
people at this
No one's
point.
taking that initiative because
I
Anderson
mean,
is
it's
out. He
rough,
could do
bro.
himself.
Like, I mean, Siege is just, the Siege
As the
community
teams start
is
to load back up in.
something else. I will
Onto the
tell you that
second half,
much.
Now Fnatic on the favored side of attack, and it's time to get into these operator bans. For Fnatic,
So this is why people ask why I don't. I basically discontinued my solo queue to champion thing that I used to always do in ranked 1.0 and 2.0. This is why you just get people that are fucking trolling like for attention.
There is a world where they ban 2 shields onto one,
So
but I think on Bang it's a bit excessive, so probably not for
it's
this
just not worth the
particular one,
headache
but
anymore. I still remember the last few seasons I was doing it and stuff. It was starting to become a headache, which is what made me stop. But like it's probably way worse now. I can only imagine.
Being the same bans we saw from Fnatic as well, now taken by CAG.
Misspelled uncle.
And the Kaid as well was also banned.
How'd you misspell that, dude? I thought it was like maybe intentional, but
attacking half.
okay, so that was not intentional.
So get back into it. I mean, Fnatic, of course, have really made a big statement at the latter end of that defensive half. They've shown they're here to play. The first time they have been here to play in quite a long time. For a player like Deepak, it's a long time between drinks. I mean, he remembers back in the Rogue. And
Oh yeah, I gotta move my
into those majors,
overlay.
Trust Gaming. Wait, before
Down
that,
a little
in
bit.
Tier
We'll
2,
move right there.
Benelux League.
Bam! Look at that.
Deepak has more trophies than I do, by the way.
Perfect.
Have you seen his? So
Do you count the Benelux League?
Benelux is the place, okay? Great players are forced in the shadows of that tournament, and if so, he doesn't
Here,
have his,
hurry, it's 60 days.
background anymore.
And
in
then
his
someone's
home,
gonna
but
take your
I think
name
about
now.
A year or 2 ago, he had his trophies displayed on a shelf behind him. That guy's stacked.
Yeah.
Okay, Deepak has trophies.
One of which was a major, of course, in Berlin. Not too far from here.
No?
Just 4 years ago. Huge moment for him.
Great grand final.
Yeah, one of the best grand finals we've had. 5 maps. I think it was overtime on the final map as well against FaZe Clan.
Final round. Clubhouse. Bar bomb site. They're going to defense. Crazy.
And Deepak clutches it with the Yokai drone as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been, yeah, a long time since his former glory, but he's looking
Hey, thank
to
you,
reforge
thank you,
it now
Lisa.
with this new roster.
Got my
another
charm
new
hunted.
organization
Thank
to
you,
boot.
thank you.
Now onto the attacking side. CAG looking to bring a bit of fire on their defense of their own. Oh, that was
Ever play on a
unfortunate there for
controller?
Dead
Nah.
Shot. But he gets in the building
No
regardless.
controller
Big thing
here,
to worry about
buddy.
Here for Fnatic is Shuri,
Yeah.
the Grim Reaper on the
It's got a
vigil
gap.
with this boss G.
He snuck past the drone and can play the sound key on the window repels, the skylight, and of course on the outside balcony. And if anybody walks in top square, there should be a
Oh.
instead there's a shield that's get
Oh, he almost got a double.
Thankfully, does the fuse shield remove from action a 1-for-1 trade, super worth it for CAG. And you saw Fnatic.
If you got an
big
MVP skin, what
surprise.
op would I
is Shuri
pick?
even doing
Thermite. Yeah.
Well, I
Big
think they're
Thurmond.
certainly going to be thinking twice about taking ground without thoroughly droning in future. Perhaps they didn't even know that the vigil was on the board.
Oh, no.
Losing that fuse is a lot of util and most importantly the shield, but they still have all of the utility to get
Big
the
Bobby
breaches done that
Therm.
they need to when it comes to executing down below. But the roam is still at large as Zaka falls back after taking a little bit of damage. DD has to keep answering his phone if he wants to keep his Yokais alive in the late round. Now Chibisu, the final roamer, decides to fall back for Kag by Varel as Fnatic are given complete map control.
Yeah. But the timer is low enough, 60 seconds, and there's no Goyo and whatnot in this round, but there is going to be a C4 and the Yokai
Yeah,
drone, so they have
like
packed the
Thermite.
pile.
Thermite is
That
just so
tunnel
useful, dude.
changes
Like, he's
everything.
just so
You
damn
find
useful.
The Yokai as a mini IQ scanner,
People
EMP
sleep on
them, shoot
Therm.
them, and you can catch a C4 midair. Fnatic, yes, they've lost the shield, so planning on that default angle might not be possible, but if they can get into a safe position, or just get
I kind of
into
want
a
to set up
smoke grenade, that
my
plan
hot
is very
ends too.
possible.
We can get
Very
some
popular
prints
angle
going.
these days taken by Zaka here. We already saw one of the CAG
We can
players
get some
die to
prints
this angle
going.
Speed is
previously,
sticking out.
but you can see how aware of the angle Deadshot is. Gets a lot of damage on, but might not be able to finish off. Zaka, 20 seconds to play doesn't mean there's
I'm
much
excited for
time
the
here
glass to
CAG
come in
get that
too,
revival.
because
Instead, there's a flank here from Chibisu, top frag
They don't know.
from CAG, and he has found his moment. He's found his gap. 1 kill. On to Citizen, can he go deep and deny the point? Doesn't matter, Anderton's done it for him. A team kill does not matter. Wizard has no chance to get
Ever
the
gone to
bomb
3
zone,
printing?
nor
Oh
get
yeah, I
the
have 3
diffuser
printers,
planted.
dude. I have 3 printers.
CAG will take the lead.
I just got a new
Really
one.
big risk they're going for a flank because if you just
I have
walk
the
into a
the
drone,
Bamboo
you know
Labs
it's you're
H2C,
free.
the new
Like,
one
you're
with the
gonna die,
vortex
that's the
system
part
that just
you
came
do
out, the
around.
hot
I was
ends.
watching the players in the
And
bottom
then
there,
I
Swiss
got,
just of course, he was watching a drone inside of server room
Creality
right now
K2
when the
Plus,
planet's going down, and the
and
only
I have an
other,
old
drones upstairs
Flash
were
Forge. That was my
not
first
main
printer.
sticks. They were admin offices by Lobby, they were somewhere else on the first floor, but they didn't have actual vision of that flank itself until it was too late. And I don't think they communicated that. You know, when you're there watching the cameras, it's very important to say it, and I'm not sure if Fnatic had that happen, but guys, there's no flank cam.
Yeah.
All I see is server. I can see what you guys are doing, but that's it. Because
I want some
at least then you're
food,
making
bro.
your
I
teammates
haven't eaten yet
aware
today.
that the flank is
Yeah,
open.
I
So
love
that
3D
means when you
printing.
go
It's
for that
so
flank
fucking
and that
fun.
7-second gap of like we're very vulnerable. Maybe the guy in open area has to turn
It
around and watch the
is,
flank
it
percentage
is.
in case it happens.
Once you lose that player on the hatch and the defenders have retaken that control, you can no longer safely plant in
more or
the
less
default
GG.
position. That's right. Technically, you can continue planting in the deep position, which was where they were planting, like on the single wall facing server. But in the end, if you're planting in that position without a shield on your back, you're vulnerable to getting peeked from the red hallway, which is what happened in the end.
Exactly.
I didn't manage to see how Anaton team killed, but I saw
Oh, I didn't see
Shuri.
it either.
Yeah, he team killed. But Shuri was having a laugh about it in the post-round cameras, so no sweat off his back.
I mean, that's one thing that we know about CAG. No sweat. They will lose a tournament and usually go out laughing and smiling. Not because they're happy with the result, but because like you can either be upset about it or you can have a good time with your friends.
Bunch of jovial lads they are. But of course, Sparky is quite the opposite.
Yeah.
He's a very serious man.
Yes. It's maybe a good mixture of he'll ease another bit and they'll tighten up a bit and they're gonna meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, that tug of war. I
Yeah.
think it's good for CAG. You need a balance. Now Fnatic on the attack as CAG go to that top floor bomb site. We saw this from with the Clash playing in the hallway. Anaton, a very infamous Clash player. Oh, I like this. There's a Zafia down below. CAG got to be careful with the new Zafia buff. We're seeing a little triple tap becoming extremely popular. If you know where an attack or
That's not what
defender
we call
is,
it.
what do you call it?
The three big booms.
The 3 big booms. I mean, if he knows where someone is standing, you're going to see 3 big booms and a free kill.
That's it. Thank you very much. But now, though, I think it's going to be more about Citizen on the glass. A classic pick of his. Can watch over the bomb site, grant a bit of protection.
Oh, nice.
A bit of pre-fire going through, damage back and forth. Saka injured and Smith's very low on HP. Fnatic still looking for their way in. Here comes the plant with the smoke cover. C4 ripped.
Faked out, it does. Bait out that C4, I believe, successfully. Shuri does miss. Zaka and Anaton both go down.
You pay
The Clash
$30 to make a small
eliminated.
piece. It's a
Now
PC
coverage
that
from
clips on your
Citizen
controller
looking very
charger.
pretty here.
I mean, you
But
could just
denied.
hire. I mean,
Second
sorry, you
from
could.
Shuri. 1v3
There's.
now.
I
A little
don't
bit of damage on the
print
deep
stuff
shot.
and like sell it or whatever.
Gotta be
It's just
careful, he
for
falls
me,
off back. This will
really.
need to be a 1 versus 5.
Honestly, I'll just tell you something that will
Hard
save
to
you
win
money.
it.
If you're just
Will be
looking for one
solely
thing that you
on
want
the
to 3D
back of
print,
Shuri. Deadshot Smith, both low HP.
what you should
Shuri knows
do
exactly where
is
that
you can
defense
actually
is.
just, if you have a 3D
Come out,
model
does he know he's
or whatever that you
being
want to
flanked
print,
off of
there's
Elevator? I'm not sure he
companies
does.
that will
Doesn't
just,
matter.
you know,
Deadshot
do
lands
that
the
for
shot.
you
Back tied for
for
Fnatic
probably
again.
less than $30 or
Good effort there
$50.
from
You
CAG,
know,
though.
probably
Doesn't
for
have
like
the right
10.
ways to disrupt the plant from going down. It becomes a deep swing with gunfights. It doesn't go in their favor.
So
Despite
I'll save
having
you some
C4
money.
market, it was in the wrong location to be utilized. And I think just well done for Fnatic. They're very quick to the punch, right? The smoke grenade goes out, they breach the walls, and they just start planting immediately. They're not wasting any time. They're not letting CG figure out what they're trying to achieve themselves. And it's also the beauty of a glass is until you fire your primary weapon, no one knows what that smoke grenade is for. It could be cover, it could be a glass behind it, it could be nothing. And also, of course, with the sound being very good on LAN, because it is on the LAN build, it's amazing, you gotta try and disrupt the sounds as well. So you're shooting a bit, throwing a smoke grenade, throwing a flash grenade. Odds are CG have
When
no
does,
idea
I
how
want to see
to
the
escalate.
schedule for today.
I think the first
I need
rip
some,
of the plan
bro. I'm actually really
prompted the
hungry.
C4
Yeah.
from Shuri, but
Okay, let's
After
see.
that,
quickly Deepak was away. It was baiting out that.
After
He's
this
not a
game,
factor. He could afford to go for a fake
Shopify
plan.
plays
So again,
after this.
let that time whittle down. CAG were the ones under pressure. And so they remain. We're even again. And CAG decide to go to staff room open area. I think this is a better bomb site than that top floor. It was where Fnatic started to mount their comeback. Reloading. Let's see if CAG can do the same.
is it a
Yeah.
comeback if you used to
There's actually a lot of
be-
games today.
Now you're tied up behind.
So I think
I don't know. We can argue semantics all day.
if I'm
just
reading this
curious, you know?
right, there's literally
I love your comeback story though.
a
And
best
right
of
now, I'm supporting
ones,
Anderson's comeback story because he
right
is
now.
still yet to find his individual performance here.
and then
against
there's a
Fnatic.
best of 3.
It's not many players that I would point my finger and go, This guy just needs to get activated, but
And
Anderson
tomorrow,
is that guy for CIG. We talk about
there's
how
4
phenomenal
best of
Sugar's
threes.
been, how good Saka can be, how good Chibi has been so far today. But usually in that consistency, we find Annie, because so many of the plays in both attack and defense, it's built around him. He plays the shield, his team helps him. He plays a anchor position, his team plays around him. And when he's having a hard time, I do believe that it impacts the rest of his team. Oh my days.
Hey, good pre-fire from Citizen. Good read.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna
Now
do. Oh
propelling
shit.
into upstairs. Fnatic have taken a lot of map control. Chibisu forced back. Zaka the same, and Annie will fall. He continues.
I'll make this
his rough
little
goal
graphic for you
today
guys really
with
quick.
Another death and no impact in the round. I think Zaka might be about to get betrayed by his hollow housing here. Citizen, if he can check his gadget, he'll know exactly where Zaka is. Out goes a nade. As the Wamai looks to try and find another chance to look for a pick. Wizard is watching his retreat, however.
They've missed it. I think he's probably still around the main staircase, but Saka's found that tiny bit of gap towards the lobby double door, and the big question now is, do you stay in this
Hold
corner?
up.
Do you try and flank in throughout lobby? Do you retake that main staircase? Because you're in this 3v5, you have to feel a little bit desperate, but the round is not over yet. If you make the wrong choice now as Saka and you go down to a 2v5, then the round will be over.
Kag just have to be patient here.
I like this flank though.
I think that DD and Chibisu have
I mean,
to
I
just
guess
be
we could
so
just do
patient
this. This
and
is probably
wait for
fine.
Fnatic to make the move. Wait for Zaka to rotate into
Oh.
position. Problem is, he's got a long way to go, and I believe they're watching
kinda
his hallway.
cool.
It is Citizen. As he moves away, Citizen does go to the hatch. He's not checking his gadget right now, which means they don't know that Zaka is upstairs with him. Patience will be the virtue here for CAG, but Chibisu starts to feel the pressure. Big kill from Zaka, but now he's left all alone in a 1 versus 3. 20 seconds to play. And Fnatic still have that Blackbeard up and alive from Smiths. Rounded by the corner, it's Wizard to conjure up another round for Fnatic. And they're in the lead once again.
Beautiful. Again, very simple kind of half take there from Fnatic. They take top floor, they force back the roamers. They don't really hold the roam flank that effectively, right? We saw Saka go back up top floor and get a kill into Solid Snake, but it doesn't matter because now they're by the bomb side. So this Fnatic being good at surrendering map control when they no longer need it, but still take it initially to make CAG feel that pressure.
I want to edit this a little bit, actually.
It's a good way of simplifying what can be a very difficult map to navigate and bang on a staircase, on a window rappels, etc. CAG by Veryl now call their own tactical timeline. We get to
Let's
see
do that.
Sparky get into action. And I guess the people back home are curious, how does that work? Sparky's Italian, he speaks English. You know, CAG are from Japan. How do they do it? Well, Sparky will say what he has to say in the way that he does. And then both Didi and Saka can translate if anyone else doesn't understand it.
Yeah.
So it happens in English, and then the players will figure out if they need to translate a bit of that. Right now, it's Didi he's talking to a lot.
Yeah. I had a little moment where I found Anaton yesterday, and we spoke. But when I say we spoke, like, it was like hi, how are you? Yes, good, hi. You having fun? Yes, fun. Like, my Japanese is non-existent. His English is only slightly better.
What's on Esports Saudi?
And he's got the biggest smile on his dial.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the catering here. CAG, they are notoriously good at flaming the catering and international events. They are.
I didn't know
they
that.
pack a second suitcase with food from back home to consume all the
Have you seen the ramen shelf here in the catering area?
First thing I saw was Annie in line for the ramen when I arrived yesterday. And he was so happy. And the whole team just had ramen together.
Yeah.
And so did you and I.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
Done, Pisty.
Look, that'll keep them.
Pisty,
very
I got my new
happy,
printer.
Food's important.
I got my new
Travel away
printer.
from home and everything's different. The
I
bed,
am
the
live,
table that you're
buddy.
playing at, the food that you're consuming, the weather.
That's the thing,
Early
people don't
hours.
realize, you know, if you're used to
Early
playing
hours.
Even esports at home, maybe even if it's just ranked or whatever it is
Yeah.
that you're playing, like, you're in your comfort zone.
My new printer. I didn't set up the hot ends yet, but it's
Exactly.
pretty
Like,
set
your
up.
Favorite monitor, mouse, keyboard, everything set up. The height of your desk, the chair that you're using.
You're only
You get to
watching me
bring
for
your
the
own mouse and
drops.
keyboard if you
Wow.
want. Aside from that,
Allegedly a
mercy
friend.
Of what we have here, and look, I'll be real. Like, we
Look at
have
this guy, dude.
the best
With
equipment
his
you could possibly
dude, chat. By the way, I sent
buy, but it's still like we're
I
in a-
sent
it's-
Pisty.
We're in a massive expo hall right now. Like, I don't know if people
my
get the scale of
electrical
these
bill
World Cup,
cost, and I told him I was
from
moving to
watching on
Oman.
stream right now, but this is a huge hall with so many events happening, so many people
My
walking
electric bill
around,
for
and
last
you have to
month
log in.
was
Shuri has struggled to do so, and while he did get a free kill before
$1,100.
being
I'm
traded
moving
back
to
last time
Oman.
he
It's
rode on the
official.
Vigil, he will not do so for a second time.
Deadshot has just been unleashed right now with those DMRs. I mean, he's there on the entry, on the attack. He's holding.
I am moving to
He's now
Oman.
found his stride 9 to 6 rather, being quite positive. With Smith being up in the fuse shield once again, can pressure open area, falls back one member, but Hibis just sticks out for too long, and Smith just right-clicks him. So Saka does take down Citizen on the Deimos, but let's be honest here, the roam game is no longer relevant. It's just ending the service there, so losing Deimos is probably the best person that could have died for the attacker Fnatic.
That said, I mean, Smith was the one who was killed last time on the roam game by Shuri. The fact that he's survived means that there are a lot more options in the late round for Fnatic for plants, because you'll have that shield on the back.
Okay, did I fix this? Nice.
This is going to be the mini game that wins you or loses you the round passively. If Fnatic wants to try and attempt it, it's going to be clearing server stairs.
You guys see that okay? Is that good?
Wow, the Nitro Cell actually destroyed the...
Oman is now visa free if you're for you and 32 other countries for 14 days. Great time to hashtag visit. Bro, he literally came in here. He came in here to show Oman.
They're going to rotate though. The droning service.
He literally came in here.
No enemies down there. Goyo fire popped, so that's gonna.
Let's see how this looks. Sorry, I'm like watching my own stream really quick.
Above the doorway is gonna limit how aggressive Smith can be on the shield.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. I might lower. Nah, I feel like it's in a good spot.
Now he's at the mercy of
good.
This fuse up in close range. He brings out the shotgun. The fuse should have the advantage if supported by another teammate.
Perfect.
This engagement here could very well mean the difference between winning and losing the round for CAG. Can't go for a headshot.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Shotgun in hand. The Deepek bought enough time.
I haven't read the patch notes yet. I'm watching this game and then I'll probably go over them after. But let's see. Ooh. Let's see, is this actually big? That's a big one. Yeah. I mean, most of these are not that big of changes. The Mav one kind of does. I'll tell you guys what they are. Basically, Habana's X Kairo's detonation timer is reduced from 4 seconds to 3.8. Maverick has more ammo. That's kind of a big one. 160 gas per canister. It was 144, and that's for both canisters, so you get 320 instead of 288. So that's a little bit extra. Fuse reduced breaching time by 0.25 seconds. Tub increased range to 3.2 meters over 3. Oryx's dash time was 8 seconds. It's 5 now. That's a kind of a big difference. Mute, bigger range for Mute. From 2.6 to from 2.475, so it's like a little bit. Most of these are pretty small. Impact EMPs, this is kind of a big one. 2 meters instead of 1.8. The Reaper, the like, you know, little machine pistol Glock, that has a recoil buff. And they fixed the repel glitch on Chalet. That's a big one. They fixed the garage thing on Villa. The garage defender glitch. They fixed the Rook glitch. The hitbox of a fully extended rock shield is bigger than the model, so Monty got a buff, I guess. That's great. Slightly. I guess there was some type of bug. They fixed the crossplay input devices settings for mouse and keyboard for a console, so if you were getting into the wrong lobbies, they fixed that, allegedly. So Matt's cancellation vote will disappear should a second player from the same team disconnect. Players with elite and third-party controllers plugged in are getting into PC lobbies. Mouse and keyboard not being detected on console, so they fixed a lot of bugs with that. Equipped items in locker do not show the equipped state. And 5 players in a PvE squad get stuck in infant loading screen in the second. I don't know, it's a little one, I guess. Okay. I mean, it's not like a bad update. It's just really small changes that I don't think will, like, really do that much, you know? Do you guys, I mean, I'm not really seeing anything there that's like, whoa, this is gonna this is gonna change things. You know, like maybe the EMP thing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the tub thing, mute thing, or like. I mean, they're definitely like better. You got 100 rollback. Ooh. I did not.
This round his own, finally traded by Zaka as DD decides to get aggressive as well. It's a retake here from CAG.
Bit of an overheat there from Wizard, maybe. Teammates still on outside window repels, outside lobby, so far away from him. And with him going down, they lose that top main stairs control as well. A lot of pressure that was applied towards the defenders of CAG. So now you kind of reset the round to the beginning again. Everyone's downstairs if you're the attacker, everyone's upstairs if you're the defender, and they have smokes to work with here from Fnatic.
But yeah, but
They
like,
have to
I don't
enable
know, dude. I
Citizen.
just feel like that's
They
not
got
gonna make
Gabby
that much of a
smokes, 2 in pocket on
difference.
the arrow of Smith, and 1 in his own pocket of Citizen. If he can find that first skill, find the way in, that can change it all. But there's 60 seconds and a clash in their path.
With the util here from the
I don't
counter,
know.
everything. The smoke comes through.
Maybe.
It opens the gates for Citizen to peek through with the glass.
I die early every
How do
round.
CAG
Never.
stop this? Fnatic
What, you guys gotta
takes
make
the
up your
position
mind.
for
Am I a
himself.
baiter?
The CAG aren't giving them anything. He goes deep. Doesn't
Oh,
work.
by the way,
DD is still
Pisty,
tucked away. Out
you're
comes the
hating-
shotgun,
you're
tries to
hating-
escape, but Smith
listen,
will
it
take
came
down
through
into the 2v2.
a little bit, okay?
Wanna get it done.
Why does he
Here
have
and
his
now. Shut up,
shield
Robinson.
off of his
As he wants to go
back?
for a peek,
There we
brings
go.
out the shield again. Info galore. The CAG by Varel. As
The
Deepak
glass
insists,
on my
gets
printer
a look
came
for
in
that
broken
second
because
player, but out
FedEx
comes the SMG.
is full
The
of
guns
like
come to life. The
people who
CAG
just
by
attempt to
Varel,
destroy
and they
your
stay alive.
packages.
A beautiful dance back and forth there.
Yeah.
And he puts down the shield, hits the
We have
barricade
a-
wall,
I don't know,
and
do you
gets
guys have
back and
FedEx?
puts him into a 2 versus 1
Dude,
position.
there's nothing packed well
Again,
enough for
counter the
FedEx not to
glass,
break
stayed in
it.
the corners, had a good crossfire, but it's a
I
rough
think that they
start to
actually
these
give
rounds
people
for CAG.
bonuses
It's
when they
more
break
clutch than
items.
calculated.
Like the
But
harder
that's the thing
they,
about
like
them.
I think that they have
Like
like an
Fox, who
internal
managed the most,
competition where like they
and
see who
Rockets
can
came
like
here
throw
from
the
Fnatic to
items the
use
hardest.
Capital fire in the elevator, clear Wizard's right-hand side. Use the grenade into one of those 4 single.
Well, I know.
windows, use
I'm saying,
left-hand
do you guys
side
have
as well,
FedEx?
giving
Like I'm
him
assuming you guys have
individual
local
gunfights, not worrying
carriers,
about 20 angles
right?
At the same time, and he could win his individual ones. So a lot of support went into
What do
Wizard.
you mean,
Then he got
motherfucker?
the adrenaline. I got 1 kill. I got 2. I'm gonna peek the 3rd. I'm dead.
I don't know.
And that's where
FedEx
you
is an
overcook.
American company.
And that's where you're a little bit less
And they
experienced,
suck.
maybe, and you make that play. Instincts take over, where maybe statistically on paper, if it was
I know you have
Deepak or Citizen, more
McDonald's, but I just
experienced
figured
play,
that there was
shot,
probably more
you get the 2
localized
kills.
carriers.
Now you hold the
'Cause
passive
FedEx
angle,
is
you wait for
absolute
backup
trash
to
here.
arrive so that you don't
They're
lose
good
that
there?
round. On the
Oh
other
my
side, though,
God,
if you knew the
bro.
clash was coming, you're better off trying to go for a gunfight 50-50 than to get peeked by a clash.
I don't
by
even know how,
shield
like,
while you got the other guys fighting it back.
FedEx, DHL, those are all good here. DHL is garbage too in the US. FedEx or DHL, like they fight consistently for the crown of like who's worse.
Yeah. And how many lands?
You just got home from your shift at FedEx. It's terrible. Dude, if you know, chat, I don't. Probably the delivery drivers are locals, maybe. I mean, they're local here too. They just don't give a shit, I guess.
Lot of current tier 1 talent is actually former
I don't know, man. Chat, if you guys understand how well a 3D printer is packed and how abusive you have to be with a 3D printer to break apart on it in shipping, it is insane. Like, dude, they must have been launching that bitch. Like, it still works. Like, I calibrated. It's fine and everything. But to break that glass on the front, they had to fucking have gone crazy on that shit. Everything gets launched. You're not going to lie. They do not care.
Right now. It's a very underappreciated operator. You get hard
That makes
destruction,
sense,
soft
Fisty. That makes
destruction,
sense.
smoke grenades, you get the primary gadget declares a bit of utility, which is great for bank here for the Goyo canisters, for example. Even the Echo drone sometimes if you're lucky. And you get a shield in front of your face for good planting opportunities. Now, though, I play an elevator.
Like, whenever you get a 3D printer, chat, you actually have to, the parts are actually screwed in place.
It's still a 5v5.
So imagine that they broke that. They actually broke things that were screwed in together with foam in between them. Like yeah, like Pisty knows because he has 3D printers. 3D printers compact in the craziest way. There's no other item I've ever seen in my life get packed as well as a 3D printer. They basically come in a box, but inside the box, is like the printer, and it's put in like multiple layers of foam, and the layers of foam are covered by wood, and the wood and like all of the parts inside the printer are literally screwed into place that you have to unscrew to open the product. Like you've never purchased anything in your life that is packaged like this well. And somehow, though, FedEx finds a way.
We've seen this one before. Exact same story. Fuse canister on the wall to clear some util. Breach both of the reinforced walls shortly after, and then set up for a plant. We know that there's on the board, but so does Fnatic.
It's okay, though. Just the glass broke, so they're sending me out a new piece of glass for the door, and then that's it.
This is it for Fnatic, surely. There's a backstab here from Wizard. He landed his shot against Shurip. DD and Chibisu up against the wall, and Fnatic are hungry for their first win on land.
Your bamboo P1S to your dad's house in Portugal. He drove with it for 4 hours to the airport, shipped it while flying to Oman, and forgot to put the fragile label on it, and arrived in perfect condition. Yeah, I don't know, bro. This is, I'm telling you, US FedEx is a different breed.
Just a few months with 2 new players.
How did Fnatic have 2% chance to win? You guys really throwing that much on CAG?
Years since last international team that they qualified for. I don't recall what happened in Rio. They probably had one victory there, right? So
not great.
But what if it didn't? But a great showcase here from Fnatic, and a slow start.
They came last in Reload, by the way.
But did they win?
They won a single match.
Oh, they won a single. Okay. So then it's not too crazy of a stat line then. But
It's still a pretty crazy stat line, man.
Anyway, though, DHL, Pisty, and FedEx here are like complete and total garbage. They're so bad. UPS is pretty good, generally speaking. Obviously, no one's perfect, but they're definitely the best carrier, at least in my experience. Honestly, USPS is not too bad. They're not too bad. Like they're honestly pretty good. I really haven't had any issues with USPS.
Fnatic to finish the match with 5 rounds.
I don't know what else. Amazon is like they're all like different little companies that deliver. So some of them are terrible, some of them are good. It's like everything in between.
Citizen is returned to form. They're here to do more than just make an appearance.
They certainly do, and a very solid.
It's crazy for you.
Campaign. On the flip side,
Amazon delivery is so hit and miss. Like a lot of times they're good. Like they put the one thing that Amazon does for me that they always like mess up on is it's not every delivery driver, but it's some of them. Dude, it'll be pouring rain, and they just leave my package like on the walkway to my front door. Now, for context, I have 2 entrances to my house. I have a side door, but still like in the front of the house, and a main door, right? Both of the doors have massive coverings. Like the side door, you could probably park a car in it, and the front door, you could probably park multiple cars in it. Like it's a huge covered area. They literally leave it on the walkway going toward the door. It's like, bro, just walk it like 5. It's a pouring rain. Walk it 5 feet. Like most of the time, it's okay. Like there's been a few times where like I have to just, you know, like return the product or throw it away because it gets soaked.
It's themselves. The biggest hurdle is themselves.
Yeah. I guess right now, like Fnatic, CHG a couple years ago, they would lose in the bigger picture, right? Glaring mistakes, blunders, not having the skill level individually as a team. I think today they lost in the micro details, right? Very small decisions, a gunfight going down.
USPS, luckily I really haven't had any issues with them. They did lose, I mean, for a regular mail, they did lose some checks that I sent one time. So I mailed, I think like, many checks? 2 checks for a company that, like an investment firm that I deal with. So I paid them their management fees. And, you know, normally, like, I'll generally try to track and be like, oh, like, you know, oh, cool, like, check got delivered, like, great, you know, all that kind of stuff. I didn't really think much about it. I just, like, sent the check and was like, whatever, you know, they'll cash it, blah, 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 right? Well,
should absolutely be able to win today.
They ended up losing it in the mail. So like the investment company that I deal with, message it or whatever that, you know, they're like, hey, like we haven't received your payment yet. And I'm like, what the fuck? I wrote you guys 2 checks and sent them in the mail, 1 for each account. Oh my god, though, thank you, Tribe 88 month reset. Welcome back. KG is a cuddle bug. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. But yeah, USPS just lost the envelopes in the mail, unfortunately.
I'm happy with their performance actually today. I think the first 4 rounds I was scared for them, and the last after that I was very happy with their performance. Yeah.
I think that they're going to continue to lock in because they could be a dangerous squad, and there's no more dangerous than Citizen and Laxing.
Yep, it is me back here. I am with Citizen. You're no stranger to being on a stage, taking interviews. You guys take this win 7-5. We were talking about this quickly. It was a little closer than you wanted it to be.
Yeah, it was a bit too close. You know, first game there was got the better of us, I think, and yeah, just they surprised us a bit on the attacks and defense, especially.
Okay, I kind of want to get some
Definitely.
food.
I mean, now you guys push yourself one step closer to qualifying to get closer.
Anyway,
to that group
though.
stage. Now going into this best of 3, obviously, I'd say being a former pro player, being in best of 3 is obviously a territory you want to be able to find yourself. Now,
Some
I believe
food.
your opponent, if I'm not
I don't know what I
mistaken,
wanna
is going
eat
to
yet.
the MIBR Los. How are you feeling about that?
He will
Good,
she.
good team, you know. I think we'll
My
match up
phone's
well
charged. I
against
forgot to
them.
charge
Last
my
time I played
phone
them, I
last
beat them,
night.
you know, so I think had that
Oh,
confidence
luckily
going
it's not
into
too
today as well.
bad. I mean, I got
Okay,
a
well, then I guess
charger
going
right
forward, the
here.
next question before I let you go
It-
back
it
and do all
ain't
your
that
prep.
deep.
Is
Yeah,
there
I'm already back to
anything that you want to
80%.
say to
Alright.
MIBR Los?
Be right back, chat. I'm gonna go
Be
get
ready for
some
Smiths.
food.
All right, you heard it here from Citizen. Be ready for Smiths. I'm going to send you guys back to the desk to get us set up for our next match.
Thank you very much for that, Lax. Obviously, a big performance, but you guys obviously have no idea what happened on the other stage. On the
No,
beast
do
stage.
tell me,
You
bro.
tell.
Let me break it
know.
down for you. First 4 rounds, all King Zero, dominant.
Oh,
I'm talking flawless rounds.
Let's go.
But just relax.
Oh, okay, is that what happened?
It started to roll out of control a little bit to a
Okay.
point where, unfortunately, if you are a CNL fan, it didn't end too
MIBR
well.
lost.
It went overtime and it was 8-6.
Hey,
MIBR
overtime's
lost.
good. That's
It's
pretty
very
good.
good. It's
That's
very
really
good. And we
impressive.
saw some really good performances. So I think it's nice to know that CNL's here to play.
I mean, of course, King Zero being like the bottom seeded team out of
also that.
CNL as well. This is a huge moment for CNL, getting an overtime loss. I mean, I sound like such an APAC fan. I'm like, yes, we lost, but at least we took it to overtime. It's the
I mean,
most
it
APAC
counts.
victory ever. But look, that's credit to them. Of course, that means that we've got some big elimination games later today. I mean, King Zero, CAG will both be on the verge of elimination. We've got 2 more teams that will be fighting to try and stay in the tournament later today as well after we play the next 2 BO1s.
Pretty
intense.
dangerous. It is pretty tense. I think that is. We were talking about it a long time ago on the APL desk. Just how brutal this format is for play-ins. You know, it's so cutthroat, right? These teams, they have made it a long way, but this is what. Look, I say it's cutthroat. It's double elimination. You have plenty of opportunities in this kind of matchup. Again, CAG, like you said, they had plenty of opportunities, Nick, to bring that back.
Yeah.
Ultimately, they can't. How do you think Fnatic will go up against a team like MRBI Los at the moment?
Ooh. I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, no.
Can you repeat the
think on
last
it.
bit again?
MIBR Los?
Yeah.
Fnatic.
But
What do we
Fnatic-
think?
Is that the matchup?
Yeah, sorry. So
Oh,
Are they on the same side of the
Lax-
bracket?
Lax
That's
did
confirmed?
just
I
say
had to,
that,
I had to
sorry.
confirm.
Let me double check.
Oh, he did
'cause
say. What did he
Lax-
say to them? He
Lax
said,
did
"Watch
just
out for
say
that.
Smiths."
Confirmed.
So
Yeah.
let's go with that. And if we're
Okay,
wrong,
okay,
we point
okay,
it back to
okay.
Lax.
I
Yeah.
was not sure if that was a bracket, so I didn't want to. Okay.
It's 100% confirmed.
Okay,
They're in Group
okay,
B.
good. I
Yeah.
want to throw Lex on the bus either.
No.
So I think, honestly, pretty decent matchup.
Yep.
They're not up against, your Face, your Fury. You're like a super experienced team from Brazil. And Los, they're not bad whatsoever, but they've also been on a rough edge as of recently.
Yeah, I think that if you just look at the head-to-head between like what happened in the Fnatic game, what happened in the MRBO Lowe's game, I would probably put Fnatic on the up there.
Ooh.
But that
But just
said,
just a little bit.
maybe. But also remember, there's an elimination game, which will be King Zero versus CAG.
Yes.
If CAG lose that, that is doomsday.
Oh, it is. It is.
They can't lose that.
You can't
they
afford to
they
lose
can't lose that.
You look at the performance that they put up today. Look, it's just isolation. Bring it to the first half.
Yeah.
There are really good signs for CAG.
They're totally.
You have to say that they do look like a team that could beat a given team on their day. However, the problem is, we know, we've heard it, we've talked about it, the biggest hurdle is always going to be themselves. And that's a trope that hits APAC in the wider spectrum.
Yeah.
It's not isolated to CAG, it's not isolated to APAC North, it's consistently a problem within APAC. And I think that when you look at this, and then you look in the isolation of the game that was just played with KZ, only barely losing out to MIBR Los,
Yeah.
I'm really worried for
It
CAG
does get a little
going
bit
into that.
scary.
It does, doesn't it?
I mean, okay, Copium again, right? Best of 3 is different landscape. You can make, make more risk, make more worse decisions, and still kind of recuperate from it.
Yep.
again, small things like today. Like I look at the highlight package right now. I'm thinking, okay, CHG, they're on the attacking side. They banned the Bandit and the Kite. Like the Bandit was the ban after the 3rd round. I'm thinking there are many bigger problems. It could be the clash, it could be the Mira, it could be a target ban. They go with a Bandit, which only affects one bomb site, top 4 CEO. I just don't feel like that's enough up against Fnatic, up against email teams.
Yeah. Oh, honestly, if I was CAG here, I'd probably be avoiding bank for a bit because I just don't think that
Take a
their
breather.
bank, yeah. I don't think their bank was looking perfect. I know that CAG are really good on maps like Lair. I would really like to see them play that. I mean, I've seen some phenomenal showings from them within the APL, but there's also the game of, you know, do you play something where there's a lot of footage out there, a lot of material for your opponents to study up on? Do you play something fresh?
Consulate. Ooh.
Oh man, I would be
People
very
banning
scared.
against them in APL.
I'd be scared of anyone playing Consulate in a BO1 because it is our most defensive sided map. And if you pick the map and you get the last ban, then usually the opposition is the one that gets to choose the defense starting side. And yeah, I don't know. I'd be pretty scared for CAG going on a map like that. But you never know, right? And the one thing that I do know for sure is that, like, it's been way too long that CAG have struggled on the international stage without winning a map.
Yeah.
This, on paper, is the best looking roster we've seen from them in a very long time, in the best looking form. They need to get not just a map win here, like, take down King Zero, stay in the tournament, that's step 1. Then you need to continue fighting through that lower bracket. You have to beat the loser of Fnatic versus MIBR lows to then qualify for phase 2 of the play-ins, which will be a single elimination match in a BO3 against the first seed team from the other group. It's going to be bloody hard. They're probably going up against Shopify Rebellion in all likelihood.
Yeah,
well, and they're setting up at the moment, and I think that is going to set a very big tone for what we can expect in the play-ins, because I think it's fair to say, Nick, that a team like Shopify, they should be coming into this with like they should be looking
Why are they here? Why are they in play-ins, by the way?
Finalists of the last stage.
I agree, and I think that when you look at them and you look at the team that they are, the individuals that they are, going up against, I don't want to say lesser teams because it just feels rude.
Come against almost anybody.
I would agree. I think that's a very fair statement. I think that if you're Shopify Rebellion, you're looking at this tournament as an opportunity to not only make a grand final again, but to also take it.
You say last time we got so close, why don't we just finish the job this time? It happens to be EWC. But which would of course mean qualification directly to Six Invitational.
We haven't even talked about that yet, by the way. It's like just such a huge point to touch on is the fact that, you know, the winner for this, they get an auto slot. It is like a major. It
First team to qual.
It is so important that this no longer is about money, pride, glory, club championship.
Although it's pretty nice.
It is pretty nice.
Right.
There are worse things than an EWC.
In a movie theater, Spider-Man starts at 5 minutes, bro. It's 9 in the morning. You're seeing a movie at the movie theater?
Now, when you've got
9 in the morning.
Spot, teams like Shopify Rebellion, they sit in a completely different discussion.
Actually insane behavior.
In play-ins, Nick. I don't think there's another team that I'd put in their category.
No, I wouldn't either. I really wouldn't. I mean, we're talking about the experience of a veteran and Troy Canadian with the fracking power of people like your Spartan, your Envy, your Serve, etc. They should be taking this very comfortably. But can they get it done? That's the big question, because they too can fumble.
Do you know what the best part is?
What is that?
We don't have to wait. We're going to go to a break, and on the other side, this is the matchup you don't want to miss.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Phew. All right.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler Wine, you're done.
Alright. I got more of those pho noodles. I'm excited though. We got Shopify next, which should be good. I want to put those hot ends in. Cool. Sorry, that was the printer's like calibrating for the hot ends now. I think we could probably do like a basic PLA print today, maybe. Possibly. We'll see. I don't know if I want to print anything or not today. I kind of want to wait for the glass door to come in. That broke, and then other than that, probably should be fine. I still haven't acted, so funny enough, I haven't had time to fix my other printer. So we got Shopify versus Alua. This is the game that I want to see really bad. I think Shopify and Los make it through. Like this little, these like play-ins, I guess. Can never be sure, but that's what I did on my picks. So I think it's a safe bet, but you never know. That's why they play, right? There could very easily be upsets. Almost done with these like noodles, bro. I bought so many of these noodles from Costco. They are good, honestly, but just I'm not even exaggerating. It's taking me like a year to eat all of them. Literally a year. But they are good. I mean, I have to eat them all too because basically my wife said that I bought too many, and if I eat all of them, then she's wrong. Oh, I'm kidding. Misty, are you still here or no? Are you chilling? Or are you not here? I didn't tell Pisty what my son did the other day. Get a kick out of it. For everyone else that's here, basically my son ate sand when we went to the beach yesterday. That was great. He was trying to eat sand, like kind of the whole time they were like on the beach, and my middle son starts running just out of the blue, just bolts. We're like, great. So we'd like look at him. I start chasing after him. And then my youngest son just shoves a handful of sand in his mouth and eats it. So that was good. I mean, we've got pretty much all of it out with like a bottle of water, but absolutely crazy. What the nice cut you peeped back? Let's see. Does Alua have a chance, do you guys think? I don't think it's going to be possible, to be honest. Maybe. Maybe. I would say Alua has, like, maybe a 5% chance of winning this game. But we can still do predictions on it, and then, once they do bans, we'll do predictions. Canadian is the Messi of the siege. I don't know. I don't really know soccer, so maybe you're right. Is Messi still going to play more or no? I don't really know anything about soccer. He is still going to play. Is he going to play another World Cup? Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Soccer fans are actually wild. They're literally wild. You one of the legs in 4 years? Okay. What's up, Felix? They're actually so insane. Like, I keep getting like Ronaldo and like Messi fans like fighting each other on Twitter. Those 4 weeks of the World Cup were insufferable. Well, I mean, Illustrate has been literally MIA over a Discord argument. Hey, George. Been a while, to be honest. Haven't missed you a single bit. In fact, you infuriate me. Your height is irritating. Your personality is not indulgent, but yet I find myself back here, Lubin one hand, Johnson the other. Thank you. Thank you, Larry. Appreciate you.
Ambi said it best. It's not about the size, but it's how you use it. Unfortunately, in this matchup, it may just well be about size. Welcoming back to the desk for the first time, actually, Xenox. Guys, boys, how are we doing?
Oh, it's been a long time, Rob. How
It
long
has been a
since
minute.
we've worked together?
Week and a half, 2 weeks.
What an ironic cut
Nick on the screen as well.
We did. Yeah. I can't believe that.
By the casters or the desk.
It's surreal to be able to touch him, and he know that I'm touching him. Well, that's okay. Let's move away from that one.
There's like wild things taking place right now.
Better. We said size. Look at the 2 teams we've got on stage at the moment. Guys, this one is a David versus Goliath, if I've ever seen
What
it.
is happening, bro?
Much is, Shopify Rebellion going is very, very firm favorites. Our Lula Club come in as the team that qualified through the separate MENA qualifier, so a fantastic opportunity for them. And a team that does have actually a little bit of experience, spearheaded, of course, by Valentino, who in previous years has done some pretty spectacular stuff at international
Here we go
events.
here.
It's best of luck,
here.
so who knows what may happen.
I mean, but speaking of size, Shopify Rebellion, absolutely the dead set favorites in this.
I'm
as
sitting here.
alluding to, best of one, these things can sometimes happen where the underdog can cause a big upset, but this would be monstrous.
It would be.
I think this would be one of the craziest upsets in Siege
This would actually be one of the biggest upsets that we would see, at least for the play-ins, because we were just talking before with Nick, and you know,
it is a BO1 though. Maybe something crazy could happen.
The weight that is on Shopify Rebellion's shoulders at the moment, having to go through play-ins, guys, that's big enough, let alone the context of what happened last major and the fact that now they really should be gunning to be on stage here at EWC, but it's such a long way between where we are now and where they need to be.
Yeah, it's been a pretty extended period where the Shopify roster's been under the spotlight and probably not for the best.
BO1 anything could happen, honestly.
The expectation that they have upon themselves. And so this tournament is going to be a challenge. It's difficult enough to make it out of this first phase, and to then go on and achieve greatness in the second as well will be a short feat. They're also a team that historically is much more comfortable in the best of 3 environment. So is there potential for this match to pose a threat?
Yes, I'm going to say yes. A Lula Club, this is the problem, is when you're going up against a team like Shopify, it's
Shopify
very...
Rebellion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate
He was
you
about to say
adding the context
spoit.
there for the viewers at home that didn't understand that one. So the APL desk comes to EWC. It's just unbelievable, isn't it?
That's why we're here.
That is why we're here.
We've got the ramen ranking coming up soon as well.
We do. Actually, the halftime break, we've got the well, you didn't have too much fun with the ramen last night, did you?
I did actually have some ramen yesterday.
How did that go for
Not
you?
great.
No, not great at all. But look, unfortunately, the context for this game is absolutely going to be that of a...
This guy got diarrhea
battle,
from
no
the
matter
ramen
which way you
itself.
put it. I do think, though, when we look at the wider view of this tournament at the moment and how things are panning out, there is that opportunity where, yes, best of one, guys, and in a bracket that is so brutal, right? Double elimination, you don't have many opportunities to get this right. It's 2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're done, Skiz. That's a very scary prospect to think about, given the fact that you do have some pretty big teams in this. And I think a really good point, guys, is actually if we just look at that lower, not the lower bracket.
Random
match, but the
comment
lower
read
match
from
in our
Larry.
upper
What do you
bracket,
mean?
King Zero,
The middle one.
nearly, yeah, thank
I
you.
mean, I
Well,
read your
technically, yeah. The
Johnson
middle
one.
Like, we nearly saw King Zero come
Oh,
out
let me
on
check my
top, and
printer.
it probably should have.
Yeah.
Let's see if the hot end calibration's done.
Catch some of those games over on the B stream as well. Hot start, but unable to complete the match or get the win. Unfortunately, probably seeing some of those issues from CNL surface here at an international level. And so, I mean, in terms of contextualizing that for this match, will Shopify have the same issues? Because it's more likely than not that they will be the stronger team and they should get off to a strong start. But it's all about conversion and just making sure that on the day they can be clinical in completing the match.
You look at the first 2 games that we had today, King Zero hot start, CAG hot start. So I wouldn't be totally surprised if we see Al Ula Club also get off to a hot start, and that's going to be their goal in a best of 1 against a team like Shopify Rebellion. When you're the underdog and you're a team that there's also not as much known about you. You know, we're looking at the stats pre-game, and well, we have all of the stats for Shopify Rebellion. There's nothing for Al Ula Club. So for them, it's all about the start then. But unfortunately, you look at the first 2 games, the start didn't end up meaning a lot once the more prominent teams started to get going and understood the game that was happening. So that's going to be the other aspect of it, is if you are Shopify Rebellion and you do start slow, don't panic. It's a long game, and they can then claw it back. But if Shopify Rebellion start really strong and fast, this could be very dominant.
It could be over very quickly. You'll blink and you'll miss it type action. I do think that the context needs to be around a little club that there's a good opportunity for them here to actually make a strong start at this event. The pressure's completely off them here, guys. Like, there's no need for them to stress. Whereas on the flip side of the coin, you lose this as Shopify Rebellion and the whole conversation changes.
I don't think it's too far-fetched to say that this team on screen now, Shopify Rebellion, are the favorite team to make it out of this play-in phase. I don't think you can make an argument there's a stronger team than them on paper heading into this particular event. But with that comes pressure and expectation. And if that pressure and expectation that we saw sort of back half of last year, for instance, rear its ugly head, they didn't perform as well as they would have liked, they really started to go through a bad patch. It seems like they've been able to turn that around, though. So heading into this event, obviously not with the greatest of seeding, pending their NAL result in Stage 1, they're still in a good position here to have impact and to play into the tournament nicely.
Taking a look.
Did you want me to go there?
Well, I mean, you're welcome to, but I think we're going to move on pretty quickly here, mate.
Go ahead.
You know what the question's going to be.
Is Al Ula Club?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm going to be completely honest here and say there's not much known about this team, and that's just going to be the reality. But that's not a bad thing for us. It's actually a fun thing. We get to see what they can bring to the table. And in many ways, it's kind of like when you see teams coming from CNL and maybe even APAC teams that we don't typically see all that often, is that you get to see something foreign, something different. And that's hopefully what we can get from this game. If Al Ula Club is to win this, or even just be ultra competitive, they cannot play default Siege against Shopify Rebellion. So they're going to have to play and bring a style of Siege that is going to look to offset the balance, be a little bit different, and try and catch Shopify Rebellion off guard. And that may be also in the map selection too.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost polar opposites. They come into this event with literally zero expectation, zero pressure, but they also have really good form. Looking at how they qualified, their road to qualification here for EWC 26, they played 4 matches over the course of that bracket. They did not drop a single map. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's 3 best of 3s into a best of 5 where they went 3-0. So they're clearly a strong team regionally within MENA. And this is just a free shot for them to have a bit of fun here at EWC.
It certainly is, but more importantly, where do we go? What map are we heading to? Let's have a look at the video and hopefully get a little bit more of an insight. Again, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if it truly matters what map we go to. It is Cafe in the end there, Jake. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, so looking at some of the numbers that we've got over the last, since February, so basically the start of the year, if you will, Shopify Rebellion, 4-4 record, 3rd preference map, so it's not the kind of map that for Shopify Rebellion we're going to look to and say, well, this is their strongest map, or this is the map that they'd be looking to often. Last played it against Dark Zero, 2-7 loss. But Dark Zero are quite a bit of a higher caliber opponent than Al Ula Club. Again, we don't have any statistics when it does come to Al Ula Club, but I will say Cafe, guys, structure. Talk about Shopify Rebellion and where they should have the advantage. I think this is a map that bodes well for them.
Yeah, it doesn't stand out as being a massively dominant, massively strong map for Shopify Rebellion, but as if you contextualize that, the quality of the opposition, especially within NAL, is mighty competitive. It probably goes as far as to say that in terms of regional competition, it's the most difficult league, and that's probably why they're in this position, right, where they struggled a little bit in NAL, still qualified for EWC, but now they need to make the quote-unquote gauntlet run. So yeah, Cafe structure gonna be a fun map. Alula Club trying to find win conditions for them. It's
I think
about
play the Vert.
Yeah, Vert, get hyperactive, abuse the repel mechanics, just try to be a menace on repel. Bans are also going to be super critical, right? Do they go for, more of a tilt towards info, utility, etc.? Can they try and play the game on their terms?
I take Shields away from Canadian, and try and limit his ability to get into the map. And then on their attacks, abuse the Deimos, abuse the Solid Snake, the Dokkaebi, etc. Be aggressive, play the Vert, as you said, repel, etc. If they try and play structure and they play the 3-2-1s, I don't know if that's going to work for them. So I think for Alula Club, it's about just making this messy, make it as chaotic as it possibly can. Take the structure away from Shopify Rebellion, and obviously then inverse, if you're Shopify Rebellion, you just try and play it as normal as you possibly can.
Yeah.
This is always the problem, isn't it? When you go to talk about two teams that maybe never played each other, have never even seen each other in a server
Maybe
before.
Valentino, but
it literally would be Valentino, and maybe even then you don't even know if they did. Who knows? But I think the fact of the matter is, when I look at this matchup in particular, no matter how it goes, whether they play aggressive, whether they play passive, that won't matter until we actually get into this map. And Cathay, as we well know, can be a very chaotic map for the defense and the attacks. However, I have a really big concern here, because Alula Club have the opportunity to kind of wipe the slate clean here. Like you said, if they can cause chaos, if they can play the game on terms that are unknown to even Shopify, this could completely change the conversation, guys.
Yeah, it's likely, and I think the game plan will be, let's play it differently to NAL. If we play it in a fashion that Shopify are comfortable with, that they've seen time and time again, it's probably not really going to work out too favorably for them, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to be chaos, but I think it's just about having a diversion from the typical plan that we see in NAL. What that may look like, again, I think is going to be heavily directed by bans. Is it info? Is it shields? Like, what kind of direction both teams want to play it? But Alula need to try and get it on their terms as early as possible, I think, in this matchup. If Shopify get off to that early lead, I think you mentioned earlier, there is that potential for a blowout result, so they need to apply pressure early.
I was looking back some of the numbers for NAL Stage 1. Spoyd actually leading the way for Shopify Rebellion. He currently entered the stage in the top 3. That's pretty good. Only behind Newers and Ashen, who Ashen had the stage of his life for M80. I'd like to see Ambi take the reins in this game. Just go and if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm saying Ambi, go do whatever you want. Run around the map and frag out and try and get some confidence early in the tournament, because clearly for a player that has proven he can be a top 5, top 3 in North America, you look at his stage for the stage 13th, so that's a little drop off, but we know what quality he has.
For sure.
I think at his very best, he can be considered one of the best in the world, just has to find that ability again, and maybe this could be the tournament for him. So I'd say to him, you've got the license to do what you want in this game.
Contextually, it's very important to remember that both of these two teams are just completely different storylines, completely different focuses for these kind of events. And that does mean that it comes with added pressure, but I also think for Shopify Rebellion, they should be as comfortable as any team will be in play-ins. And I even think as we get to groups, you should see that confidence transfer into groups. They should be getting through groups, not with relative ease, because we've got some unbelievable teams here, but I do think that this has to start here. I don't think they can afford to get off to a slow start. I think that is then when we get that little spite of doubt that just starts to fester in the minds, not just of the team, but also of us here, the viewers at home. We start to get a little bit more worried, a little bit more cautious, I guess, around what we expect from Shopify Rebellion, but there is no two ways about it. Let's keep this as clean. Let's keep this as easy as we can make it, Jake. Shopify Rebellion have all the pressure in the world on them. They are coming off the back of a Salt Lake City Major Grand Final. They must perform here. They must get off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think if for Shopify Rebellion, if they were to lose this best of one, honestly, regardless of the opponent role, it would still be a devastating one.
I agree.
It's not so much to the way you're kind of framing it. It's not a negative to the fact that it's Alula.
Okay.
No. That's that needs to be clarified.
Done, Afro.
Shopify Rebellion,
I was
podcast, guys. I think
doing
North America, where they're at as a region now,
a calibration
of
of
the
my
top 4 or 5 teams. That it is a very competitive.
I just got a new printer, so there's the hot ends and stuff like that come with it. You got to set all that up, and it's a little bit of
So you're expecting them to win. You are expecting them to be able to go and
let's go on Joe Snipes. Who do I think will win this game? Shopify should win. I mean,
I kind of
good.
feel a little bit hard done by for.
Did you guys see
Lulaclub
map?
because we
I didn't
can't
look what
maybe
map
give them
was.
as much analysis as Shopify Rebellion because we just don't see them, Rob. But that's their story. That's the story that we're going to go with. Is we don't really get to see these guys. Now they get an opportunity to show on the big stage what they're capable of, and I'm curious to see what that's going to be.
I think that, you know, like when we do look at these kind of matchups, yeah, I think you've got to take that approach. I think you have to look at the approach of saying, yeah, sure, like we don't have the expectations for a Lulaclub. That also means that it's a good thing. I think that we look at a Lulaclub right now as the same as we looked at KZ earlier against MIBR. I actually think that both of those have very similar kind of tangent points.
APAC teams in their first international
event.
Let's end Scorpion Queen.
That you want to kind of look at this matchup, and so, and also, by the way, if you wanted to frame this in a different way, guys, is for Shopify Rebellion, they come into this also with an unknown quantity as to their opponent. Like there's a tiny little bit of nerves. There's like, well, what are we going to get? What do these guys like to do? Hard to find as much vision on them. They might surprise us with a couple of things, and in a best of one, that can get be tricky. And kind of what Rob was alluding to before, you lose this, and boy, the fallback is going to be massive.
Yeah, I hesitate to say that they'd be worried or scared or have too much of a negative mindset heading into this.
But they know they can't lose.
Match. But they know that if they lose, could you imagine? Again, they'll then go.
Reddit threads are going to go off.
Canadian frag out of his mind. Probably not.
But you just don't want to be.
I mean, Canadian is not a fragger, really. Like that's not his job.
This should
pretty
be,
much,
it
right?
To be a dominant win for them. Lulaclub, they get a free punch.
You know what? I think.
Don't he's Joe, really?
Of all the teams that we could be going
Not
up against
really.
to start with, I think Shopify Rebellion is the best possible team.
Really?
They've got experience. They've got gunners. They've been here, done this before 100 times. I think if a Lulaclub goes up against a Fnatic, if they go up against MIBR Los, I maybe feel a little bit more worried. But I think I look in the server, I look at these individuals on Shopify Rebellion, and at international events anyway, they look dangerous. They look scary. They look like they're on the ball at every given moment. And I feel as though this is a very difficult game to sell to the audience.
But I'm trying to find the positive angle on this, Rob. You're trying to.
No. I'm just kind of. Need to be honest.
Okay.
This is the problem.
You said this is the best matchup they
This
could
is
get.
OBS bot thing.
No, that's a good thing for Shopify Rebellion. That's
like a
what I'm saying.
camera, maybe?
No.
OBS bot. Let's look it up. It's a sponsor for them too. So
Club that they're going up against
OBS
Shopify
bot.
Rebellion, because I think of all the teams right now, they do have.
It's an AI camera company.
And they're fully aware they have to perform. It wouldn't
Okay.
matter who Shopify Rebellion goes up against.
Oh, dude, I feel like I know what this
It
company
doesn't matter who they
is.
go up against.
Like they have the same branding. They must. I think they might have acquired
This roster for this team is
the company
Well,
previously. Something else. Was it like? Oh my gosh! I have the camera. They look the same.
Pre-show, 8 teams for play-ins, 2 get out. Like that's brutal. And it's across today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
So and there's not really much room.
Maybe there's
to
like a
slip up.
company history
Realistically,
thing.
this is the only game I believe you can slip up.
Yes, you can't. You can't lose 2. 2 when you're done.
And following on from that, right? If you come into this event and you have a bit of a slow start, well, you're done. 2 days. I don't know if that's really enough of a window to be able to recover, find form, scrim. They're quick turnarounds, like being able to resolve any issues that may arise at the very beginning of this event here on day 1. You don't
maybe
really
not.
get much of an opportunity to recover that, and that's again.
But there was I still have the camera from the company that they
8 teams that are battling.
sent
And with
it to
only
me a
2
long time
making
ago.
it through, with Shopify probably a very safe
I'm
bet.
blanking out on it, dude. I think
maybe
it's like
just the one star
UCam or
rating,
something.
right,
It was like
which
a
is probably very tricky.
Chinese
I think
company
what we can do
that had
I don't know how much more we can
some these like little kind of like little GoPro competitor, but they also made other. They made like a lot of different types of cameras. They're pretty cool. They were a pretty cool company. They were really easy to work with and stuff.
It was very good.
Pretty much did the same thing. I did it with Canadian and Spoit. I'm hoping at some point we'll get to see it, but
I don't.
Canadian was.
I think my filament is coming in from Bamboo Labs today too, so maybe we can print something.
Oh, well, we don't have history. Well,
okay, so now
history has
you
begun
think,
from this point.
okay,
In fact, last time we were in Paris, we had a good day. We walked around, we went to the Louvre, had a great time. Now, the second time in Paris, I actually swatted him.
Do you call? No context. No context.
The context of the
no
that we did before.
context.
Him or the ball?
The ball.
Oh, okay.
But he shot the ball and then.
I can kind of see Jake being like a Shaq-esque swat, like just straight over the top.
I didn't know he had any element of athleticism about him.
Oh,
No, I did. I also took part in the fitness test as
Really?
well. Yes, I did.
What did you get on the grip strength?
The lowest
Of all the players?
of all the players, 32.
That doesn't surprise me.
Which by getting that 32 was
Almost broke your hand.
We're watching Shopify, and they're going to be playing Alua. So Alua is like a play-in team from Mina. To be honest, they probably will not do very well. Like this should be like pure destruction. Like Shopify should basically be almost 7-0ing. Welcome back, Pisty. Looking extra bald today. Thanks, buddy. By the way, Pisty, I didn't tell you. My youngest son ate he ate some sand yesterday. We went to the beach. I'm not even kidding. He actually ate sand.
Technically classify a pro player as an elite athlete in terms of...
He kept trying. Basically, the story is, Jeremy says, dude, basically he was trying to eat sand all day, okay? And then my middle son, out of the blue, decides to just bolt. He just like full-blown like sprinting runs away from us, and I'm like, great. So we're like, my wife's looking at him, I'm chasing after him, and in that time frame, my youngest son just takes a handful of sand because we weren't watching it for that split second, puts it right in his mouth. I mean, we washed all of it out and everything, but it's like, bro, are we for real right now? Are you actually putting like eating sand, dude? Like,
I'll give context for the viewers.
I don't know.
No. So if
okay, you're just a hater, bro. Just a hater.
We absolutely should. We run a ramen ranking segment, and
Just a
on this
hater.
ramen ranking segment, we try ramen from all over APAC. So that's from Korea, Thailand, wherever it may be.
My middle son is
And there's a specific one from
He's
Korea
first started
that is
explaining that was
quite
my
interesting.
first son.
It's a little bit
No,
problematic.
believe it
It's a
or
little
not, like
spicy.
he was previously he was like a disaster, bro. Like he would just make a mess every time, like just nonstop, right? But he's lately he's actually been like pretty good for the most part. I know that's kind of crazy to say, but he's been pretty good.
Are you done? He's done. Rob's done. Oh, we did well. No break time needed. We got through that technical.
Yeah, my daughter is she's no complaints. I mean, sometimes she's like she whines a little bit, but I mean she's 4 years old. It's gonna happen, right?
Castle and Wamai from defense taken out. So we're going
His mom
to
makes the
see
best food and he goes for the sand.
utility emphasis
I don't know
here
why,
from
dude.
Shopify Rebellion. On the flip side,
Hoping not break any more $2 blinds. That he does. He breaks a lot of shit in my house, my middle son.
So it does leave
But actually now he's like, he used to be a dirt ball in terms of like just a disaster with like everything. But he's actually he's gotten way better. He actually like he wants to wash his hands all the time, and he's like very clean and like proper. He still breaks a ton of shit, but
a lot tougher to hold. When you think about top floor, especially against repels and some of the power positions that typically are facilitated by those two operators, it's just going to open up the match a little bit more.
Yeah, and again, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because teams have bans.
I've heard
that
the
they
predictions.
just ban regardless of their opponent. To me, this has got to be the Monty ban is towards Canadian. It's his most played attacking operator.
blackmailing
stage one,
into not
the
sending you
three
into a
most
home when
played
you're
attacking
60 in like
operators
5
for
years.
Canadian,
Okay,
20
bro.
times, capitalizing
Documents he
one
could
time
use it when he
with
grows
Reinhardt.
up.
Bazooka will be the opening death, and
I
he
don't know,
does
man.
get that license
He's
to
honestly so
opening
funny.
kill straight away
Some of
for
the shit that he
Shopify Rebellion.
does.
The Grim Band, by the way, Rexon will typically play that, so he will obviously have to flex over to the Nomad, which is.
It's
his
all right,
third
Pisty.
most
You're gonna be
played
joining me
operator.
as well in the home.
And no
Okay.
surprise to see- well, actually,
But listen,
somewhat of a
when we're in the
surprise
home,
because if
okay,
Surf is playing
we're gonna have a
Salt
home in
Snake,
Oman.
the-
All right.
Swat and Ambi, their most
We
played
could be
operator is
senile
Salt
there
Snake.
together.
It's not even in the top 3, so that's a big change up for Shopify
Honestly,
Rebellion.
dude, going to an old person home sounds kind of sick. Like, they just take care of you all day. Like, you don't really have to do much. They clean, they cook. You know, like, I don't know, man. It sounds kind of nice, to be
Well
honest.
over 2 minutes still remaining.
And you just get to do fun shit, like play shuffleboard and stuff.
See what they
Yeah,
ultimately
shit
look
the
to shape
bed,
up for here.
literally. I
Just
mean, I
gonna
do that
gain
now, but
information
like,
courtesy
you know,
of
not
Surf. Rexon
actually.
takes a big chunk of damage elsewhere as he wins the fight on the crazy.
It sounds nice,
Alulu can't
man.
continue to aggress here in
Sounds
the opening
nice.
round, and unfortunately for them,
He was
Shopify
already
Rebellion
giving
are ready
up.
and waiting.
Yeah, I mean, they look switched on, don't they? The opening minute of this game, Shopify Rebellion already early pick, expecting maybe a Lula Club to go for these peaks. Now, this is pretty much the perfect start.
Hold it.
Does he?
Good information as well for the radar for Surf, knowing that they wanting to play site, expecting the pressure now from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I realize there's like a drone on him, right? The snake scanner? He's not shooting it unless it's above or something.
And unfortunately, Rexon then gets the double. And
Also, if you go in now, you'd be strong enough to be the alpha male. You can start a gang. You could smuggle in prescription meds. Let's be honest, buddy. There's gonna be an old man in there that is going to absolutely fucking out alpha you in about 2 seconds. Okay. There's gonna be an old Omani man with his hands behind his back, and you're not gonna be able to step to him.
Going the way, of course, of Ambi, and then the transition into the map was just completely perfect from Shopify Rebellion. The vibes seem good post round 1.
Misty, what chances? So you watch Mina a lot more than I do. What do you think the odds are of Alua winning? Like, not this particular game, but like maybe making it out, possibly. I mean, I don't know. I've seen a little bit of their stuff, and I'm not really seeing it, but it's like kind of unfortunate for them, like that Shopify is in there. Like Shopify is basically guaranteed getting out, and then like there's like Los is pretty good as well. I mean, that's my 2 picks to get out.
Give Alula Club a way back in, but remains to be seen. The best thing,
I mean, they have Valentino.
The way that, Ambi gets the opening kill. Okay, rated player, NAL stage 1, but so talented, continuing to impress, still as a young player. Straight away, expecting Alula Club to go for these peaks, be aggressive, wanting to bring that chaos, like we were suggesting.
They're all good players. Oh, I mean, like, I don't doubt it. I mean, if they're at EWC, they've got to be good, but like, they have to play versus Shopify and Los. You know what I'm saying?
They second guess themselves. Do we want to pick the windows? Do we want to be aggressive?
Like, playing against Shopify and Los is brutal. Like, Shopify made finals. You know, for the finals for Salt Lake. It's weird. Shopify is like not that good domestically in like NA. Like, you know, they're solid, I guess. Like, it's not like they make events, obviously. Don't remind you. Listen, my predictions went good, buddy.
It's another strong start for North America.
My predictions went great.
The winner of this matchup will take on the winner.
You can still see that Hisham gridlock situation with Spoit. Still can't believe they lost to that.
An opportunity for the winner of that.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. The way that you I feel like you were just like lost in Salt Lake. Like you didn't know what to do because like all of your hating was like collapsing. Like Twisted Minds lost to Shopify. Then you were just like, you just walked up to me, and you were just like, didn't know what to say. Then all of my pick'ems and my predictions ended up going right, and you just didn't know what to say. Just wanted to go back to Oman. Fair. Dude, by the way, I set up the hot end system in my new printer. It's actually such a cool system, dude. I did not realize how awesome it is.
By himself in the 1 versus 4, Alula Club are going to strike back in this second round.
Yeah, the structure from Shopify getting disrupted.
It's very cool.
And that's a bit of a statement piece from Alula. Not a bad little response in the second round. I mean, it was courtesy of a massive hero play over towards Garage, disrupted the Rexon and Canadian double stack outside on that dynamic.
Canadian's hairline is looking like mine.
And then the rest of the team.
Dude, it's actually, you know, it actually still throws me off so bad that Canadian is like the old man now. Because when I played with, this is how old I am. When I played with Canadian, we were teammates. I was literally the old man on the team. Like, so it's like, it's kind of a trip seeing everyone call him old now because he was always like, you know, young.
Yeah, 4 players left alive. He had a big crazy play as well mid-round to get the double kill.
Sanjay Murda, Grandpa George True. And Valentino for 8 years. I think the first time that I remember seeing him is, remember during Gamers Without Borders, I think he played for Oshtek, right? Wasn't that the team that he played for? I'm like 99% sure he played for Oshtek Warriors.
That belief that we can actually do some damage against a high quality
if I remember right.
In Shopify Rebellion. Well, there is
yeah, bro. Whatever happened to Oshtek anyway? Did was somebody funding him and they just kind of like stopped or something?
Swapping mags.
Or are they still around and maybe they're not in Siege? Okay. All
We'll
right.
see if there is more
Sounds
aggressive
good.
talent from the defense, particularly
Okay.
mid-round going forward.
Gotcha.
The Nomad brought once again from Shopify Rebellion to try and suppress some of that aggression, but can be limited in its impact. And you can see in response
Probably
the
leave your stream. You're working
pulse
for 3 hours. How many
crazy,
matches today?
already feeding some
There's a
valuable
lot.
information
Well,
to the rest of
there
this
was
defensive unit.
2. So there was like 2 best of ones that are getting played, or sorry, 4 best of ones. So there's technically A stream, B stream. So 4 best of ones are all being played. This is the second set, and then there's going to be basically 2 best. There's 4 best of 3s, but 2. They're going to be going 2 and 2. So like they're playing them at the same time.
Currently, spots out. The Mozzie over towards Pillar, the hero from the previous round, and just monitoring that staircase at the moment, maybe trying to catch.
Fun fact, the first ever brand search of your region for an esports team was done by you while you worked for NVIDIA, and it was Aztec Warriors. Oh, damn. When you did it, other brands thought it was a waste of time. Now everyone's fucking doing it. Look at that. You're a pioneer. Pisty the pioneer. Old man actually up at a decent time for once. I'm on all day, every day. You know, sort of, not really.
finds the opening kill onto Valentino. Love that second one as well onto Bazooka from Ambi on the slightly inclined angle. Surf got rid of him, Haga as well, and this time the defense of Alula Club shredded.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie though, this printer is really nice so far. I mean, I haven't actually done it, but back then there was no Saudi esports and all that. It was like 2016, 17. I'm actually surprised. Back then there was like, at least in NA, there were a lot of teams that were getting sponsored by like NVIDIA and different companies. The big one was G Fuel, dude. I feel like, I mean, I was sponsored by G Fuel for a long time, but they seem to have cut all of their budgets down pretty much to, you know, almost nothing.
As we alluded to, tech was called in the chat.
You feel smarter than marketing? Yeah, I think they're kind of just like taking advantage of what they did, pretty much. Like they spent, yeah, they basically went crazy sponsoring everybody for a long time, and they don't really sponsor anyone anymore for the most part. I mean, I think they have a few people still left, but I'm guessing based on like my situation, maybe it's just me, but they basically cut back really hard on their budget and stuff like that. But they do have a genuinely good product. Like I do like G Fuel, I really do. I still have my code. It's KingGeorge. You could use that. I think a lot of people just push their codes too, because it's like you technically make money when people use your code, and they say it's like a. But I don't think there's that many people that are like paid sponsored by them as much anymore. Maybe a few here and there, of course, but.
Doesn't matter if it's Monty, Blitz, Blackbeard. He is
I do like Nemesis T8 at alt.
So I don't think that if you're a Lula Club, you
but
don't much about banning the Blackbeard or banning the
G Fuel, what's it called? You know where they actually make like a lot of money now, Pisty, which costs them nothing? They're on the TikTok shop. So there's like, they do like a bunch of, I don't know if you've ever seen, like I've never done a TikTok shop thing ever. Maybe there'll be better ones in the future. But the TikTok shop stuff pays like nothing, literally. Like they actually genuinely, for the most part, don't pay anything. They generally just give product. And then they just, you know, and you have to like make a video for the product, which... You know, if they're giving people a tub of G Fuel, every tub they give, they have to make, you know, they have to make a video.
Even if they were to go on and into that lower bracket, depending on.
Yeah, so you tried G Fuel and you hated it. You don't know if it's because you guys use ingredients you don't use in your region, but it tasted new in a weird way. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's all personal preference. I mean, I liked it, but.
Test out a couple of ideas, see what the synergy is like.
All personal preference,
etc., and then that can carry them forward in terms of the knowledge and the confidence for the remainder of the event.
There are some flavors that are also not good, so that would be a big factor too. Like there are certain flavors that like I kind of don't like. The PewDiePie flavor, oh, that one's pretty good.
And then the third round again,
what is it like? I forgot what it is. It's lingonberry. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Oh, that one's pretty good. I mean, it's not like my favorite flavor, but it's good.
Except for that second round over towards Kitchen. We've been in a tech pause, by the way, since the bans, reiterating the round 3 bans, the Aruni banned away, along with the Solid Snake banned away. Just a little bit of a lean back time here for Spoit and Shopify Rebellion in this technical pause. Hopefully won't be a lengthy one.
Getting the guns out. He did have the best grip score.
He did. And
as you mentioned
I
previously.
think when you have the best grip score, you can get the guns out anytime.
You have the license. Yeah, I believe it's just an audio issue on the
Technical
side of
pause.
Alula, so some teething issues, but should be resolved in a moment's time. Don't think it'd be too much longer. Been an intriguing map of Cafe so far, a map that can.
Dude, I just still couldn't believe my son ate sand yet. Well, I mean, we mostly, like I said, he didn't really get to eat very much of it, but
we've seen that develop over the course of this first half.
I could not believe
It's
him.
gonna be
Like,
intriguing with
dude.
the Salt Snake taken out, and then the ability for Shopify.
By the way,
to
I have
backstab
no idea
the
how my
score,
middle
pushes the team a little bit
son
more confidence and
had
look
so
at
much.
breathe.
Dude,
It's
he
gonna
had
be
so much
interesting
energy
to
yesterday. It was
observe that
insane.
change in play style
He
and
literally,
approach.
without exaggeration, was
And
running
the
around
Dragons
this
are
park
looking
for
for
6
the
hours with
remainder
like
of
no
this
breaks.
First half, and Cafe is a map.
And
where,
all he ate while we were there were
to be
like
fair, they're
3
pretty
like
close to actually quite good. It's
granola
typically the kind
bar
of map where
style
actually setting those
bars.
up can be
Like if you ever
pretty
had like
challenging.
Z bars,
So-
he ate
And
3
don't
of
forget,
those and
Shopify
ran for
Rebellion
6
hasn't
straight
played Cafe on
hours.
Stage, for stage 1 into Esports World Cup. So the last
I
time
could
that
not
they
believe
did
that. I was
play,
like, there
as
is
I
no
mentioned, was
way.
against Dark Zero, but that was at the Salt Lake City Major. So that was the conclusion of kickoff stage, first portion of the year back in May. And so for them to have not played it since May, since that major, there's been quite a bit of time. And there's 2 ways you can kind of look at it, and we're not as privy to the information. Either they've shelved it as a map and put focus
Probably had some
elsewhere,
Arabic coffee
or
on
they
Havoc
put
with
it
how
in
he
the
acts. Maybe,
workshop
dude.
and said,
Maybe.
we're not going to play it in the officials, but
Seriously.
we are going to keep working on it. Now, I don't know which way
It was
they've actually gone
insane.
in that regard,
Like,
but
even when
clearly
he was
happy to play it
eating,
against our Eula club to
he would
start
like
Esports
run up
World
to
Cup.
my like wife and
For a
like
map
take
they
a
have
bite
not
of food,
played
and then he
for,
would just go
well,
back
80
to like
days. I
he'd
mean,
run
80
back.
days is
I'm not
more
even
than
like
3
this
months.
park is
It's
huge that
almost
we
3
went to,
months.
In esports term, that's about 3
and he would
years.
just like he was just running across like the whole
So
park
far,
basically,
so
and then
good.
running
I
back.
think we're going to be getting a full
Insane.
Looking at the fact some of the Alula club members have
It was
left
wild.
the lobby, or might be hopefully a case of just them 2 leaving. I don't know. But such is the case on land. We sometimes have the pause in the action.
Yeah. I'm hearing a couple of noises, some shouting from
Actually
the
pretty
opposing
excited,
side.
dude. I
Wow.
think this.
Technical pause here on the A stream, but on the B stream right now is Chiefs versus Tyloo. That is.
I think my new filament's coming in today, if I'm not mistaken.
The B stream as
So
well.
that'd be
We'll
cool.
watch both.
Might actually tune in and see what the score
You
is.
can give us an
I'm not
update. I
entirely
almost
sure what
don't
it is,
want
but-
to know the score.
That would be cool.
I'm a little nervous
One
for
thing
the
that I
boys.
like about Bamboo Labs a lot, I
So,
will
it's a
say,
pop-up here.
Well, there's also a delay
as
I
well
believe.
too. Like this printer's pretty
close
sick. But I like their
One way I
store a
think Tyler
lot.
have an
Their
opportunity to
store
get a result.
for
The Chiefs,
finding new prints is so
clear favourites in
cool.
that much.
I believe that one's also.
The Creality one is just not as
just
good. It's like
started
not
as
as
well. Just
robust.
started. I don't think it's too far into the game.
Oh, it looks like
Okay, let's see.
Ooh, last round came down to a very close 1 versus 1 actually, and I believe that has drawn the score to a piece. So a close one over on the B stream currently, 2-2. Playing over on Fortress, the newest map in the comp pool.
Okay.
Over here though on the H stream, OG map of Cafe currently paused. Couple of technical gremlins to be ironed out.
It seems
Shopify
like
Rebellion off
it's-
to a decent start though, 2-1.
Yeah, it seems like some audio issues for Alula Club, unfortunately. And unfortunately as well, when you get issues such as that, they're the more
That's
tricky
actually
ones
so
to
weird.
find where the gremlins are.
Huh.
You know, for the we'll say
They sent.
more expected issues.
I bought a
things
like you know I got the
Xbox,
filament from
usually
them,
a bit easier to resolve.
and they sent it into three different carriers.
And I think if you're
That's
Shopify
weird.
Rebellion
Well,
right now,
whatever.
you're just sitting here thinking.
I
we
guess
just
as
wanna
long
get
as
on
it
with this,
gets
get
here,
this one
who
done,
cares?
over and done with as soon as possible.
Yeah.
And we're here a little longer than we would have liked.
It's weird seeing it on my headset. I normally do have it on, but I just have it off for a sec because I'm like finishing something. I honestly could leave it on.
Yeah, they're just sitting there in silence as is typical. Not really allowed to communicate or discuss, and so you just got to kind of enter a mode of relaxation and patience. Very much will be eager to jump back into the server just like you and I are, but when it's outside of your control, you kind of just have to put up with it for now. Probably a benefit of this team having so much experience. It's not like this is the first technical pause on land that they've ever had to sit through and endure. So I don't think it's going to be too uncomfortable for them, or certainly not unfamiliar territory. That would be an interesting fact. How many minutes of technical pause do you think Canadian has sat through in his career?
A lot of technical pauses this game.
Fun.
I feel like there's
I don't
something
think
wrong
there's a
with
world
like
in which you could actually
something here.
calculate that.
Because it's
But
like
it
the
could be
same
after
guy
what
has
you
been
have to-
they've
you
been
would
stopping
have to
with
watch his
for
entire
technical
career.
pauses.
But if
You should to watch way back. Let's suggest you used to joke about how are the wifing kids, and now how there's actually wifing kids. Yep,
and then multiply
pretty
it
much, man.
and pull something
It is
out
pretty
in a
crazy.
range.
Yeah.
It is pretty
Definitely
crazy.
Hours upon hours. So, 10 plus, 20 plus, 100 plus, I don't know. Unfortunately, this is taking a little longer than
Playing rock,
we hoped
paper.
for.
Did
so
he
we will
flick
be
him
heading
off
to a
when they
short
were
break.
doing
When we
rock,
do
paper,
return,
scissors?
it will
Is
be
that what he
the
just
last
did?
of Shopify Rebellion versus Elula Club.
Dude. What kind of stuff do I print? Random things or actual useful stuff? Both. Mostly I print more like useful items, honestly. Sometimes I print toys for my kids and stuff like that too. But like this is what I'm in the middle of printing right now. Basically it's a drawer system. So I have a bunch of like bolts, screws, nuts, washers, like all that kind of stuff, right? So pretty much this system that I'm printing, they actually interconnect with each other and it's modular. You can make as little or as many as you like. And, that's what I'm printing right now. What film is that? Looks like shit. It's some gray Pet G. Histy's favorite. Loves gray Pet G. That is his absolute favorite. Histy, how mad would you be? How mad would you be, Pisty, if I just, with like the credits that Bamboo Labs gave me, if I just bought like 30 rolls of Gray Pet G? Listen, you could do a lot of really functional prints, okay? I have to commit. Believe it or not, I only have like 3 rolls of the Gray Pet G left. That's it. Hopefully they stop making them. Gray Pet G will probably be the last thing to ever get stopped in terms of getting production. I do love 3D printing too, dude. How many printers do you have, Pisty? I think you still have more than me, don't you? I have 3 now. I think mine are nicer than yours, though, okay? I've got that over you. This Mazen guy said you're a shit streamer and told the other viewers that you can't play. I'd ban him. Okay. Probably a blatant lie from Pisty. What's new? What's new? Listen, I know that Pisty's always full of shit, Mazen. Don't worry. I'm early, Cal. I'm always early, dude. Is 3D printing really expensive? The technology gotten better to make it cheaper? It is way cheaper now, yeah. I mean, 3D printing is very affordable. I mean, don't get me wrong, the printers that I have are really expensive, but you don't have to spend that much. I mean, both Bamboo Labs and Creality, and like other brands as well, they have printers that are around like $200-300 that you can print pretty much anything that I could print. with my more expensive printers. The differences that you get when you get a more expensive printer is you get speed and like it's enclosed. It will have like a better quality print a little bit too when you use a more expensive one. Like abilities to print like more, you know, different types, even types of filament. I mean, sometimes some of them don't have like they have different ends, but like honestly, like there's a lot of really basic printers these days that do very well. George is old and believes anything. False. I'm old, so I actually think everything is a scam. What's the high-end price look like? You're assuming multiple thousands of dollars. I mean, I have like the most expensive printer that Bamboo Labs makes, and I think it's like, depending on the setup, you get like 2,000 to 3,000. And then the most expensive one Creality makes is probably around like maybe 2,000, give or take, like around there. I have that one as well. There are some other brands, like you can print like metal. So like you can print metal. Those are really expensive. Like some of the metal printers are like $5,000. I think they start at $5,000.
Play is in our DNA.
So
whenever we let it out.
But like I said, you can get a really good 3D printer for probably like $200, $300, $400, like in that range, maybe. For sure, like in that range.
Supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there.
Yeah, printing metal is cool.
Every clutch.
Is the audio choppy? Maybe my capture card might be messing up.
Now, the proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the
One thing you don't like about Bamboo Lab is they're really big on space for it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean that's just any big printer.
Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
He's been watching you since before 2010. Imagine wasting so much time of your life. Listen, you know, honestly, I think he's a saint for putting up with you for that long. That's a long time, dude. So what is WeBook? Is WeBook like they do like what, tournament organizing or something? Okay, they set them up. They're like a host maybe? Okay. Honestly, Mazen, you're a saint for putting up with Pisty all this time.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
You know me from Pisty. Ah, okay. Tag team on one of your VIPs. Dude. Honestly, I don't even know why I have you as a... You have VIP so you can just troll me an unlimited amount. You're promoting me like you're promoting hashtag visit Oman. Dude, I'm told you, I'm gonna move to Oman at this point. Done, Ace. I don't know, dude. Omana's sounding good these days. Dude, chat. Listen, I jokingly texted Pisty because I had an $1,100 electric bill last month because it was like pretty hot here, and I was joking because Pisty, it's obviously hotter where Pisty lives, and Pisty's electric bill is like $20 a month. Actually, it's every like 40 days. It's $20. He doesn't even have a monthly, and obviously it's hotter there. Still can't believe you paid $1,100. I mean, what am I gonna do? I mean, if you don't pay it, they just shut off your electricity. So we only have Pisty. We only have one electrical provider here. That's it. Have I tried 3D printing a pair of shoes? I have not. I have TPU. I have enough that I could. By the way, Pisty, did you ever print? Pisty did. He printed like a sandal, I think. Did that ever come out right? I remember it was fucking up a lot. Yours is like $75. I don't know, dude. Yeah, but printing such a long print in TPU is so risky. I think I told you what happened with the TPU that I got, right? I think I bought like 5 kilograms of TPU, and it was already pretty cheap. Like, I want to say it was around $10 a kilogram. And dude, they just out of the blues that the first one didn't come in. Like, it got lost in the mail. And they sent me a replacement 5 kilograms. Okay. Then the original one came in like 2 weeks later. I don't know how it ended up coming to me eventually. So I messaged them and they're like, "Oh, you could just keep it. It's fine." So now I have like 10 kilograms of TPU. Yours is $40 a month in New York. Dude, how are you guys using air conditioning? Like everywhere, everyone around, like every at least in our area, a normal electric bill like mine's probably like exceptionally high because I like work from home or whatever and stuff like that. And I have a big house. We use and my kids are home most of the day and napping, so we keep like there's a lot of air conditioning running through the whole house, right? Splenic, thank you for the trim sub, very much appreciated. They keep jacking up our electrical rates too here like crazy. That's part of it. But dude, like cheapest electrical bills here are still probably $200-300 a month. It's crazy. Well, I live in Detroit, so like we have cooler weather than New York. But then in the winter, the difference is that you get like you get a gas bill that's just as expensive. So Pissy, you know Valentino well. It seems like his PC is the one that's having all the issues. Or whatever. He's having some type of issues, right? Would he tilt off of that? Imagine paying for a lot for gas. Well, this is natural gas. This is for heating. This is for natural gas. We also, I think I pay like over $5 a gallon right now for, I mean, I have to have premium. Yeah, natural gas is probably just as cheap. Let's see. So if it's at Costco today, if I go to Costco to get gas, it is $5.40 for me to get gas per gallon. $5.40. And remember, Costco is like a good, whatever, 30, 40 cents less per gallon than anywhere else. So gas here for premium is like almost $6 a gallon. So ours is 93 octane. That's what premium is here.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there.
62 cents a liter.
Every clutch, every respawn.
Let's see.
We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage.
Okay.
Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Why is this messing up? I don't know why Google is just like not working. Like what? Okay. Okay, it's like $2.35 a gallon. Okay, oh, you did it at the same time. That's crazy, dude. Is that for 93 octane, Pisty? Or like 91 or 87 or like... That's nuts, dude. That's what I said, bro. I'm gonna move to Oman. I'm moving to Oman, baby. Chat, in Oman, their electricity is 1 cent per kilowatt hour. Yes, you heard me correctly. 1 cent. So for context, where I live, it is, I think like, I think it's like 20. I think it's like 20 cents per kilowatt hour or something here, or 18. And then there's peak times where it's like 30, which is every day from like, I don't know, like 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Car do I have? I have a pickup truck, and I have it's a GMC Sierra, and I have an Escalade, the new one. Affordable magnetic keyboard, Corsair. I don't know how affordable they are, but I like their stuff a lot, at least. You know what's so crazy, dude? I always read about how people don't... Pisty is bullying people, yeah. That's not even the price of natural gas, hold on. I wouldn't even be surprised if you guys just get, like... Ban this guy, too. Listen, Pisty, there's a saying, right? If one person's an asshole, okay, maybe that guy's just an asshole. But if everybody's an asshole, maybe you're the asshole. Go on, Red Mocha. Might run some Siege today. Maybe after, I don't know. We'll see. You can't find the price of natural gas anywhere online. That is one thing here that we have like reasonable pricing-ish on. Like our electrical rates are psychotic here. I mean, it's not as bad as like California, I guess, but yeah. Our natural gas is not terrible, but we use a lot of it because it gets so cold here. For like, dude, like my combined electric and gas bill is always like $1,000 a month in the winter, like in like January and February for sure.
It's been one of the more long-winded pauses, but it seems as if we're moments away from getting back into the game. I saw the fact that it was no referees. I got word in my ear.
Yours is like $500 a month for natural gas.
I mean, we've got 2 referees.
Yeah, bro, it's.
I really hope this is going to get sorted. I do apologize.
I mean, I don't know.
Of course,
yeah.
There's been
At this point, I'm like used to
that's
it.
been plaguing this match, and it's actually been,
Let's see.
Watching the
I'll tell you exactly because I have like that app or whatever. I can see my old bills.
Tried to replicate the issue, and
You don't think Valentino will be tilted?
but
Okay.
hopefully
Oh
we
my
can get back
god,
on the way
bro.
very shortly. Shopify Rebellion have been sitting, waiting.
Oh, maybe it'll work.
Yeah, only 3
Oh,
rounds
okay.
played for a match that, for all intents and purposes, should be done by now.
Yes, could have been done. And
There's been a
regardless
lot
the
of tech
victor,
pauses this
it's been
game,
that
a
much of an
lot.
extended pause. Yeah, not entirely sure what has taken place. Seems to be something audio related. We had a look across, and both players were. It seemed like they were in a lobby trying to replicate.
What's on B Montana?
No word as to what exactly that may have
Let's see.
been,
I'll
but
tell you in a
unfortunately,
sec.
it
It's
doesn't
making
seem
me
like
log
it
back
has
in.
been fully resolved, and thus the pause shall
Okay,
continue.
let's see.
Yeah, so
My bill.
a little bit more into what you're talking about. 2 players
Payment
leave
history.
the lobby for
Okay.
the club. It seems from what we
So
can
in the
tell, they then
winter,
joined a different lobby to see what they
my
can
gas
do
bill
to
by
fix the
itself
problem and
was
replicate it.
$800 roughly
Sorted that out. I
for
did
like
just see a
January,
thumbs up,
February, March.
thumbs up going around from the referee.
Just
all
those
the
3
players,
months
and with
though.
that, I think we will be getting underway here
And
very,
then
very
like
shortly. Again, 2-1
April was
lead
like
for Shopify
450.
Rebellion on Cafe. We just
December it
secured
was
the
like
bans,
400, not even
and then
400, it was
went
like
into the throttle. So the
350.
bans, that we did get to see
And
after 3
then-
rounds were the Solid Snake and the
Yeah, so
Ruby.
it's probably even
The
more,
next
dude.
site choice will be
Let's
Firebase
see.
and Mining.
My gas
We
bill
are
in the
underway
summer
with
is like
all
60
round.
bucks a month.
Thanks
It's
to
not
everyone for tuning
expensive.
in and
It's just
staying
the
with us,
stove,
and we can
really.
now get back into Cafe.
That's the only thing. Or we have like we have a
Send out the message to
Blackstone.
the B stream. It's time to come back
So
to
let's
the A
see.
stream. I've heard that the
In
matchup over on
oh
the
wow,
secondary stream
okay, never
between
mind.
Chiefs
Dude, my
and
electric bill
Tyloo
was still like
developed
$500-600 a
into
month
potentially
in January,
very
February,
interesting
March.
game with Tyloo actually currently in the lead at the halftime break.
It seems like Chiefs actually just won around from what I can see from Nate's
So-
body language, so that one might end up being a little closer
There you
than
go.
expected. As for this one, well, pretty much we reset now.
So I guess actually I'm technically saving money right now, even though my electric bill is $1,100 a month. Winter's worse because it's like, you know, your electric bill is like $500-600 and you have an $800 gas bill. But then it's like it's like 6 months of the year you pay a lot here for utilities, but the other 6 months you pay like maybe a few $100s because it's pretty good. Like we have good weather. Like spring and fall here, you don't really run your like heating and cooling very much. Like pretty much not at all.
2 of those from Ambi, 1 from Spoit. The 1 round win for Alula Club was on Kitchen. We will be going mining for the first time.
We actually get to watch Siege, chat. Let's go.
Well, let's see then if Alula Club have fight in them for the remainder of this first half, or whether or not Shopify Rebellion can spring back into action with the expected form. Early Nitro
How is he alive?
unsuccessful, still
Dude, what the
one
hell?
for the pulse.
Ambi has plot armor.
Again, resuming that
Where you live, the average rent for a 1-bedroom apartment is 116% of the average net salary. Damn. What's on Sinful?
the comp from Rebellion.
You have a 2-bedroom house that you're renting to own. You're hoping to turn it into an Airbnb when you're done with it. Nice. I got I don't know. Our utilities, like it's I mean everybody always probably hates their power company and stuff like that, but we have like literally one of the worst. It sucks.
It's a reading hold. Crazy will get the information and quite a lot of
One
it on
of the
pulse.
worst. They are
Valentino is
actually
right back to
ass.
Sol. A little bit of damage onto Ambi towards Cocktail. Damage onto Canadian. He just walked up to the doorway. Wasn't expecting maybe the double stack as Joza gets the kill. Again, equals things up. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, very intriguing round developing here for the 4th. Signs of life for Alula Club. Can Shopify Rebellion, though, on attack. Shows some good initiative here. Final minute of the round. Diffuser still needing to be collected. Vert established by Rexon, exposing into sight. Can he pluck a kill? Feet spotted, but the kill doesn't follow. An opportunity to reposition here for the defense.
I think if you're Alula Club, you're happy with this. Now 3v3, 40 seconds left. Yes, Shopify Rebellion get a bit of top floor power play with the Rex and Sledge. Crazy, though, can get quite a lot of information still remaining in this round on the pulse. Couple that with Bazooka, too, on the Solar, so intel's not going to be terribly difficult to gather here for Alula Club, but they do lose Bazooka. Rexon from above. With the floorboards opened up, the pressure mounting, he finds the kill.
All of the pressure here, literally all of it is on Shopify, and it is a best of one. Like, Shopify should win this, but you know, there's always a chance, man.
Crazy losing his life to Spoit, and Shopify Rebellion win arguably the closest round that we've seen between these two teams and go 3-1 up.
Yeah, a really good way in which they've been able to problem solve and break down the remainder of that round. Some good discipline from Shopify Rebellion. I think credit to Rexon in particular, the amount of value that he got individually from the sledge late, from the Verdant, flushing out the defense, clearing, reading, plucked a kill, and then gave his team the advantage to play into for the plant. Some good coverage there of that particular plant attempt.
Yeah, my wife made me food, I think. I'm actually still hungry, dude. I had that little ramen bowl thing, but I'm still hungry.
Well, in one of the more close rounds, Shopify Rebellion still just having the experience. In a 3 versus 3, they had the top floor. They were able to utilize the sledge, and from there, that really got them into a round-winning position. Well played for the North American club. 4 straight rounds, though. Opening kills. That's been quite the concern if you're Alula Club on Cafe defense, where you're just never really in an advantageous position early. MP is just doing whatever he wants.
They've been fighting from behind over the course of every single round so far, and while they were able to pluck a singular back in the second round thanks to a really nice multi courtesy of Mhago, outside of that, it hasn't really been all that promising for them, with Shopify Rebellion being able to flex their muscles largely over the course of this opening map of their EWC 26 campaign.
Well, it's funny I say that round that we just played was the closest we've had so far. 4 alive, 4 alive, and 4 alive, then 3 alive. So indeed I was correct, but it highlights we haven't really seen closeness within the rounds at the moment, which is a big benefit for Shopify Rebellion. They're dominating in the opening kills. 2 plants as well within the 4 rounds played, so going at a 50% rate. That's incredibly high. Double multi-kill rounds from Rexon and Ambi. Okay. So statistically right now, this first half has been largely dominated by Shopify Rebellion. 2 rounds to be played, and 2 opportunities for Alula Club to get some more rounds on the board. But already noticing the gulf.
Do you guys think the TCSG gets a nerf?
Between these 2 clubs. As
I feel like the TCSG is like I don't know. It's always been good, of course, but I feel like it's getting like people are starting to complain about it a lot. I don't really have a lot of problems with it, frankly, but the TCSG, that's the one like the Cade shotgun. That's like basically a DMR.
And he's just straight away into the site. Got the free kill onto Valentino. Jugger payload doesn't connect. Just so much pressure. Mhaga never getting out of there alive, whether it was going to be from the flames or the bullets. In the end, it will be a combination of both. Jose to push down from red stairs. Missing quite a lot of information from those ROUs. Canadian does eventually fall to Crazy. Big battle to be won. Surfer finds a way to hit the headshot. The spray controlled nicely. Ended up getting rid of the Fenrir. Allows Spoit now the entry through Small Bake and leaves Crazy by himself. Again, another very one-sided round. And this again in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Crazy will enter the Jugger payload, but while doing so, the plant will be successful.
You think it's fine? You hate dying to it? I don't think it's too bad. I know they're going to have an update with DMRs. So I wonder if the TCSG will be included in that. In the DMR nerf, right? Because, you know, they said that they're going to nerf DMRs, right? Down the line at some point.
Presented by that defensive structure.
You're gonna mute me and continue editing, and know you'll miss me. I'll just send you pictures of my new printer.
Adding to a collection of rounds.
Yeah, on my new printer setup, by the way, Pisty, I have the Bamboo Labs printer and the Creality printer on top of that, on top of a table, and then below it I have my old printer, which I know you love my old printer. I know that you know it's your favorite. He's gonna fix the door closed in a few days when the glass comes in. Okay. Listen. listen, buddy. You guys have FedEx there, okay? We'll send over some of these American FedEx delivery drivers, and they'll fuck your shit up, okay?
And that's the disappointing factor for another club. Now down 4-1.
They will fuck your shit up.
6 for Rex, 6 for Ambi.
Dude, they will literally destroy your shit. You'll never have an item come in again that's in one piece.
I think so far it's fair to say that this is.
I think like the person who breaks the least amount of items at FedEx like has to buy everybody beers or something. Like it must be, dude.
In the second half, it could potentially be that dynamic where it's a little more attacker-sided, pending ban.
There's just no statistic that I look at though and say, yeah, I mean this is where it can change.
It's certainly a glass half full perspective.
This has been very, very dominant from Shopify Rebellion. And so therefore, if it is to change, right? Because you're never going to say 100% certainty this game's done or whatever. You don't want to ever do that. It's still a whole second.
Dude, speaking of cars, by the way, too, it is actually so crazy to me. It's mostly just Reddit that doesn't get this. But, like, for some reason, like, if you guys have ever watched, like, if you've ever been on, like, the cars subreddit and stuff like that, they have no idea, like, not all of them, of course, but they have no idea why somebody would buy a pickup truck that doesn't need it for work. Right? But as someone who has a pickup truck and doesn't need it for work, they're fucking awesome, dude.
KingGeorge looks competitive against MRBL Lows, but then unfortunately...
Pickup trucks are great. And like, you know, granted, I don't, you know, every time I'm driving around, I have something in the bed of the truck. But like, I think the big thing that people don't get about pickup trucks, like one of the nicest things, there's a lot of nice things, but one of the nicest things is if you have to move something that's either really big or really dirty, right? So pretty much if you own a house, you're going to do this fairly often, like, you know, a decent amount. You have the pickup truck bed, which separates it away from the rest of your stuff, right? Like you could maybe do it in a car or another truck or something, but the ability to just throw it in the bed is so nice, and then you just hose out the bed when it's done.
He needs the ace. He's already got 3 kills this round, 2 remaining in Surf and Spoit. Now the unfortunate thing is there's still a minute. If there was only 20 or 30 seconds left, I actually wouldn't mind his position here in the 1 versus 2, but with so much time for Shopify Rebellion to just work their way through this, you've still got a frag grenade, you've still got 2 Candelas, so you've got some utility. You may even have drones.
I think that trucks, a lot of them eat gas. I mean, they're honestly not that bad on gas mileage anymore. That's the other thing too. And also, these are the same people that would be like super all about somebody getting like a sports car that gets horrible gas mileage, you know? That's what's super weird.
5-1-1 in favor of Shopify Rebellion. Very, very dominant. We expected it, and that is exactly what we received. Their attack was way too good. Flawless from the opening kill department.
Your dad has a truck and you never realize how good having one is until you actually use the bed? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, okay, I will tell you why people who are not, like, they don't need a pickup truck for work buy a pickup truck, okay? These are, like, some of the main reasons, okay? One is, okay, this is going to be specifically probably if you're either in a suburban or rural area. If you're in a city, you probably wouldn't want a truck, right? The size of the vehicle is not a problem at all. In fact, it's kind of nice. You get good ride height, good visibility when you're driving around. All of the parking spots and roads and stuff like that are very easy to drive a pickup truck around, a full-size truck, and it's no problem at all whatsoever, right?
Again, though, as we discussed, given the nature of
you know, if you're living in that type of environment as well too, right, like a suburban or rural environment, you're probably, maybe not all the time, but enough where it's more annoying to rent a truck. Like renting a truck would be, you probably use it too much to rent a truck necessarily, but not enough to, you know, where you end up like buying one instead, right? Maybe you're not using trailers all the time, but like being able to put stuff in the back of your truck, like as an example, I buy a half a cow every like 8-9 months. Maybe sometimes even every 6 months, I buy a half a cow, right?
customary.
So, you know, I throw the cow. It's obviously cut up, butchered. It's in all its individual pieces. It's frozen too, but the bags still always have like a little bit of blood on them. Yeah, they're not perfect, right? They're in a processing facility. So, you know, if there's any pieces of meat that get stuck to the bag or whatever, dude, that shit would reek. Imagine if you had raw meat in the back of your car, right? Because there was like some beef on a bag or something that you didn't see, or some blood or whatever. Dude, I've had that happen a few times when I pick up meat. It's not a big deal when you have a pickup truck. You take a hose and you hose the back of the bed out. You know what I'm saying? I pick up mulch, flowers, dirt, sand, wood, all that kind of stuff. Could you fit it in a car? Yeah, but it would get your car dirty, or you'd have to like line it or whatever. Whereas once again, you just hose out the bed, right? You know, it snows a lot here. You have four-wheel drive. Trucks have good resale value, right? They're actually pretty nice and luxurious now if you get them loaded up.
I'm not just a support player. I am.
If you have kids, it's actually funny enough. If you have 3 or less kids, the easiest vehicle to put car seats in is definitely a pickup truck. So like we have an Escalade too. That's where all our car seats are, but it's easier in the pickup truck to put the kids in because you have to walk into the 3rd row otherwise. It's even easier than a minivan.
He's not getting the kills because he's got the shield up and pushing and taking.
So
that's just the way.
I mean, those are just some of the reasons. I mean, you can tow stuff too if you want to. I barely tow anything, to be honest. I only tow like maybe once or twice a year maximum. It's not that often. But there's been a bunch of times where I've also gotten stuff too, like either stuff from auctions or different stores or places, because I could go pick it up by myself, right? You know, you get really good deals on stuff. Dude, I bought a bunch of landscaping like stones and stuff like that at the end of last year, I think it was. I don't know. The last year, the year, I think it was last year. And dude, I got them for like 90-something% off. And they're fucking really nice. Like, I redid all the landscaping in my backyard, like all the stonework back there, for 90-something% off. Because it was the end of the year, you had to pick it up in person, there was no delivery. So, you know, I just put it, it took me like two or three trips, I just put all the stone in the back of my truck, and that's it. So 2 blitz shieldos in the stage on screen. I don't know, just stage design, you know? That's it.
You need to play your game back in your system the way that you would typically play this. Don't
That's it, pretty much.
Based on your opposition. And if this is the kind of set play that they're used to employing.
I need a ladder to get my truck. True.
Crazy going all the way up top red stairs. Met by Surf. So far, Surf is just kind of letting the utility do the work at keeping the blitz at bay. And Surf will know full well that it's not going to be just a solo blitz. It should be the double stack top red. Now they lose Rexon. Surf now starting to feel the pressure. He's also wary of getting pinched from Lounge with that window position. Spots left side, but he did get some damage onto Crazy. Knows there indeed is the double stack. Bazooka shot through the wall.
He lived there way too long.
From Alula Club here on this top floor. So far, so good on their attack.
Is the Lula Club from Birmingham? I don't think so.
But they made it work in the end, and it will force aggression.
I think they're a MENA team.
Canadian force back, courtesy of the Lion scan. His position revealed, so can't actively hold the staircase any longer. Spoit may go searching. Ambi's, of course, 2nd floor. Spoit will look to join him. Well, you mentioned before the Canadian strike power might not be the greatest, but he's keeping Shopify Rebellion in this round.
It's usually the way it goes, doesn't it, as a caster? You say one thing and then the opposite happens, and Canadian's going to turn into the top fragger in this 7th round. We'll see if that does eventuate. Still a minute remaining, lots of time for Alula Club. As they get inside of mining, we'll go for the plant. Valentino looking to stick that down. No one outside at the moment. Crazy gets rid of Ambi with a pistol on the blitz. It will be a successful plant. Canadian not opting for the swing. Bazooka was holding the angle. That's exactly why. And while Spoit does get the kill onto Valentino.
Yeah, at least a little bit more competitive. I mean, like I said, I still expect Shopify to win this, but
really solid attacking round.
Like Birmingham in England? I don't think so.
That's why we said.
I mean, I could like look. Let's see. There's always like a little like background thing on the website.
Whilst the 5-1 comeback, especially on attack, is incredibly challenging, especially when you consider the
Alula Club is a Saudi Arabian esports org. Oh, they're a football club.
open to kills.
They
Surf got
compete in the
caught
Saudi
spot.
league,
He
and
was
they have
down
also
there
have an
for the defense,
esports
forced
team
to
as
try to
well,
grasp,
which
but
is
they had
what
the
you
operation
know
to
we're
contain that.
watching.
And in terms of the execution,
So yeah,
the
they're
ability for them to get the
owned
checkpoints
by
done
a
in that
football
round,
club.
yeah, pretty good.
There's winning rounds, but
So they have Valentino is Lebanese, Bazooka is Iraqi, and then GWZH, MHAGR, and Crazy are all from Saudi.
Random chaos siege. And that's the good sign if you're a Lula club.
So I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the Saudi players, but I have seen. I mean, Valentino, I've known been watching him play for a long time, and I've seen Bazooka. So I haven't seen the other 3 players. Not that they're I mean, they look good. They look like good players. Let's see. Where did they play before? I'm gonna look on their Wikipedia really quick.
Easier when you actually do get the advantage to begin with.
So it looks like MHA is like he mostly just plays like Saudi, like E-League, and then Crazy, same thing, Saudi League, MENA League, and then GWZH has only played. So that's why I haven't heard of them. They only play Saudi League and like the MENA League, and they haven't really been like, they've always placed like 2nd or 3rd, which means they haven't made international LAN events, I don't think. They've placed like roughly 2nd, 3rd, 4th. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 2nd, yeah, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. So like, yeah, that's why I haven't heard of them.
Canadian looking to play late game with Yoko's on Echo. I'll be intrigued to see if that has impact towards the tail end of the round. That it means that the longer the round goes on, without the Lula club going for plan or being able to pressure the site, that's going to play further into the hands of the defense naturally.
Yeah, I mean, Valentino's going to be the one to watch here over the next 30 to 40 seconds on that bark. He's going to use that skeleton key, open up the floorboards.
Obviously, Shopify, I know all these guys very well. Canadian's my old teammate, won the Invitational together. Ambi I've known forever, just from like ranked, and now he's a pro player. Rexon, same thing. Surf, same thing. Spoit, same thing. So,
otherwise, you know,
but obviously, I'm rooting for Shopify.
The round for both teams hinges on this VIP clear. Yes. It's critical that a Lula club.
We have a lot of Shopify haters in chat, though. A lot. I don't know why.
He's by himself. Typically, VIP, you can be on this island, but he has someone like Surf that can swing it. And he's also got the Yokai, as we can see on the pit.
I love this lineup from Shopify Rebellion.
Is well protected here. 45 seconds too, and suddenly then also
he's looking at Canadian screen. You can see for the info
from the blitz, a double stack as well. Ambi was ready, a 1-for-1 trade, and Surf though loses out. There's the
see, that's what Canadian does a lot of times that people don't realize. See how he just ran in there and basically just died. They give
Rexon wins the battle though from sight. And suddenly now, 25 seconds, 3v3.
I'm losing my mind.
Critical and pivotal
he's like, he's there just backing him up though, like on like the Echo. Am I going to Japan? I don't know if I get invited. I'll definitely go. I mean, I hope Ubisoft does because I love Japan. I went to Japan like 11 years ago. That's how long it's been. But I hope so. Are you going?
Take match point.
Yeah, really clean work. I really do think that the largest portion of the round was going to hinge on VIP, and whilst it certainly did have impact, it didn't ultimately confirm the round either way. But I think Shopify Rebellion's ability to respond to what happened with this play here, get back to site. Of course, the attack then transitioned first floor. It meant that it took the vert out of play that was previously established. And there just wasn't a ton of time.
But there was also nothing bakery side, nothing red stairs.
It was a little one
and it was a little white stairs and a little brown stairs and one side push. That meant that for players like Canadian, you can play bakery, you can play the Yokais.
Love that little tech as well in that round that you only really typically will see in a LAN environment, right? Ambi was VIP.
Are you gonna go to Japan though, Blinkify?
Next to him being able to look at that yokai information. It's not a case of where you may be playing online and you're getting a verbal call out. He could physically see.
You want to instead you're going to split 2 playoffs in Las Vegas or Apex Legends, the same thing as R6 major, but another reason is because you're going to Brazil for SI. Ooh. I will hopefully be at SI. SI, generally speaking, they pretty much invite me every time. I mean, I can't be certain. You know, you kind of find out if you're going to get invited to this kind of stuff like pretty late. So, you know, we'll see, I guess.
Correct. Again, it's a brutal format here. 8 teams for the play-ins, 2 to qualify then into the group stage. So a reminder, I guess, for Shopify Rebellion fans, win this, you're into the upper bracket final of play-in phase 1 for Group A. Win that, you qualify for play-in phase 2, while you play another team from Group B. Win that, you are into group stage. It's a brutal run. But this is also double elimination for this portion of the play-in. For the loser, which seemingly at the moment is seeming to be Alula Club. We'll play the loser of Chiefs and Tyloo, which seems as if that's still live at the moment on the B stream.
Yeah, last I heard, Tyloo was actually in the lead and Chiefs looking to try and push an overtime. So not quite sure how that's developing currently, but certainly a bit of a closer affair than what we have on our hands here, but that was probably a fair expectation.
Back the whole way.
Heading into the day.
Well, I mean, ours is still
this is match point right now.
And I know they did have some tech issues as well. Rexen finds the opening kill onto Nhaga.
What's that? Paul's feeding him all the info. Canadian again. So do you guys see how Canadian, people always talk that Canadian's so bad. But you see, he got Ambi with that kill with Echo last round. This round he gets Rexen the kill on the jump out with Pulse. Like, this is why he's, you know, still around, man. Because he's probably one of the best supports in the world.
Fair play to Crazy, by the way. Up to 10 kills. Actually will end this match as one of the higher rated players across all 10 inside of the lobby. But Siege, of course, is very much a team game. Solo carries are rare.
Ooh, hang on. Okay, so round not done just yet. Canadian has a little slip up. Bazooka will get the free kill, and we're tied. Evened up for numbers heading into the final minute. Still double Nitrocell available for the defense, but the Blitz available too for Alula Club, and being their best player so far in Crazy. Push up white stairs now from Bazooka and getting the live drone. So some good information, but also good space that's now been taken for the attack.
Can they problem solve their way through this round? Can they try and get Crazy in a position to break some space? And
is the next match going on? Let me check.
Keep in mind, double Nitro still up for the North American roster.
Yes. CAG, Fnatic and Los are playing. That'll be good. Oh no, never mind. That yeah, that's finished. Fnatic, and Los obviously won, and then this next game would be, who would it be? Looks like Shopify Tyloo, probably, and then Alua versus Chiefs.
And unfortunately, with no kit, no time, it will not matter. Bazooka cannot win it as Shopify Rebellion make it a 7-2 victory over the Mena outfit and move a little closer to getting out of play-ins. That's step 1 done.
Yeah, 1 step. Still plenty to go, though, for Shopify Rebellion, but I think they'll walk away pretty happy with how they've played today. A good display, game plan worked, minimized errors, and overall just played a really good brand of Siege that I think is positive for them, especially best of ones, which can be a little volatile, a little bit dangerous. Didn't really look like that for them today.
No, certainly did not. Unfortunate for Alula Club. Some little signs that they were able to do some things nicely. They got 1 defensive round, they got 1 attacking round. Both of those rounds in particular looked strong. But for the most part, they got dominated in the opening kills. 9 rounds played, only got a single opening kill in the entire game. They gave up way too many plants in the opening half, essentially 4 out of 6 rounds. They only got 1 plant themselves. Multi-kills dominated by Shopify Rebellion.
I'm gonna be real, that game was like, kind of sleeper, but at least Shopify won. It went how we expected it.
Will be easier.
You would imagine so. And
yeah, definitely went as expected. No surprises here.
For this event through
well, hopefully I'll see you in Brazil, Blinkify. Hopefully.
For instance, it was a separate MENA qualifier, and so this is always going to be a tough challenge. I think they put in a respectable effort, Rob. They
Oh,
can
you know
take
what I
some
didn't
learning from this.
do?
The fact that
Shoot.
that turnaround is so quick.
I need to still do
so
that. I
brutal.
didn't upload a clip
Even if their next
today
matchup is
to
a
my
little
like
bit
Instagram.
easier,
Yeah, I should probably
Ingame
put one
very
about like all the
confident in
drops
making
and
it out
stuff. That
of
would
this
be
playing phase.
Easier is a very interesting
good.
word to use, isn't it? Because I mean, anything is easier against if you're
Yeah,
going up
that-
against
that-
Shopify
that-
players. It doesn't. It's the problem, isn't it? It doesn't matter which way you look at it. Like we said, Shopify Rebellion were always the favourites in this matchup. They're always the favourite in this entire bracket. For play-ins, it should be them. It should be them dominating. And to be fair, there's
And
not a
probably
single
Loser
category in which
Fnatic.
they didn't. They found their openings. They pushed on.
That's
the side where they
Stevo.
needed to. They, as you mentioned, then.
Listen, Stevo, your hating is already failing. Shopify. Shopify just won.
Half of those rounds because they had it in the bag by about halfway through the round. So I think that when we contextualize this matchup, it's important for the viewers at home to know, whilst yes, Alula Club could potentially go on to do something, it's definitely not going to be against Shopify Rebellion. Sets a really nice tone now as we head into the rest of the day. Shopify are in a really good
You
position.
Mickey
guys.
Mouse
And we
shit.
said
You're just mad.
Literally at the start of this, they had to hit the right note from the beginning.
Yeah, the spicy thing as well is I'm looking over your shoulder and the Chiefs Tyler game is actually still ongoing. So in terms of the forthcoming matchup for Shopify Rebellion, we actually don't quite know yet who that opposition is going to be. And whilst against either team, they're obviously going to be a
Clearly
firm
they're similar
favorite.
quality opponent, right?
Exactly. Like I don't think that teams should be underestimated in this playing.
Anyone
phase
can
in
win a
terms
best of
upset
one.
potential. So for
Okay.
Shopify Rebellion, it's very much.
Do you
going
not
to be a case of
hear
head
the
down.
casters
Let's
or whatever
ensure
analyst
that
desk
we're,
as well? They're
prepped and
literally
ready to go for that
the
upcoming
favorite
matchup
in the
because of
group.
quick turnaround.
Okay. Can you take anything negative away from this for Shopify Rebellion? Because the thing is, right now, this match ended
No,
up
I don't
exactly
think
how
so.
we expected. Do you have any takeaways where you're like, they need to be doing this better? Because
No, I don't
from
think
what
so.
we could see, we were talking about it in the green room, they played a pretty good game of Siege.
Yeah, and I appreciate your point because it's a good way to look at it, even if you're nitpicking.
Yeah.
And I don't even think if you're nitpicking, you can find too many faults in what Shopify Rebellion did this game. Just because they didn't win 7-0 doesn't that's irrelevant. You can't lose a round or two. That's normal. That's going to happen. But the fact that, again, statistically, you play 9 rounds of Siege, you get 8 opening kills. Dominant. Ambi leading in a big facet of that, which was something we spoke about pre-match in terms of his strengths and what he can do. So he followed through on that again. They got the plant meta to go their way. They had multi-kills, but not too many of them, which meant it was still very much team focused. Canadian played a really good game in terms of setting up his opponents, even there in that second half, playing the polls, providing the information, Rex and jump out off that intel, etc. So everything they wanted from that game,
Yeah, KD doesn't mean anything, dude,
really
especially at a
too
pro
frustrated.
level.
The only negative for them was probably sitting around for 20-30 minutes for the tech balls. That was about it.
But that in itself was, I actually think, a pretty positive takeaway, right?
I agree.
There is a world in which a pause that long, which is pretty atypical. I think it ended up being, what, 30 minutes or so.
Yeah,
could have rattled them,
approximately.
could have frustrated them. They could have been upset. They could have lost focus, but they were immediately bang straight on it at the resumption of the match, right? So that's a sign of a team that has a lot of experience, and they are ready to go here at EWC.
Certainly are, and we're ready to go across.
I heard
to an
taking a break
interview
from
with Lax.
Siege.
So
Not
take it
really,
away,
to be
mate.
honest, no.
Thank you, Rob. I'm here with Rexing. Congratulations on the 7-2 victory. I mean, you guys made it practically flawless on your guys' starting half, going 5-1. You ended on that 7-2. How are you guys feeling going into the rest of the series?
I mean, we feel pretty good just coming here and play our game. So excited with the first one that we had. There's no land jitters.
I was going to say, obviously, we know best of ones typically aren't SR's forte, but you do get it done. You do set yourself up to be one step closer to getting into that group stage. You now find yourself in best of threes. Is there going to be anything different that we're going to be expecting from this SR from the original NAL stage coming into EWC?
I mean, obviously after SSC, we had a bit of a hiccup. But I mean, it's really mostly like focusing on ourselves. Like, best of ones typically aren't our thing, but we're just going to lock in, play our game. That's really all we're worried about. So good first start. I think we'll be a 3 later today. And yeah, that's really all I look forward to.
And even for yourself, we didn't get to highlight you too much throughout the NAL stage. I've talked about your role. You kind of have to bite the bullet. You got to play the roles and the supportive roles, that help facilitate the rounds. Are you finding, the success, especially in this game yourself, kind of boosts your morale going in through the rest of this series?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have role players at the end of the day, and I'm confident my teammates do their job. So
I
if they
grab
need
my
something,
food.
Hold a rappel, hold a drone, flank watch. I don't mind doing it. At the end of the day,
Be right back.
I know I'm good. If I need to do something, I can. So it's just, I just said, you have to have your role players, and yeah, just not really much to say about it.
Absolutely. Just one last thing. This is kind of looking a little into the future here. You guys were 1 game away last year at EWC from making it to the main stage. What's going to be the difference maker this time around coming into this year's EWC?
I think most of the time, or at least with most teams, I think, like the upper echelon, like the really good team, it's just mental and just showing up that day. So as long as you keep a level head, just play how we know we can play, we're fine. As you saw in like SLC, kind of slipped at the end, but I mean, just showing up, you know, worrying about what we're doing, not about what they're doing, and trusting our prep, and that's pretty much it. It's default as that.
All right, well, sounds good. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in the rest of your series. That's it for us here on the floor. I'm going to send you guys back to our studio.
Tell you what, it's really good to have a pro player do the interviews because you actually get questions that can be a little more harder hitting than, say, if I was up there, Jake. I think we'd be in a bit of trouble.
I don't even know what you would be asking, Rob.
How's the morale going? Great, thanks, mate. But I think what the key talking point is, at least from what I took away there, guys, is all around Shopify Rebellion's focus on themselves coming into this. Every time Lax asked the question, Rexon was basically like, look, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to keep it blunt, keep it short. It's about us. It's about us focusing on our game. It's about us continuing on what we were able to do at Salt Lake City and wipe kind of stage one out of their minds.
I mean, naturally in that kind of matchup, though, you're sort of forced to go with that approach, which with such limited data and VODs, etc., on your opposition and going in to a map that you also haven't played in, 3 months, I think it was, you're always going to have to sort of take that approach. I think for me as well, the big takeaway was kind of the idea that selfless siege is really, really important. You need to play your role, not worry about hitting numbers, and that's exactly what Rex did in the match, Canadian did in the match, etc., and then the rest can, you know, find the highlights and get the job done.
I don't know if you want to touch on it, Rob.
Do it, Jay.
We
Do
kind
it,
of just
mate.
looked over your shoulder, and it seems as if on the B stream, Tyloo has come away as the winner against Chiefs, which we would probably consider an upset, but
look, yeah.
We would consider.
I'll be honest. No, I don't think I do.
Really?
I don't think. I think they went in the favourites. I think Tyler went
You
in the
think
favourites.
Tyler went in his favourites?
I do. I mean, when you look at the formats and the way that the two different leagues play, I just had always had Tyloo in the books. Devastated for my own region. But Chiefs, obviously.
I mean, we've got Enterprise.
Correct. We're going to wait for a bit to see them, but that is very true.
I mean, look, we'll focus here, obviously, and I'm sure that there'll be discussion about Tyloo Chiefs later on because it matters. It's in this group. It now means Shopify Rebellion will be playing Tyloo in a best of 3 later today. It also means Alula Club will be playing Chiefs. And I'll segue into that because it's perfect, Rob. It's the best team you could have if you're a Alula Club. Chiefs haven't played internationally until just then as well. So they're both equal in that department. They've both got, you know, players that maybe haven't been at this level and players that have, the likes of Valentino, etc. And so ultimately, that is the best follow-up best of 3 series now for them is Chiefs to stay alive in an elimination game.
Arguably for Chiefs as well.
The EWC script writers have cooked on day one so far. So it's off to a good start.
They have. And to be fair, both games on B stream, 8-6, 8-6. So there's no close games in play, at least
not
on the B stream. Not on the B stream. A stream's a little bit of a different script altogether. And I think looking back on this game, it does just go to show the calm, the composure, the confidence that we're seeing from Shopify Rebellion. We really expected that, but to be able to see it kickstart in match 1, that is probably the most important takeaway we can have from this game, Jake.
Yeah, and I think that now moving forward, I think Blacksing and Rexon spoke about it in the interview. The best of 3s now moving forward, that's going to be a big strength for Shopify Rebellion. I think getting away from the best of 1s is going to be, because we kind of said it pre-match. We were like, well, best of 1s, Shopify Rebellion, done. Away from that and away from any kind of weird upset. I think they'll be very comfortable. They'll be very difficult to beat now, but the reality is the way the format works, even though Shopify Rebellion now moving forward will play Tyloo, as we kind of just alluded to, and they'll be favorites for that. Your next game after that is against a top team from the B group, which could be Fnatic, it could be CAG, it could be MIVR Lows. None of those are a given for a team like Shopify Rebellion. They might be the favorites, but it's not a given.
Look, this is where things get tricky. Double elimination bracket, 2 different groups. You are not focusing on that other group. I know you're probably keeping an eye on it, but you're not focusing on it. When it's a big group,
we
if
can't
it's 8
control
teams,
what's happening in
you
that group.
can't do anything about that. That has to unfold the way it does. And the problem is, with how this schedule works, they can't even watch those games.
And all you can do is focus on yourself. Now, Shopify Rebellion would love to be the top seed from this group, which would mean they would play the 2nd seed from Group B, but who knows what that team's going to be. Could be Fnatic.
I think I'm really intrigued now that we've seen that result. It was close, which means that Chiefs aren't out of the league completely. But I also think from Tyloo's perspective, how long is it going to take for them to get comfortable on land? How long is it going to get... How long will it take the CNL teams in general, guys, to get comfortable at these environments away from their LAN environment that they have at CNL?
I think it's 2-pronged, right? It's about being comfortable in the environment, but also against the quality and the meta of opposition, right? Being exposed to North America, who are in really, really good form, just as an entirety of a region. We saw that at SLC.
Yeah.
So that's going to be quite dangerous for them. I think the one positive that they have, though, and unfortunately Shopify do as well, it's the exposure to best of threes and how well-versed they will be in that format. CNL is quite literally the only region that plays such a massive volume of best of threes. So we'll see if that ends up being a big positive marker for them later today.
Any final thoughts from you, Mr. Jake Xenox and Diddy?
I mean, I think that I'm looking forward to what Tyloo can do in a best of three.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish they weren't playing Shopify Rebellion, who I rate as the best team in the play-ins, because I think, as you're alluding to, when it comes to the CNL teams, their ability to play the best of threes is at a very high level. Great map pools. But you're going against Shopify Rebellion, so it's going to be very difficult ask for Tyloo, but should be a really fun series altogether.
Well, guess what? The best of ones are done and dusted now. We move on to the best of threes, and that's a scary time because things start to open up now. Lower bracket, upper bracket, there's a lot of implications. You won't want to miss this one as we move forward with EWC. We'll be back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go! Tyler Wine, you're done. Raw energy. Half a pop and blow the house down.
He is breakdancing as Rook. Johnny, Derek, thank you very much for the sub. Whoa! Shit. Bastard. I almost spilled food all over the plate. That was almost very bad. That was really close to being bad. Right, let me get some paper towel. I did spill a piece of watermelon. Okay. Oh. Okay, that was almost a disaster. Narrowly avoided it. Okay. The format is confusing. It kind of is. I'm following along enough, but it's an unusual format for sure. He is breakdancing as Rook.
Things are getting very interesting here at EWC, but the best of ones are done and dusted. Now we move forward with best of threes, which is where true teams show their form and show their class. Speaking of class, speaking of form, two teams that we've got going toe-to-toe right now. MIBR loss. I know, boys, don't just forget about it. And Fnatic go head-to-head. And I think that this one, we've had a lot of conversations about this.
CAG70, thank you very much for the sub.
There's been some interesting performances. I don't know how much you guys got to see the B stream before. 286s.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big way to kickstart EWC. James.
Absolutely. For sure. And like you said, we're into the BO3s now, which means that these could be long, drawn-out games. These could be massive runs for MIBR, Los, and Fnatic, who, like, my knowledge, like, I don't think these guys have ever played each other. Certainly not in these current iterations.
Sure.
Obviously, we've seen some pretty significant changes to both of these teams recently. Very notably, Fnatic coming into this stage of the Blast Six ecosystem, they made two very significant roster changes. Citizen joining the team for the first time, and Smith's young gunner. On the flip side, in the MRBOs...
It's not just me.
It's going to get me next. Made in Brazil, Los, of course. New combination of two
When does G2 play?
organizations in the South America region.
You're
They
actually
made
such a
4
hater. It's
roster changes
crazy.
after failing to qualify for the Six Invitational in February. 4 roster changes.
That's a lot.
Hell yeah. And they really immediately rocketed up. You know, kickoff for them was a top 4 performance. They made
I feel like you're mad that
G2
G2's not in here
the major.
because you can't hate.
Some respect, especially now that they're going back-to-back international events. They knocked out NIP. They earned their spot here. However, we know that Brazil as a region, historically the best region in Rainbow Six, but not so recently. NA has overtaken them. Europe might even be able to do the same.
Hopefully, right?
This match is basically live. Is the next one live yet or no?
I forget who I'm sandwiched by. Okay, 2 Apex shields over
It's an
here.
APAC and EU sandwich over here.
I mean, I see Hawks in the background as well, right? A player, I was going to say, a coach with so much experience as well.
Yeah, whatever. We'll watch this one for now.
Oh, yeah.
With Elevate.
Stint on Elevate. Yeah, that was a short-lived story there. And I think it's very important that when you get these new rosters in Brazil or any region for that matter, that you have a solid foundation. Either your support staff, your management staff, someone who knows the inner workings of a successful
That's
team.
true. It would have been better if they got bounced by an
Hawks
APAC team
he
while
hasn't
Ship
been
Lane
able
goes.
for that. So
Okay.
racing these, those younger-ish players that are not, you know,
They're not going to
star
get bounced by an
players just
APAC
yet, and
team.
help mold them into
Okay.
that kind of performance.
I don't know. Then again, they did lose to
Back at,
Fnatic,
I guess
so.
both of these teams' opening performances, right? I think that I probably look to the Fnatic because obviously you fortunately got to cover the Fnatic matchup. CAG by Varel still looked pretty good, James, but I think that ultimately we were saying it's the 1%ers that keep changing that discussion, and I think Fnatic at the moment, they do look pretty good, pretty comfortable going into this one.
100%. I mean, Fnatic have a good big
Fnatic
picture
is
idea of how to play the
pretty
game. They have so
bad.
much experience. I think they finally got a handle of playing in the
I mean, they
current
looked a
meta,
little
which is
bit better in
more
this,
chaotic
you know,
than,
today, but
for
I mean, they're
example, the
playing
previous
CAG,
iterations of this
so
roster where
and
in
barely
Valor, when
winning.
Deepak won the major, the meta was
very different.
Yeah,
a lot less chaotic back in 2022. They've got new talent,
Kinda rough.
solid players, very fiery players like Citizen on their team. They're looking like they have a much more decent handle on how to play the big picture of the game. And when it comes down to the micro, as you said, also Deadshot finding kills, like 5 opening kills in a row to close out that bank game against CAG, one of the most aggressive and mechanically talented teams in the world. That really speaks volumes about what this Fnatic team is capable of. I think they came to this tournament modest
Big
expectations,
Citizen.
but high
I mean, he's always been a good player, but
deal some damage.
If we flip the conversation
Oh.
a little bit here and look into the opening match against KZ for MIBR Los, I feel as though
I mean, I don't know how true it is, but I've always heard he's like not
now there's obviously
a good
discussions going on
teammate
in
and
the
stuff.
room, and we always try
And he's
to
like
keep it as
toxic.
friendly as we can. But one of the
But
big
I
questions
mean, I don't know.
was why are you taking
I have
KZ
nothing to confirm that,
who
just
not
you know,
being
rumors of what people
when
say,
they've
of
played it
course.
12 times in the past like 2 months. It was a very well-known entity, and I think
I want to say I
the
played
first
ranked
4
with them
five
before, and it
rounds,
was
I
chill.
talking to both of you about this, but Nick, they started KZ, the CNL team started out on fire. There was like 3 flawless rounds. They looked really good, but then once MIBR kind of got their claws into that matchup, they just took over and took control of the match.
And that's probably the one weakness that I think that CNL will have over any other region, is that they don't have as much depth just yet, right? If you look at them domestically, they play a freak ton of Nighthaven and a freak ton of Clubhouse. They have a lot of maps where they haven't played a lot domestically. And secondly, the strategy they do have probably a bit more linear because they're newer to the region.
The thing about Siege these days, right? You've got attacker repick. We have so many operators.
I'm
with some
surprised you'd be
maps on the
toxic
board
to
at
if
the
you'd eat
moment.
beans and
You
toast.
can have a really good strat. You can have a really good setup. You can be really good at one specific thing. Doesn't matter how good it is. You cannot win it 7 times for 7 rounds in one game. Like, this game just doesn't work like
Beans
that.
and toast,
now we're
bruv.
into the best of 3s, which means it's even more so the case. We've had our opening games. Now we're into the winners matches here. Of course, here in Group A, this is going to be not what we're casting today here on the A stream.
This is what's happening across on the other. Yeah, this is the B stream matchup that we're looking at in the upper bracket that we were kind of alluding to, the fact that there are still 4 best of 3s left in today, 2 on the A, 2 on the B.
Well, yes, so we were watching them. Okay, we're watching backstage like 5 minutes ago, and we were fighting. You know, we're like, dude, they can do it overtime against Tyloo. Maybe the Chiefs, they got it. APAC, O's, no. CNL is better. CNL is what APAC could never be, apparently, James. That's what everyone is saying.
Okay, so
Both APAC teams here in the play-ins are down
Today-
in the lower bracket, and these matches in Group B, this is what's going to be playing out.
Oh, so this is
like
for the
that.
Group B
So
thing.
we're doing Fnatic MIBR lows over on the B stream. CAG by Varel on their last legs against KZ.
I mean, I think Los wins this match. I mean, I need to, you know, can't be for sure, but Los probably wins this one, I would think.
A lot of expectations
On paper,
their
at least.
shoulders coming into the EWC.
I think if you looked at KZ at the moment with where they're at and what they did against MIBR, again, it's really difficult because a lot of the APAC teams start in the first half really strong, and then they slowly dwindle out. And I hope we don't see that for the CNL team, but I do feel as though in that matchup in particular, I do favor KZ. I think that CAG by Varel, yeah, look, I think, Nick, I understand that. I also
bro,
have
I feel like Los is fine.
Tyloo beating Chiefs as well. I feel as though it's a slippery slope right now in APAC, and they need to, as we were saying before, they need to get their claws into this matchup.
So, mate, when did you become a trader? At what point in your career did you become an APAC hater?
You love Chiefs.
Well, been running all of the APL stuff we've been doing the broadcast from back home in Australia. You know, you brought us
The,
on.
I don't know.
Denmark.
We've been seeing Chiefs. They made an
Us
upset
Citizen
in the
just ruined
APL.
more dreams
and
today.
They earned that second spot to
Come
be
on,
here.
bro.
They did. And
When did you decide to sell out?
I will sell out for CNL every day of the week. I will 100% do it. I think right now, the unknown entity that is CNL, the fact they're on LAN, the fact it's continuous best of threes, that for me excites me because it's going to give us something, James, that we have wished for my entire career in Siege. A LAN in APAC that is consistent. And that's what I'm excited for CNL. What can these teams do? How can they continue to snowball forward? But keeping it more relevant, keeping it more topical, this matchup right now, Fnatic, MIBRLOS, upper bracket.
I'm just looking at all the
The winner of
schedules and
this,
stuff.
They qualify through to what is phase 2 of the play-ins, right?
One
So this
step
is
closer.
a massive, massive game for both of these teams. I think what I'll do is I'm going to throw this up in the air. I'm just going to say, what side are you going for? Who do you actually think has the better chance?
I grabbed him.
Resident Europe shill over here.
I'm gonna go
reporting for
Fnatic.
duty.
My boy Ben, Citizen. I call that because we're close like that, right? I'm like, and you have to take lows, of course. That's how
I
it
will.
goes.
Look,
You gotta go on the other.
we've been talking about this for a while on our broadcast, but eu aprender de português.
What's on, Desi?
I'm
What's your predictions up?
I'm doing my best to learn. We have some Brazilian staff here who have been helping me practice, but admittedly, I have a very long way to go.
We were watching and commentating Brazil dominate for so long, and we kept saying, I wish we understood what they were saying in the tactical timeouts. And you took it upon yourself to learn a bit of it, to be our inside man.
I'm working on it.
What is FaZe talking about? What is MIBRLOS
Oh, yeah,
about? How do they
predictions,
find
too.
success time and time again from this region, James?
We'll see. We will see. But it is early days in this best of 3, Nick. Of course, we're getting into Fortress, which is our first map here in the BO3 Cafe. Up next, Clubhouse. Should we need it to cap things off? Fnatic starting on that attacking side. We saw them looking pretty comfortable on the attack of Bank earlier today. But Fortress is a whole nother ballgame.
All right, get your
Another,
predictions in. There we go.
Monty ban as well from MIBR. CG did the same thing. There's a target ban on towards Smith, who will find the Blitz or the Black Pit, this time Blitz instead. Blitz and Fuse on Bank, of course, as well. I am a little bit curious, though, actually, if playing Fortress is going to favor MIBRLOS in the bigger picture. Because I'm just thinking here, right? Citizen, Ben, pretty verbal player. He's also, you know, juggling ideas, trying to IGL, helping his team forward. This is the newest map in the pool. Citizen is far less experienced.
Dude, I just
on this
realized
map so
Citizen's
far.
arms
So
are
making it a
so
little
far
bit less,
apart when he's playing.
I
Look at
guess,
that.
knowledge to help his team forward. So I'm actually going to be looking even more right now on players like Smith on the Blitz, on the shields. That
This is
help
the
them
angle of the
take control
camera.
in space, and also players like Deadshot who can be super lethal on the entries, or even Wizard for that matter, because they were sharp earlier up against
Bro has a
CG.
wide stance.
Very much. Now, MIBRLOS, a relatively new team in that they had that massive reconstruction where they brought in 4 new players after failing to qualify for the 6 Invitational in February. But they still have a lot of talent. Players like Perez.
Smith is like in the monitor.
Of course,
I always find it funny how like some people play super close to the monitor, some people play super far.
But have a look at that. I mentioned their names, and immediately 2 players will fall for MIBRLOS. Fnatic have come to play today. Big kill from Smith. It's a flawless start for Fnatic. Europeans flying into the server on their map pick of Fortress. They've made a statement.
We do a bit of gap finding, we do a bit of split theory, attack from all different avenues. Smith on the Blitz, solo injured, backstab finds on the final 2 kills. Deepik as the building finds a kill as well. Just really good stuff right there from Fnatic. Not showing their cards early, doing like, oh guys, full map clear, we're gonna drop tower, slowly work towards games, clear the shield, step by step. No, they just simply work the middle of the building from many different angles and just get the kills instead. And that's honestly also why I love Fortress. It is a map that has a middle of the building. If you're thinking of maps like your Clubhouse, it can be hard to be in the middle of it all. Cafe, hard to be in the middle of it all as well. Skyscraper, back when that was in the mid pool, so hard to be in the
Take
middle
that
of
monitor
it.
out to
You're
dinner.
often ending up doing an overclear from one side, and it's very predictable sort of where you're going to be attacking from, what kind of options you're going to be bringing. Fortress feels very open to me, almost like a Shelly in some ways, and I love that. Fnatic showing that perhaps they do know what they could do on this map because they picked it.
Yeah. Very much so. Fnatic decided to go with this map, though. admittedly, recent history hasn't been phenomenal for them. We saw them play against G2 and VP quite a long time ago. I believe that was in kickoff. They lost both of those games.
This isn't even the main stage or anything. It's just a studio. Look how nice it is.
To VP. Recently, we haven't seen much Fortress out of them. As for Los, we've seen a little bit more. They did play it at the Salt Lake City Major against Weibo, and however they did lose it. Nothing so recent. The most recent result for them was just a month ago. They played
Comparatively, like, don't get me wrong, I like the Salt Lake City Major, but Salt Lake City, they were playing in hotel rooms.
We'll see, of course, early days, not just in the map, but also in the BO3. Looks like it's dorms this time around here for MIBR. After struggling on the primary bomb site, they mix things up.
I think I prefer this bomb site personally. I know, like,
sorry, I just want to get this plate upstairs and get it out of here so I can, like, have my desk space back.
I just feel more comfortable on this side of the map. Like, playing lobby, playing commando, master bedroom, I feel like there's just so many angles you get pressured from, and, like, it's a very open bomb site. Kid Storms, you can close off a lot of those walls mid-round if you need be. You can start in bathroom, fall back, reinforce, fall back from meeting, reinforce again, and just play the layers. Yeah. Something that we saw a lot of actually in APAC from CHE in particular just a few weeks ago.
I think it's a lot easier to roam on the command and master side of the map than it is to roam on the dorm side of the map. So when you anchor dorms, you can actually waste more time on that roam game.
I like that.
But of course, with Fnatic, we've seen in just that first round gone by, sometimes it's not about a slow and methodical roam clear. Sometimes it's about looking for a gap and pouncing. Not a single body has fallen for Fnatic in that first round. This time, however, MIBR have changed things up. A lot of info gathering. I love the pulse pick from Daffo. The mirror as well from Dark is going to be super helpful. Oh, hello, Daffo. Look at this. Nitro Cell. As he jumps outside, tosses it out over, doesn't find its mark, but yeah, really goes to show that they are here to make it. They're here to take the fight to Fnatic.
I quite like this. Fnatic early on the roof, opening windows, applying that phantom fake pressure, and then meanwhile, they just have Smith and Deadshot walking from lobby, taking master bedroom, taking command, and the reason why this is so free is when they're applying that pressure early around the building, all the roamers of MIBR lows kind of fell back, playing much closer to the bomb site, probably fearing a direct attack. So then they say, okay guys, they give up the roam game, let's take it for free, nice and quickly, spare the drones, keep the shield alive. C4 went out, takes a little bit of damage off Smith, but he's doing his job right now. He's got behind him, Citizen finds both players. That's not just a bait play, that is a double injury.
That's your mate with the AK-12. Immediately followed by Wizard getting active.
Another front.
2 rounds deep, and not a single kill found for MIBR. Lost could be back-to-back flawless. This is looking better than ever for Fnatic. 2 in a row. The Europeans doing away so quickly with MIBR Los. It's all up here, says Citizen.
Oh, yeah.
I'm living rent-free in their heads.
I mean, I don't think MIBR have any idea what's going on the server, because I think it was Dash who swung out and was the first casualty in bathroom. He saw there was a soul blitz, C4 went out, did a bit of damage. I'm gonna swing him again. They have no idea how many bodies they're expecting on that roam clear. They thought, okay, it's gonna be a solo blitz like in the very first round, but it wasn't this time. And meanwhile, they also had pressure from outside the building, opening windows, applying pressure on the bomb side and the external wall as well. Again, Fnatic doing a great job of just doing many different things at the same time, keeping MIBR guessing. Despite having a pulse, they had a bit of information to work with, but it didn't look like they knew what was going on. Again, the beauty of a map that actually has external access to important areas of the building. You could do so much, jumping in a window, walking a door towards the bomb site. So much freedom Fortress has to offer.
Let's see now, 3rd round in, MIBR haven't found a single defense as of yet. They chose to start on this defensive side. It's where most teams are more comfortable on Fortress. Both of the top 4 bomb sites bear no fruit for MIBR. So they go downstairs, an opportunity found by Deepak. He saw Perez's head for a brief moment. Pengu, you and I have talked about this at length. Roam clearing the ground floor is very hard from Hamam, but it looks like a quick pace move here from Fnatic. Smith gets active, his flash does not land, he goes straight into the crossfire. However, the trades come through. Fnatic deal a little bit of damage, Though they meet massive resistance here from MIBR. Only Dark is found, and the Brazilians can recompose now. Deadshot is inside the bomb site, and now he is left all alone. R4C in hand, the Swiss find nothing. And the Brazilians finally have their first round on the board.
Honestly, very small thing there for Fnatic. If the smoke grenade from Blitz goes out to disrupt that crossfire from the left and the right-hand side, Smith is in there. That could be a freebie. That could be bomb site control. That could be panic for MIBR lows, but he missed the flashbang because, well,
all right. Let's go Ace Slate. Thank you for the 35-month resub. Welcome back.
So they avoid the flashbang. The smoke grenade was not successful. Crossfire was good. Now it's going to be Lowe's being ready for something quickly. Had they not been in medbay, had they not peeked out the bomb site door, they don't know that Blitz is pushing in until like a couple seconds later, and that could determine everything in that round. Clashbang going out to further enable Smiths. A Demo spam to target Deadshot, who's been on that in the previous round. Again, the information, the entry, the early kill advantage there on those kinds of operators. What did Citizen say in the interview?
Popcorn.
Fear Smiths? Something like that? Yeah.
To be chill.
Be fearful of Smiths.
I love to hear players gassing up their teammates like that, especially when they're not statistically the top-rated players. Smith actually has the worst stats of any Fnatic player, but it doesn't matter because of his role on the team. He plays these shields. He's played Blitz this game. He played Fuse earlier today to great effect. It's plays like that that really enable this gap finding and forcing the issue, looking for plants, looking for ways into it. Smith's actually going to change off as we, for the first time, see no Blitz brought by Fnatic, no shields at all. Interestingly, no Snake either, so not a lot of free info. Usually shields or the Solid Snake, Dokkaebi, Deimos are kind of these operators that at the moment in the current meta look to expedite these roam clears and look to enable these executes by getting free information, low-risk information. At the moment, the only low-risk
information by King. Sure.
Drones.
Why not?
However, they have a few extras of those thanks to the Twitch and the Bravo pick. This will be a much slower round from Fnatic. A lot of and cut once mentality as MIBR return to the top floor.
A big fan of this choice in general, right? You go for a fast push with the Blitz twice, you play some demos, you play for the roam clear, you play for killing. Now, as you said, they play for anti-utility, anti-intel. Measure twice, caught once, to your words. And it's just keeping MIBR Lows guessing once again of what's the game plan gonna be. Are they gonna watch the bomb site? Are they gonna go for a roam clear? Should we be afraid of, you know, this area or that area? Okay, let's get some traps active, right? Let's get a Fenrir mine in there. Twitch drone clears it. So they feel like their layers are just being peeled back piece by piece, second by second. There's a more phantom pressure. Deadshot inside our old tower could just toss in some Candela, say, hey guys, I'm over here, and they have to respect it. Because if they don't respect the fact that he's there, he could drop, maybe go for a quick kill. So they have to have one or two people.
You're playing Halo ODST for the first time. It is very good. Yeah.
You see,
it is. I played the Halo, I don't know if you saw it, but I played Halo Campaign Evolved.
At any moment.
That was pretty fun, actually.
Oh! Are you kidding me? Dash, how do you lose that fight? Wizard should surely be dead right now, but thanks to his quick reactions and that
that's an F2 moment.
An early advantage here for Fnatic.
That is an F2 moment.
Themselves at that one. As Fnatic look to edge closer to that bomb side. Notice how this
That was definitely a bit of a throw too by Dash, but that was
Deepek
very much an F2 moment.
If he stands close enough to get it to disappear.
Fnatic did this early pressure to get that first pick. Wizard did that. Now they're going to play much closer together by the horse door and the hallway as well as potential staircase. So it's going to be a more regular execute. 4 people working together. Maybe one guy backstepping later on. That's going to be Citizen playing his best role as the lurker.
Perez is going to meet that Grimby. Oh, and also the Twitch drone to punish that mirror window position. Now he's fighting unfavored fights. And Deepek will shut him down. It looks to be a third round on the board here for Fnatic unless Nux and Dark can pull the rabbit out of a hat. In the 2v4, make that a 1v4. The plant looks to go down from Fnatic. They know exactly where Nux is. Bit of a pre-fire from Citizen with the DMR of Brava. And it's Bravo for Fnatic. 3-1
the Magnum with a wood finish is sexy. That thing is really cool.
They are looking so tight.
You could get it. It's like a skin in the game, so you actually can play with it and everything.
That plan pretty well. So yeah, they faced for their first opening pick because they want the 5v4 going into execute because they're gonna leave a lurker of Citizen. If you have a 5v5, you have a guy backstabbing, you're effectively playing 4 versus 5 unless Citizen happens to get a kill. So now they put themselves in the best position possible to enable everyone to be successful. And they do it well. They attack Horse Store at the same moment Citizen walked in from lobby and took main staircase control.
Oh, they're playing
Now
these
they have a
one at
good
a time.
crossfire.
Or no,
They got them
technically they're
all
supposed to be
together,
2
and
at a
they're applying
time.
pressure once again towards the bombs and towards those anchor players from more than just one single angle. It's why it's so successful. And they did this, most importantly, without the shield. And that's been their big conversation, right? Are they crushing the shield? Is that what's enabling them to play the game very well? Or can they be a good team without the shields? Well, a round like that shows me that they can actually play not off just miss, but as a full team, just with guns up.
Yeah. One thing in particular that I'm seeing Fnatic be so good at today is opening kills. They've got 3 out of the 4 opening kills so far. And of course, in the CAG game as well, Fnatic dominated the opening engagements. They won the 5 last opening engagements while they were on their attacking side on Bank and won the game because of it. If they can keep that up, other teams are going to find it really hard to fight back from these 5v4s all of the time.
I need my predictions to go right on this. I want my skins. Now the marketplace is not around anymore. I need the skin.
The Young Gunner.
If I mess up and don't get it.
CAG having a great game so far against MRBR low. 6-2, playing operators like your Solid Snake. High fire rate weapon. With that FAMAS. I like the pulse here, practically scanning on where the attackers are, but the issue is you can only scan where the pulse is existing from Daffo. So what's happening on the rest of the map? Well, they don't know. So they have one area where maybe lows feel like they have full knowledge, then they have another area where they have no clue at all. So there will be a gap. Oh, almost.
Ooh, almost that timing.
It's a good attempt from Wizard. Again, just fishing for opening pick. If they find it, they find it. If they don't, they're still making progress elsewhere. Smith is top lobby right here with that shot. So while we're watching one guy go fishing, we're seeing 2 other people working for the roam clear. That's the important thing. We're not waiting for Wizard to get that kill, but if he does, even better.
Yep. And as soon as Fnatic find an opening kill, they decide to pounce on that moment. Dark, though, hadn't been spotted. He was hiding the whole time inside a bedroom.
Right?
Yeah, I think you might be right. Finds one kill. Somehow.
Did he hit him? He didn't even hit him?
Dodge there. As he
Bro, that's got to be like the most unlucky pellet spread to ever exist.
And he is forced on back. MIBR consolidate what was an okay roam. Thankfully, they went 1 for 1 by the end of it. Now, it's up to FNC to try and regroup. Notably, FNC got another opening kill, but this isn't the story of what happened in the EML. They were the 2nd worst team for opening kills during stage 1 of the league. And now, today, they're looking so much better.
Big blow up. There's pulse though. If Davil finds a C4 kill, that's going to give them a huge way to win the round. But even if he doesn't, he knows exactly where that push will be happening from. D-Pick is successful with a double in the round. I think Perez overswing with that DMR. Feeling a little bit too comfortable in long-range engagements and goes down early. And so does Nox, the smoke. And last guy's pulls downstairs. This round was fine until it wasn't.
Yeah, pulse downstairs below the bomb side is great and all when you're not in a 1v4. And that's the problem there.
Why are we thinking that?
I mean, MIBR lows are looking quite MIBR lows. Fnatic are running circles around them. 4-1 in the lead on their attacking half. This could be a very quick fortress if the Brazilians do not wake up.
That's gotta just be discipline or lack of comms. They have pulls downstairs seeing
You're in 25-0 in one of these pro league games.
Guys, I'm gonna go off the scan. Staircase. Wait for me. And before you get to the staircase, both the smoke and the Aruna
you sure about that? You sure about that?
I'm like, guys, are you flanking or you're not flanking? You have a guy stalked downstairs. He can't help you. You're playing 3v4.
Fnatic have to make the first move. It's up to FNC to get into the building, get into the site, and start planting.
And they were tossing a smoke grenade while Rooney's peeking the door. It's like, are you fighting or are you smoking it?
Yeah.
Like, that's a small blunder.
Panda's burner.
We didn't get to see the previous game of Lows earlier because we're,
Panda's actually so lazy, it's crazy and apathetic. If he, I always talk about it, dude, but if he wasn't so lazy and apathetic, he actually could be a pro player. But he's way too lazy and way too apathetic, so probably won't see a Panda pro game anytime soon.
I mean, MIBR Los right now have 7 kills.
Dude, you gotta do it.
Rounds.
I mean, you know, invitational, if you win, it's $1 million bucks.
Certainly not good enough.
So, you know.
To be competing here at the Esports World Cup. They have really struggled against Fnatic.
EWC, I think,
For the
is
Europeans, on the
750
flip
for the
side,
winning
for the first
team.
time in years, we're seeing a Fnatic that can actually contend on the world stage. We wondered for
Gen
quite a
Z
while
Panda. Panda
whether they
is
could
Gen
even
Z.
contend within EML. They had such
Yeah, oh, I see what
trials
you're
and
saying. Yeah, yeah.
tribulations for years. Even playing locally within their region. 7th place.
That is a Gen Z thing,
in
dude, to
EML
be like
kickoff,
apathetic.
failing
It
in
just
the
is.
SIL
It's very much a
Qs
Gen
for
Z
Europe,
thing.
Not making it to Paris
Gen
for the
Z.
Invitational, nor for Salt Lake City for the
Sorry,
major.
Gen Z.
And then to kick things off in the group stage,
Individuals,
stage 1, they
but
got 7-1 slapped about by VP. And now the glow up from them with Citizen and Smiths bringing a new dimension to this roster. They are looking like they are ready to make a mark here at the Esports World Cup.
Slow and steady for
actually, it shows instead of playing the stream, being AFK. Maybe now you'll know how to play the game. Listen, buddy. Listen. There's no way this unranked player is coming at me sideways like this. I feel like you're literally randomly unmuting the stream just to talk shit when you want to break while you're editing. By the way, chat, this is a big day for Pisty. He works once a month, so it's a pretty big day for him.
Another way of finding openings by enabling Citizen more on the server. So he's done his vert.
Honestly, that's exactly what you did. I know it is. I know it is, dude.
That's going to be bombs that execute. They got to choose where that push is coming from. Do they attack mid bay? Do they drop the hatch?
You saw that Let's Happy, you didn't like it. Typical. Typical ass shit.
Yeah, one of the first times that MIBR Los have been the ones to dictate the start of these rounds.
They can smoke and go.
Indeed they can.
I think my filament's going to be in pretty soon, Pisty.
As he tries to get deep,
my filament will be in.
Looks to try and take Infirmary, Dark, Perez, and Daffo together.
How many by the way, Pisty, I was trying to ask you earlier, how many printers do you have?
Second round is found on their defense before we say goodbye to the half.
Tertiary victories, huh? That kitchen bomb side may be pretty good.
Yeah.
You can play so much map with it. You can bonk down by the bomb side. And we saw Fnatic try and win the round almost the same time twice, going for a very simplistic attack. A little bit of mid bait, a little bit of bomb side. Neither successful rounds.
What are we giving away today?
I am very keen to see
defense. I don't know. I have like random Steam keys I can give away, I guess. Wasn't planning on it, but sure.
They've played Bank. They are arguably attacker-feared maps, I would say. But there's just something
you have 4 big FDM printers, 1 small FRM printer, and 1 very small resin printer. So you're still beating me. For
yeah, you're right.
FDM. What is FDM? I'm gonna look, bro. Fused deposition modeling printer. Okay, so it's like an open frame.
That's exactly right. I mean, yeah, Fnatic skills are not necessarily in problem solving. They're in capitalizing on advantages. If you prevent them from ever getting that advantage to begin with, it's gonna be hard.
Yeah. I could see it.
Yeah. FDM printer. I don't even know what FRM is. It's not even showing up, dude.
Because you're swimming. You're doing just
okay.
Fine. Sometimes you wish you had more than 2 minutes because, guys, what the are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the catch-22, right?
Yeah.
I often think about this. Like, if
okay, it's basically just a 3D printer. Why are you trying to be all fancy and shit?
Out 10 million ideas to think about.
Oh, FRM was a typo. Okay.
There is a lot to think about.
Okay, yeah, FDM is okay. Whatever. You have. So basically, you have 5 3D printers. You're confusing the shit out of me, dude.
With extra information, just make sure that vibes are good. That's why we call it the halftime vibe check, because often that's just as valuable as.
So you have 4 3D printers. What is a 5?
What value are they getting? Like, you're not making a new strat.
Maybe. You might be right. You probably are right.
I'd be very surprised if you're coming up with a new strat mid-game just because you swapped to the defense. You've already done your dry runs. You've already got your little workbooks on the table with all your strats. You already probably know what operator bands you're going for.
I think for Fnatic right now, in the last 2 minutes, is talk about
The small one. So you pretty much have
high
4
contest
and you have a
areas,
mini.
Right? We're talking about a horse, for example.
Oh
The
yeah,
horse door,
okay.
it goes from inside the horse to the outside.
You also have 2
Super
AMS,
good.
2
If you don't hold
CFS,
that
and 1
walk-in,
CFS
your
light.
bombsite play commando
I have. So by the way, I got an AMS. Let's see.
Office. It's the backbone that gives you access to everything. Horse
I got an AMS HT. I don't even know what this thing is. I don't think I asked for this. They just sent it to me.
What do you need to thrive?
Hey, I'm not complaining. I'll use it, but
And then maybe if he gets like, I don't know, Yin Candela spammed or Grim Beat or something like that, you go, guys, okay, I need Wamai or Jaeger for next time we play this bomb site. Those small adaptations.
okay.
And you read into MIPR Loss and saying, what are you doing?
Oh, it does drawing and printing at the same time. That's
They were
cool.
overswinging a bit. They were very too heavy to take a gun fight. So we have 2 choices now for Fnatic. Either you meet them in the danger zone,
Okay.
or you say, don't give them any fights. Let them peek and let's wait for them to get to the bomb site doors where we have a crossfire, we have utility, where we know what's going to be happening. And that's the thing, when you have a player like Deadshot, and you have a backline that's Smith and Deepak, the complete opposite kind of player, you can play
Okay,
both
this thing
styles
is
off
cool,
the
actually. Yeah, it does. It does drawing. This is sick, actually. You could print while drawing. This is really nice. I did not ask for this. They just sent it to me. This is sick. Okay, this might make printing some TPU.
No, Dash obviously played a lot of shield.
It's basically the mod that you did. Okay.
But I'm noticing,
I could probably do some TPU prints with this then, right?
all of the shields are very powerful.
No.
Fortress. But the fact that
TPU
MIBR
can't
just
go
don't
through
seem
it?
to
Okay.
figure that. They have a little bit of
Oh, I didn't know it was active.
History from Nux, but
I didn't know it was active. It had a
Solid
motor in
preferred
it.
Playstyle does expose some potential weaknesses in terms of.
Oh,
if
it
there's
does,
something,
okay.
Right? Twitch and Flores to try and util clear before executing. Then they don't
Nice.
have that next idea. However, the Twitch has been helpful for countering those mirror windows. We've already seen
Okay,
one
okay.
Twitch will also be very useful for countering Thorn and Fenrir. Fnatic really leaning into the trap.
Dragon checked up against King Zero earlier. That 8-6 victory they had. Dash played 1 round of Blitz. That was interesting. There really hasn't been a shield time for this team.
Ooh, you could dry up to 80.
Might be the first
Oh,
engagement here, Daff.
hold up,
Let's try and
Pisty.
find Citizen who quickly
You're
peeks in.
wrong.
Might
You
just
actually
find the shot.
can. You can actually do
Worried he's gonna
TPU.
get peeked, though, from behind him. His spidey sense is tingling.
Oh yeah. Oh, he crossed.
It's right on the website. You can do TPU.
He's looking at the wrong side of the doorway. Dead shot. Goes for a retake. Very unusual. Perez looks to try and trade. He takes down Deepak.
Zambali.
Gets baited by his own teammate. Dead shot.
It says any TPU.
Finally traded back by Dark into the 3 versus 3.
So basically, in the back, there's a bypass
They've got a lot of ground.
that you can print TPU,
That is a trap and a half there from Citizen.
and you can also print PET carbon fiber as well too out of this.
As the Brit makes his way back towards that bomb site, he has bought MIPR Lows, or rather Fnatic, precious time.
But it answers the
Cool.
question that I had, right? Will they fight together or will they play hide and seek? They had 2
Ooh.
people, Deepak
And I
and
guess
Deadshot,
you
both
could
got
daisy
big
chain up to
together,
24 of
support
these
each other.
though.
While they had a strong backline just watching that bomb
No,
site,
it has an
saw
AMS in
Citizen
it too.
hesitating there. Do I go for the kill?
It's
Do I
like it
fall
is an
back? Okay, I
AMS.
would rather play 3-3
But
with
yeah,
one
you basically
defensive
you do
to Fenrir
bypass the
than
AMS
risking
portion
dying
and
or
you just
getting
use
a
the
kill.
dryer
There's timers
essentially.
on
You
their
print
side,
out of the dryer.
position on their side. Utility, same exact story. C4 goes out, does a little bit of damage. That's it.
Smith's in position with the SMG-12.
Any good place to
Ninja,
get stuff?
however, his teammate
Maker
on the
World,
bomb site, Wizard has fallen.
Printables are the
Just
2
up
best
to the new
websites.
two
I use
kills on
those
the
for
block from
99% of the
Fnatic
things that I.
Second,
What?
Ball himself. The young
Okay.
SMG-12 on the bomb site holds firm for Fnatic, and MIBR Lows continue trailing further behind.
Oh my. What did I say? The anger played, right? When it gets to the bomb site, Smith will be there, but it's all because the early aggression here, trading 2 for 2.
I mean, I was
Getting into
thinking
an
Los
position
would win
where
this
you're
game, but they're
taking
getting
3
smoked,
operators,
bro.
You have less utility, less angles to, attack from, and just not a lot to offer in the round. You see there, Citizen? Oh my god. And he did say it. It might be our lows. You need to fear Smiths. Worst rated player for Fnatic going into this?
I mean, historically, yes.
Head of the game.
Yeah, and look, you think about the history of Smiths. I mean, Fnatic is his first.
So Pissy, evidently you could keep
G1.
daisy
He's only
chaining these
22 years
things,
old,
and you could do
his first
24
appearance
different colors. So what you can do is the max setup for this is, let me look on the website. So basically, you can do 24 colors. You could do 4 AMS 2 pros and 8 AMS HTs.
Being able to clutch up. Great to see the young Ukrainian really making a stand here for Fnatic.
Someone who actually had 20. I don't think you could do 24 independent ones. You could do 24 colors, I think, but you have to do. I mean, honestly, that's just crazy. I don't know who's printing that much. Like, that's. I mean, maybe if you like run a print farm or something. I mean, I don't know.
They haven't been able to be a top contending team. They've been doomed to mediocrity for such a long time. They haven't been able to attract good talent from other teams.
Constant roster changes every single season.
Yeah. And finally they get Citizen, someone with a lot of experience, who's been through a little bit of turmoil, especially what happened with Team Secret. And it's like something has finally clicked for Fnatic.
United playstyle perhaps, and same vision for the game. Either way, it's looking pretty damn good so far. Now, this is their map pick. It's what they wanted to play. But it might be lows. They are no slouch.
That's
they're
nuts.
A good team, they're a good opponent. They are being outskilled at the current present time. We see
It was a random video you saw on Instagram.
Shot,
Maybe.
Swing,
Oh, I don't know. Actually.
Right now, Fnatic don't need to be the playmakers.
Okay, there's a way that I think that you could do what you're saying, Pisty.
They're applying a little pressure, sure. They're reaching some of those walls, sure, but nothing's really happening. The Deimos track, that's a bit of danger.
Instagram, talking about the Bamlas HG. I remember seeing a video of an insane stuff to use them. You know what the guy probably did, Pisty? Think about it. If you take the tops off of the AMSs, you could probably have 24 HTs. You know what I'm saying? And have them feed through the AMSs. Maybe that's how he did it.
Deepak manages to thread the shot between the smoke and take down that glass. Big kill for him. But MIBR Los have recomposed. They shut down the flank from Wizard. Now Deepak
This is such a risky play. He sees him.
But more so to the door, to the bomb site itself. 4v2 advantage now for MIBR Los. The Brazilians have their best chance of trying to get around in what seems like forever. Smith clutched up big last time. Now he needs to do the same. The first of 4. Klein with the SMG-11 as his final gas spade is tossed on out to try and consolidate his position and allow for the right position. Goyo pops. He knows that the Deimos will try and hunt him down from behind. Dark actually decides to sprint on through the fire as Dash.
I don't remember how he did it because when you saw it, you didn't fully understand how it works yet. I don't know how you would do that. Because, like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's, I mean, I believe it's possible, sure, but this is a nice dryer, though, dude. It's an AMS dryer. That's so cool.
Covering it off, he sneaks up close, but then the Flourish drone spots him, and that made the round super awkward, dying by the breach shortly after from an angle on the door. Because Fnatic had every option to stay far back. We have the smoker plant denial.
Oh shit. Dude, Pisty, by the way, the AMSs that I have also dry. I didn't realize this. So basically, Pisty, check this out. So the AMSs that I have, they dry and print. And the one that, so the one that he sent me was for, it's high temperature. So that's like an ultra high temperature one basically. So the AMSs go up to 65 Celsius and the HT goes up to 85 Celsius. So that's the difference. So basically you can print like the PET carbon fiber, or like you can print TPU out of it.
In the last couple of months.
That's what it's for.
Drone, by the way, at the start of that round, I believe it should spot out.
Yeah, let me know when. I'll make the intro.
But then vice versa.
I'll make the intro.
Deadshot takes down the drone itself.
I love how you're literally moving so you can have more 3D printers.
It gives you that freedom to roam, right? Like
I know you're panicking right now because I'm catching up to you.
You're probably gonna be fine.
You might be able to see the blitz as well if he's walking around with his shield out.
It's worth noting that Nox did put the shield in his back immediately in spawn. Now it's in his front anyway, but there we go.
Oh, he has on his back now.
Yeah. So it could be the same reasoning. You can't get C4 or run out or whatever, depending on where you are from.
Gotta inhale more. I love how there's like the two extremes where like you're like actively looking for more fumes and you like turn the fans off, and then I have my 3D printer in a different room with an air purifier. So the the one thing that I don't have for this printer is there's the laser engraver attachment. They have a 40-watt laser attachment, which is so sick. But at the same time, like you need ventilation for it. And I don't really have like a fume hood or anything, and I don't want to put my printer outside or in the garage or something.
Of course, this is a bomb site, tertiary bomb site choice here from Fnatic downstairs. So how much time can they delay on that top floor is the question here for Fnatic. They decided to just peel on back, give up the ground above.
You put Dutty at the bottom of your office when you print so no fumes escape the room.
In the late round, they will look for flanks. Citizen has an impact. He could open up the wall right next to Dark.
Jokes don't inhale 3D printer fumes.
And walk straight into his waiting
No, he loves the fumes. You shouldn't do it, but he loves it.
And a second, no, indeed, it's the ability to hack the cameras from Dark. A lot of info now for MIBR Los as Fnatic find themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, the issue is they know that Deadshot's also run because they killed Citizen, Melusi.
TLA and PetG are allegedly, you know, not harmful. I don't know how much I buy that, to be honest, but
could be good for one.
Allegedly.
The issue is, it might be Alonso not working the hacks, not working the verticality, so he's kind of chasing his own tail upstairs. Meanwhile, below, not a pressure on site.
Nice.
Finds onto Dark, the Dokkaebi, but the damage is up
PLA
here.
is just corn.
Great shot from
I mean, it has additives in it, obviously.
Wizard has snuck into the corner, denied the plant now. MIBR Los are corner.
Unless it's one of them. Oh. Unless it's one of the links you sent me, don't trust those. Who knows what additives they put in those ones, dude. Oh, dude, that's actually so nice. I didn't realize the AMS2 Pros actually had drawing included. That's so sick.
And for them, it's map point on Fortress.
Oh, they're planting outside the sense wall, outside the smoke grenade, exposed to just the angle on the bomb site doors. It's a way too easy kill for Fnatic that stops the entire plant in the push. And I feel like that's might be all Los, maybe rushing that decision a little bit, thinking, hey, Deadshot is upstairs, he's got the Dokkaebi, side should be vulnerable. But then they deal with Deadshot seconds later with Ram getting that kill out of nowhere. And then I'm thinking, now he can restabilize. Now he can get Ram into the action, watch the verticality, try and
Listen, I'm going to be real. The gray PetG that I print is probably not the health. Who even knows, dude?
MIBR Los had time to play that
Let me check this video out, too.
The numbers advantage as well. That is a round that
So let's see what this guy has. Oh my god. Okay, no, he has the 24 color setup.
Can really break down 35 seconds. Crucial moments here. Obviously, Deadshot one up above, but it's a 4v3.
So he has 4 AMSs and 8. Yeah.
His back is turned to the bomb site door, and they just die.
By the way, that's a 2 versus 4 for Fnatic, where they didn't even drop a single body.
I mean, Wizard did hit a nasty shot onto Blitz, to be fair.
This is a crazy setup.
He's getting the praise for it right there. And I think that's very important to see that the more experienced players, Deadshot, Citizen, DPEG, they are very quick to really praise when Smith clocks, when Wizard hit a nasty shot, and be like, because it means so much more to those players, right? They need that encouragement and be like, oh my god, guys, you guys are crazy. Confidence is everything. I think in the current meta, especially, I was backstage with talking to Laxing, and we looked at the game that was happening, and Laxing went, Nick, are you happy that you're not playing this current meta? Because it's like Solid Snake, Shield, Deimos, you know, and I was like, you know, Lax, I miss playing Pro League, but I feel like I would struggle in this meta because there's so much uncertainty.
Dude, his slicer settings are crazy.
Yeah, me too, man. My red plays would never work anymore. You would always find an elevator to hide in, right? It's
that's so true. Laxit was a little bit of a rat back in the day.
That's a crazy setup.
The fact that we're seeing Wizard
That is a crazy setup. I might need to replicate that, honestly. I have the room. I might need to replicate that. That's cool.
And he's got, you know, a much higher ceiling. You can build this guy into a much, much better player than he already is.
Yeah, you look at Wizard right now, 9 kills.
Same story against CAG.
So far, yeah. And
dude, I feel like 3D printing is so addicting. Your setup now is insane too. Yeah, but that one's cooler than yours.
Wizard is a young player himself as well. What did I say? Smith was 20.
You didn't show me how complicated it got.
I actually don't.
I'll send you a picture of mine. The door is missing. If you won't hate it is.
This is awkward.
I'll show you. Hold
on. Perez does a little bit of damage early in the round. Makes his position known. The shotgun with a Deimos from below. It's like a budget buck, but can be even more valuable if he gets that death mark going.
Yeah. But it does stop the initial push there, right? We saw Fnatic play that gap-finding playstyle, and they say, you know what? We can figure that out too. We're playing by the staircases, watching the entries.
Hasn't worked though. It's been shut down.
Yeah. But I mean,
that's my current setup. You can see there's no door on the. There's no door right now on the.
Ballsy, if you will. But the issue is when you got that primary shotgun, you're very limited in where the fighting is.
There's no door right now on the H2C, but.
Pistol sort of situation, but
I sent it to you.
Weapon. It's not going to be as easy any longer. Smith could be stuck in this corner. Doesn't have that C4 for fallback. The nade goes way too wide, so he'll be quite fine in this corner.
That piece of shit at the bottom. I knew you would hate on it. I literally fucking knew it, dude. Listen, don't hate on that printer, okay? That's what started it all. That's what started the addiction. If I didn't have that printer, I probably would not have gotten into it. It's crazy how big that K2 Plus is. Yes, it is actually massive. Well, the K2 Plus is bigger than the H2C. You know that, right? It's 350 by 350 by 500, I think, right? And the H2C is like 325 by, I don't know, like 320. It's kind of a weird shape. Or a weird, it's like weird dimensions, sorry. It's because you don't get as much, so let's see, it's 330 by 320 by 325, whereas the K2 Plus is, sorry, 350 by 350 by 350, so you could actually print bigger stuff with the Creality. But it's because basically in this printer, there's like the hot end system and stuff like that is inside of it.
Confidence-inspiring game as well from the individuals of Fnatic on the defense, but on the
that's what takes up the extra space inside, and that's why like it's an odd shape.
So Fanatec start things off, then kind of went back to the fundamentals, the Brava, the Twitch, clearing the traps, finding opening after opening, and then also a bit of clutchness there. Smith had a moment, Wizard had a moment, Citizen had a moment. That was their match choice.
It does pretty much dwarf everything.
The real star will happen
it really does. I'll also show you, look, you always make fun of, listen, you always show me all these pictures of, like, this was the park yesterday.
So far, I mean, this team that hasn't qualified for an international event in the last 6
This was the park
years,
yesterday. You can't even say that's not pretty nice.
Better and better with every single game that goes on by.
Hashtag visit Detroit.
And they're through to phase 2 of the playoffs.
They're looking very confident, very comfortable. I mean, you can even see it on the stage. Watching backstage, you can just see there's a composure about them that is incredibly dangerous.
They actually dropped the price of the K2 Plus. It's like 1,300 now with the CFS and a bunch of filament. That's actually a good deal.
But I think it's in the rounds that they were winning that I'm a little bit worried. They looked so confident on those rounds. They were closing things out without a question. There was no doubt that they were rounds for Fnatic.
Oh wow, you can get a, dude, you can get a K2 Pro with Reality now, and they're like 700. That's pretty good. I feel like they dropped their prices a little bit. Some grass with 2 trees. You can't even say that doesn't look pretty chill.
I mean, if I recall correctly, Citizen, he's a cafe merchant. Okay, he loves that, Matt. He's popping off on each league and plays aggro peaks. And we saw how well they're working together.
You're just a hater.
That, I'm gonna call it overly aggressive position where I'm thinking, please walk backwards, don't keep walking forward. But
okay, this is your setup.
They're making a bait play all of a sudden, thinking,
okay, let's see.
I'm one sole roamer. Take here, I got friends. Yeah. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. That's fair game. But the fact that they have the
okay, your setup's actually gotten pretty crazy too.
That's the big story for me. It's a good way to play the game. And they did it time and time again.
Yeah, Fnatic are really working together.
You definitely do need more space, though.
Really is ringing true. Is like this is a team that is finally on the same page.
Yeah.
5 players that want to play the same style of Siege. 5 players that believe that they've actually got a motivation to get new trophies, right? Like, I mean, Deepex won trophies before, Citizens won stuff.
Dude, that
Like,
one mini printer
actually
like doesn't even
show that
count.
With this new generation, this insertion of young and up-and-coming talent, that they're eager to make an impact. And yeah, I've been really impressed by them. I think they're playing great Siege at the minute. I think that they haven't been truly tested necessarily.
I would agree.
But of course,
It does print.
This BO3,
Dude, that thing is tiny.
to group stage. I think even that alone would
That's
be
some
an
of your
achievement, but
filament.
you can't deny and say, like, if most
Do you have
people
more
look at this
filament than me?
bracket for the play-ins,
I think I have like 100 kilograms right now, give or take.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Do you think that MIBR Los is the only team in there that would throw a spanner?
You have 120 plus? Okay.
No, I think.
Do you know there's someone that actually has way more filament than both of us?
I also admit that today has not panned out the way I expected. I did not expect CAG to struggle so much.
Sure.
What's
And
it
I also
called?
didn't
My
expect Chiefs to lose to Kings.
you know my friend like diarrhea balls, right? Like my he has like 300 kilograms of filament.
I think anything is possible. With the current state of things, I think that we could see all kinds of upsets. But one thing is for sure is whichever one of these teams loses this upper bracket match.
Yeah, he has more than both of us. He has an H2D Bamboo Labs printer, and he has the X1C or something, or X2D. I don't know, whatever. He has the X series and the H series. And the thing is, his kids, he has 4 kids, and they're really into printing. So he has 2 printers, and they're basically running like 24/7 essentially. His kids like print off of like they're like iPads.
Very convincing at the moment.
He prints stuff too, but I mean his kids print like all the time.
I know. But I understand why we're doing it because
Yeah, he has more than us. How much does he pay? I don't know, dude. 2 printers running like legit 24/7.
I'm trying to baby them a bit because
And he has, I think he has 4 AMSs or something like that as well.
We're seeing them and like, oh my god, wait, they're better and better and better. We raise
It's funny, I got an H2C and he said he's also gonna get an H2C now because he's like, oh, that's really cool. I'm gonna get one as well.
They're not making it further, but now they could maybe.
I guess his kids are just like hogging the printers basically, so he said he wants to get another printer.
I don't think can be said for a lot of the teams that we've seen play today.
Do you reckon they're feeling the rain on their skin? Sorry, I had to
So listen, 40 plus 1 sales.
No, I love it now. I just can't get that song out of my head. But thank you.
I'll have a link for him just like you have one for
I
me.
thought I was really onto something there, but now I cannot talk about having no inhibitions without thinking about that. So thank you very much.
Oh, you know what I want to do? I want to open my packs, chat.
Play with inhibitions, but yeah, they're holding back a little bit.
Let's for a second. We're gonna pause the stream.
Genuinely, you look at the players.
I want to open Siege up and open my packs. Yes, I'm this much of a degenerate. Oh, I have to update my Siege. Hold on. It's alright, I'll be done in a minute. Yeah, I also want to switch to the Shopify game too after this maybe. That's the one that I actually... Well, no, that one's not starting now. That one starts after this game is completely over. Unless King Zero CAG goes like... Well, no, it should just be right after this game because it's on mainstream. So whenever this game is done, that's when we'll get Shopify Tyloo. Okay. Let me open my Siege up. I want to open my packs, dude. I'm not going to lie. No, this is not best of 1. It's BO3, yeah. BO3. Well, the crazy thing is, oh, by the way, Pisty, he actually has another printer too. I forgot about that. Originally, what got him and his kids into 3D printing is he bought a little 3D printer like the one you have, basically. Just as like a novelty to make some like little toys. Because that's what always happens, dude, when you buy a 3D printer. You buy like a 3D printer that's like not very good because you don't want to spend too much money on it. You're like, I'm not going to make that much stuff. Like, I should probably just get something that's like kind of like on a little bit on a budget, and like, you know, I'm just gonna make some practical prints. I don't care if it takes a long time, blah 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 blah. And then that's how they suck you in, bro. And then you end up with 3 printers. Then you end up with 3 printers. Hard 6 silver 3. What do you do? Try to 5 stack. Drone more. The biggest thing. Watch your replays. Drone 3 brings you some advice. Your little brother got one for free and fixed it. Don't ask me how. It's an Anycubic Cobra K2. We want to get him a nice one for 600 1,000. You know better than you do. It's a good one to get. Get a Bamboo Labs printer or like Reality. Like both of them make like pretty good printers. I don't know. Yeah, you can't really go wrong with their models. If you get like Bamboo Labs, there's like what is the X2D in that price range? Probably something like that. Or you might be able to get an H series even for that. I don't know if you go to like 1,000. Definitely the X series though. You should be able to get. Okay, I want to open my packs up, dude. You got yours for the console that you do and never did that again. But the good thing is that more than paid for itself because of the content. Fair enough. Fair enough. I get any new items? I don't think so. Oh, I need to do an Instagram video for this stuff too. 1 million renown. I've got 1.5 million almost. Yeah, just from playing a lot. All right, so Esport pack time. Watch my stream, twitch.tv/KingGeorge. You watch my stream for an hour, you get a pack. You watch my stream for 2 hours, you get a second pack. You watch my stream for 4 hours, you get a third pack. There's all different kinds of drops every day through the end of the Esports World Cup. So tune in and get your drops. All right, let's open these bad boys up, and then I'll just use that as a video. That's honestly fine. I just get duplicates out of these because I buy most of the esport bundles that are there. So I swear this is still a bug. This is so annoying. Well, that sucks. Battle Pass points I hate getting personally because, I mean, dude, I'm level 339 on the Battle Pass. Like, I do not care. I like. Okay. All right. Well, let's go back to watching the games. You would say get $500 $600 one, leave the rest of the budget for other things like a dryer, more filament, replacement parts, etc. I don't think you're really good. Like replacement parts, I wouldn't really worry about. Filament is like one of those things where like he could probably kind of pick stuff up here and there. Like filament's pretty cheap, honestly. And like a dryer would be something, yeah. But they're only like, if you get a single dryer, they're like $40 for a dryer. They're not that expensive. Oh, whoops. I don't want to open Siege. No. Okay. Whatever. I accidentally reopened Siege but let's see. Is the X, I know the X series is pretty good. Oh, here you go. The X1C. How much are these things? Are they even for sale anymore? I don't even know if they're for sale anymore. Let's see the X2D. Buy. The X2D is $8.99. So that's with an AMS combo. So that's actually really good. And the AMS would have a dryer. That's honestly the way that I would go. I would get a X2, the Bamboo Labs X2D with an AMS combo. Because you get, is it an AMS 2? I think it is. I think it's an AMS 2. If it's an AMS 2, then that's a no-brainer. I think it's a regular AMS, which wouldn't dry. Oh, no. Hold on. Oh, no. Yeah, it is. It's an AMS 2 Pro. Then that's that has a dryer in it. So make sure it has make sure it's an AMS2. So yeah, that'd be ideal, because then you're at $8.99, and then, you know, I don't know, you can give them $100 to buy some filament, and then that covers everything, right? That gives you a printer that also actively dries while you print, or you can set it to dry first and then print after, which is really sick. And then, you know, that'd be good. Yeah, I'm getting back on the stream.
Hold, and piano gives you access to all the bomb sites with the bomb site. So I like this initial start of MMBR lows. I love the Fnatic banning the Capital. Monty saying Cafe is an execute-oriented map. We're gonna weaken you on the execute by banning these operators that are great for it. And they're getting active. C4 goes out on Whitestead's window to enable the fallback from the defenders of Fnatic. They're gonna say, you know what, let's play 5v5. We have Clash, we have some C4s. Funny enough, Wizard is not playing DMR, but Deadshot, he's still upstairs. This guy, he always wants to fight, got the yellow ping, has the intel, wants a second, C4 goes side, his teammate gets the kill instead, and just like that, 5v3 for Fnatic, just like Fortress, they bring the fight to MRPR lows.
That's right, active defense, they're all about it, they love the roam. Now, it doesn't matter that MIBR have vertical dominance, doesn't matter that they can start opening up the floors. They're not going to find these kills. I mean, even if Fnatic fall back to the bomb site, it doesn't matter. Deadshot tries to get away.
That'd be a pretty decent upgrade. Yeah, I mean, I would think it definitely is.
What do you mean? This guy cannot be contained. Oh.
The biggest thing is like the drying. Like if you don't dry your filament, it just doesn't, unless you only print PLA.
Gone down the stairs, but no, he instead goes into laundry, and yeah, you're right. I think that they're aware of it. In comes a flash, in comes a nade as well. They look to try and get the kill.
Oh my gosh.
Eventually, finally, Deadshot will fall.
Interesting. I think maybe his teammate of Wizard gave it away. He tossed a soda canister, a freeze from 2
You order McDonald's just for a Coke Zero?
Of Deadshot, and it showed where the freeze was happening from to disable any gadgets and drones. Air jab goes out, but
if he picks it up, he's dead.
He is rake dancing
Chag, say the Trump 52-month 3 sub. Welcome back. Very much appreciated. Thank you. What's on, dude? You order McDonald's just for the Coke Zero, though, is crazy. Why don't you don't have Coke? Why don't you just order like a 12-pack of Coke Zero, dude?
But textbook for Fnatic, so classic.
Or do you only like the fountain pop? Yes, it is pop.
On their map pick, already up to a headache.
So the only thing right now for Fnatic that I think they have to be very conscious of is what Deadshot managed to do this round isn't supposed to happen. Sometimes it will, that's phenomenal, but if you play this 100 times, maybe works 10 of those, maybe 15 if you're really skilled and experienced. I don't want them to feel like he can keep doing these kinds of plays.
What do you mean it's Coke? Predictions for this map? Don't I have them?
He stalled for so much time.
Oh.
So
I'm losing it, my bad.
One is that Deadshot is
We'll do new predictions for sure.
Despite the fact that it's working. The other one is genuinely look and consider.
Thought I did them already. I am
you can
a
go
dum-dum.
as crazy as you want and always TP back and escape. Because
it's not soda, it's not pop, it's Coke. Okay, I could understand people saying pop, that's what it really is. Or soda, because the real name is soda pop. Coke? There's just no way. What's on, Tina? I don't know how you end up with Coke. How do you end up with Coke? What if you're drinking not a Coke? What if you're drinking like not even a Coca-Cola product? What if you're drinking Pepsi?
Something just to try and track down these roamers.
I mean, not that anyone drinks that shit, but you know, hypothetically.
Outside of the building, you can quickly sprint around the rappels.
Or what if you're drinking like a Dr. Pepper? Is that a Coke? Pepsi is a Coke. What about Dr. Pepper?
So quickly, you combine that with someone entering on the top floor, and these roamers are going to be really under a lot of pressure early. Speaking about pressure, early, Wizard tries to hold on. Impact comes out, a little bit of damage onto Nux. In comes the flash, but the crossfire. Deadshot comes to help on out, traded back by Dash. Damage has been done though.
This is a quick take,
they've
dude.
led into this rush. It might be Arlosa into the bomb site, but they need to find more kills. Perez will do so.
People in the South call also to Coke because Coca-Cola is based in Atlanta and has total cultural dominance in the southern states. Yeah, but Steve-O's not even from the South. That doesn't even make any sense.
So bloody fast. Fnatic continue fighting back and forth.
You're in the UK and you call it fizzy drink? Oh, okay, that's just...
And while it was a valiant effort from MIBR,
Kentucky is not even the South, dude.
That should have been their round victory. They were quickly in there. They got the good trades. They had
The South is like Texas or Louisiana only, okay? Everything else is not the South.
Happens, a defender dies, somebody else takes their position, they get the trade back, they regain the ground. They are suffocating.
Tell that to an Appalachian. Listen, dude.
They're not fighting back. They're outright
I don't even know what you're talking about, okay?
They bring the fight
Kentucky
as
is
quick
not
as
the
possible.
South.
We saw Wizard running away from the shield, but again, Deadshot was above, had the angle, they bait the kill once more. There's never just one defender. MBR lows, they're kind of running into these rounds very blind. First round, they missed
SEC country, brother.
This
Listen,
round,
dude.
they chase Wizard with the blitz flash, thinking that there's
No,
gonna
I
be
just
no
wanted to
support.
trigger you, to be honest.
It's a three-way
I just wanted to
crossfire.
trigger
It's
you.
blitz as well. I mean, it's a nice idea, but you kind of need to take that ground and then not hard commit to the rush.
Either you catch Wizard or he escapes.
Yeah.
You can't have him escape and then chase after
It
him to the
worked.
upside. That's too far.
Well, I know you always talk about like different bourbons, you know, and all the bourbons by you and shit. I actually would like to go to Kentucky one day to go on the bourbon trail. That'd be cool.
Like MIBR lows have taken up. Like,
I know people who've done it. They said it's a pretty cool experience because they like pair it with like food and stuff like that, like barbecue places, and you get like cheating.
We can just peek him. We don't need to stress the hell out and peek one by one. Recompose, play it together.
There's I know someone who did the bourbon trail, and basically, yeah, they said they got to try a bunch of really cool bourbons. The tour that they did, you got access to, you were allowed to buy some bottles of bourbon for regular price that were like normally you'd have to overpay for, right? And then they had like the tour that they went on also had food.
Oh guys, it's free. You go for it while they're watching with a gun.
So like they had a lot of really good barbecue and like I forgot what else they had too, but like they basically told me all the food they ate. They said it was really good. Corvette plant, that'd be cool too. Yeah.
Technically speaking, here, third round, and
You get them below retail. That's actually crazy. Yeah, I remember it was every single place that they went to when they went to the bourbon trail, like every distillery or whatever, they ended up getting a bottle because it was like you just couldn't say no, basically. Like a bottle that you'd have to pay double, triple for at a store where we live. You just pay like regular retail price. That's it. Like not a penny more.
There's 3 guys on the roof. Nox just dropped down the hatch.
So, and it was the person I know that went's like a big bourbon fan, so they like quite literally bought a bottle at every place. We're in distillery and then you do pretty sick tours though. It's even though it's kind of a hipster distillery. And you went to Louisville in June. You did Michter's and an Old Forester. That's pretty cool. You know, I've been to a distillery before, but a few of them actually, but not. They're more like small ones. We have some distilleries in Detroit that I've been to, and then I went to one in oh my gosh, where was it? I think it was like in upstate New York. Just was on just Leo. Let's it.
They can take the fight as the MIBR are planting the 2v2 though, but Deadshot finds one. So
Dude, Smith is in the monitor.
And you just walk straight into Smith. Now it's a 1v1. Nox has the defuse. But surely going for a plant here would be a massive mistake. The peak ult gives the audio cue to Smith. Now he knows that there's no way for Nox to try and go for the kill.
Oh, he almost wallbanged him.
The other side, but he doesn't.
There's some crazy ass distilleries. We don't. I don't know. I'm trying to find the one that we went to. I was so long ago.
And wins a 3rd round for Fnatic.
He banging open the walls with 14
I'll look right
seconds
now.
left, and there are peak holes, not even entry holes. I'm thinking you have to walk down the hallway regardless of that.
Oh, 2 James. There's a. I don't know how big that is outside of Detroit, but there's a distillery called. There's like 2. Have you guys ever had 2 James before?
Small things again. Hold the phone. We have banned Mozzie. Have we lost the plot?
To be fair, there were a lot of moments in that round.
I'm investing in the drops. Tree.
But the Mozzie stopped them.
Like, it's cafe,
There was another one. Did they close? That sucks.
Mozzie ban? In
I think
2026?
if you're struggling because you can't drone, then you're not playing the meta because you don't need to drone nearly as much
Now they
in
play
this
mute.
meta.
Have you guys ever heard of Two James Distillery though before, like Spirits? Or is that just like it might just be a local thing? I don't know.
Bloody play Solid Snake already. Seriously. You haven't seen a single snake
I
hit.
feel like the mute jammers.
Oh yeah, there's Valentine. I've been there too.
Bigger because you get SMG11, a good primary.
If you ever had Valentine like whiskey and shit, that's
Again,
it's
I'm not gonna judge
from
it too hard.
Detroit.
Maybe it's the fact that MIBR knows they're down 0-3 on their own map. They've had a couple of rough rounds and the questionable ban. But also, you're leaving open a Sami, which you haven't seen almost.
So those are the
any
two that
players
I've been to
actually.
here.
Oh, we actually have
I don't think I've been to any of these other ones. I'm just like looking online. I feel like I went to another one as well, but I don't see it on here. It must have closed. I don't know. Who knows? Probably.
But just don't bother banning the Mozzie.
You only heard of one? Pisties, yeah. He's a big drinker.
You ban Mozzie, you know what Deadshot's gonna do? He's gonna play an operator with more utility and roam
with a better gun.
Yeah,
I mean, they're Two James and
It's over.
Two James is that one was pretty cool to go to. The one that I went to in upstate New York was cool, but I've heard the ones are way cooler in like on the Bourbon Trail in Kentucky and stuff.
Good luck, mate.
And again, we
So-
look at Fnatic's operator bans, right? They are actually.
I've even heard the Jack Daniels
a little bit, but for good reason.
like
They're
facility
still
is really
banning
cool
bomb
too.
site execute operators, Capital, Monty, Ying. They haven't felt pressured on the roam clear because, like we keep saying, they haven't played the roam clear operators. Where like if they played Solid Snake or Deimos or Blackbeard every single round and it was working out, they would have
It's
to
a
ban
free
True,
for all
but
every
not
morning
Ying.
at Buffalo
But they're
Trace.
like, well, they don't play those operators.
And they're not very
I don't
good
know.
shield,
That's
so let's not bother banning out the Blackbeard.
I honestly though,
It's just the Monty because
it's
Monty
weird. Like I
is
said,
that
I don't
like
really
impossible
drink
to
anymore.
cover them
I would
if you
probably
want
get
to
some of the
damage
bottles
for
though
free.
if there was
That's
like
why they
rare
targeted it.
exclusive bottles
So I feel
there.
like it would be a low
I would
stakes
probably
thing
get them
for
just to
that
keep at my
starting.
house
I'm
for like
failing to see an
gifts for
identity
people
of
down the
Vitality
line.
different from every other Brazilian team in a positive way. They're not like superstar class team. They're not all-star interfraggers. They're not super good at executing. They're like a bit of everything, but I'm lacking like the identity. And I
By the
feel
way,
like
just a
other
side
fans
note,
don't
it's
show
actually
because
crazy
there's
how
no
much better
key
Pengu has
operators
gotten
being
at casting
utilized
over the
same way as
years.
most teams at this event.
Yeah.
Not in the game that we've seen.
He's really evolved into like a quite a good caster.
Fnatic have really been dictating the
He definitely
pace
has
this
the
game,
knowledge,
and I
which
don't
is
think
always
that can
nice.
stop anytime soon. I think
But
this
his like
will
pacing has
even
is
harder
he's always had the
than
knowledge,
all
but like
those
it's
faced so far, just because of the stack of
I feel
bombs
like his
that
like
Fnatic
pacing
have
was
brought
really
to the
bad
table.
in the
We've
beginning,
seen
and he
maximum
really
value
like
IQ
has
combo.
improved on it, and it's actually very enjoyable to listen to him cast these days.
We need the IQ and Twitch to work together though to find these electric
Like it was
balls
always
and
enjoyable to
zero
hear him
cut
cast because of the knowledge, right? But
Thankfully, a decent amount of time though. There's a nice bit of soft
you know, there's
control.
nothing
The
there's
big
nothing
shot
worse than
drops
listening to
them
somebody
on
like
the wall
Intero,
vertically, and it's like
who
a
has
horizontal
no
driver,
fucking
and
clue
it's
what
gonna
they're
break the
talking
floor
about, right?
past the wall as well. You get a very nice and deep angle in towards the side for a bit of pressure.
Yeah, that's probably what it was. He was with
National, he's
Parker,
just
you know.
solely on the
That's
scanner, drones are
something
gone
I wouldn't
south.
wish on
They got the
anyone.
claw, they got the hatch.
Imagine me as a
It's gonna be good
caster.
old backside take.
Dude,
With
just
the
let me
sense,
call
with the
people
vert, right
shitters if I
into
want
the
to, and I'll be
diffuser.
fine.
There's
I
not
have
gonna
the
be a ton of
knowledge,
counterplay
you know.
here for Fnatic. They
Maybe
shouldn't
not
be able to
the
C4 the plan there ever because they're very
professionalism.
far away. And the Ogre drones, like you said, can be found with the IQ Twitch combination. This should just be a relatively free plant.
You were offered that. Actually, that you know, that's actually true. Pissy did actually get offered to cast with me, and he did say no.
Numbers advantage for MIPR low, so 4v2, but we've seen them let these slip.
It did, yeah.
Fnatic still have very much a real chance of winning this round.
You know what it was? Listen, chat. He knew that I would outshine him, so he didn't want to be there and be embarrassed. It's understandable.
Dark inside the bomb site itself. There is 2 C4s when they start landing, but Dark with a nice angle finds the kill. Devil with the second. All of a sudden, there's a bit of life. I was worried for a second. but they get
Shine
around on the
motherfucker
board
barely
regardless.
flickered. Okay, dude.
Finally, first round on the board.
Listen.
For MIBR lows on the
Okay.
attacking side. A second is all
Don't
they
worry.
need to
I'm
get
gonna
after
brush
the
up.
course
I'm
of
gonna
attacking
brush up
Cafe.
on my
We've seen
Adobe, and then you're gonna be out of the job soon, pal. Okay. Mina League, here I come.
Do think that Fnatic might still be able to find 3 attacks and put this game to bed 2-0 without even needing overtime.
Before the game started, so you guys need a bidet. Honestly, that's a good intro.
Player cam, that's good. Very well needed.
I think you guys did promote my bidet on the Boston show match, because I think what it was is I had some like on stage with me. I'm pretty sure.
I do think that the shield gives them that pushing power.
I had him on stage with me because I was giving him to, I forgot who. I think it was like Lax and Fox or something like that. Can you get in esports packs? It's actually pretty cool. The esports packs, you get old esports skins that are not out anymore. So they're actually pretty good.
Air jab stuff off, do the vert, go into our plant position. So once again, it might be our lows. You're saying we need to fight them early in the road.
He almost got canceled because of Tom. What did he do?
That is something that they usually don't succeed at. Yeah. They are working against themselves a little bit, up against the mirror windows, the pulse 4 downstairs. There's a lot of obstacles.
Yeah, I think it's really telling looking at the MIBR Los lineup what they do and don't respect out of Fnatic.
You put that giant fish plushie in your view toward Ian Chambers when you were playing the red light green light game and you couldn't see Ian. Oh.
To find players, to execute on players.
Honestly, that's a great excuse that you said. You know, honestly, chat, Pisty was cheating. This was his plan all along. Cancel him.
Solid Snake, Amos are all left open.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now in the lineup, just like as a final comment on it, is
this is all that was all part of his plan.
But how are they gonna get the map control, right? Let's say they clear top 4, gridlock, nomad, bit of verticality was not to love. But like you said, how do they deal with the mirror windows? How do they clear piano, stock, top floor cocktail? I don't know. But when you look
Dude, people stop. You and SEO, you never stopped and no one believed you. Dude, some of those challenges that they do, it's like it is very hectic. It is very hectic.
Because they don't need to do anything right now. They're chilling.
Racism. No, it is kind of hard, honestly, because it's like, dude, chat, you guys don't realize it, because you're like trying to win the game, but at the time, as you're trying to win the game, there's like active distractions in real life, and you're on stage in front of everybody playing, and on top of it, you have a sheet of challenges in front of you that you have to follow. So like there's like the crowd, there's people fucking with you on purpose because it's part of the show, and then you have to pay attention to like the host or announcer to like do certain actions. It's actually a lot.
Now Dark is still on the bomb site. 1v2 as he gets that defuse back.
Solis is dead.
Yeah, I like just playing the show match to like, you know, I mean, obviously, I'm trying to, you know, not go too crazy, so you're making it unfun for everybody. Like, you want there to be a decent show, right? But I don't know. Honestly, the last show match that we played was actually very competitive. Like, it was. I felt like it was pretty well matched up. It went 8-7. That was real. That wasn't anybody throwing or anything like that. Fisty was mad that we won, but
conjure up a little bit of valiance before we'll close.
And it's good how they got inside the bomb side and got a couple of kills, but again, from the top-down perspective, no pressure, right? I didn't see it execute. I didn't see a game.
Fisty was rooting on my downfall.
They never took piano. They never contested cocktail. They're on the window repels. Guess what? Wizard jumps out the window. SMG 11 in hand, gets a kill. Not supposed to happen, but there's no punishment because guess what? There was no air jab. Nobody's watching it, and there's no pressure anywhere on the map where Fnatic felt, okay, going for jump out is a risky play. There's no one anywhere, it feels like, from the attack of MLBR lows. They're paying the consequences right now, being down 1-4. They've done this to themselves.
I think we should pitch a show match where you're the captain of one team and you're the captain of the other. All right, I get stomping.
On these attacks. And if you want to go to a map, I know you gotta start on a harder side. That happens. That's always the case technically. But you gotta be able to play both sides of the coin. You can't go 1-5 on your
What do you mean? He's a content creator.
Coming up. It's like, no.
Also, like, listen, you can't be bringing Gridlock and Nomad and getting jumped out on.
No,
you are
investing. And not take top floor control.
You're investing 2 entire operators into preventing.
Listen, I'm gonna play a show match with Bikini on my team one of these days, and we're gonna win. Okay.
A shield, Solid Snake, Doka Bit line, and just storm the bomb site. That would have had a better chance at working out than what that last round was.
For sure. Look, I'm okay with the Nomad. I just think that doubling down here is such a waste. And yeah, I think there are so many operators that MIBR need to be leveraging here.
And it will just be proof that it was Pisty's fault.
We do
Okay.
have the Blackbeard here for the final round of attack of MIBR.
Good. Let's see what the plan is then. I would love a step-by-step. Again, there's no real counter for the mirror. I mean, you can certainly say Ibanez Kairos is a counter, but that can be dealt with relatively easily if you play in piano or have any sort of denial or impact grenades. In this case, they could just Asami off an angle, run in, shoot them, but we'll see what happens later on. C4 downstairs, Fnatic playing the layers. A classic style on Cafe, using the verticality. You say, hey guys, go on piano, C4 below. Go into cocktails, C4 below. And on paper, what Fnatic they want to do in this round is just get one kill with any of their 3 C4s and they're happy. Then they get the 5v4
Really sad for
that first
Japan. You hope we
downstairs.
all go. Can't wait. I hope so too. I don't know. It seemed very. I mean, I tried to ask as much as possible, you know, and it was like very 50-50 whether it was gonna, you know, be a thing or not.
Continuing to just feed info to his team. A missed opportunity there from Dash, trying to cut off Deadshot. He fails to do so. However, Citizen will go down. Good angle on the windows from Daffo. But MIBR low still do not have full piano control. There's more work to be done.
Now they got Cigar control. That's the first step. And if they're in Cigar, they can watch that pixel angle in towards piano itself. Then they can Excara off the mirror window, and then they can keep progressing. But then we'll talk about the timer. 60 seconds left. There's still those C4s lingering downstairs. Now guess what? Citizen gets.
It's in November, so it's not for a while, dude. I have your game. I'm not gonna, even if, you know, I'm not gonna bring it. That's getting sold, okay? That's getting sold. I need more filament. I need to buy. No, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna sell it. I'm gonna buy more Great Pet G.
Except for the hallways of the staircases, so they're super limited now in going quickly.
Without breaching the hatch here, not only do they not have.
Listen, listen, I can get one roll of Great Pet G for sure.
Isolating these players that have been playing inside of Train before. Smith has been able to escape into Fireplace, into the other bomb site. Not enough control here from MIBR Los as 15 seconds remain and continue ticking down. A big opportunity now, but Dark misses his shots. Devastated. Now our MIBR as they desperately need to get into a plant position. Nux inside of mining. Needs to look for the plant, but he has no friends.
You have a link to what is it? What is it called again?
Now it's up to just plant an R from Wizard. Gets in a position.
Ooh.
The plant is denied. Fnatic dominate. 5-1 on the defensive Cafe.
Dude, this game is like, I was not expecting it to be this bad. I figured Los would be honestly playing better than this.
Solo on the bomb side with the Blackbeard holding F, praying that somehow they don't shut him down, that no C4 gets tossed this way. Then he walks into the bomb side. There are 2 other attackers upstairs.
Kung Fu Rider for the PS3. Alright, let's check this shit out.
You gotta get in the action, guys.
It's a sealed copy. See, that's valuable. I could probably get at least 2 rolls of filament from that.
Individual moments by Fnatic, team victories from Fnatic. They have been
Oh, according to Metacritic, it has a 36% rating.
This isn't Fortress.
And it has a 3.5 on IGN.
Fnatic have really leaned into this chaotic play style and they have used it to run.
It was 20 Canadian including shipping.
5-1 is such a devastating pill to swallow here for MIBR.
I mean, they gotta go crazy on side swap.
I don't think it's gonna happen. Like, I hate to say it, but I'm pretty confident this is a 2-0.
This is it right here. This is the game.
To phase 2 of the play-ins, which means
it's a horrible game. Why do you want it so bad then?
From the group stage.
This is it.
For a team that hasn't qualified for an international event with this roster at all, not since they had an Australian team 6 years ago, that is everything. For a player like Deadshot, who
are you gonna keep it sealed, Pisty?
In the hell that was that Wolves roster, doomed to qualify for every event, and then achieved nothing at every event.
Your entire channel is obscure horrible games. I do know you play a lot of random obscure horrible games. You're just gonna stream it? Okay.
region swabs for a player like Deepek, who remembers what it was like to lift the major trophy 4 years ago with
stuck
Rogue.
around all this time.
And he's the only player that remains.
CAG or KingZero. I mean, CAG should win that game, but I mean, there's no guarantees in life, right? I mean, I thought Los was gonna win this game, but
an extremely long time.
He's still a fraud.
Thank you, Reddit.
Yeah.
CAG is losing. I mean, like on paper they should win, but
just because of
you
the
know,
years of anger.
they lost map 1. Yeah, I see that. That's crazy. I don't know. Maybe CAG is washed, bro. Maybe they're washed.
A couple different times. We speak about
PS4 copy of Siege that from launch.
He always told me that they needed like a shield player.
I mean, you could for sure find that somewhere.
Your bottom EML team.
Have you heard of this?
I mean, just probably like eBay or something.
I have heard about it, right? And then I swear
Let's
to God, when
see.
they qualified for EWC after, or maybe it was either when they qualified or after we cast them one of the days. It's after we cast them.
Yeah.
And he was like, so Smith on shields, huh? Eye emoji. And I was like, you got your shield player.
Yeah.
You got your shield player.
I love that.
So
Let's see.
I feel like
Oh
they're
yeah, dude, you
finally- and
could
it took so long, but they're finally
you could
found
get
the
it so
players that
cheap.
they were
It's like
missing.
$5.
Not the starter, not the experience necessarily. Yes, they have Deadshot and Citizen, whatever. But
How do you know it's the lowest version? Okay. Well, this one says it's from. This one's just the disc only, and it says it's from 2015. So I would assume it's like the OG one. You could. Oh, I know how you could do it. You could look at some of them have UPC numbers, and you could probably get the UP. Or some of them have like pictures on the back of them and stuff. Oh, this is definitely one 100%. Because it says it includes the gold weapon pack, so that's definitely launch edition.
And funnily enough, MIBR Los actually playing very similar lineup to what we saw out of Fnatic. Azami, Mira, Mozzie, and Aruni all operating.
That's definitely a launch edition one. It's on the front of the case. It's $5 US. That's it. I would think it's probably an OG copy. It's gotta be, because it says includes gold weapon pack, right? That's the original. Oh, they even have it for PC, Pisty. There's a disc on PC. That's an OG disc. It includes the gold weapon pack and stuff too. Buy it for you? I will, if you want. Do you want it? Do you want the PC one or the, I might buy this PC one, honestly, too. Oh, there's a bunch of them on here.
No, I feel you. I mean, we look at this again. A lot of phantom pressure from Fnatic on the
The PC disc would update, I would think. So the PC one is a disc, but it'll force you to. It's an Ubisoft Connect code inside of it. So that one, or Uplay, it has Uplay still on the back of it. So wouldn't the PlayStation one do the same thing because it's an online game, or no?
There was a drone at the top of White. He actually didn't take down that drone.
You do know for PC too, Pisty. If you want, you could just launch the old versions. Do you have Siege on Steam? If you have Siege on Steam, you could just play the old version, like the launch version of Siege.
Which exposes him completely. Smith pre-fires as the nades go out. The plant looking to go down here.
That's kind of cool though. That's like a physical OG copy.
Look completely lost. 2 versus 4. How do they get back into it? The plan has been confirmed. Fnatic can retake post-plant positions from outside. They still have Smiths on the shield. He'll find a second. Daffo up against the world. 1v3. I don't care how good this DMR is, mate. There is no use.
Yeah. I mean, as long as you can even get Siege for free on Steam, but you can play the old versions. I don't know how you do it, but I know people do it.
Oh boy, the pressure is really getting there now from IBLOs because they need this to start turning around. I keep seeing the same thing though.
Los is chalk, dude.
Fnatic, they need to play together and have 2 people fight one. We're seeing on Los fighting on the bomb site, the smoke and the mute or whatever by the journal, getting double grenaded, cabinet broken.
You know how to do it? Okay.
There are 2 defenders.
Do you want me to get you this PlayStation copy?
Fighting what? Stopping who?
I think this is gotta be an OG copy.
You have a water bucket and you're not using it. Use the bucket. Put out the fire. Help your teammate, please. It's a bit baity.
Yeah.
And they're paying the consequences massively.
Dude, it's literally like $5, like $5 delivery. There's like a lot of them on here, like a lot.
And they could do something about it.
Okay, I'll buy it for you. I'll bring it next time I see you.
All over the place today. I mean, how are you down 6-1 on your own map pick? Fnatic look like so much more of a refined product today, and they are showing us a taste of the Fnatic that knocked G2 out of contest. They're showing us a taste of the Fnatic that beat Twisted Minds in the group stage of EML. That's better. This is not the same Fnatic.
Dude, this one's a PS4 disc and an Xbox case.
In EML, not the same Fnatic that we saw.
Ooh, here's a sealed copy.
They have finally refined themselves.
But this is not the oldest one. This one has a PS5 upgrade available on it, so that means it's not the new. It's not the oldest.
Could well be eliminated tomorrow. Yeah. Even if they just lose a single match in phase 2, that best of 3 will be the end of their.
Someone's selling a Year 2 Gold Edition for $199.94. That shit's not selling. No one's gonna buy that shit.
Once that's gone, once it's do or die, that's the question. Can they?
I think that's the OG copy, right?
In that scenario?
Let's see. I want to look it up on like
feels like nothing can stop them.
launch.
He's dancing middle of the building, 30 seconds of the round, popping the verticality. They got Smith on a different, a shield operator. He get
Images. Yeah, I think it's the one that has the gold weapon pack. It's just gotta be it.
He's not watching his flank. He's not worried about anything.
He's popping the Goyas.
They have one player watch the white stairs for him now. Wizards holding down the red staircase. If anybody walks up, they're gonna be dead. And because they already got the opening pick, they're gonna feel desperate for a play. Drone shot. The scan came out. Perez will know of where Solid Snake is, but it works both ways. And it's a matter of like pick apart the verticality, break open the hatch.
Let me see, man. I'm trying to see, like, I'm trying to make sure the one that I get.
If they want to, they got options. They got time.
Yeah, this is probably it because it has. I mean, I don't know if this is for sure, but it includes the gold. Oh, this is a sealed copy. Ooh.
Try and find out where these final positions are. Perez and Nux, both positions revealed by Wizard here on the red stairs.
There's a gold edition.
Will tear
There's a lot of
anyone
these.
that tries to contest him in close range. When it comes down to an execute, Citizens sends walls will be helpful. Smiths as well.
This one looks like it's in good shape. Some of these are not in good shape, though. That's the only thing.
The C4 lands, that can change everything. A smoke goes out as well for a trade-off. Timing is everything. He holds it for now.
I think I also have a launch copy, I'm pretty sure. Let me check.
Thump of hitting the floor. Here it comes.
He hears it.
I think I have a physical copy of Siege. Let me check.
In the smoke.
Massive play from Fnatic. And Dash looks to try and pick. He needs to retake down. The plan is going down. Wizard is cutting apart Nux from the red stairs. Smith eventually will confirm that plan, but the post is too strong for Fnatic. It's Dash up against the world. Fnatic,
I actually don't. I might buy 2 copies. I'm gonna buy one for you, one for me.
A matter of days away. They have returned to the international stage with a massive performance, undefeated through the bracket of their group here in the play-ins, and through to phase 2. They knock MIBR Los down into that lower bracket, and now they will play for elimination tomorrow. Whereas Fnatic now find themselves in such a beautiful position.
Yeah.
It's everything this team has hoped for.
All right, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna buy 2 copies. I think I'm gonna buy a copy on Xbox too, just because.
And a 7-1 domination over MIBR Los is one hell of a way to get the job done.
Oh yeah, I mean there's a lot of really important moments for them on both.
That was kind of a boring game.
And I think every single player we spoke off a lot when it came to.
All right, let's go on the Shopify, dude.
Behind, the one person was carrying them. It was very much a team effort. People
Shopify's gonna play Ty Lue.
Not the biggest celebration when they won. I'm not sure if that's again keeping expectations low. Guys, that was good. We go again tomorrow, you know. But
bro, they're just chillers.
They're just still like that. And I think that right now, honestly, I think they take a lot of emotional control. Not feeling the pressure in the server, not applying it.
I mean, all is not lost.
Too big of a celebration or being too hard on themselves.
Because Fnatic was winner's bracket, so I think, if I'm reading this right.
Forgot their name at the current moment. But I think they're trying to maybe apply some of that emotional coaching from back then. Because right now, it's a bit of a mental game. You're the underdog, you got new rookies, you gotta play the right mental side.
I think as you said though, it could change very quickly once we start to actually have expectations on Fnatic. For example, going into phase 2 of the play-ins, they will be the favored team. They'll be heading through seed 1 into that single elimination best of 3 match against the seed 2 team from Group A, and they will be favored to win that. If that pressure, that expectation gets to them, then maybe that'll be the end of their tournament.
Look, I think that you put it best. Muted celebrations at best. Yeah. Honestly, like it was just another day, another dollar for them. But my massive concern in this conversation, that second map was never in question. No, there was not once where I thought they lost control. Even in that 4th round, where they managed to lose the round, it came down to a Perez swing that found a double kill in Bakery. If he doesn't get that double kill in Bakery, they've just killed the Blackbeard. They've got control of Bakery and they've got control of the site.
Oh, Pisty, by the way, did I tell you I got an 8mm retro camera?
Oh, I know, that's a bit of a stretch.
A Bell and Howell.
Are you disrespecting the Aussie fanatic, right?
I am absolutely.
That is. I am
absolutely.
Mag is gonna.
It's from I think the 1940s or 50s.
He'll have a few choice words for you.
I'll have a chat with him.
I would watch.
Oh, will you?
Yeah.
I'll bring him on.
I don't want to burn things too brightly too quickly because, as you said, I think part of Fnatic's success is the fact that they do have fairly humble expectations.
Remember the day it came out?
They aren't taking this.
Dude,
we're going up against this team first.
All joking aside, I've actually bought a good amount of retro camera equipment lately.
Honestly, like playing pretty simple Siege. They're playing.
Dude, I've been buying it at auctions. It's so cheap. It's kind of cool to have, man.
Too crazy, and I just think that they.
It's honestly really cool.
Works for the 5 players that are stepping into the server each day.
Yeah. I think the one
I bought some like 35. You know, funny enough, speaking of 3D printers, I bought this old Kodak camera that shoots 35mm film. It's pretty much kind of like an instant camera these days, or a disposable camera, but it's reusable. The cartridges they no longer make that shoot this film, but you could 3D print one that's refillable with normal 35mm film. So that's actually the next thing I'm gonna print probably. Of course, it'll be in Grey Pet G, your favorite.
I lost every single one of them.
It's funny going back to the conversation. I think that the way you put it, Nick, was pretty perfect when you said that there doesn't seem to be a personality or an identity for that team, and whether that's just in isolation right now, I can't speak to that. I don't watch enough of the LATAM League to be able to make that comment comfortably. But what I can say is
popcorn is good.
They didn't have something that they were leaning into.
But
more comments about like the operator selection.
I'll show you guys the camera if you want. Check it out. I'll show you guys the camera that I bought. It's an old school 8mm. Check it.
I could hear that.
Honestly, what are they doing? And like I said, I'm Brazil's biggest non-Brazilian fan these days. But it's very hard to back in the way that MIBR Los chose to play Cafe. Especially when even when they did have some of the right ideas, like trying to suppress aggression by playing Gridlock and Nomad, they're still getting jumped out on because the Soulless checks, okay, no Claymore, no air jab, I can jump straight out. And so Fnatic, they really figured out the best way to play around MIBR Los. For that, I'm really impressed. However, job not done yet.
Job is not done. That's a very well stated point from you, but I think it's time for us to maybe hear from someone who has a little bit more knowledge on the game.
Comes in this leather carrying case.
Listen, I don't have that
you
much
open it
knowledge,
up,
what I do know is
and there's an
Fnatic
antique
on an absolute terror citizen. It was like I just spoke to just
school
a couple hours ago. It seems like
8mm
but the weather for you guys.
Ellen Howell camera.
Watch out for Smith, and he showed who he is. So yeah, I think it's a good day from him.
Well, so we heard the desk talking about it. We
manual wind, manual.
It seemed like with you joining this edition of Fnatic,
all manual,
Smith's being able to join the team, it really seems like you guys are being able to gel inside of your roles. I mean, a 7-3 into
cool,
a 7-1. I mean, you want to elaborate a little more on those roles and just kind of how well everything is synchronizing.
Well,
I
that's
think
not
everyone
good.
has like the perfect roles in his team. You
broke off.
player,
Okay, no, this is
player,
detachable. That's why.
We have everything, and I think that's why it works so well.
Now, I want to talk about Fraggers really quick because Wizard has been on an absolute tear. I mean, in the first
it
series,
shoots video.
12-5.
Yeah.
In the first map, 11-6. I mean, he's being very
video.
influential. He's very
There actually is
elusive.
film
I mean,
in it.
What is this guy eating in the morning?
I probably just
Chicken
exposed
nuggets.
that. That was not good.
That's the gamer diet, everyone. Well, I'll let you get back to us.
There's actually 8mm film in it.
Out of the water just yet. One more.
I did not know that, dude. That shit's like $50 a roll.
Is there anything you want to say to your fans? Say to your
I'm honestly down
forward?
to vlog with it. It's
Thank you for all
cool.
the support and haters.
All right, well, you heard it from Citizen. He's silencing the haters. He's silenced Los. Again,
This
congratulations.
thing looks like a purse. I just realized it. Look.
Studio.
I like that one. Just shh, stay quiet. Stay quiet. like Groundhog Day at a massive point there. We're literally back with Citizen, feeling comfortable after a very successful victory. I think Fnatic are really in a great spot right now. We're saying it, they're through to phase 2, which is such an instrumental part of this conversation for play-ins, because I think if you leave doubt in the mind, if you're Fnatic, if you're, look, even you could kind of make the point for MIBR Los, I think that you cannot afford in this play-ins group to look weak, and Fnatic have looked anything but.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, actually. The only downside to not looking weak is that no one's going to underestimate you either.
Yeah.
Because Fnatic going into this are like, oh, they're a bit of a, whatever team,
Fnatic
right?
the small fish in the big pond for
Yeah.
EML, right?
Yeah.
EML is a big pond.
People
look
watch
at
EML. They go,
G2,
yeah.
Falcons, VP have so much hype, but
Even
Fnatic
GK.
are kind of, I mean, Fnatic are kind of in a similar position right now to where VP were a couple of months ago, where you make a couple of roster changes, and then suddenly they look like a
Spider-Man,
completely new team.
Quick Goes Home, New Jersey edition.
And suddenly, immediately, everything is clicking
nice.
But it does mean here at the Esports World Cup,
Nice
the players
burst, I'll
Fnatic
rock
are
that. I
looking
will,
like the best
dude.
team,
That's
maybe
like it's
alongside Shopify
frank.
Rebellion,
It's
who
kind
we'll
of
get to see a
cool.
little bit more out of later today. And
Kinda
now
cool.
those two teams are looking like the strongest. At the
There's
moment, play-ins, everyone's gonna
honestly
have
though,
massive
dude,
targets
I've
out there. They're gonna be studying them, they're gonna be ready
I don't know
to
if I
try
told you,
and take
Pisty,
them
but I've
down.
been buying a
Like
bunch
we
of
said,
random
Fnatic
shit from
actually, funnily enough,
auctions.
even though they are
Like
done
some of
with
them
phase one
online, some in
play-ins, they
person.
still have to face
I bought
single
a big
elimination
lot
match
of
now
vintage
in
camera
phase two,
equipment.
which means you can't afford to make any mistakes.
Dude, it's crazy how
Best
cheap a
of
lot of
three,
this stuff goes.
series.
Because
One thing I
some of
really
these
like out of
auctions, it's
Fnatic,
local
we got to
pickup
see from
only, like they
Citizen,
won't ship
Citizen's
the
known for being a bit of a
equipment.
character. He's got quite a
I got that
reputation.
camera I just showed you. Okay. I got a Kodak Hawkeye camera, which is like the, you know, that 35mm camera.
He is breakdancing his
I got an old school Sharp VHS camera from the 1980s. Okay. And what else was in there? Some old school Kodak photo like lenses and a whole bunch of like accessories and wires. And one of the wires kind of fits the Super 8 camera that I got from my parents to play this old video. You want to know how much I paid for all of that stuff? $9 total. Free pickup.
And that is just a huge fundamental part as to how we
$9 for all of that equipment. Dude, that's like if you went and like, I mean, of course it's at an auction, right? And it's all just sold as is. But like, dude, if you bought all of that equipment separately, it'd be probably, I don't know, at least probably a couple $100 minimum. Minimum. That's like if you got good deals, a couple $100. That is true. I did have an $1,100 electric bill. 100% of purse you can rock that with some open toe flats. It's the kind of purse you want to wear. Mellow colors with no reason to go full ho. True, true. And Nexus, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. You know what's funny about that that camera too? That camera case? It actually smells like old people. You know what I'm talking about, dude? Like that 1950s smell. Like you ever walk into a house and you're like, this smells like the 1950s. That's what that camera smells like. That guy's entire house just smelled like the 1950s. It was built in the 50s, or earlier, 30s or something.
In Japan in 2019,
40s.
And they were not the favorite team. They were the second seed team out of Europe at that
Just
event.
smells of Americana.
To win it, and yet he over-delivered, right?
But oh, I actually got a crazier one, Pisty. This is the funniest thing ever. So, do you guys remember?
Yeah, and on top, I think the pressure
It was like old people, Pisty, young George. Does he have that smell? I don't smell like old people. Okay, this was crazy. This was crazy, crazy, crazy. This was the literal best thing I've ever bought at auction in terms of like price-wise. Okay, I'm not gonna sell it, but it's kind of cool. Basically, I bought a big box. This was the same auction actually I bought the camera at. The cameras. There was a big box. Okay. Inside, the only thing you could see in the box really from, or like whatever, like they kind of had it laid out on like a shelf or whatever, I guess. You couldn't really see most of the items on the shelf. Okay. The stuff on the shelf, the only thing I could see was the talking fish. So if you guys remember from the early 2000s, remember there was like Billy Bass and like the cool catfish. Basically, you'd mount them on the wall, you'd press a button, it was like a dancing fish, it would talk shit to you, like all that kind of stuff, right? There was a new one in the box, and I was like, dude, I'm already going to pick up the camera equipment. $3 for this whole lot. The minimum bid was $3. I was like, you know what? Let me fucking you know, drop a $3 bid on this. If I get it, my kids will get a kick out of it for, you know, even if it's just for a few minutes, whatever, okay? So I get the box,
I think we should toast it like that.
okay,
Come on.
of stuff. I'm like, cool, the fish is in there. The fish is worth like $50 so it's new in the box, but I took it out and get it for my kids. There was also some like there was like a few toy cars in there and stuff like that. They were worth like $10 each if I really wanted to sell them. I'm not going to do it. I just opened them up. I gave them to my kids, okay? They were new in the box. There was also some like antique-ish toys from the 1960s and 70s from Japan. Those are worth like $50 to $100, probably like 100. If I was gonna, I'm not gonna take the time to sell them, but like they were new still, okay? I'm probably gonna donate those because they're honestly like a little creepy looking. I don't want to give them to my kids, honestly. And then the last thing that was in the box, oh, there was some tennis rackets. I mean, they were worth like probably like $50, I guess, maybe. And then there was, remember the Thigh Buster from like the late 80s, early 90s? That thing you put in between your legs to build thigh strength. That was in there, funny enough. I'm throwing that shit away. Or I'll donate it, I guess. But then there was one thing at the very bottom of the box. So, mind you, I paid $3 for this stuff. It's already worth like a few $100. Okay? Very bottom of the box, there's one more thing. It's made out of metal. I'm like, oh. It's like, this kind of looks like tarnished silver. So I was like, I have no idea what this is. I've never seen this. I just take a picture of it with ChatGPT and with like Gemini and plug it in. And I'm like, let's see what this shit is. Dude, it ends up being a table sweep from the late 1800s. So what you do is you would drag it across a table and you would turn this little wheel inside of it and it would suck up the crumbs. It was just like horsehair brushes inside there because, you know, there's no electricity that runs it. And I was like, huh, that's pretty weird. And then I look and I'm like, what's the value of it, right? Because I'm like, okay, I'm just curious, okay? So it shows the value and it says they're worth like about $100. But a lot of them, check for stamping, a lot of them are made out of solid silver. Bro, I fucking looked. It's made out of solid silver. It's a pound of solid silver. It's over $1,000 for this thing. It's like, what the fuck? So I spent $3. There was like a few $100s in like whatever, like vintage toys and stuff like that. And there was a pound of fucking silver in the bottom of the box. So I was like, okay. That was probably the best thing I've ever bought at auction. You know what it is? The more jank the auction is, the better deals you get on stuff, honestly. All the auctions are like really well organized and they allow shipping and all this kind of stuff. All this stuff always goes for a bunch of money. And it's all separated out, photographed. The ones you gotta look for are like, dude, honestly, the kind of jank auctions, those are the ones that always have like better stuff, honestly, that people don't bid up like crazy. That was kind of cool. I'm not gonna sell it, I don't think, but I don't know. Yeah, $1,000 in silver. It's like $960 in silver, and then you whatever. I mean, the it's honestly in bad shape. It's not in good shape or anything, which is probably why it got thrown in that pile, right? If it was in good shape, because when it's polished up, I guess they look pretty nice. There is like a ornate design on it too. It's like paint. It's like kind of like in an inlay, in painted inlay type of thing. It's honestly in pretty bad shape. I guess the antique value is about like $50 to $100 on it, and then the silver's worth whatever $960, so it's a $1,000 item. But I bought ancient Roman coins at auction. What else did I buy? Bunch of stuff, dude. I bought a bunch of ancient Roman coins. They were surprisingly cheap. There was a huge coin auction, and there was a bunch from different eras in ancient Rome. And, yeah, they were like $50, $60 each. They got some pretty legit sponsors for this event.
He is rake dancing his rook.
And quick, thank you for the Trump 3713 sub. Back. Finally, I can give you my Prime sub. Sorry, Valkyrie. Had to sub to I'm this old fuck that plays Siege, but expired, so now I can sub to you. Fuck, wrong channel. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Listen, dude. Listen. No refunds, okay? No refunds. Wait another month. You're stuck with me for at least 30 more days. I feel like Ambi is just like, he just looks like he's happy to be there. Everyone else is all serious, and then Ambi's like, it's like bring your son to work day. He's a vampire. Dude, he's so good, it's crazy. Shopify. No, dude, he still looks really young. You know what the insane thing is, chat? You guys know Ambi was like 10 years old. Literally playing ranked. Shopify is actually doing good so far. Responsible parents. No, dude, it's actually crazy. He was literally like maybe 9 or 10. Like, dude, I was still a pro. And he was playing ranked against me. And he's like 18 right now. So how old would that make him? That was like 8. He was 10, yeah. He was 10 years old. Hold on, Spice Lasagna. Evidently, I banned him from my chat for Q sniping and stream sniping me. He did apologize to me on Twitter for it, though, and asked to be unbanned, so I was like, alright, I got you, dude. No, I'm not gonna let my kids play this game ever, even when they're adults. He's admitted to sniping like every stream when he was a kid. I mean, he still is a kid, dude. It's whatever. Honestly, it takes some time, but, you know, pretty much everyone who has, like, Q-sniped or stream sniped me and stuff in the past, it's like, you know, whatever. You just let it go. What am I gonna do? Hold it against them forever? It ain't that deep. Better man than me. No. Basically, if people cheat, no. I have anyone who cheats, I do not feel like they can ever be reformed. Censor. It's still so crazy, dude. That whole situation is just still so nuts. I cannot believe that. Basically, if you don't know what happened, there was a guy that I played with, not like crazy often. I started playing with him more this season because no one was on a lot. Horrible player, literally the worst player that I played with. The reason I didn't play with him much is because he was bad at the game, and I didn't want to play with him because I didn't want to lose because he would actively make me lose. Right? There was a bunch of people that I played with that would not play with them. Basically, there was a tipping point where he got kicked out of like every stack he played in, and people were like literally crashing out on him, like yelling at him. Out of the blue, he downloads cheats.
Was able to continue after turning the computers off and on again. For the rest,
Out of the blue, he decides to start cheating. Okay, and literally gets banned within 2 days. And everyone's like, "Yeah, KingGeorge plays with cheaters." Boosted. I'm like, great.
Come on.
Literal trash can fucking shit player out of the blue just starts cheating.
Triangle thing. Do not let
I
that rat
hate.
find his family. Come on. If the thing starts a union, we're in trouble, guys. No, over there. Come on, we're losing time.
how long have I been out?
Just a couple of seconds. The rat got out again.
Oh, he's been doing that more and more recently.
We're gonna get you a better hat.
I think he may have peed a little bit.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of pee right here. If we can clean that up, obviously, unless you can read the prompter without it.
What, are you crazy? I don't do my own stunts. Just give me some cheese or something.
Okay, hey, cheese. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, this'll. Hey, little guy, just want one of. Okay, I think that'll work for now.
Are we good?
Yep, we're good.
We good? Are we good? Perfect. All right, guys, clear set. Let's go.
So you should play with my whack ass, so at least you're not cheating. There you go.
And
It's crazy that you caught flack for that guy being so stupid.
Championship.
I don't know. I mean, that's what it is. What it is. I mean, you can literally see on his tracker that he goes from being like horrible to like super good
What can we do about them?
in like a day. But I don't know. What are you gonna do, bro? Tis life.
Back underway with our final best of 3 of the night. It is the upper bracket. This one
This
is
is live,
exciting.
yep.
It's CNL versus NAL. It is Shopify
The
Rebellion.
best part of that
versus
whole thing is people are coming out of the woodwork to tell me that Sensor used to cheat in the past too. Yeah, dude.
I would not roll
That's my whole thing is if somebody cheats ever, I don't care. I never want to play with them. I'm fucking good.
Couch? I think it's good enough.
Yes.
I genuinely just do not believe that people could be reformed. Like it's just not a
I
thing.
do say that very often.
I
In fact, I'm
literally- I
starting
don't
to lose
believe
the
in
trope
it.
A little bit. I probably need to rein that one back in. But honestly, this
I
one
am
was
willing to
exciting
forgive
for the
people
fact
for
that
like,
CNL is
you know,
such
Q
an
sniping and
exciting
stream
prospect when
sniping,
it comes to
right?
the leagues in
Or
general.
for mouse and
But when it
keyboard on
comes to
console
unknown
in the
entities,
past,
the
right? I mean, there's no
CNL
excuse
are
anymore.
really unproven at
But
multiple international events, right? We've seen them a
you know,
little
if it's in the
bit, but now it's
past,
time to
okay,
see them
whatever.
unfold.
I
It's time to
guess
see them actually get into
fine.
their strides, guys. And I think this is. I mean, this is just a
But
decline for Tai Lu. This is probably
cheating,
the best
like
opponent that
software cheats on your PC, like taking that extra time to do that, nah.
in this particular phase of the tournament, right? So
Nope.
it's very much trial by
There's
fire.
no
Of
chance.
course,
It's
Tai
so
Lu
much
have shown
effort
promise over
that
the
goes
course
into
of the day so
cheating.
far, but this is going to be
And it's
intriguing.
always
Definitely
been
on a personal
bannable
note,
forever.
I'm most excited to finally cover a CNL team, but also some familiar faces, namely Jackie Wu, Songla, obviously way back in the day. We've covered those boys for several years, so very excited to see what they can offer.
Just a fragile, you know, like up against everybody, yeah.
I don't know if they will. Shopify Rebellion look very, very good in their match against
Oh
Yulacon.
my
So, I mean,
God,
it's
what
going to be a
is this
difficult
shit?
task. I think that was the premise we had for that match when it came to Shopify Rebellion. And I think you'll apply that again for this too against Hailu.
Oh my god. One time that Almir and Alman fragged over me in a ranked game or something. How do you even have that?
How much that's going to help them in
That's
a
fake.
match against
AI.
an American Giant, it's hard to
AI.
say, but it's something.
It's actually nearly impossible to say. I'll be completely
You know,
honest.
Quick has been known to use AI chat. That's just AI.
I think
It's just
yeah, we saw it
AI.
in Salt Lake City, and I think
Why am I
there were
alive? Why
elements
not,
there
dude?
That we were starting to become a little bit surprised by what they could actually do. Now we get to see them on a. I don't want to say an early playing field, but it is. This is the opportunity for them to set the tone for the rest of the tournament.
Play-ins.
I do talk about play-ins a lot.
This is where it's
I don't even have that CC. Thought I deleted all the evidence. All right, bro. Listen.
Not even close. They are not
Listen.
They are not in the same discussion as what a quote-unquote play-in team should be, which is why we're expecting such great things out of them. Of course, as you alluded to a little earlier, Alula Club got absolutely dominated by them. That was the performance that we had to do to set the tone
Shopify
for Shopify.
could.
They did so perfectly, but it was in that other match that I think expectations might have been broken. I think
So
and that's what I'm going to call this right now.
they're gonna play.
Because
So
I think
whoever
a lot of
plays
you would
this
have expected
plays.
Chiefs to put up a better performance, potentially take that. It was an 8-6 win to Tyloo.
I don't know.
So they're not coming in with the
I think
most
Los,
amount of
right?
confidence.
No, not necessarily.
You lost your shit when Donut streamed, but your fucking ass. Yeah.
We've heard some mixed reports.
That shit was actually so like. Look, I saw. Yeah, I mean, it's just true, dude. He's just so terrible. Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's why he was cheating, you know.
Some interesting highlights. I mean, especially straight off the rip, Nighthaven Labs is one of the most played maps in CNL. We've heard some jokes behind the scenes.
Done, Dr. Insane.
They seemingly are.
What are you gonna do, man?
Wanting to go to all the time. It's super frequent. So for Shopify to be the ones to pick it in this series is interesting.
It is, but it's Shopify's second preference map.
Yeah.
And they've only lost it twice in the last
Time
6
did
months,
the stream
which one
start?
was
5
Two
hours
Falcons
ago.
And the other being Dark Zero. That was a 7-8 and a 5-7.
Yep.
So they're going to be very difficult. Now, what you were alluding to is Nighthaven Labs is the map when it comes to CNL. All these teams play it often. And to clarify on that, 9 times played for Tyler.
I don't know, bro. 8 in the morning Eastern? You could use Google. Like, what is this? Why do people like refuse to Google things and come into a Twitch chat where it's literally harder?
Things actually get kind of good for Tyler is that their map pick of Bank, fourth preference.
I don't think Ubisoft invites to this. This is just this is EWC, and I don't know. I don't even know if they're inviting anybody. Histy, are you going to EWC? Or do you know if anyone is? I don't think anybody's even going, dude.
2 months ago, in fact, have only played it that time in the last 2 months. So this is an intriguing map.
Dude, you're horrible grammar and spelling. Hard to answer. I'm out. You said, okay, fuck off. Use Google. Like, what? How are you this stupid? Like, just no fucking way you're this dumb.
To get on this one, though, I tell you what, this could be a puffing Billy if I've ever seen one.
What does that mean?
Shopify Rebellion.
That is a reference, by the way.
Actually, to be fair,
Australia.
sorry, I actually didn't realize that the world doesn't know the infamous puffing Billy. I think that Shopify Rebellion
Maybe,
are
Corn.
going to be
You're not. I don't know if anybody is. I mean, it's possible there's people going to EWC that are content creators, but like, I don't know of anybody that is personally.
We are expecting big things out of Shopify Rebellion. This is Tyloo's free hit.
Yeah, free hit indeed, guys. But I tell you what, as much as we want to try and paint this in a way in which the CNL team against a very high caliber NAL team has a chance.
You're in Jersey Mike's.
Let's be real and let's put the main story out there. Shopify Rebellion should win 2-0. But we had the caveats being, of course,
what sub specifically? It better be something good. Don't disappoint. Enjoy your mayo sandwich. Okay, dude. I mean, Mike's way. That's the only way. But what'd you get?
Yeah, arguably
mayo sandwich, Mike's way.
Match of these Tyloo players' careers up until this point.
Rob,
so.
Rob, don't go too far.
No, he's,
oh no, he's not even turning. He can hear me 100% as well.
He's kicked the feet up. He's long gone.
Straight into the rehost gives us more time to kind of dissect things, and I want to kind of go back a little bit to the second map being Bank. Now, Bank 2-2 record for Tyloo. That was the pick that they elected to go for. Their losses being against Titans Esports Club 5-7 and KingGeorge 4-7. They did though, guys, and this is the big one. Beat Edward Gaming 7-5. Now, for those unfamiliar, Edward Gaming are the best team in CNL. So that's actually a pretty good result for them on Bank. And going to Shopify Rebellion, they lost the Team Falcons, they lost the Dark Zero. They did beat G2.
Don't piss them off unless you don't want to sleep anymore.
But all of that was 3 months ago. Haven't really played it since. Not really been in their wheelhouse. Didn't play it stage 1. Again, 7th preference. They prefer to ban it. 18 times banned by Shopify Rebellion, 11 times against them. So that second map for me is where the series will get interesting. I'm expecting Nighthaven Labs to go the way of Shopify Rebellion.
Can't see the stream anymore. Oh my god.
If Tyloo could do the impossible, Border is very much a map they could also win.
Bone brightness is going nuts.
It is.
Yeah, home from Calgary.
I think it is to be taken with a grain of salt. Right?
Mr. Memphis. What are you doing in Calgary?
I'll be the realist for a moment. I don't think that.
Oh, okay, we're back.
I haven't. It really shouldn't be having a major influence in the end result for this matchup. Now it may result in it being pushed to a third map.
A music festival.
A reasonable argument, but to make a case that any map veto would be strong enough in favor of Tyloo that it tilts in their favor in any significant fashion, I think is a stretch, but that's not really to take away from Tyloo what they've been able to achieve, qualifying for this event, having a bit of a splash, and still, you know, being a shot in terms of being able to make it through. It's more so a testament to Shopify Rebellion, strong team.
Anyone like good that was there or no?
Earlier on the B stream, so for the A stream viewers maybe didn't get to catch much of the Tyloo game, so I will go over it during this rehost. They did beat Chiefs Esports 8-6. That was on Fortress, and they started really, really hot. Got out to a 4-2 lead in the first half. Eventually then got to a 6-4 lead, but Chiefs were able to send it to overtime where Tyloo then won both on Dorm's games, actually, funnily enough, attack and defense to close it out.
You want to know any of them? I don't know, maybe I would. Unless it's some hipster festival, maybe. You seem like a hipster. Never mind, you're probably right.
14-match game, so clearly dominated in that department. They were able to actually get plants down, the only of the two teams that were able to do that on Fortress.
What's a new way to call someone old and out of touch? Unk. That's like the respectful way to just call someone like old, but like kind of chill, but they still don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
He is one to watch. 15-9 from Abay. He went 2-0 on entry for a 123 EPS. But most importantly, it wasn't just him. Duha, Songla, Yobika all got basically double-digit kills. Jackie Wu actually had a very quiet performance, but he's one that can perform well, just very inconsistently.
Yeah, he's a bit of a hot and cold player at times in terms of his performance, but it seems like the rehost is coming to an end.
Thank you, JQC. Okay,
news. Of course, the bands.
How many Georgians do Kai, Washi, and Subtronics are? Yeah, of course I do. Listen to them all the time.
By Shopify Rebellion on the side of Tyloo.
Isn't Calgary where that crazy roadie that everybody gets STDs takes place at? What the fuck?
Expected up first. Tyloo looking to get off to a positive start.
Yeah, and Nighthaven Labs, guys, this is where we have to kind of suspend belief in terms of OS.
Yeah, fucking right, bud.
But as we've seen over in NAL, attacker sided. CNL, I'm not
the Calgary Stampede, eh?
Actually CNL before, so I'm excited.
Listen, chat. All I'm saying is Calgary has Gary in it. It's pretty much the Canadian version of Gary, Indiana.
Now, to reiterate as to what this game means, if you win this game, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky, and I would recommend anyone who's not quite sure of the format, go check out Wikipedia. It makes it very easy. You qualify for play-in phase
Albertans don't talk like that, though.
By beating MIBR Los.
You talk like that.
Shopify Rebellion, if they were to win this, of course, will not play Fnatic. They will play the second seed from Group B. Teams being either MRBR Los, King Zero, or CAG, depending on the results.
Hitting VC? No.
Defense in CNL.
Why? So I could hear, eh, bad.
Played in stage 1. The highest was Lair at 237 rounds. So that again illustrates
There's too much effort.
How much this map is played in CNL. This is comfortable for Tyloo.
Absolutely.
The map, but the opposition maybe not so much.
No, exactly, and they may not expect the way that Shopify Rebellion are going to play this. A minute into this round, by the way.
Soul from Southern Kent. You actually do have a pretty Canadian accent. I don't know if you realize it. You actually do.
Talk about the bands, but the Monty through for Canadian, most played operator for Stage 1 of North American League. Kayed Bandit, along with the Ying and Solid Snake, the bands had a lot of pressure.
Oh, they're gonna get the Monty here. Wow. He's dead.
Canadian's gonna go down. Tyloo at the halfway mark of this opening round got aggressive, and Shopify Rebellion just.
The people who talk like that are people who dig for gold and none of it. Okay.
There from the defense, he tried to hit the escape button.
Listen here, you have been in Discord with me multiple times, and you'll be like, listen here, bud. You have done that. You cannot even say that I haven't. Or so that you haven't.
Shopify Rebellion.
Listen, I know Canadian accents, okay? I live in Detroit. It's basically Canada, okay?
At the moment for the attack. Spoit and Ambi may look to combine. Oh, a little bait out there from Spoit, but Duha will remain up for now.
They do still have the Nitrocell from Yovik.
No idea what you're talking about, bud.
Cuts off quite a lot for the attack, hence why they're going towards blue. Duha opted to go prone, was out of gas babes, and now they can push through this hallway. Bit of a pinch as well through the rafters side, but it does mean nothing coming from connector for Shopify Rebellion. Does not matter. And the star for Tyloo down, courtesy of Ambi. 2-player advantage. Make it one. Jackie Wu caught. And Shopify Rebellion.
Pocket bot, we're gonna local pawn for some stick pocket bot or what?
Positions like rafters and blue. That's enabled them to now push to the site, and Ambi gets the final kill. Nicely done from Shopify Rebellion.
I told you, yeah. Listen, I can do a Canadian accent. I'm pretty much Canadian. I mean, dude, there's literally parts of Canada that are lower in the U.S. Like I think parts of Windsor are.
They had nothing else for the rest of the push.
Yep.
At least from where I live.
Perfectly on cue. Canadian falling courtesy of the double smoke layup. Duha was then left in a very exposed position, and Ambi was patient below, waited for Spoit to connect.
New update for Apex is 44 gigs. Just have fast internet. Then it's not a big deal. You'll download it in 5 minutes.
Able to finalize that. So I think good insight as to the quality of Siege that we can expect from them here on Labs, at least reflected there in the.
What's on Valen?
And setting the
It's done.
that if Tyloo
Alright, just trying to flex on everybody now. Is that what this is?
enter the mode of mistake minimization, which is
Minnesota has Canada as a top app. I mean, if you look like over here, so this is how people don't realize how close we are to Canada.
And I think for Tyloo as well, in a round like that, you deal with the Monty and you think, well, that's
Okay, so check this out.
taken off the board, isn't it? And then they kind of maybe get lulled into that sense of satisfaction.
They got Magnus Carlsen at the end.
They certainly did. And honestly as well, looking at that round, Shopify
Check it out.
ability to then pivot. The way they
Why
went
can't I
blue
just
side,
see this better?
rather than
Oh,
just
here we
trying to
go.
put all their eggs into that rafters
Okay.
basket, and created that pinch. Down to basement for the second round.
So,
Heavy kitchen extension.
okay, check it out. This is the map, right? Here's Detroit. Here's Canada. Canada is below Detroit.
Into that or go for a more avoidance style. Groundwork done pretty easily early on here with the
presence here from Tyloo, by the way. Double stacked top floor, got control as well around that first floor. Only Yovika is going to play site. It does mean Shopify Rebellion will go into this clear game. Big for Spoit on the Deimos with the death marks. Can look
Fucking Ontario, bud. Yeah.
roaming defenders.
Typically plays that solid snake as we mentioned.
Parker does live in. He lives in Toronto, but yeah, you know, fake image. Well, that's Windsor. You know, Windsor actually has lots of good food.
A position to go
Believe it or not.
Yeah, probably unlikely on this site. But
I haven't been there in a while, but I have some friends that like specifically literally go there for food. Evidently, there's been a big Chinese population that's immigrated there, and there's a lot of Middle Eastern people too. So supposedly they have great Middle Eastern food there and great Chinese. Like evidently, there's a massive Chinese population there that have immigrated there like very recently. And like there's a bunch of like different like Chinese like dumplings and stuff like that that are crack there.
And it means that this garage control for Shopify Rebellion playing around the house.
They looked very good.
Right now.
Yeah, it's volatile.
Vietnamese too, but evidently it's like Chinese. Like there's like really good Chinese dumpling places there. The place that my one friend was telling me about, it has very good ratings online, and then he also went there and said it was delicious. He said it was the best Chinese dumplings he's had. I honestly kind of want to go there.
So far, working.
But like crossing like the border just to go get dumplings just seems like a fat move that I'm not sure I want to do. I'm not sure if I'm that obese yet. I mean, I probably am, but
Still controlled for Tyloo. They're going to go direct, but Tyloo have got Bert. Ampi's going to go for the plant. Cover's going to come from Serve. It's going to force out these defenders. The plant looks like it will be successful. Now, this is a little bit of an error on the side of Tyloo. Pop up from
Ooh.
Serve. Headshot onto a base. Spots the second, but the third is still there for Tyloo. And
winnable. They're pretty low, dude.
Leaves Ambi by himself.
And it is Ambi.
But not an awful position.
Here's the drop. Needs to try and isolate these positions.
I feel like he wins this, dude. The way he's playing this, I feel like he wins this.
So far, Ambi playing this perfectly. He's locked in. He's got the intel, but what a swing from Duha. He gets onto the kit.
Yeah, next to the border across the years made your life easy to get foot in Canada. They do. They do. And, like, I think I have it, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, certainly don't hate the macro there of going for a retake, but I will say, going for plant, they still...
Where can you send that picture? What picture?
Seemingly a little bit of a disconnect then.
Oh, hold on. I found a cool pic of me, you, and Macy from those. Okay, if you share with people in the Discord. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. What's my favorite Great Lake? Are you a bandwagon Lake Michigan fan? I am. It has to be the best. It has our state name in it, so.
To isolate as many picks as he possibly could.
Road tripping to Buc-ee's is crazy. I think I told you guys I know someone who road tripped to Buc-ee's. Why? I don't know.
For the viewers at home that don't get to follow CNL, they're not going to come into these events like the old APAC
Oh
teams,
my
where they're just
god,
gonna be
bro. The fuck is this shit?
They've got good strategies, they've got good fundamentals, they know how to play the game at a high level.
AI was a mistake, dude. AI was a mistake. Burn it all down.
Basement like that. So far this stage, with that setup, the double stack control.
AI was a mistake, man.
Tried to do it, but they executed that perfectly.
Yeah.
But they also had the second option covered as well, with the smoke drop back to watch the main.
No, I'm not gonna end the stream when the matches are over.
This map is...
This is what this fucking dude just sent me.
It's as familiar as the back of the hand. It's the most played in CNL. They themselves have played it a ton.
And control storage here, looking at this lineup for Shopify Rebellion, does sort of indicate that it should be an clear focus rather than a potential rush attempt, which is sometimes that you see.
I will say I look pretty tough there. That's true. You look pretty tough. Taller than you thought. It is accurate though. 10 in West Virginia's got its water supply poison for that picture. It's fine, dude. Do they really need water? Probably not.
With the exothermic to open up IT. That's a big checklist item for Shopify Rebellion. Next step is probably clearing out Songla.
Bit of util layering direct here, courtesy of Canadian's drone just prior to that, so maybe considering a direct approach towards the latter portion of the round, but we'll
My neck looks fucking massive.
And that will
Real
courtesy of
picture.
Being opened up and Songla being potentially pinched above here, but does have a decent amount of utility to play off courtesy of the keepers.
And they got Jackie Wu as
well. I haven't watched that much of Tyloo, but I watched one game from them a while ago, and they actually looked pretty nuts. So.
And then into the air jab, but it's going to catch them both.
The
ends up being
stalemate.
neutral. Rexon happy to just throw the flash and then fall away. Ambi into IT. This is looking
I'm more jacked IRL.
for both teams.
Not these days, dude. Not these days. Maybe back in the day. It's West Virginia. You've seen Fallout 76 gameplay. Nothing was lost. West Virginia. It's coal country. Coal country, buddy.
Eventually, Songla will fall. It won't be flawless, but Shopify Rebellion, again, like the first round, able to navigate
nice,
on
let's
the
go.
attack of Labs. A well-fought round. They had to really
Dude, West Virginia is actually pretty sad.
Well, I think the approach was...
I don't know. I haven't been there, but I've seen some like videos, and you know, I mean, assuming that they're legit, which it sure seems like it. It just seems very impoverished there, which blows.
The Bandit or the Kaid, IT wall always going to be opened up. You have to play ultra aggressive above to retain that control. That's kind of what we saw with some of the util placement and the positional placement. It almost worked. Just needed a couple of those key fights, key moments to go their way, and then it would have been a lot more challenging for Shopify Rebellion to get into site, get plant down safely, etc., etc. So close one, decent effort from Tyloo, but Shopify Rebellion were able to find a bit of peace in that.
By the way, side note, I was talking about this earlier. Look how nice the studio stage is. At Salt Lake City, they were playing in a hotel room.
3-1 lead.
So
Additional bands to be the mirror, so you know. Additional wall denial taken off the board. Thermite as well in response from Tyloo to try and mitigate that a little bit.
kind of a crazy upgrade. You know, funny enough though, it's not Blast. It's EWC is like it's a Saudi event, so they have a lot more money, honestly.
It's just,
Yeah.
It's just wall denial. It's just a triple down.
You know, though, I will say one thing. People were hating on Salt Lake City a little bit. I actually thought it was a very good event, and like, it kind of reminded me of old Esports. It kind of reminded me of old Esports. It really did.
It really feels like, so you kind of look at the time of opening kill, usually as a metric of what's the pacing like. Now, the first minute is almost a feel out from both teams. Then you look at a minute and a half, a minute 10, and a minute 10 being the opening kills for the next round. But every single time that we see
I don't know.
that minute mark,
It reminded me of back in the day.
not really then that kind of
Like,
fallback,
events were smaller. You know, that was a common thing, like going in a hotel room.
and that's where Tyler's got to be a bit more prepared. Big change up too for Shopify Rebellion on this top floor. They're going to drop the Monty.
It's an unk statement. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, if an event is nicer, I think it's better. But it was definitely a bit of a throwback. Because it was like in a convention center that was like, you know, a bit more bare bones, to be honest. And, you know, the play-ins were played in a hotel room. I don't know. It just felt like old school esports, man. That's all.
Control if required as well to dislodge those positions. It's aggressive IT side, but Jackie Wu clued on, ready to go.
Third opening kill for Jackie Wu so far in this half. He switched on. We know he can perform to a high level.
Well, he
every 3-4 games.
Yeah, it was quiet earlier today. I think bottom performer for the team, but doing well here so far.
That's the impact of it as well. You get rid of Surf on the Grim, so no Quan Hive launcher, less information gained for Shopify Rebellion. Deep position rafters for Spoit acquired. Rexon, though, inside of IT. And a little moment for things to calm down. Rexon wanting to creep and maybe catch out Duha, but no damage applied.
Oh, this is a high-risk position.
Oh, he could get swung. Damage onto Duha. They know that he is sitting inside of IT. Rexon able to fall back. They lose Canadian to the Nitrocell of Yovicar. And under a minute remaining, Tyloo have an opportunity to once again tie the scoreboard. Rexon needs to get aggressive towards rafters. He's going to go and get...
Dude, I swear Rexon gets so many kills with that Nomad, and it's from Macy. That's that's Macy's strat.
Yeah, courtesy of the Selmas, they'll have a route towards site. Still, though, largely hinges on
Hoping Optic comes with the EWC this year.
And he's looking sharp at the moment, two in the round.
It's too bad esports don't get the investments they used to, except from the Saudis. Honestly, I mean, they're not. The problem is like it's not really like people haven't found a good way to make money yet. Nice, let's go, let's
Well, that
go.
was a comeback round win for Shopify Rebellion. Tyloo started hot again. But the North American team are just navigating the stormy waters. 3-1 lead.
Yeah, so close yet so far for Tyloo. Positive start to the round. Dealt with early aggression from Surf. Great Nitro onto Canadian. Got caught in an electrical 3 versus 5. 50 seconds on the clock. But then the air jab catches one raft. Rexon looks sharp. IT wasn't dealt with when there was a window of opportunity probably for a potential double swing from Tyloo. They opted not to.
You blame the crackhead weirdo? Oh, Sam Bankman or whatever.
Spoit claimed that kill for himself.
You know, funny enough, I told you guys a story about that guy of when I knew that guy was a fraud.
It's a short period to try and make some big adjustments.
Basically, I saw an interview with him, with like I think it was CNBC or something. And I'm watching the interview, and he's saying that he lives in the Bahamas with like 9 roommates, and he drives like a used Prius. And at the time, he was worth about $30 billion. And I was like, yeah, this guy's full of shit.
He was the difference maker, and he's done that back-to-back rounds now. 4 kills in round 3, 3 kills there in round 4, and currently 8-1. Ahead of the timeout for Tyloo, 2 rounds to go in this opening half again.
Like, there's nothing wrong with, you know, living modestly or whatever, but, you know, roommate part was where they were doing crack and fucking. Yeah, but okay, here's the thing. If you want to like live in like modest, the thing is he was saying that he does it to save money, right? Like essentially in the interview, right? Like if you say that you like something, then that's fine, right? But when you're worth $30 billion and you're doing an interview, it's just PR at that point. It's just full of you're just full of shit, dude.
There's cracks forming.
Oh yeah, we have to take every dollar and put it back into the business to grow the business. Bro, get the fuck out! You're like you could buy whatever, a fucking new Prius or something or whatever, or say you want to live like more modestly, like it's just hilarious whenever I see that.
That's a great catch from Ambi.
We don't see the Jackal often these days, but Ambi puts it to good use.
It's like when people say Warren Buffett lives in his original house from the 50s and drives an old car. You know why? It has the same old car from whatever 30 years ago. Yeah, you know why he has a car from 30 years ago? Because he gets driven everywhere in private. Yeah, he might have his original house in the 1950s, which is still pretty nice. Okay, by the way. But he has like 10 mansions in like random different locations. Ooh.
Ends up taking himself out with his own impact.
No, Warren Buffett's out. Warren Buffett seems it's like you're Warren Buffett. You're literally the Oracle of Omaha. You're worth $100 billion. It's fine. Like, what is all this PR bullshit?
Is the damn wall falling? Are we watching it in slow motion?
Down to Jackie Wu and Debay for Tyloo. Can they get a clutch? Can they keep this alive? How do the time out?
Anytime you see someone saying that shit, just know they're full of shit. If they have an old Prius and they want to drive the old Prius, that's fine. It's their comfort vehicle, whatever the fuck it is, right? They want to live in the original, that's fine. But like, most of the time, if they're like overemphasizing it, it's generally for PR purposes. They probably have other shit.
And Rexon cuts him off back towards the side. 4-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion. Well, they know at this event
big Warren Buffett.
And so far they're just
Warren Buffet.
They've got to do to get to that group stage and
the streamers driving Lambos and flying private, and they definitely can't afford that shit. You know the funniest thing about streamers is it's such a like polar opposite when it comes to like old school streamers and like new streamers.
Unfortunately, Songlo got caught up above. Again, would have died irrespective of the impact.
Have you guys noticed that? Like, pretty much every old school streamer is like, generally speaking, they always cry broke when they obviously have made a lot of money over the years.
Unfortunately, it's not really been a case of a match so far where we look to the second half.
And then you have like the new streamers who are like just spending every cent and like in debt to appear wealthy.
But again, NAL, attack aside it, Matt.
Yeah, true.
9-1 for Rexon.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And the multi back in play for the top floor here from Shopify. So Canadian's going to be potentially peppered with utility once again.
Cloud don't come easy. I guess so.
Play this time from Tyloo. Instead they'll bring the Clash, so a bit of additional protection and maneuverability on site. And the introduction of the Wamai for catch, likely to protect the Izami.
I think the biggest
I think a lot of it comes down to the reasons. I feel like most of the older streamers, they stream and play games because they like streaming and playing games. Whereas a lot of the newer streamers and stuff like that, obviously not everybody, but a lot of them stream, and the whole reason that they stream is because they basically want to make money and be popular. Like a lot of the new IRL streamers and stuff, mostly. Not really the gaming streamers as much.
Flash pick here if you Tyloo. That probably is a sign though of desperate measures.
I mean, they're probably looking to try and defend this IP side. It's been a vulnerability for them so far, despite good presence drafters typically. So maybe this additional.
Looks like a hamster. Thanks, man. Hamsters are chill.
In a deep position. And be caught elsewhere though.
It's been the one element of this half though for Tyloo that's been successful. His opening kills have been
4-2 in the first half.
He's outside, isn't he? Oh no, maybe not.
Able to avoid it, and he got a kill onto the Clash of Abay. A very, very difficult half for Abay. 1-6 after he was the star back in their earlier match against Chiefs. And again, Shopify Rebellion have the advantage, although Surf is down. Will get brought back up, and a freebie onto Canadian. Just walking in the middle.
Would you send me Memphis?
From Songla. I'm not sure if that was maybe a
Optic
miss.
bod.
Though, getting through to do. Well, he's been the star in this half. Goes double digit. 60 seconds remaining. Songla and Yovica need to hold on. They need this second round.
Decent positions, but the Pulse with shotgun may limit playability. It's up to Songla to make this play. Rafters. An ill-advised swing.
And Surf will punish Yovica by himself. And it seems like 5-1
Call of Duty.
barring a colossal throw.
Big old Call of Duty.
But the way Rexon's playing, you're not beating him even in the 1v1. He goes to 11-1. A dominant half from Rexon. Even more so dominant from his team. 5-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion. And they go on defense. Their map pick looking solid.
You're an Optic fanboy though, Memphis? Brick by brick.
Shopify Rebellion have just been dominant over the course of this first half. As you said, Rexon up to 11, look like a Terminator inside of the server, getting good calls.
You have in your entire life. Do you guys want to know something? Actually, I mean, time has passed now, so I can tell you guys I don't really care. You know, I was almost a content creator for Optic.
That not look the case over the course of the last 6 rounds.
So basically, this was actually right before COVID and stuff like that. Optic was making a streamer house, right? And I was gonna be there in it, and it would have been like there was like a whole bunch of content that they were gonna build around. I was gonna do it. Yeah, I was willing to do it. They were gonna pay me money every month, and I would have had to move to Texas. And there was like a house that they were doing there. It was like a content house type of thing. And then COVID happened, so it all got canceled. But yeah, that kind of sucked.
Would probably be back in round 4, which was the 5v3 lead for Tyloo. But Rexon's ability to win and control IT gets them that round win.
Honestly, though, I am kind of happy that I didn't do it though, because I still remember they were gonna pay me like a lot of money, but I ended up making way more money because of not doing that, because there were so many deals that were that went on during. So I would have had to take all their sponsors and stuff like that. That was part of it.
I don't think we're going to be here much longer.
Might be yeah, another 20 seconds and the game might be over.
Bank's going to be the interesting one. So this is what I was kind of getting at in the pre-match discussion.
I do know all the Optic guys though. They're all really chill. I've done sponsored stuff with them before. I like Scump a lot. He's actually very nice. You would think that he's like, oh, he's like a massive content creator, blah 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 blah. He'd have like an ego. Not at all.
Yeah, see what kind of direction.
Not at all. He's actually super down to earth and chill.
Is it wall denial like we saw from Shopify Rebellion in that?
When they ever get a siege team, I don't know.
Seems like they are going to go wall denial. Kai first, Bandit likely to follow, and then from the side of Shopify Rebellion, the Capital out first. And the Nomad as well, which we saw quite.
Well, I was surprised about so you know,
dealt with, so no huge surprises there. Does leave.
Oh, this is like random, but like
vulnerable. One of the key walls.
How many horror movies are coming out lately?
Where a lot of those attacks are spearheaded from. Second floor up first, and Shopify Rebellion will be looking to get this one done quickly.
Yeah, but it's one of those kind of things where.
Anyway, though, yeah, all of the Optic guys were actually very chill. Like, I've met a couple of content creators over the years where, like, you know, they're nice enough you're working together and stuff like that. But, you know, you could tell they love themselves a lot. Yeah, let's just put it that way. And they have, like, a little bit of an ego. But believe it or not, all of the Optic COD guys, like, normally what I try to do is, like, if I'm at an event in person with people, we hang out and stuff. I try to follow people on Twitter so it's not awkward, right? Before they follow me. Dude, they all followed me on Twitter before I even followed them, and they're, like, way bigger content creators than I am, you know, like Scump and stuff like that, and all those guys. I was like, wow, this is like a first. Like, even if I'm bigger or smaller than other content creators that are there, I will still, like, follow them to just try, you know. It's like, you know, we hung out, like.
No, it won't be, but they'll be looking to show some fight here on attack. And
the biggest issue with esports from a fan point of view, these teams turn over players every 2 to 3 years. Also, you don't know if the org will be around or in what game in a couple of years. That's a big thing too.
Especially for attack.
That's a big
Water
thing
is a whole
too.
different kettle of fish if we get there.
If we get there.
Let's see this hard breach battle though, with the mirror trick deployed, hole in the wall. May make
I
things
hear
a
my
little more
son
complex
causing
here
chaos.
for RB, but maybe it won't be the end of the world. Good impact trick though from Canadian will ensure that
just delays really.
Some of the X-Tyrus are delayed.
I don't think he's going to stop this.
How many orgs have I seen cycle into an auto siege genizer? A lot.
Also not an entry
A
point just
lot.
yet. These ones need to land. These are the last 4, I believe. And tricks. So with the mirror up,
That's actually really big.
That's not still
He might still be able to walk through that with the 2. It's very glitchy. You could sometimes make it work.
Right as the overlay went down, I was like, oh, maybe that's it. But no, they'll salvage it just, but a little close for comfort.
He moved him too far away.
Jesus.
Think?
It should be.
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe.
The tight squeeze, and either way, they've spent what, a minute and a half? They've spent half the round on just this little mini game. And that's, funnily enough, with no guy even banned it.
Yeah. That's the power of the mirror. Spite was the 3rd ban back in the first half.
I always ban Mira first on this map. I'm surprised that they didn't. Not because she's necessarily so good at like denying, but it's because it fucks the wall up worse. It's almost better to ban like Mira Bandit, and then you can bring something to take, or whatever, ban Mira Cade.
This means Shopify Rebellion can kind of fall a little out of sight. You can play Electrical, you can play Blue Hallway for Surf, so they're almost enabling Tyloo to push through, but that does mean Duha, with that Rafters control, does get the headshot.
I'm actually surprised it's 5-1 right now. It feels closer. Like, Tyloo seems to consistently get, like, man advantage and then just, like, toss it away.
Will not connect. Can Canadian get into a position to at least block them off with that class shield? As Rexon will sit inside of Electrical, allows the first cross, now expects him to peek. Rexon, though, loses the battle. Really, the first one he's lost already. Jackie Wu gives Tyloo a 5v3.
This TSM, even TSM and Apex doesn't mean anything anymore. FPS destroyed that, or yeah.
Might just need to do just that. Canadian still up along
Yep.
with Surf. Canadian, the double. Surf then combines 2.
Could we ban it up and stop him from tricking from below?
Down, so it's only Surf. He does connect
Yeah. It's hard to do that at higher level play, though. People do a lot of crazy runouts and stuff on you.
That got real dicey at the end there. I thought there was maybe a world in which Tyloo just go for flood, go for kills. I was looking off to the second monitor and I saw the diffuser was stranded on the roof. I was like, wow, are they going to realize? And they did. Late, 15 seconds. Did path it in the right position just in time. But it left then an awkward 1 versus 1. I mean, good fight from Tyloo. The minigame IT wall took an extended period of time. They still committed to the play, and whilst the initial shape-up was a little one-dimensional, they were able to fight their way through, and Songlet with some good composure there to just give Tyloo a little in here for the second half.
And not just for the second half of the series, but this being a best of 3, you want that form momentum, you want to be able to play well, carry that into the next map. Just what Tyloo ordered.
Even the window, you've seen you fry dumbass ashes too many times. Yeah, I mean, you could full clear from below. I mean, honestly, though, if they don't, like, you could get rid of the Cades a lot of ways, too. Thing is, if they take top Cade, like, I don't know, I mean, there's obviously a lot to it, but I don't like dealing with Mira on this map. Just because if people place Miras on the walls, it's really fucking, like, the way that I'm playing this personally, if I'm Tyloo, you know, I would say ban Mira, ban Clash here, and just deal with the denial. I mean, they have Mav up currently, right?
Yeah, this will be a rehost.
Well, hopefully it's not a rehost.
And then you could force the Mav ban.
But apparently that will not be the case.
And then if not, then you still have Thatcher.
Well, yeah, I mean, technically, even if it had fixed it, once the rehost is called, I'm pretty... And obviously within...
Saw Canadian fucking them up for 2 minutes without even shooting his gun. Yep.
At that point, it's just a rehost, but it does give us a little bit of a moment to sort of sit back, reflect, look at this series now. 5-2. That was a big round win for Tyloo. Does it kind of give you some thoughts for the remainder of the series that... From what we've seen so far, they've got any kind of chance going into Bank. We'll play incredibly different to Nighthaven Labs.
I certainly view it as a positive. I think there's there's glimpses, but the harsh reality is when you're versing Shopify Rebellion, glimpses and positivity and around here or there is great, but it's never going to win you a series, right? So I think so far this map has illustrated the rift between these two teams. And whilst there was discussion before about will the damn wall break and the Shopify Rebellion end up walking away with like a 7-1
Is this
in
nerd's
series,
keyboard vertical?
almost felt like that was going to
There's
be the
definitely a
case.
lot
So
of
being
people
able to
that
at least
do.
put brakes on that,
This would have been crazy
maybe
if
we'll
Surf hit those
that to him
shots.
for now and see if it will hold for a little while longer, but I think it is a case of an inevitability that the first map, unfortunately, will go against them. And the second map being structurally somewhat similar gives the vibe that a 2-0. I don't think that storyline has really changed all that much so far.
Well, I mean, if I want to find the positive spin on it, it definitely is their ability in the gunfights. When you're winning opening kills 5-2, that's quite successful against a high...
I didn't even realize he got hit by that. He got hit by the Nari.
A little bit more of the negativity would be you haven't had a single round where someone from Tyloo's gone and got a multi-kill. That's the only caveat, being that who's been the individual to really stand up, because for Shopify Rebellion, that's been Rexon, 11-2. But no one on the side of Tyloo's got more than 7 kills. There's 2 players for Shopify Rebellion that are 7+, being Surf and Rexon. Abe actually 1-7, and he was the, I mean, I don't know if I still have the numbers. I do actually have the numbers. So Abe went 15-9 against Chiefs earlier today, now 1-7. A huge turnaround.
I'm looking across at the lobby and I see 10 faces in the pre-match, so hopefully we'll be able to jump back in shortly. Given it was a game bug, I doubt we'll be waiting around for too long.
Well, it was a game bug.
That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said it wasn't. Sorry.
No, I said it. Given it was. It's not going to be a 40-minute pause for audio issues.
No
as I
audio
said
issue.
earlier.
Get PTSD from the earlier point of
we're loading back in.
Yeah, we are loading back into Nighthaven Labs. Shopify Rebellion still up 5-2. Yeah, I mean, this is now an opportunity. Can Tyloo get 2 rounds in a row? That's going to be the big thing. Because, like, even if they go on and lose this, let's say 7-3, if they do show they've got the ability to win multiple rounds consecutively against Shopify Rebellion, that's going to definitely put them in good stead going into their map pick of Bank. Again, a reminder in terms of the statistics going into Bank, Shopify Rebellion, a 1-2 record, 7th preference. They ban it more often themselves than their opponents to them. Tyloo, just a 2-2 record, but 4th preference pick. So they actually ban it less themselves. And Border the decider if required. At Tyloo undefeated this year, 2-0. One of those actually being also against All Gamers, which is that's a pretty decent win. All Gamers being kind of the 1B of the 1A, 1B of Edward Gaming and All Gamers in CNL. And just a 4-3 record on that final match for Shopify Rebellion as we return to Nighthaven Labs.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm reloading.
Are we actually going kitchen?
Yeah, I'll go kitchen.
Oh, hang on a second.
It hurts me every time, Jake.
Let me stand up here. So we're going kitchen cafeteria, which I don't have the stats in front of me. I don't need the stats in front of me. Globally, this is so attacker-sided, it's not even funny.
In fact, I'm pretty sure, I feel like every time we've checked, typically,
it's like 100%.
It's the worst site in the game.
Globally. I'm excited for this. The only time you see a team pick this is hopefully if they actually know what they're doing.
It's CNL, for a point of reference, as I said before, most played in the league, 301 rounds, 9 rounds on this site. And what's even funnier, 56% defensive.
Shoot, I forgot to do this.
Oh boy, well, let's see what Shopify Rebellion are cooking here in the kitchen on Nighthaven Labs. They've got, again, Canadian on the clock.
Seen some Asian players with their keyboards really vertical from their body. I mean, it doesn't matter, NA, Asia, like APL, whatever, like it's every league. I don't know how people do that, dude. I'm just an old boomer. I just keep my keyboard, like, just straight.
The shields haven't really been the main problem for Tyloo. Dealing with it, as you've mentioned, has been a positive.
Big Nitrocell from Ambi, though, on to Dua. Clearly wanting to play a big part of this map, but a heavy focus around this first floor. Canadian, top of blue.
Yeah, he's resumed his original position. Can no longer be called as he ate the last.
That's true, and that's a big factor now. Obviously still low on health means he does need to be careful with his positioning. And a rare opening kill for Shopify Rebellion heading into the final minute. This is a site that really Tyloo need to be winning. They've been afforded the opportunity. But down a player early. Dug a payload call going out onto Ambi.
Oh, more cash.
Active, so much cash. Well, hang on a second. Shield goes down. Canadian falls to a bay. And with Jackie Wu fighting that kill onto Spoit, it's a 4 versus 3 advantage now for Tyloo. Jackie Wu, bit of information as well on the radar of the Solid Snake.
The vertical keyboard plays is equivalent to playing claw on a controller, which now all those old players have hand issues. Yeah. Look at the Quake Pro sister keyboards. I remember there were some videos of people placing them in their laps, but that's because of lack of desk space.
25 seconds on the clock for Tyloo.
Big kill from Jackie Wu. 20 seconds, as he said, not a lot of time, but where is that kit?
Wait, I didn't download this?
It's not in a good spot. Rexon can play this
Oh, I
side
downloaded this. I did not.
now for the defense of Shopify Rebellion. Tyloo's just gonna have to flood in and hit the kills. They do though, straight away. Bang, bang, just like that. A quick double and a third round for Tyloo. They go back to back.
All right.
And we're not done
Bringing it back a little bit.
Haven Labs.
Giving us an interesting game.
No kitchen, no more.
No,
never, please. Every time.
Okay, no.
I had to double check. I saw it in game and I saw it on our STP tracker, and I still didn't believe it.
Look, credit to Tyloo. Laid a lot of pressure earlier onto the Clash. Great little combo there with the payload and shots fired. It meant that Canadian
You want Tyler? I mean, they're not probably not gonna win.
Shopify Rebellion
I mean, even if they put up a bit of a fight right now, it's.
And some of that's still even being caught towards the end. We saw the frag grenades. They were trying.
I'd be shocked.
One landed. Canadian then caught. And then the rest of the follow-up there from the attack was a good snowball. So credit to Tyloo. 5-3 the scoreline. Still hesitating to see this as a potential comeback.
It's a lifeline that's now been given to Tyloo.
Yeah.
As a courtesy gift from Shopify.
They're on an attack. It's possible, I guess, but.
Well, let's see where it takes them, though. Now into the 9th round we go. Control storage. This feels a little bit pivotal because you go 5-1 up, totally in control.
5-4 is where there's just a little bit pressure.
This has been incredibly attacker-sided. Only one defensive round win so far. That was Tyloo back in the 2nd round, and so far that might be enough.
Storage control then for the 9th. For the additional.
Oh, by the way, I found one more root beer in my fridge. I was excited.
Oh, the timing, Rex.
Dude, that root beer is gone now.
Able to cross. But they haven't gone into this glass and saying that's the way we're going to win the round. They haven't brought any smokes alongside it, so it's only a bay with his own smokes.
No impacts remaining here for Shopify Rebellion, so Sungwood could invest that final summer on Garage for the entry as per his original plan, but elects not to for now and can retain that for elsewhere. Currently watching the defense, not the attack. That's surfed with a hacked drone, hence Jackie Wu trying his best to clear it. Back on to the Solid Snake for this round once more, and we'll play the lurk role for the round.
Yeah, so interesting drones right now. Songler droning towards top floor, same with the bay, but then Yovika towards first floor. It clearly, at the moment, for Tyloo, looks like they're trying to just poke and prod. Where can we maybe find
that's the default.
A gap in the defense? The default camera up.
Onto the IQ, how ironic.
It's default. Onto anyone, but yes, the
I know,
IQ
but
even
it's just
more
even
so. Oh boy, well, it has been dealt with.
Credit to the observing team. Of course, not entirely sure who's actually on this game, but we have the all-star lineup for this event, of course.
We certainly do. Well, I'm a little concerned with the time. 60 seconds on storage control, where you haven't really cleared this top floor and kind of forced Shopify Rebellion.
Who do I have winning EWC? Hopefully an A team. I would say probably a DZ M80 just looking right now, but both teams look really good going in, but
he's got the hallway established.
It's really tough to tell who's going to win until, you know, the games are there to be played. So
trying to play off that first kill. 35 seconds doesn't leave them a lot of time. They need to go and do so now. Jackaroo inside of storage. Canadian though won his battle. Nicely done from Surf. Leaves it in a 2 versus 2 after a flurry of kills. The diffuser, though, has been the common enemy of Tyloo in this half, and it's going to mean Jovica has to go back out and get it if he can. And no, it's over towards IT. He's not even remotely close. 14 seconds at this point. They need to go for kills. Canadian is sitting next to the diffuser as well. This seems now very difficult for Tyloo. Canadian just needs to stay alive.
Ooh.
Shield dealt with. Swing is important. MP can stay alive as well.
Ooh, and he gets a kill and lives.
Calamity again for Tyloo. A Shopify Rebellion with map point.
Well, it finally catches up with
Wildcard could be, yeah. Honestly, I mean, it's not a guarantee. Anything can happen. That's why the games are here to be played. But NA looks good in general.
Compromised positions, either willingly or unwillingly, which is probably more of that case.
It just means they're going to be more.
Your headphones run backwards. You might be high. Yeah.
Or transition
Could be.
to, you know, potential kill win conditions, etc. That round, they didn't have them. They didn't afford themselves.
Drugs are bad, okay?
Well, if you have
No
Kid
more
there,
drugs, okay?
then there's not as much of a reason for Canadian to sit IT like that. Brings him a bit more into the fray, and shuffles him around. But also, if you have Kit there, you probably can go for a control plan.
It was well played by Canadian. Just retaining life there was the perfect play.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, really, at that point, you have 14 seconds left. You know where the kit is. You know at that point it's either get the kit, which they have to do so in a hurry, which means he can probably get a kill, or they have to go for the kills and he can sit tucked in corner with the shield.
IRL stream win.
To be a difference maker. So good
know.
heads up play from
We'll
Canadian and
see.
Shopify Rebellion. They have a 3-round.
I don't think I've ever done an IRL stream.
Close out the opening map
Rooting
of
for
this
G2.
series.
Oh my god, bro. You guys in your fucking random hate for G2. Why do you guys hate G2 so much? What did they do to you?
They're not getting completely demolished, which no one would fault them in this kind of matchup.
What did they do to you? What did G2 do?
Interestingly, Tyloo electing to take Clash out, not the mirror, so that tool's still
There's your screen
available
again.
for the IT trick, and we
Good
saw
boing.
that pose some
Listen,
problems last time out. Ultimately, the breach
show
was opened up,
me.
courtesy of the
So
Habana.
you could just point.
This round, they
Okay,
actually pivoted
where did
across to the
G2
fact that
touch you?
Thermite combination.
It's interesting they didn't ban the Monty in the first half, but then they banned the
Did
Clash
they
in the
take your
second
elo?
half,
Okay,
taking
that's
that
probably.
away from
Did they
Canadian.
touch your elo?
I felt like
Point
they
to the elo.
dealt with the
Okay.
Clash quite positively so far. So I mean, maybe they didn't go for the mirror instead and triple down.
Give you these mouse keyboard on console. Never forgive, never forget.
Absolutely rinsed Shopify Rebellion on these entry battles.
I feel like the vast
It hasn't
majority,
been close.
and I feel like the vast majority of his
Um,
stats so far has been him being.
I feel like you're.
caught out.
Are
It
you
hasn't been a
trolling or
fair fight.
no?
0-2 on the entries for
I feel like you're just
Sploit.
trolling.
But 0-1 for Canadian, 0-1 for Surf, 1-2 for Rex, and MB the only one positive, 2-1.
Let's see how this goes.
Looks like it's going to be
Mm.
pretty comfortable for Obey to open up. IT.
Zero trolling.
Actually did
I
so
don't
far
know.
quicker than last time too.
Slightly faster. A little less painful. Thatcher now can be used against the Wamai to counter the catch. Can also be used against PPCs and
Death penalty.
PPC tool on the Fenrir.
Let me tell you
They're
something.
playing like a team where they're
No
fundamentals
one's
are at a really
allowed.
high level. They know what they're doing.
Listen,
Microsoft thrown
I-
it from Canadian. That got shot out. Good reaction.
I've explained it a bunch.
And then the death mark onto his
Mouse and
position
keyboard on
towards Raptors.
console.
Yeah, Tyler
While I
was
still
panicking,
consider it
no,
cheating,
IT, you don't
it's like
need to
stream
rush in at
sniping
the
to me.
minute.
Yeah, it is,
Holding
but
angles,
like,
they're
I don't know, whatever.
keep
Just give
Shopify
people a
Rebellion
pass.
on their
That's
toes.
it.
Maybe force a mistake out. Good pressure being applied now over towards Connector. So now they're actually bringing pressure from different angles of attack. Can
You
go
could
through
disagree,
electrical as well
but
with this
you
blitz.
know,
Yeah, so far
what are you
liking
gonna
this round
do?
for Tyloo, but it's all about the finish.
Yeah, and can they get Songla in on the action with that Deimos down
the
below?
timing.
Rexon's back.
Abe can get picked up inside of Connector. Don't think that's going to be a kill. Songla down below inside a lounge. Can he get involved on this Deimos? Abe indeed will get brought back up.
let me
Remains
tell you
low.
something. I saw a guy jaywalk one time. I think he should be sentenced to fucking death.
Able to just barely stay alive.
Got to deal with Canadian. This is key. 20 seconds.
They lose
Can't believe people think it's okay.
Big kill from Canadian. Trade
Jaywalking.
back though from Duha.
I saw a guy doing 2 miles an hour over the speed limit. Kill him. Kill him right now. Kill him. Get him out of here.
Only Songla left on 1 HP. This should be the map. And indeed it will be. Shopify Rebellion will ward off the CNL team on Nighthaven Labs and go 1-up in the series.
Positive start to the BO3 for Shopify Rebellion. And despite Tyler's comfortability on that map, the North American
Here's the
squad
thing.
clearly
Mouse and
does
keyboard on
true
console
good
is
and
cheating,
good form
okay?
today.
But I tend to give people a pass on it if it was like, honestly, I would probably give anybody a pass up to like Mousetrap, right? Or maybe even right now, like, I don't know, because we just had the update, okay? And the reason I give them a pass is because it wasn't explicitly against the rules back in the day, and it was very normalized, and a lot of people used it. And it was almost like if you're not using it, you're at a disadvantage, and it's an input method. I still agree that it's cheating, okay? But I tend to give people a pass on it, okay? I do.
So certainly some positive takeaways.
If it was back in the day. Pre-Mousetrap for sure. Okay, because it was literally not even in the rules that you couldn't use a mouse and keyboard.
Good moments over the course of that map. Bit of refinement here or there could have potentially been a different result. Yep.
I think what you said there was actually pretty much perfect. Good is good enough against some teams, not against this team. I think nearly anyone else in the bracket, maybe even the entire play-ins, you could get away with good, but it's just not going to be your best. That is what's needed to beat Shopify Rebellion. You saw so many times there, especially in that second half. It's 1%ers for Tai Lu. It is constantly the 1%ers on their attack. It is leaving the kit on top of the roof. It is dropping kit out of electric. It is those last-minute plays
soft
where we're
on
trying to
crime.
convert on Canadian. We can't. 2 seconds later, Canadian gets a
I don't know, bro.
site. They don't have options. It's all of these things.
I mean, ideally people just don't cheat, but
1% that Shopify Rebellion will take and run.
I think in the long run, those things are fixable.
Yeah.
So the fundamentals clearly are there for Tai Lu. I wouldn't walk away from this thinking, geez, this is a team that don't know what they're doing.
Not at all.
To me, it looks like a team that does know what they're doing. Yep. There's some areas that need fixing up. And with VOD reviewing, more experience, those are the things that are actually very easy to go back and say, take care of the diffuser better.
soft areas where you think people having it's okay to cross through undesignated road crossings. Let me tell you something. I cannot believe that people think that it's okay to cross the road wherever you fucking please. It fucking disgusts me.
What I will say is the second I started watching this, every single opening pick looked dangerous for Tai Lu if they didn't
Listen.
get it. It looked like a favorable gunfight. It looked as if they had actually set them up to fight.
I don't know. Like I said, you don't have to forgive people for it, but, you know, I tend to forgive people for it. That's all. Okay?
It's like they actually look like they have a really clear idea. They do. The Thatcher into the Zofia, just very quick little things that they don't spend a lot of time on.
Once again, you don't have to agree with it, but
Are looking really good. Again, you are up against one of the best teams, not just in play-ins, but I think you could probably put Shopify Rebellion into a top 4 conversation for this event. And look, maybe that's a little too early to say, but that's okay. Moving across to Bank now, though. Nighthaven Labs is where CNL lives. That's where they are comfortable. But Bank, does that change the conversation at all? Are you at all worried for Tai Lu moving into a
I don't know. Yeah, CNL teams really do like Labs a lot. If they couldn't win here, I mean, it's probably just going to be a 2-0, but
Expectation clearly has always been for Shopify Rebellion to win this series. What I will say is I'm worried in the sense that they actually dominated the opening kills so much. So Shopify Rebellion won 7 rounds. 2 of them were with opening kills, 5 where they had the opening death. Yeah. So that's quite significant, and it means on a map like Bank, where I honestly think opening kills on Bank matter even more than Nighthaven Labs. I'm not as worried for Tai Lu. I genuinely think that the fact they won 2 rounds in a row here on Labs shows they can get back to back a little bit of continuity. For Shopify Rebellion, again, they will be favored on Bank. This is where we've got to make sure we don't kind of misspeak out of turn. But I'm not worried for Tai Lu. The foundations are there. They showed enough on Labs, but they've just got to be a little cleaner. In fact, a lot cleaner against a team like Shopify Rebellion.
They've basically got to play the best map of their career, and that's...
They're going to be faultless.
That may sound a little crazy to say aloud, but they're not a team that's obviously been around for ages. CNL is certainly in its inception phase, right? So they need to play the best they have. This could be an opportunity for them to present that here, but it's still a question of, is their best even good enough against the Shopify Rebellion, who have come in today with really good form? And I think for me, that's probably one of the big positive takeaways is this is the kind of format and the kind of day where if your mind's a little off or if there's niggles in the background in terms of the mental, etc., that can compound. And in a day that's so
How do you
brutal,
do you know what
that takes a
CNL
couple
team's
bad
like? No
results
way
to
you
make
watch
it
that shit. I do. Sometimes I'll leave it on in the background. It's like I'm playing all the time, but
so far, and
you know.
is a case of let's just get a 2-0. Let's have an opportunity now
Still a big game tomorrow.
relax and build up for that second game.
This is the thing. So you for Fnatic and potentially.
I'll watch. I still keep up with it a little bit.
Win today. You lose tomorrow, you're out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how much form you had today. It doesn't matter how well
You're still playing an elimination game tomorrow. That's the
correct. And that's the thing with the two-phase play-in. I actually quite like it because it means that you don't just have to be good for 1 or 2 games. It actually comes down to that third and final game where it does become so important.
You're going to be playing a higher quality opponent. You don't just get to, we got fortunate. We played a Lula club into Tai Lu and we're in. No. Yeah. Whoever you're going to be playing tomorrow is likely to be
never catch you watching APAC Junior. I don't know. I mean, if the main channel's on and I'm like watching, well, they don't even have CNL on the main channel. It's always like third-party streamers and stuff. But
the game really, really better than Tai Lu. That's where Nighthaven Labs was lost. Tai Lu never was in control. So for Shopify Rebellion starting defense bang, I think they can control the game pretty nicely.
I hope they can, because right now, look, they are a good team, and you can see, as you've said, foundations are so important in Siege. Their foundations, their mechanics are really on point. They look very, very comfortable when they're in that server. And now it's about capitalizing and actually making sure that you can kind of find your ways into what would be a bank. And I think, realistically, if you look to one of the key factors as to why Tai looked so close on that 7-3, I don't think actually accurately assesses how close this entire game was. It's the opening kills where they seem to find so much success. You have a look right now. The scoreline's actually flipped when it comes to the entries.
Let's not fly away. Streaming before 11 p.m. Yep.
10-round game that we played.
Gonna be an early bird.
Nighthaven Labs. Jackie Wu, phenomenal
Early
in the first
bird.
half. But then Duhua, that we were talking about, where did that come from? Every single time there seemed to be a fight in the second half. He was there, he was taking it, and he was on his own terms. And I think moving into bank, like you said, it's going to be important to see how they can manage to control the game. I actually don't think that, when we love to talk about win conditions, I don't think that there is a win condition.
For all VWC, yep. Check DMs.
Have to get control at the start of the rounds.
You playing Siege?
Slowly. I think that where they started to fumble,
listen, that.
They left it too late.
Okay, I don't even know what this is supposed to mean.
And every single time they either didn't have kit or they just fumbled.
What's my prediction? I mean, Shopify 99% wins this.
Generally speaking, the early round was actually pretty positive from Tai Lu. Not only just the
listen, you're just a hater, Memphis. I don't even know what the hell this shit is supposed to mean.
They caught Shopify Rebellion off guard. A couple of occasions where maybe they forced a faster play style, which is again atypical. Shopify typically a lot slower and a little more refined in how they go for their approach. So a lot of it is mid to late attack. In terms of diffuser location, some of the positionals, some of the attacks as well, maybe a little more one-dimensional than you would typically require against high-quality opposition. And then defensively, a couple of occasions where they kind of allowed Shopify Rebellion to sneak back into rounds that they should have been closing pretty confidently. So I think for me, I'll be analyzing pretty heavily on bank the last 45 seconds of the round. I don't foresee massive issues early round. If it plays out similarly to the first map, that could be a condition that they play into, and maybe a discussion that they're having backstage right now is, early round was great. Let's keep it up. Good information, good execution, comms were flowing. Late round, though, that's where we need to see some improvement.
But, I mean, that's the credit, though, to Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, okay, maybe the opening rounds haven't been great, but we've got the ability to close the game out. We know when to fall back. We know the win cons late round. And so clearly for Tai Lu, that's going to be, I think, a gap, just for today, a gap too far. I don't know if they can do that. So if I'm Tai Lu, I'm thinking, forget about the late round. Let's try and win this earlier. Around the minute mark, minute and a half. If we find that opening kill, go. Doesn't matter. Who cares if there's a minute 45 on the clock? Let's just play a little bit more aggressive, up the tempo, and try and catch Shopify Rebellion off guard, especially on a map like Bank, where I think it can be a bit more applicable than, say, Nighthaven Labs.
Well, you were talking about Abe in the first round of the second half, where it was like 1-7. He is statistically their best player over the last 60 days. And he was 1-7 in that first half. Imagine what happens if you can engage him earlier. If you can actually get him into the game, into the second half, and he has a little bit more of like a ramp rather than like this up and down trajectory. Right now, I do think that Tyler were looking good. And for everyone at home, we did just talk about Tyler a lot because I don't think you can really fault anything from Shopify Rebellion. They look like the team they should be.
Same from their first match today, Shopify Rebellion. Again, just did everything they needed to against Al Yula Club. So I think coming into this, it's the same metric.
Oh, I'll do predictions for you guys in this one too.
This is the
For
important
bank,
part as we get into
I
this
forgot to
second
do them.
matchup.
You guys gotta remind me on this stuff because I'm old. I forget, you know.
The pressure is entirely on them.
Well, the pressure's a little off now because you've won the first map.
But no, but I'm talking about like from a perception. They are by far the best team in play-ins, and it's not even close. They are not a play-ins team. They're a back half group stage team. They are a playoffs team. So this needs
finally
to
banned the clash.
I don't think they can leave any doubt in our mind.
Makes sense.
As we get underway with
Gotta
that
get Canadian off of that, dude. He's
you,
honestly
Alex
like
Drop.
such a thorn in their side.
Good to have him on the desk. And honestly, I agree with him wholeheartedly. And I think that for Shopify Rebellion,
All right,
they've
be right
actually
back,
handled the quote-unquote pressure, if you will, because there is pressure when you're the top team. And you're playing against teams you arguably should be winning. That's almost as pressurized as, say, if it was Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons later on in group stage, for example. The pressure levels would be quite similar, but just for different reasons.
Now let's jump into it then, as the bans have rolled through. It's double hard breach from Shopify Rebellion, looking to make that a challenge for Tai Lu. They
You
respond
want
with
to
the Kaid and
update
Clash.
the Stream B result?
You can go ahead, Jake.
It seems like CAG by Varel have also been able to win their series. Guz 2-1, which was against, I can't remember.
King Zero, I believe.
King Zero? Yeah. That would mean, I believe, King Zero have been... That was an elimination run, wasn't it? Yes, that's unfortunate. So they will be the first team eliminated from the Esports World Cup. So it means for Group B, it will be MIBR Los versus CAG by Varel in that lower bracket final. Winner of that will qualify as the Group B 2 seed, which actually could end up being against Shopify Rebellion, provided they win this map of Bank. They will be that 1 seed from Group A. Of course, this is, by the way, the last match of the day for Stream A, but good news, Stream B will still have Al Yula Club versus Chiefs, which is also going to be an elimination game. But over to Bank now. Tyler on the attack. Shopify Rebellion. As I said before, I think starting defense here, this is the kind of stuff that they can do. They can control, force Tyler to play the way that they want to play. Basement to begin. Drop down from Ambi. So small amount of pressure as per usual towards staff and open area. Play the drop and so much delay available for the defense.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how the Fuse is going to integrate into this lineup. Both the Blitz and the Monty were available. Secondary hard breach, though, will benefit here of the Fuse, and so we'll see if that has impact. And indeed it will right on cue. Notably though, the Grim did have also secondaries in the Fuse charge, added benefit as well. A bit of U2 clearance onto site, good counter onto the Goyo. We'll see just how much of those canisters end up being cleared. And unfortunately, 3 still standing.
Which is the hope really with the cluster charges, is to hopefully deal with most of those, but the fact that there's still 3 up is a concern. Factor in the 3 gas babes available for Rexon, double Nitrocell, then the Shamika launcher.
See if that one lands.
If Tyloo go direct here, which right now is seemingly what they want to do.
Okay, that missed as well.
I don't think this is going to work out well for them. They need to pivot here.
Will this one land?
They cannot expect this to now work.
Nope. Oh no. That might be the most ineffective Fuse I have ever seen casting this game.
He does still have 1 cluster charge. You can.
No, that could be the golden cluster charge. That could be the one to beat all cluster charges.
I think this round's done. 28 seconds. They're going to need Jakku to push main and find 3 kills. They have nothing else.
Oh, it worked. It worked.
Well, it did work.
Dude, it's honestly hilarious how often I get my kids leftover.
There's no way in which
My kids were eating these udon noodles and I didn't eat all of them, of course. I was like, want the rest? I'm like, sure, why not?
Jakku, funnily enough, gets the opening kill. It's irrelevant. Duas still has to get this plan. Abay, though, does have the smokes up, coupled with the class. Surely not. Canadian goes down. There has to be a denial. They will not deny. Player will be successful. despite all this utility for Shopify Rebellion, Tyloo through the front door.
99.99.
No way!
They're not retaking this.
I surely don't think. Well, now I will say this is 99% chance. Tyloo should win this round. It's a huge flip. Surf does get the down onto Duha, but a 1v3 post-plant, 18 seconds. Not happening. Oh, what a round win for Tyloo.
Whoa. That round had about everything.
I cannot believe they just won that round.
I don't think they can believe it either. Oh, my.
One sec.
It didn't feel like there was a world in which Tyloo could get that plant down, yet they were able to do so. Good coverage from the Thatcher. The lack of flames from Surf.
It was a Hail Mary play once they finally could get into CCTV, which was the smoke layer with the glass. That was it.
My goodness. At least you didn't say 100%.
I didn't say 100%.
You've learned.
Really, it was a way of trying to signify how bad a position Tyloo were in with 20 seconds to go. Finally, that golden cluster charge actually won them the round.
Yeah. Oh, massive talking
Don't let
point.
Tyloo get too
The
hot.
Lamar
I
was
mean,
catching a lot of that util and
they
making
won
very difficult for Tyloo to set up for that
first
eventual
round
play.
on Nighthaven, I think, too,
With the
right?
stage set, they were able to secure it, and with that, the opening round is theirs. And that's probably the only round so far for Shopify Rebellion today that we can look towards.
Listen,
a bit of a frustrating.
you're letting your hate
one where
cause
it should have
cope.
been theirs and it wasn't.
Yeah, that's the first one. Yeah, I agree with that.
Never let your hate
Certainly
cause
not the first
cope.
round they've lost,
Okay.
but
No, but
the
the
first
one
in that fashion,
round where they were dominant, they were in control.
And they'd be like, the immediate reaction is, how did we lose?
Well, can Tyloo follow on from that? Yeah, Siege is a game of momentum. You win
They're
that
really
round
good
in that
noodles,
fashion. Yeah, the blood's pumping, and you get to kind of celebrate briefly to start this second map. It's half an open area for the second round. Was the bands of the Ace and the
Hope you're winning now.
Barton in
We'll
Kanto
see.
Wall
Let's
over
see
the
how
Temple
the
Base
game
will not be
ends.
able to get opened up.
They lost Nighthaven, so I mean that was the one hope they had, really.
No clash available for Canadian. The funniest part out of all that round is the fact
Stop
that
the match.
Tyloo again got the opening kill.
Just let them win 1-0. They won one round. That's fine.
Been a strength.
Slow and steady here in the second round. Almost halfway through it.
Dude, these are
Yeah,
really
because-
good. I always forget these are great.
With a little bit of direct pressure. And then it's Canadian that pops up.
Oh,
finds
what
the
was
kill.
that? There's an avalanche in Pakistan. What
Well,
happened with
he
that?
caught at the skylight.
Dude, there's so
of
much
Jackie
stuff in
Wu.
the news now.
And a Bay follows up onto Canadian. And suddenly, Tyloo, despite not getting the opening kill, don't have the extra player.
Well, in classic Tyloo fashion, they don't have the diffuser.
Well,
Let's see if that poses problems.
They might not need it, though, with Raxon falling to Duha. Spoit and Surf. Last two up. Surf able to connect onto a Bay. Falls back open over at the bomb chassis. Answering the Jugger payload. Spoit now low. Could be susceptible to that. Well, no, I guess he won't. Jackie Wu, by the way, is planting, and that is going to be an easy plant. No way to deny that one. Lovely shot, though, from Spoit.
And Song was all the way over towards Lone.
Jackie Wu.
Oh, timing.
Oh, they know he's here as well because
Oh.
they had the cross covered. They knew he was still over at the plant. Here comes Songler, catches out Surf, but Spoit's just sticking. Songler has no idea. That's the round one. Bro, he's doing that fake. Songler had no clue.
That was cold from Spoit.
Well, Banker started a little sloppier than Nighthaven Labs. But who does that favor? Maybe Tyloo in the long run.
Yeah, chaotic
Stable
round.
bears climbing broads beat the 12th highest mountain in the world. 1 of 14 mountains over 8K meters tall. 6 in Nepal, 1 in Pakistan, 1 in Oman, and 1 is Chinese.
If your position is known, because Surf was still playing
Dude.
over towards Staff and Open. He
Tell-
knows, okay,
tell
yeah,
Pisty
he's
there's
popped
an
in, we've got the
Omani
plant, he has
mountain.
left, and we know exactly where he is. So that ends up being an easy clear for Spoit. And then it's a 2 versus 1. Spoit obviously just gets straight on the kit.
Come on, mentioned.
He doesn't have the information.
Damn, though, that is sad, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't climb a mountain, I'm gonna be honest.
But if you're Shopify Rebellion, you just
Not something that interests me.
You don't care how.
I climb up a hill and I'm like, yeah, I'm fucking good.
Rounds to begin here on Bank. We head
Oh,
CEO
it's nationalities. Okay.
For round number 3.
I was gonna say.
Interestingly enough,
I'm surprised there's like no Japan. There's some more mountains that are over 8K, but I was like, I don't know.
Too much shield play from Tyloo. Did bring the blitz a little bit back in the second half of Nighthaven Labs.
I was like, at least Mount Fuji.
Only 2 rounds.
That's one I know off the top of my head that's tall. That tall. Around that tall, maybe.
It's looking like heavy repel play again, lobby side from Tyloo. May look to stage an attack on that,
was really good.
side of the map.
That was
Especially with the
honestly
Monty in play,
good.
setting up Nana. Go for a play front.
I mean, this has to be a Zofia.
Oh, really?
Below to clear out.
3,700 meters tall.
It has to be the play. Abay, though, gets rid of Canadian. It's just on the repel.
Well, it could be jam below or just for the U-tool and the castle barricades.
Oh shit!
I don't think
thought it was
there's any point
taller.
getting too fancy
Oh.
now with advantage.
Shows you how into climbing I am.
100%.
Electrosensor active.
Puts Surf under quite a bit of pressure here. He wants to try and retain position and ward off that Monty. And a drop isn't necessarily always the safety from that position either.
Well, I mean, the elevator position's quite volatile. If you don't get help from long desk, and with that shield, but the problem is it's a solo push right now from Duha. Like the smoke play, they know he's there, they've got the information, but where's the follow-up? So Duha gets into a good position. This is where you want to be if you're Tyloo. Oh, Songler's just going to go repel straight down. That's one way in. The gas babes, though, from Rexham will delay the push up Banana. Yovika caught by Ambi. We do have Wrexham playing long desk and can provide a little bit of help for Surfall. In the end, he gets cleared out. Tyloo retain the advantage. And good position as well around front desk.
Good drone. Fundamentals at the moment from Tyloo are really sound.
Yeah, absolutely. That was certainly a point we brought up back on Nighthaven Labs. They're following through here as well on Bank so far. Job's not done. But they do have Ambi already low on health. And they've got good control in towards the site. Good damage from Ambi onto Duha. Does still have that Nitro Cell. That could be the ticket to get rid of this Monty. Throws it out, but doesn't quite connect. And over toward top main, Rexon almost found an angle. Holding right side. Covered. Does get the kill. Onto Songler. Then knows one is up close. Took a bit of damage and then goes prone. 20 seconds left. Jackie Wu does deal with him. That's long desk now opened up. Ampy still holding in a good position towards airlock. His position unknown. Catches out a bay. Duha falls and only Jackie Wu left. The duo for Shopify Rebellion on site will hold strong. There's no time for Jackie Wu. And once again doesn't have the kit. Runs past it, time expires, Shopify Rebellion, hold on in round 3.
It's a late round breakdown. It's late round breakdown number, I don't know, because we're losing track at this point. Early round, even mid round, pretty good. They got great value from the Monty again. Tyloo positioned pretty sound, had a good chunk of time spare there at the end, but Ambi was allowed to reposition. Spoit was a looming threat stock side as well. And unfortunately for Tyloo, the 1% has come back to bite them once again.
Well, you can have good fundamentals, but you've still got to follow through. Glass Castle will be the bans.
Yeah, Castle's been a mainstay from Shopify Rebellion, so Tyloo wanted to alleviate some of that util clearance. Glaz yet to be selective, but a preemptive ban there from.
It was selected in the first round.
It was. Pardon me. Excuse me. And
It won them the round.
And we'll be returning back down to the basement, presumably.
It's actually a pretty good ban when you can consider that opening round.
Yes.
Glaz in general too on Bank is pretty much playable across the board. So into round 4. Been a good contest on Bank. I mean, kind of the way we build it up. Tyloo have followed through. They've been better, but as you said before, the late round issues clearly plaguing them still here on Bank, as was the case on Nighthaven Labs. It's a cruel game, Siege. I mean, for all intents and purposes,
it should be 3-0.
It's almost like there's 3 stages: start, middle, and end, and they're almost 2 out of 3 every round. But it's that final piece that matters the most.
Yeah. I'll bring the Saints for the 4th round, so that's indicative that we'll likely see a hatch drop execute in this round. CCTV, the lineup is well known now at this point, and that will offer some counterplay onto this defensive lineup, which has seen a significant shuffle from Shopify Rebellion, probably a little bit scarred after their failed plant denial attempt last time on basement. Once again, they presence first floor with potential fallback through open.
This is pretty aggressive from Spoit, this position right here. Because if someone does push... Oh my god.
Default again, guy.
Gets rid of the shock drone too. Still up. Yeah, this is...
That's bad fundamental.
But this is, again, where in the VOD reviews, they're going to learn quite a lot. This is a round lost based off this default. Easy Nitro Cell for Canadian. And if it wasn't going to be that Nitro, it was going to be Spoit anyway. They lose Duhar immediately. Jackie Wu is main stairs. Now, it might catch them by surprise. This is a rather deep position. Barbed wire is below, so he can't just push through.
Mount McKinley.
A couple of Candelas used as well to clear out first floor.
Or bitch made compared to all those ones. I actually watched a video on Mount McKinley one time, and evidently it's like the most dangerous mountain, pretty much. It's not the highest, but it's like the most dangerous.
Job done from Shopify Rebellion and punishing some really basic...
No chance? No, it is. Not from... I'm talking about because people underestimate it. Because a lot of Mount McKinley... I guess the weather changes like crazy there, and a lot of people die. Like a fucking lot of people die. I don't know if it's like the worst, but... K2 might be more dangerous to climb, but the thing is, people that go to K2... or Everest are prepared. They are climbers that are prepared to climb Mount Everest. The difference with McKinley is evidently it's a mountain that you could climb kind of like yourself, really, like even if you're not an experienced climber. But the problem is that people don't realize that the weather changes there like very fast, and it gets crazy very fast, and a lot of people die because people that go to McKinley are not prepared for it. Does that make sense? Let's see. I'm gonna look. Kind of curious.
Dominant round that we may have seen actually in the series as a whole, certainly here on Bank. Some big issues for Tyloo in this 4th round, and Shopify Rebellion have put them to the sword. While Songla denies the flawless nature of the round, it's still an easy round win for Shopify Rebellion as they go 3-1 up. They make it 3 straight.
Okay.
Yeah, they do.
Maybe it was Denali.
We talked about the dam wall back on the first map, and it feels like a similar
Now I'm second guessing myself.
Developing here on Bank. Tyloo trying to now reset. They called their tactical timeout for this map.
So for ratios, the highest is Annapurna, then K2. Total numbers of deaths and rescues is Mont Blanc, that's number 1. Then the Matterhorn, and then Mount Everest.
Evolved into a situation where Tyloo play it down, having to go for the plan B, plan C, kind of a amalgamation of a back hit plus a garage lock, and even with the Solid Snake information, that too also didn't go their way. A 50-55 garage was their best way.
McKinley is the way to say Denali and Freedom Link. Oh, okay.
In their favor.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can, if you want to find the positive.
Yeah, I mean, evidently it's pretty much right there.
Walking away from this event,
I mean, these are death rates. We're like total deaths.
We can fix this.
Yeah.
We can fix getting rid of default. we can fix our late round execute. Yeah, there's a lot to.
I don't know, whatever. Either way, Denali or McKinley
a region as a whole
is very deadly.
Still, new in this department.
Because basically there's like storms that like come out of the blue there and just kill people.
In terms of the format, this is not an elimination.
There's also like weird avalanches that happen. So I don't know. I mean, maybe there's one that's like more deadly or something, but it's more it's a lack of people being prepared to go there, right? You go to K2 you go to Everest, you know what you're getting into, right? Like no like random person goes to Mount Everest or like K2, right? Like that's not a thing that's happening. If you're going to K2 or Everest, you're like planning on climbing. The reason that McKinley is so deadly, like I said, is just it's more of like it's a lower mountain. It's like not as dangerous, like not as dangerous, right? But the weather changes very fast there. There's like avalanches, all that kind of stuff. So just lots of people die there. That's it.
But also, it's Shopify Rebellion are winning in the way they want to be winning here. Better fundamentals, better late round. They don't need to just run around and click heads.
What accident? What accident?
Like if this were Weibo versus Tyler, Weibo are spawn peeking, they're rushing, they're just, you know they can beat them in the straight up gunfights. And while Shopify Rebellion know that as well, they're still just sticking to a play style that's going to serve them in good stead for the remainder of the tournament.
Playing a more gentlemanly game of Siege.
Oh, love that from Spoit though onto Duha. That is one thing, by the way.
Donald is the third most isolated peak in the world. Oh yeah, that was another thing too, is that when people get hurt, there's not, good access to like medical care and stuff like that, or things to save lives. That was one of the other factors.
Until that point,
not his primary role.
No.
There's more so the mid to late where.
So listen, we may not have the tallest mountains, but they're deadly.
Okay, things starting to unravel for Tyloo. You called it. You wanted to see Shopify Rebellion put the foot on the throat, and it seems like in this 5th round we're getting a glimpse of that. I think at this point now, Tyloo, while they're not waving the white flag, I do wonder if they're sensing this might be a task too difficult to complete from this position. They won't give up on the round.
I like this lurk.
But they're searching. They're digging deep. And when that starts to happen, your fundamentals then fall away. And while Tyler's fundamentals have been largely good in the series, I don't think they've got the ability to offset. Now, Jackie Wu does go down at the same time as Abay slipping into Archives, catching out Surf. 3 versus 2. Abay pushing over towards Admin. Spoit able to get out of the way. As Songler is eliminated, it's only Abay left. He does at least win the battle against Spoit, and he does have 45 seconds in a 1v2. Not impossible. But Ambi will hold top floor on the Solus, and he is the full trump card here. Even if Ambi gets kit, and tries to plant, Ambi has got him covered. And Rexon, though, has Abay covered up close. 4 straight for Shopify Rebellion. 3 rounds away from securing their place in play in phase 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, is this now too far gone for Tyloo? Game of 2 halves, of course, it must be said. And Bank sometimes can be favorable for defense, but it does feel like there's some breakdowns now for Tyloo.
I don't know, I'm going to look it up now. Now I'm curious.
Not as good as we've come to expect over the course of this series so far. Abay with a bit of fight shown, but needed some support, and Jackie Wu was on the ground.
I mean, that round, to me...
Okay, it's 2 names for the exact same spot.
I'm just going to lurk push. Are you okay, Michael?
I'm great. How are you?
You just look a little staggered there for a moment.
Oh, it's been a long day. Hard work. Might not be too much longer, though, with Shopify Rebellion firing.
No, but there will be the halftime break after this. And as you said, game of 2 halves. Still, if Tyler can win this round, get a second. I mean, the good news technically for this, because it's not an elimination game, you don't want to be in a position where you hang your head and think, this is too much. You've still got every reason to just keep fighting
exactly.
here.
You're not going home if you lose,
who knows
right?
what can happen?
Yeah. Tyloo have shown enough over the course of the last hour or so to still remain competitive here on Bank. This is not a complete foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, though, the last couple of rounds we're seeing.
Let's see. I'll tell you guys what I found.
Regain a bit of confidence and go back to that previous form we saw glimpses of on Labs. Again, the sense to be deployed here. Final round of the half for the top floor hit.
Okay, so Mount McKinley and Denali are 2 names for the exact same peak. North America's tallest mountain sitting at 20,310 feet in Alaska. Denali, the original traditional name used for thousands of years by the Yukon Athabascan people mean the high one or great one, and there's Mount McKinley. Ended in 1896 by a gold prospector support president candidate William McKinley, made official by the U.S. government in 1917.
Has increased, and with that, it hasn't really been as successful in opening engagements. A 3-1 advantage to Shopify Rebellion in the last 4 rounds.
Evidently, it's been controversial because it's gone back and forth.
Now being around, that's actually going to play out very
as a
slow.
political thing from Mount McKinley to Denali.
Well, Sports being active here on Bank.
Evidently, people that actually live in Alaska all call it Denali.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought Spoit had him.
So did I.
and Jackie
So, pretty much in the state of Alaska officially named it Denali. The federal government kept it as Mount McKinley. In 2015, the federal government changed it to Denali. And then in 2025, there was an executive order that named it Mount McKinley again. Okay, so that's the deal. Local residents, though, and people in Alaska still call it Denali.
Now it's within their sights. Surf though holding strong towards.
I honestly I didn't even know what the difference was.
Double from Surf.
But the more you know.
On the Songler and a Bay, and with Rexon getting rid of Duha, they've flipped this round again.
Dude, honestly, Ty Lue is throwing right now, like so hard, it's crazy.
From 5 versus 3, he's now the solo.
My, oh my, what a play from Surf. I don't even know if he was going for the second kill. I think he was just going for the confirmation. 20 seconds on the clock, and Jackie represents something special. No! And Shopify Rebellion 5-1 up at the halftime break.
Unbelievable play from Surf.
Politics, no thank you.
5-1 lead for the Rebellion.
Never.
So clinical, so dominant. I mean, there's not much else to really say to it, as much as we want to try and sing the praises of Ty Lue, find the positives. It all just circles back to there is a huge gap between these two teams, as expected.
Yeah. You don't say.
No, it's a testament to North America, right? Oh, Shopify Rebellion is still so deadly, irrespective of how they've been.
Done, Jesse.
Event, right?
The lowest seeded North American team, who also happened to play in the most recent major grand final.
That's harsh.
It's a very strong region at the moment. Some may argue the strongest at the moment. As a collective,
are you one of those some?
I'm in that. Yeah, I'm in that camp. Hand up.
I mean, for some reason, Shopify has just been bad domestically always.
No, it's not. but that in itself, you know, if you got 24 months ago, would have been an incredibly hot take.
Well, it would have just been flat out wrong.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, replay package of the first half, of course, playing through Ty Lue. Their one and only round coming off the back of some extraordinary circumstances down below on that basement side, where they were able to clutch up and get a plant on the ground. But outside of that, Shopify Rebellion have been largely in control. And whilst Ty Lue, in some instances, have looked good early round, I think that narrative has shifted a little bit here on Bank, where Shopify Rebellion have refined things a little bit. There's been some gleaming issues and mistakes as well.
I don't think there is a 6-hour drop, is there?
So we've got 25 seconds left of the
I think there's just a
break.
1, 2, and 4, so.
Let's put our thinking cap on for a split second. MRBR Los are playing CAG by Varel tomorrow. One of those are going to then play Shopify Rebellion. Who has the better chance of those two, realistically, against SR?
Well, before you even pose the question, I was just going to say Shopify Rebellion just flat out win against either of them. So, in terms of who has the better chance,
has to be
it's
MIBR.
A tough question. Probably MIBR Los. As much as I would love to make an argument for CAG by Varel, but
and I'll ask you the second question: MIBR Los versus CAG. Who have you got?
Probably MIBR Los. But I expect that to actually be a pretty competitive 3-map.
So back underway into the second half. Don't imagine we're going to be here on Bank for much
Is Rebellion
longer,
the
but
Argentina
that
of our
is good
6?
news when we've got a whole nother series.
I don't know. I don't watch soccer, so I couldn't tell you for that one.
So there will be
maybe people that like watch both could tell you.
And that is
number 1 here at the Esports World Cup.
Allure Club, I believe. Yep. And that is an elimination matchup as well, of course, over on the B stream.
Yeah.
Big stakes for the Aussie boys in the MENA qualifier.
I think at this point in the series, this is now where I kind of look at this and think this one's mine. I'm 7-3 on Labs.
Is this a
5-1 here on Bang.
99.99% chance?
That was quite funny.
Canadian it's crazy he's played this long. You guys gotta remember, he was my teammate.
But since then, they haven't won a
I haven't
single
played professional Siege in 8 years.
Should have won the second as well.
Yeah.
We won the first Invitational 9 years ago. Coming up on 10.
Tyloo on a better day with a little more experience. Maybe next year. they could do some damage. Important to note that this is this team's first appearance at this level of Siege on the so I think they've done a decent job.
And again, most importantly,
He was the young phenomenal. Yep, he was. Yeah, people don't realize that. Like people, he say he's old now, but he was the young gunner back in the day. He made in the Mesozoic era. Listen, dude, it was the Paleozoic era. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, they'll continue to play it on their terms. Nothing silly. Fundamentals will remain in check.
And I don't think they'll walk away from this being like, man, we're playing so well, and it's just job done. Move on to the next one. Build up a good solid foundation going into group stage, provided they get there and win their series tomorrow. But that's the thing, you lose tomorrow and you're out. So
exactly, yeah.
They have to kind of keep this same focus.
Not get too far ahead of themselves. Exploit being lit up by the Tachenko.
Okay. Back when there were 7 ops.
Back down to lockers.
So fun to watch pros because none of them are cheating. That is true.
90 seconds in this action phase for Shopify
It's
Rebellion.
crazy that, dude, you just actually don't even know who's cheating anymore. There's just so many people that are. It's wild. It is wild. You know what's sad? There's like actually a lot of like, I mean, they're not like big content creators, but like little content creators that cheat. I mean, they see that as their way to like break out, basically.
No, he's committed. He's all in.
Yeah, he's definitely committed. A little bit of damage into Canadian, little late with the Razor Bloom. Canadian able to get the pistol shot. This is all too easy for the Rebellion. Straight down blue stairs. Only 2 remain now for Tyloo on the defense. A bit of a shield swap now for Bay. Knowing that pressure's
So funny enough, I saw a guy. I wasn't actually the one who looked at it, but one of my teammates did. So we played it. This was like a long time ago. Not that long. I mean, maybe like I don't know, 6 months ago, a year ago. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, we played this guy in ranked. He's like obviously cheating. He's trying to hide it. He's like, no, actually, like I do like TikTok and stuff, bro, and YouTube. Like I'm totally legit. Blah blah blah. And like, he's obvious. Like it's like he's trying to hide it, but not very well. Like he's probably, I don't know, maybe realistically like a diamond player who's just like LARPing as like a top champ who's like really good, right?
All of the rounds in labs basically.
Person I'm playing with goes onto his TikTok and or whatever, like his YouTube channel or something, and he is you know, it's all edited to look like any of the clips that are weird and stuff obviously get moved out or all that kind of good stuff. But the thing is that he fucks up on there's an old video that he has, and there's an account on there, and it's the same name as the current account that he's using, which is like kind of like a little bit of an anonymous name, and it's banned for cheating. Oh.
You're leaving defaults up. Yeah,
it was like one of his like way older, like whatever, a video from a year prior or something, and that happens a lot.
The red flags have been
a lot.
Hugely still there for Tyloo.
But again, not elements of their gameplay that can't
So
be fixed pretty quickly. No.
Caught in 4K. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, and then when he got banned, of course. Oh, it's a false ban! False ban! False ban!
As a team, it's hard to fix someone's
all right, bro.
And their ability to
that old account that you have that got banned for cheating, say, you know, that's probably nothing, right?
Pretty easy to fix. You can fix the way that you play around the kit.
That's how it always goes.
I'd be a bit more questionable.
Lost cause. Lost cause.
Death penalty. Death penalty seems a little extreme.
Clearly able to provide the evidence.
Bans of video games should result in hardware and IP bans. IP bans they don't do because they're pointless. You can bypass them in all of 5 seconds. Not to mention that IP addresses are recycled and could cause people to get banned that are innocent or unable to play the game. But yeah, and then there are hardware bans, including in Siege. They're just people just bypass them. There's ways to get around that stuff.
Well, chipping away at that castle utility, making life
So
uncomfortable for the defense and be up close. Sound. Oh, okay. Well, netted it in the end. 2 half falls. And that is an element of the game that has broken for Tai Lu. The early round here, as this match has gone on, has gotten a little weaker.
Surf now very much wanting to end things quickly. Good kill onto Jackie Wu. Songla wanting to provide some kind of a last dance, but no. So the overkill left. 1 versus 4. Nice little pistol shot onto
Maybe the SMG-12. This game is probably over.
But this is going to be 7-1 territory. A little bit of a tussle in the first half, but Shopify Rebellion far too good in the series as a whole. 7-3, 7-1. They book their place into the second phase.
So Willies, chilling, watching some EWC. In Texas, a gram of weed can land you 8 to 10 years in prison. I guess you're saying a fine of $10,000. I mean, I don't know. I don't smoke. But at the end of the day, I don't really give a shit if people do.
Of course, tomorrow,
and that's kind of dumb.
Actually prove that. I think they'll be pleased with how today has proceeded.
Just don't smoke around me. Just don't endanger other people, and we're good.
Start to peter out towards the tail
double fist bump there from Canadian.
You take that. Look, they played some pretty positive Siege over the course of the last couple hours. And
that's the best bot review material you will gain as a team at this event.
Yeah.
And that's usually where we say for APAC teams, that's the positive. When you get to, say, see a team like Chiefs make their first appearance, well, this iteration of Chiefs. And it's the same for the CNL teams as well, when you get a chance to play the quality of Shopify Rebellion. So, taught a lesson. Now it's a matter of they'll go back and what can they actually learn from it and then implement into their next game. That's going to be the takeaway for Tyler. It's one thing to get taught the lessons, but you got to then actually learn from it.
Yeah, and then furthermore, actually implement it in future games. So I think for Tai Lu's trajectory, it's going to be very, very interesting to see if we see rapid improvement and refinement. And then maybe fast forward 6-12 months, right? Where does that team find themselves at? But for Shopify Rebellion, very, very.
What's up, Eddie?
Today has gone astray really at any point in time. There's been no crisis meetings required for them, and they'll be pretty pleased heading into tomorrow.
We got the big man back on the desk. Rob, it's good to see you. Thank you, little man. I appreciate it.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think people should smoke weed, but I don't see the point in making it illegal. I guess.
I don't think you have the guttural power. We'll say.
At least
but we'll get there one day. Look,
I don't know. I guess it is hard to say, dude.
This is what you hope for out of Shopify Rebellion.
I guess it's much more nuanced than that because you don't want people. It's overall like pretty harmless if people just want to smoke weed or whatever. But at the same time,
they can see where they went wrong because it's very clear when you look back at this matchup and you actually
people are stupid and can't control themselves. So like in theory that should be the case, but
unfortunately it could have been
oh my god, dude. I actually cannot stand people who like talk about how like weed will heal like every ailment, like they're fucking.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it feels like it's all building up to tomorrow, and
snake oil salesmen when they were like in the 1800s.
Today could easily go down as very forgettable pending the result tomorrow. So I think for Shopify Rebellion, it's about having a quick chat, what went right, what didn't, what can they improve upon for tomorrow, and then locking in for that because they're obviously still going to be favorites and retain that particular advantage, and it's about implementing that game plan.
It's a fair take. I mean, same arguments we've made for alcohol, and I agree with the same thing there.
lose tomorrow.
I mean, like I said, that's why overall, I mean, I think it's fine. It should be legal and stuff, but...
It doesn't matter. But what it means
By the way,
kind of look at their day. Obviously, we got to cover both of their games.
That one round that Tyloo won, that's the only one that really mattered.
Do the heavy lifting, and because of that, they ended up winning quite convincingly in both of their matchups. Certainly 7-3, 7-1 against the Tyloo team that looked pretty good against Chiefs on the B stream earlier. And in the end, I think, as you said, especially on
I mean, people are just stupid, bro. Like, I don't know. The problem with, like, I mean, now we're getting into a whole, like, different ball game, but, like, the problem with making stuff illegal is it really doesn't work. But the thing is, people cannot, you know, I think it's crazy to have it so criminalized. I mean, it's literally not in most places. At least, I mean, where I live, it's completely legal. But, like, one thing is that, like, you know, you do get, there's definitely a lot more use, and it's like, I don't know. I do think there's, like, a lot of negatives to, like, weed. I don't know. I've seen just a lot of people just go, like, fucking, not actually, but, like, brain dead that just smoke a lot. A lot of people smoke and drive, and it's really difficult to detect it when people are or test for it. I mean, there ends up being, like, it ends up being, when something is legalized, even if there's an age limit, it becomes much more normalized, right? Like, kids smoking cigarettes or drinking or whatever, like, same thing. Like, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the day, it should probably just still be legal. But I understand, and I think there's a lot of nuance there. It's not just, like, clear-cut, I guess. I think people that make it a clear-cut thing, I think it's a little silly.
Let them play as the #1 seeds as they are, and then see what their opponents, of course, are going to be.
Let the kids play? Is that what you'd say?
Yeah, why not?
Let them have a bit of fun.
By the way, I know a little bit.
Like I always say, that there's really everybody likes to make everything black and white, but there's a lot of gray area with essentially everything and anything ever.
And he's standing next to Spoit.
It's about time you guys stop yapping, Spoit.
Your state legalized medicinal use, so they made it so you can only get edibles, so the old men in the state legislature didn't want to smell it everywhere. I'm not gonna lie, it's actually crazy, dude.
I'm feeling good.
You can't go, like, anywhere here without people being high as fuck, like, ever. Like, you go to the grocery store, you are guaranteed to have multiple people just reeking. And I don't really care, like, care as much that they are. It's more that they definitely drove there 100% while, like, just blown out of their fucking mind, which is, like, insane behavior.
Pros don't fake.
That's true. Pros don't fake.
All right, well, here, you got one more game. You guys are setting yourself up for very early success. I think your matchup is either going to be between Los or K going into tomorrow. Is there one opponent that you'd rather verse over the other?
He is breakdancing his rook.
Thank you much, Bayonet Babe, for the prime sub.
One game at a time, and I don't really care who I'm playing. Unless it's DC, they kind of own us, but yeah.
All right, well, I'll send you off here on one last thing. Is there anything you want to say to fans, weapon skins, or anything out there?
Reeking is fine, poses dodging of the illegal driving too. Well, I mean, if somebody reeks in public, they definitely. I mean, there's pretty much no chance they're just not blown out of their fucking mind and driving.
That Twitch Spoit SR skin, it is right there for you, up for grabs. I'm gonna send you guys back to our lovely desk.
Now, I wanna do a picture story time here. If I was a nail, Guz, and you were Shopify, what would happen to me? Show me. Boink, and we're down. Thank you very much. That's right.
Do you boink nails?
People that justify driving high are insane.
If you had like a rubber mallet, you could boink.
We're getting a rail crossing and somebody tried to offer you weed in front of your supervisor the other day.
They went a little bit further than that one. That is the performance we were hoping for.
People are just
and pretty much what I
stupid.
expected out of Spoit, which is it doesn't matter who they verse unless it's Dark Zero apparently. But
I
guys,
don't know.
I think
It's
the context that we've got moving forward in play-ins,
pretty
it's
wild.
very,
That's
very
all I
clear
will
now.
say.
Do you see Shopify Rebellion being that team to push through play-ins?
People are just, at the end of the day, very irresponsible. But
yeah, I think it would be pretty unreasonable.
I don't,
to
and I
say that Shopify Rebellion can't go on.
when something is legal, it definitely increases availability and normalizes it, and especially for like minors and stuff like that too. But there's like positives too. You get tax revenue. you can ensure that things are like safer, right? Like in terms of like what's in something, right? Have standards in that regarded testing. The money is, you know, all legal and taxed and stuff like that.
As long as they don't play Dark Zero at some point,
they're in the pocket, mate.
They're probably in a good position. And the other aspect, actually, there's a positive.
I don't know. Like I said, overall, I think it's fine, and it obviously I think it should be legal, but it's just it is definitely much more. In my opinion, I could see why people are against it as well, 100%. Because like I've seen it like where I live, as an example, you know.
Really be a group stage team. And so for
hey, well, thank you, Bayonet.
I think that will be a big boon for them. But again, it all hinges on tomorrow. Like we sit here and talk about both Shopify Rebellion and Fnatic as being, wow, how good they were today. If they both lose tomorrow, it's irrelevant.
Well, I mean, can you really call the warm-up?
Dude rolled up in a car full of Michigan Rust like, hey man, you want to buy some weed? The crazy thing about it is that he opened the door, 3 beer cans, sold his car, and mind you, he parked in the middle of the street and blocked traffic. It is weird how like people very much normalize being high and driving. Like people, there might be like people that are degenerates and they drink and drive, or they're like just horrible people, right? But like everybody off rip just is like, yeah, drinking and driving is like bad. But it's really weird how like being high and driving is like for a lot of people seen as like completely fine.
That team, where if they go back tonight, look at that VOD and identify an action.
I mean, I still remember we talked about this one time, like a while back, and there was like a lot of people that were like really trying to justify it,
if they can refine that,
saying it's not as bad, saying it's not bad, or it's not as bad. It's like, okay, well, even maybe if it's not as bad, it's still bad. Like
right now, Alula Club Esports taking on the Chiefs Esports Club. They've just swapped the names around on the final 2 words there, but I do think that Chiefs have a decent chance. They are currently playing, I'm not even sure what the score is at the moment, but that one obviously, it's a soul-crushing, a key-crushing match. However, we have already had a key crush.
Yeah, KingZero Esports, they won the opening.
Oh, they're officially
map
out.
CAG. I actually saw Sparky during the break, and he
Tag versus MIBR or
I
Los.
said to him, I said, it's the mentality again, and he
I
agreed.
know. I mean, yeah, it's got to be Los, right?
It's just something to deal with the mental on the land internationally for CAG. But I'm glad that they were able to get over that particular hurdle against KingZero for CAG. Win that. Their quality is good enough to beat MIBR Lows.
I have not seen the Odyssey yet. People are not going to like this answer, but I'm probably not going to watch till it's out on streaming.
This event as a whole have the greatest trophy system. I'm not just talking about esports, sports. I don't care. There is not a trophy system like it because we just said it. It is a soul-crushing, key-crushing opportunity.
I think you're right. I think it takes some time for driving. It'll take some time for driving to be thought like that. Remember people try to justify drinking and driving? Sure, but
performing KingZero, considering we haven't really seen them.
Yeah, this is actually so crazy.
Let's just take a minute to bask in the very first key crush at C26.
So happy to be doing this.
Oh, look at him! Look at him! He's got the cheek about him. Bang! Oh, I got to watch that.
You can hear it from here.
It is so loud.
Is that what that was?
Yeah.
Oh.
Bro, it is insane that they have a hydraulic.
He knows what it feels like to crush the soul.
Could you imagine Anderton did it though? I think it would have obliterated the key.
I genuinely think Anderton could do that
you
without
actually need the press machine. You jump in.
Basically, what happens if you haven't seen for EWC is when you eliminate a team, you crush their key, and they have a hydraulic press to crush the key. So like if you beat a team, you take their key and crush it until there's one team left.
On the receiving end of it though, we're going to see that develop pretty rapidly over the course of this tournament.
And then I think the trophy in the end, like all the keys get put on it, if I'm not mistaken, from the different esports. It is actually cool.
That's an obscure observation from you.
What do they get? What do they get? Do they get 3? They get 3 crush keys. Come on, mate. I needed you to pick that one up.
Sorry, I didn't know you were actually throwing it to me. I thought you were
fair enough. I just looked directly at you. We've only worked together for 8 years, you know. I wouldn't expect you to pick that up.
Literally crushing their dreams, yep.
And who knows, maybe it will be one day, Jake, but not today. Boys, before we go, any final comments before we get into tomorrow's matches, which are the most important of play-ins?
It has been a pleasure. And I am very tired, so I can't wait to get a bit of rest and rejuvenate for tomorrow.
I mean, honestly, for day one play-ins, what feels really good about this iteration this year, it's 2 long weeks. So it's really, really good that we don't have to feel rushed going through day 1 into day 2, and then we're already halfway through. We get to really kind of slowly just work our way into the tournament. Day 1, really good way to start. And then day 2, already big matches. Shopify Rebellion and Fnatic, as we were saying, great day today, but they play elimination games.
Watching 70mm and digital IMAX.
Literally everything that they've done.
It's been a long review by Shopify's crush key once they lose.
At the moment, they do
Watching 1000mm.
very good. However,
it's like, okay, here's the thing. I'm not gonna watch. I'm not gonna watch it in 70mm. I just don't really care that much.
We'll be back at 4 p.m. local time tomorrow, as per usual. Are you gonna do it with me? Take care, stay safe, and good night. Ciao, ciao.
So, hopefully they switch to the other game. They should be. The 70mm IMAX is not in Detroit. No, it's in Grand Rapids, which is 2 hours away. So for me to watch it in 70mm, I have to drive 2 hours each way to see a movie. I'm not fucking doing that shit, bro. Why not? You know, there's only 38 70mm IMAX theaters in the entire world, not just in the US. It's actually really, like, there's not very many of them. Oh, there's 41 now? Okay. Or they put it in Grand Rapids of Detroit? No clue. No clue, honestly. I'm actually shocked that there isn't one in Detroit. Are they gonna switch to the other game? I mean, we could probably just swap channels, I guess, but I want to stay on the main channel ideally. I'm just gonna swap. It ain't that big of a deal. I don't want to watch this, like, ending screen thing. I know it's gonna auto swap at the end, but we'll just go to the B stream instead.
Game after a 2-piece, so I want to see them battling back for these opening picks. I want to see them getting a little bit more active and engaged with how they take these early fights, because right now it's Chiefs who are dominating and dictating that early phase.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, realistically, with you know, Owl is going to be, I think, out of any of the teams here in the playing phase, certainly one of the biggest learning curves that we will see for any of them. But they need to find themselves this round, and I think I agree with you. I like the timing of that tactical time. I'd normally say the same as you. Coming into 6, it's a little bit late, but I think for this one, if they can come away with a 2-4 half on the attack, it's actually not the end of the world. I know it seems like they've been beaten up here, but
those rules was converted to digital projection years ago to save money and simplify operations. So Detroit may have had a 70mm and then converted digital, while Grand Rapids kept their 70mm. Maybe.
And what has Chiefs dominance got them? One round. So it's not the end of the world, but they do need 6.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, for Chiefs, it was their attacks that really struggled on this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess I just don't value
the executes that they needed
like
in that game. So that's where the weak point is.
I don't know, like it's gonna look pretty damn good. Like if the movie's that good, I might just buy it on like 4K like Blu-ray or something, and then just watch it on 4K Blu-ray. Like I have a really nice projector and sound system in my house. It'll be close enough. You know, is it gonna be better? Yeah, but like, I'm fucking good on driving like multiple hours, like 4 hours, sitting, you know, drive 2 hours, sit through a 3-hour movie, drive 2 hours back. You know what I'm saying?
It'd be their first entry kill if they're able to get that first kill, and you know that's really not great from their perspective.
And this is another similar defense Chiefs were running earlier today, where they've actually got quite a lot of top floor presence. They're just leaving player alone in the basement, on the main floor, I should say. And
I mean, like I said, if it was in Detroit, which is like I could drive down there in 15-20 minutes, yeah, that's a different story, you know. Maybe then I would think about it. It'd be a maybe. Still,
to be able to deny that plant. So that's why you're seeing a lot of this early pressure kind of come from the west side, kind of come from Hammam, and maybe try to plant on that side of the map, which is a lot less susceptible to verticality.
which is, of course, one of the reasons that we don't see too much verticality from the attackers a lot of the time.
Yeah, you got to watch on Twitch to get the esport drops. Twitch.tv/KingGeorge.
So they know it's there. You've got to
We're talking about the Odyssey, like watching it in 70mm IMAX.
Gadget that could be a huge win condition. Come the end of this round, has just run away from you.
Yeah, that's really devastating that you do lose that. And now we're actually seeing the attackers move over towards the medical side of things. So Lunchbox will have a lot on his plate. He's got to be able to
Even
stop
with the man, they're showing the Odyssey from 2
Denied
a.m.
from the verts.
and 7 a.m. What the fuck? There's new drops every day. Yeah.
Manages to find one back in response.
Every single day.
So at least a little bit of important utility taken off the board, but it's effectively now a 1 versus 3. I said Crazy was the man coming in, but not even he can step up and get those 3 kills against Chiefs, who take a 5-1 half, and you gotta say, it's well deserved. I understand why they took them to Fortress, but right now, I might be wishing that they hadn't.
Yeah, they have the same drops again tomorrow, but a new set. You can get 3 more. And they have some really good ones coming up, like later in the week and stuff like that, and then especially for the playoffs.
Not something we do in the UK.
Really?
Yeah, the PB&J. Not something that we really do.
I was arguing with Laxing backstage over whether peanut butter was a great condiment, which it is, or whether it's disgusting, which Laxing for some reason thinks so, which I don't know, man.
Is it like peanut butter and jelly?
Less and less every day.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, is peanut butter savory? I was going to say it's like the sweet savory kind of, but it's not.
It's salty.
It's salty.
Yeah.
It's more, it's down that road. I think it's in that family. I'm not sure if it's like, I'm sure somebody's going to be correct. Yeah, well, actually it's. But yeah, what you'd call jelly, we call jam. But yeah, it's not really something that we do. It's not a common thing.
We call it jam too. I only ever say jelly in the reference of PB and jelly.
Of that sandwich.
Yeah, that's the only time I've ever said that word.
I mean, it sounds like a cracking lunchbox. Just like Lunchbox has been inside of the server so far. A beautiful link that you found for us there, Jesse. Currently 5-3, but we can't overlook relays. We can't, to be honest, we can't overlook most of the Chiefs side. I'm gonna say Jaken has been a little bit quiet, but don't come for me. He's been quiet because everybody else is getting all the kills. There's not really many to go around. We've got Neptune 6-1. We've got relays 8-2. We've got player 6-4. He's fighting for scraps at this point.
Exactly. I mean, on one hand, Jake Kenna only has 2 kills, which doesn't sound very good. But on the other hand, he's got a 2.0 KD ratio. I mean, that's ideal. That's the best in the lobby. So he's taken 3 gunfights. He's come on top on the majority of them. I think that's all you can really ask for him in a domination match like this. And you're right. It's been a different person stepping up from round to round. In that final round, it was Lunchbox inside of Medical. But it kind of comes as a whole team effort, right? From start to finish in most of these rounds, the overall strategy from Chiefs has been sound, and there's never really been a break in it. And a lot of those defenses, Alula weren't really able to disrupt the game plan to find a gap to try to make Chiefs move and do something that they weren't expecting to on the defensive side. It felt like they were always able to play their game, and now needing just 2 attacks here on Fortress.
I honestly hope Alula wins.
If they can do it again, that's enough.
Just need that third choice side. If you can get that 5 on your
they're
it's such
huge
a
underdogs.
Inside of Siege, with the way the scoring system works, you can almost, you're not going to give them up, but you can almost give up those first, the 2 first choice sites, and then you just pick up the downstairs in this case, which is what it'll be, and that's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Alula to hold on to that site, and yeah, Chiefs, I think, seriously in the driving seat.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not even about like giving up some of those sites, but like if you're Chiefs, you can play some crazy strats. You can go for a rush. You can try something to catch your opponent off guard. And listen, I may not be the
later. I gotta pick up my filament.
With OCE, I know they love a little bit of a cheeky rush. They can go for something crazy in it. So I'm really excited to see what Chiefs try to do with this lead. Do they get kind of messy with it? Do they go for a bit of an aggressive play just to start things off in these first couple rounds? Or did they just say, let's play our best strategy, let's close this game out 7-1, take our opponent's map pick, and take firm control of the series?
I get the feeling with the way Chiefs have played that it'll be the latter. I feel like they are meaning business so far today. Like, they are not playing around here. They've really come in. They've locked in, they're laser focused, and as you said, just been able to find that one player popping off each time, and Alula just... I don't feel like they've been able to take anything more than what they've been given. Round to round, it's been the case. they've maybe taken games in dorms, but only after we've seen Chiefs drop away from it, maybe after getting a kill. They've maybe taken a little bit of horse control, but it's only after it's been given up. So right now, disruption is the key, absolutely, and they're going to try and do that behind the Blackbeard shield.
Yeah.
In front. Sorry.
Is my wife okay with me streaming this early? Yeah, it's fine.
On the side, so.
And so what I really want to see from
I mean, during, we already knew EWC was coming up, so we have stuff like planned around it, but I gotta go to my office today too. I have to pick up actually several things.
That could be the key. Unfortunate lack of utility.
I have some paperwork to pick up, and I actually had my 3D printer filament sent there. So I knew it was coming in.
They still need to be able to play behind their utility. They have
but
to
yeah, when I have stuff
Valentino and Mahagar are the two
shipped for,
offsite, but I expect
you
them to
know,
come back
stream stuff,
only really
I have it shipped to my office.
Yeah, no push coming whatsoever.
Or PO Box, one or the other.
At the minute, it's all looking to be kind of.
Yeah, as he's not showing the Michigan Science Center IMAX because the theater is a special dome screen and an educational programming for it, or the traditional flat. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Michigan Science Center has a really cool IMAX screen. Shopify won.
I think that's the big difference, right?
Like the last game.
Really early. It was like a minute 50 when Alula were reinforcing that book.
Oh, that screen can show 70mm. Okay. I wonder why they don't show it then.
To try to build up their execute. It's going to come down to the coordination, but with an opening pick onto Bazooka, that's exactly how you want to start it.
Yeah, Relays finds the Warden. That's going to be a loss of
because they could just cut off the top, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Just one smoke, in fact. So
this dome is not a flat screen. Yeah, but can't they just cut off the top where it's projecting or whatever? No. Okay. Well, whatever. Then maybe not.
Going to see this site get opened up like Swiss cheese, I would imagine, as they try to push on in. Jose manages to find Relays, takes down the ace, but the plant is just about to go down as soon as that Blackbeard finds space.
Oh, okay.
They've got to find some way to retake into this office bomb site. They've got lots of players in Master, lots of players in Bathroom, but nobody can actually stop this plant from their position. Crazy goes for a swing, but he's gunned down, and so is everybody else on the side of Alula. It's a perfect plant-focused execute, and we are one round away from Chiefs taking their opponent's pick.
I think that answers the question that we were asking.
I can see the Michigan Science Center like adding maybe a 70. I don't know. They probably wouldn't, I guess. The screen that they have inside the Michigan Science Center is actually so crazy.
Was it about taking the space, but it was recognizing it.
That is the coolest like theater I think I've ever been in. It has a huge capacity to fit people. Like there's like I remember we had a school field trip there when I was a kid, and they do this. Maybe it's not as impressive these days, but back as a kid, I still remember they were showing us like educational videos about space, and it was so cool.
Defending side through almost all 7 rounds. Does it really feel like Chiefs are dictating when and where those opening gunfights happen?
Specific flat, platter, architectural projection, booth alignments that standard signs. Okay, they don't support it. Okay.
Also layering really nicely to
it's so cool.
Before they wanted to.
So this is all I'll show
like
you.
They don't engage with the roamers. They take the spaces given to them for free, and I'm not seeing Alula do anything crazy, do anything unexpected, do anything to disrupt that push as it's coming in. It feels like Chiefs just have a really good read on how the early game is meant to be played out by
maybe
Alula.
there's some pictures.
And down 6-1 at this point, I mean, they have to dig deep to find some answer for it. This is their map pick. This is the one that we said they had to win if they wanted to take home the series. It feels so far away from them now.
Yeah, it really does. You know, a little bit, you got to look back to that Shopify Rebellion game and think, you know, maybe we said they were the best, but maybe Chiefs are going to beat them.
So it's kind of like the Dome in Vegas a little bit. Obviously not as good.
I'm sure we'll find out in the next day or two.
Of course.
But the spear
will be opened up straight away. It's going to be the Dockerbit of
so
I mean, they're just piling the pressure on now, aren't they? The 6-1 up, you've got Dockerbit, you've got Damos, you've got Blackbeard. I don't want to play against that lineup. You've also got an opener, by the way. I will have not.
So this is I mean, this is not the best image ever, but this is kind of what it looks like when you're in there. So there's like the screen in front of you, but it goes like all the way up the ceiling too.
Bazooka also yet to get on the board with the frag, so if he's not able to find any kills in this game, that's a 3v5.
It's really cool. I haven't been there since I was a kid, but it's actually so
I want
sick.
to just see them get aggressive, just try something, make some kind of a play. That's what Valentino's trying to do here on the main stairs. He almost found the angle right on the relays, but instead he gets a little flustered, he gets flashed out, and he's hard punched by player.
You feel like you flustered is the word.
I'm glad the Odyssey is good though, because fucking Oppenheimer sucked ass.
Shaiko in that position, he's not moving. He's not backing down the stairs. He's gonna take it. He's gonna win it. 5 versus 1 as Jakenna and Lunchbox manage to get another one apiece. And the Deimos track is they are just absolutely no mercy.
Is it convenient? Oh, to go to that theater? Yeah, it's not that far. It's like 20 minutes for me at least. I mean, obviously.
He tries to do something for his team. It's gonna have to be 1v5. Cut down by Lunchbox instead of the Dockerby call. It's the Dockerby kill, and now it's gonna be Chiefs taking map 1 in quick fashion.
Oppenheimer was awful. Dog shit movie. Literally.
They do get the victory over our amateur team here, and what a victory it was on their opponent's map pick. Just playing together way better than their opponents. It didn't feel like we saw Alula ever on the same page with one another.
The average version of Oppenheimer is great for anyone who knows the true story behind Oppenheimer. It's mid at best. I read the book that it's based on, American Prometheus. I love the topic of the Manhattan Project and Oppenheimer and his life, and I hated that fucking movie.
It does seem like Chiefs have learned from their matchup earlier today with that loss in
I like Christopher Nolan a lot too, and Cillian Murphy. Like, that movie was like maybe a 4. I'd probably say a 4.
Talk about things that were going wrong. Players, of course, not having a great time, but from Chiefs, what a start in the matchup.
They just concentrate on the drama of his life too much, which like is, I don't know. There's like other things that I wish they would have concentrated on. I hated the timeline jumping, and I hated how shitty the audio quality and dialogue was.
It feels a little bit like Tyloo have kind of hit a hornet's nest with a stick, and then said, "No, we're gonna."
What else are they supposed to do? I don't know. Have the timeline continuity be a little bit better, and fix the audio so it's not dog shit when you're making a movie for millions, you know, of dollars, and actually be historically like, you know, don't concentrate on the drama as much. Concentrate on the history of the subject matter more.
Again, it seems like they can't really get anything going here for themselves. And I think from
Intero's not EWC. He's definitely not there. I mean, Jesse, his duo is.
Side choice, of course, on this opponent's map pick, and they chose attack. So they just won a single attack out of 6 attempts. Now they've got to go right back to that side and try to make.
I don't know why he's not there. I remember before he didn't want to go because it was like in Saudi, I think, but now it's in Paris. So like maybe he would go, and maybe he's just because he normally doesn't work it, they didn't have him. I mean, I don't really know, to be honest.
They're now facing elimination as well.
Yeah.
One more map, and it's, you know, the first time that they're going to face elimination. You know, I'm sure that they've been in tournaments before where there's been an elimination and a possibility.
Did a stream explaining why? Was that recent?
Stage like this, not at the Esports World Cup, here in Paris. You know, huge event, huge occasion, and now you're facing that key being crushed, second one of the day. Yeah. It's going to be a big ask for them to come back into.
Yesterday.
Especially as our only
there you go.
Representation. You do want to see them making it further into the tournament, but right now.
Well, you know, everyone's free to do whatever they like.
Rough. I mean,
I personally like EWC a lot. Back when it was, you know, I've watched every year, either co-streaming it or going in person even. So, but, you know, to each their own.
Immediately out of your brain, like that game didn't even happen, and you've got to be playing together in the early game. They were just getting picked apart. They had so many man disadvantages. I believe they lost every single entry duel.
Yep.
I mean, that can't be happening at this level. It doesn't matter who you're up against. It doesn't matter if this
I'll be
is
right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
As a team, like, you have to be able to step up and win some advantages throughout the game. The fact that they couldn't do that, even trading back kills, I think is something that they'll be looking at between these two maps, and hopefully can be addressed.
Trading is, you know, particularly important. It's such a fundamental of Siege. They need to be. The thing is, I'm not even being critical of them not playing together, because they were. We often saw them going into the map in 2s and 3s, but they just weren't getting the trade. They weren't always creating that situation. So that's something that they can do to improve. But, you know, looking at the positives, it's got to be Chiefs. The takeaway there is they looked absolutely electric. You know, like I say, you can only play what's in front of you, and they've done that brilliantly.
And there's more positive things, right? We're talking about relays, we're talking about player. There's improvement. They've won a map. That's a difference to what we see from the last time of them attending EWC last year. The question is, can they win 2 to keep themselves alive in the competition? We're going to find out after the break. Welcome back to the B stream for our final matchup of the day. It is just one map potentially that stands between Alula and their elimination from the tournament on the very first day. And the odds keep stacking up against them. They're going to have to go up on their opponent's map pick, their picked attack as well. And even if we look at the match history for Chiefs on this map in particular, it's looking even more off.
Yeah, there's a reason Chiefs picked this map. They are 3-0 undefeated here on the second map of Lair. It's going to be really tough, I think, for them to lose it for the first time against Alula. There's some footage for sure. There's a couple of odds that they can go back and watch, but I mean, this is a map that they really do run in the OCE League. They'll be very comfortable playing on Lair, and they should be feeling quite confident in this series.
I think it's a difficult map to go to as a newer team on the circuit as well, because it's one of those strat-heavy maps. It's a big map. There's a lot of space to play in, a lot of corners to check, a lot of places for roamers to hide. We saw it relays, we saw it lunge. You know, we're going to get more of that, I think. And look, I think, you know, sometimes I'll say this, when you've got maybe a little bit of a mismatch in terms of experience, it can be easier to go to a border or somewhere like that where it's dead simple, gunfights, there's not too much map to fight over. So yeah, I think it is stacked up. Is it unlikely? Yes. Is it impossible? Absolutely not.
Quickly chatted about what we want to see from Alula going into this map. It is a mental reset. They had about 5 minutes in total to do that before they have to start on the attacking side here on Lair. This map, they lose it. They're out of the competition. Their key gets crushed if they win it. We're going to the decider, but let's see how this map plays out.
Thank you, Anne. We have the volume up from Alula again. I can confirm as we load into the map, the energy is high. They believe that they can do this. They believe that they can come back in. You can see that from the attitude of the players. The bans will start coming through. Kaid, Monte, Clash, Blackbeard will be the four. No major surprises there.
Yeah, really focusing on those shields coming through for Alula. They don't want to see any of that shenanigans coming forward into this game. We saw Crazy playing a bit of shields back on that first map. Of course, he loves the shields and will instantly lock the blitz for our first round. Could change off of it, but it's clear that's the game plan that Chiefs want to avoid, and it's the game plan that Alula will be bringing at least at the start of this series before the blitz gets banned out. The Kaid Clash ban makes a lot of sense as well. Just very standard bans here on Lair. Not operators that we typically see Chiefs bring. These ops often get banned against them, so it's not a huge surprise to see them taken off the board, but keeping it simple for Alula. Not 100% sure their history on this map, how comfortable they are on it, because they do play all 9 maps down in the Middle Eastern region, but it's not always against the top tier opponents, you know?
Let's see, we're about to find out. That much is for sure. Round one's going to take us up to the top floor. No major surprises there. Looking at the lineup for Chiefs. Oh, that's an awful lot of utility that Alula are going to have to try and work their way through. You've got the Razor Plumes of Thorn. You've got the Keebers of Azami. You've got the Gashmots of Ella. You've got the Black Mirrors. You've got the smoke canisters. It's going to be an absolute nightmare here. Twitch. Joza, you got your work cut out.
Joza's really going to have to do it all here, up against the Miro windows, up against the Yellow Mines, the Thorn gadgets. There's so much to be able to find, and of course, this defense from Chiefs, it's going to be relatively standard. We did start with a little bit of aggression coming out. I know Neptune was down to that bottom floor. Relays playing towards the bottom of Missile Stairs as well. Kind of an interesting Mira setup here as well going on just in towards Ops. So they've got a couple different looks that they're pushing towards Alula. And on the other side of things, we're starting to see Alula look around towards what might be the easiest push. They've got a couple of players here towards the Skybridge side of things, so they can maybe go for more of a north-focused push. And Player, you'll have just noticed on your HUD, is putting down his second mirror window quite late. That might be in a reaction to where they're seeing some of those early drones come in from Alula.
I see the aggressive push onto the breach there. The Selma Charger's first detonation will allow the angle for it to be taken off on the second detonation. The Azami's going to be playing in behind this mirror window. Needs to be careful though, because it is soft underneath. Nitro comes out, not really going to connect there. Crazy takes no damage. I'm going to have the Azami targeted out by the Deimos as well. Will need to dip back because they were stood on top of that soft surface in Ops corridor. So just playing a little bit deeper now.
A little surprised while we're seeing Mahagar on the Maverick. I mean, it's not really an operator that is countering a whole lot on this defensive side of things. Mira being brought, no Bandit, but regardless, it's an opening pick for Alula. Their first of the series, as they didn't find even one back on Fortress, so already off to a better start here on their opponent's pick. They've still got a lot of map control to work for, but they've got ops control, and they're starting to pressure on the rocket stairs too.
Not only have they picked up the entry, they haven't suffered a trade on the back of it, so they now can cement that man advantage that they've got and start working forward. The Deimos trying to find a little bit bit of something from underneath. The tracks come out, but not able to do any damage. Crazy needs to be careful as well. Half health at this point and looking to push towards an Azami that doesn't have impact, so not too much of a worry for him in that sense. Neptune bringing along the barbed wire instead. Relays does manage to find Joza. That's going to be the Twitch taken down. 4 versus 4 time starting to tick away for Alola.
And surely they can just get a plant down here. There's really no denial as that Toxic Babes have all been used over towards the main stairs. There is one Thorn Trap still in the pocket of Lunchbox. He's going to be trying to use that to deny this plant, but with the Azami going down as well, this should be an objective-focused round for Alula.
Working in underneath, finding the shotgun, just forcing them back. 4 versus 3 as Crazy now manages to find Neptune. Valentino still got Diffuser in hand and only 15 seconds to decide where and when it is going to go down. He's going to give it another try. Are they able to deny from beneath again? I don't think they will. Relays manages to find the Maverick, but the trade is there. Valentino onto Jacana, and all of a sudden Alola look far more competitive here on Lair than they did on Fortress, and they take round 1, and they let us know about it.
With the way that they are exploding after these round wins, Tim, you'd think they're about to win the tournament, but every step is important. They're yelling across this stage at their opponents. A massive 1-0 lead coming through here now on their opponent's pick of Lair. And, you know, it's not a crazy push. They take ops control, they plant mask. After a little bit of disruption from down below, they change things up and plant a bit deeper in towards the site. But you know what? They dealt with the problems that were facing them. They got past that mirror window really nicely. I love the vert play from down below to try to apply pressure onto the Azami, apply pressure onto the Mira. Really good attempt from Relays. Not only does he get that early pick over on the bathroom side, comes back for another pick, stops that plant from going on down below. It just didn't feel like any of the other guys, Lunchbox, Jkenna, were able to have much of an impact. They spent a lot of that round over on the R6 side of the map. Nobody ever pushed them over there, and by the time they tried to come in and stop the plant, it was too little, too late.
Okay then, let's get into round 2 and see if Chiefs can stand up a little bit taller than they were able to in round 1. They're going to take us down to the basement this time around. Just having a look at the vertical possibilities coming in from Alola and actually seeing them switched away. Crazy. He's going to move off the Ram and onto the Nomad. There is no real verticality here. Just having a look when we load in. Are there any soft breach charges? No, there are not. Snake is going to be your only option to gather up a couple of those soft breaches, but I just really don't think that's going to be the play. It looks like this one's going to be mostly horizontal.
Yeah, I don't mind that on this bomb site, right? You take that garage control, you definitely can try to work a plant without having the full vert. There's just so many different plant spots you can do. If you can overwhelm that basement site, can be huge for you, but immediately the opening pick comes out, and it's the F2 coming through to take down Lunchbox. That's a nice early pick from the Snake, from Joza, to be able to get that first frag. This is a very standard defense from Chiefs. They really like running Jake on this Echo, having the smoke from Neptune. This is basically the only strat they have on this bomb site, so being read well by Alula, and it gets them that opening pick.
2 in a row. It's unheard of so far in this game for them, but this is where they need to start them putting rounds on the board, just totting things up. Player does manage to take down Lula for Valentino. That levels things up. A lot of utility loss with the striker going as well, of course, having the double secondary utility, so that's going to be a little bit of a blow for Alola.
Yeah, it's also the only player that was really pressuring that west side of the map who was coming in through Supply Closet. Everybody else is trying to push this east side in through Garage, so it makes the push a lot more one-dimensional now that one player is gone. Joza might try to rotate himself into a better position now that their one player is gone, try to add that second dimension back into the push, but that's a really good pick if they were going to get anybody.
Player manages to use that DMR, found another. It's going to be Crazy taken down. I expect the air jabs to already be out there. Twitch drone will get some work done, but will be taken out as well. A little bit of a peek around the corner. And right now, Relays doesn't want to overcommit to this, doesn't want to leave any space for them to push on him.
Already the pressure starting to come through. A great smoke grenade's going to start to block off some lines of sight. The Toxic Babes go down too, but Relays is able to find that frag on a Mahagar. There goes another one from Jkenna and leaves it all up to Bazooka. He didn't find any kills in the first map. He'll need a 4K to be able to close out this second round on the second map.
Bazooka just takes a little peek around the corner, hits Relays with a beauty. He was already low health, so just needed the one shot from the DMR. Will surely, no, I think he takes a little bit of damage from that Toxic Babe, but he's down to about 60 health now and needs to be careful about any engagements he's getting into. I'm looking particularly at Player here with the DMR. It's going to be 2 shots clean. One will do it as he manages to pick up that final kill. Chiefs 1-1.
Brilliant little triple kill coming out from Player. I thought he held down the Toxin side of the map really nicely. Player's a guy who has been dominating throughout stage 1 of the OCE League. He had a +6-7 KD. That's a real stat back in the regional league.
Giving me a little smirk there, Jesse, at the .67.
We're too old for this, I know, Tim, but we can still.
I think it's done now. I don't think it's even a thing anymore. I think the fact that we're even mentioning it like it is shows our age, Jesse.
It's a bit of a problem, but listen, that's his positive KD differential coming through from the stage. He comes into this game as their highest rated player, and he's really just been the difference maker, I think, from Chiefs all season long. Made his international debut last year at the Esports World Cup. He's been to a couple of lands since then, of course, on that Enterprise roster, now on Chiefs as well, finding huge value for his team, so it's good to see players step up like that.
Yeah, it really is. That's what we want in here on a stage as big as the Esports World Cup, is to see those players delivering their absolute best. And I'm sure that they will continue to do so. He's a player with a triple in the round, going to be looking for a few more. He's going to be defending the mid floor this time around, just having a look at how many are being committed up to the top floor. At the minute, it's 3 out of 5. Quite often we will see 4. We do have Neptune up there. We saw Chibisu in our earlier game with a massive clutch 1v2 on the Solace from above, showing the power of that operator up there. So, and had actually started inside. So I'm really glad to see Neptune up there on the top floor.
I'm really interested to see how Alula want to take this push, because a lot of the time on this site, you'll see disruption operators on the top floor, like Capitao, like Ying, and then you'll see usually maybe a Capitao, and also, of course, the Sens doing their best to try and break things open. Was going for the can opener. He gets it now after throwing the nade at the wall, but that's a huge mistake from Crazy.
Sorry, chat. My youngest son, the fattest shit ever. I had to help my wife. I originally went up for a minute. I'm like, oh yeah. Let me go to the bathroom and walk around for a minute.
I guess was hoping that there would just be nobody on the other side of it, because there are so many roamers on the top floor, but you got to think a bit sloppy from Alula.
And take out the fire extinguisher. You always got to be careful with those on the shields, because a lot of people forget if you're struggling with the shield,
that's what
then you can pop one of those extinguishers. It will actually give the shield.
That's what Parker said, Flyboy.
When you're pushing forward on the shields as well, or when you're maneuvering as a clash, because it can be your downfall. Has been mine many times. Toxic Babe Canister will go out onto that door just to try and slow things down. Chiefs are doing a good job of holding on here, but by the contrast, Alula are actually putting them under a lot of pressure here. There's a lot of utility being burned early in the round. Quite often you like to use those smokes for the plant denial on this site, you know, in conjunction with the Solace, but just not possible here.
Yeah, I actually like the lunchboxes using these early, because the win con for Alula is to get top floor control, and if you can delay that top control, if you can stop that blitz from taking the space, it's absolutely worth it. He will find Neptune, so that's in 4v4 coming through now, as he has been downed with it. Big swing from the smoke, but Lunchbox doesn't get punished as they miss a couple of fights on the side of Joza, and it all goes sideways. Jake with the shotgun.
Like I said, everyone's got their own.
Yeah, Jake just slithers on his belly into a position to cause a problem. Relays joins him down there on the ground, picks up that final kill. It's Chiefs 2-1, and I'll be
everyone's
honest,
got what they,
want to
do, don't want to do, or whatever.
I see why you picked attack.
We're going places, or working places, or having certain sponsors, or whatever it may be.
I think a big part of it is just Chiefs understanding where their opponents are trying to get in and what the win cons are for a lot of these bomb sites. I mean, that mid-floor site that we just witnessed in particular, such a nice defense from Chiefs, where they do everything to counter the blitz. They stall him out on the display side of things. They force him to rotate over to the hallway in the north, and they've just got a brilliant crossfire set up for him. And
I mean, I don't know. No, there's
exactly what they had to. Again,
plenty of companies and stuff like that
with the breach
you
that was
know,
happening down on that
I don't know. I mean, to be honest, Comcast offered me a ton of money at one point to take them as a sponsor. I didn't have an ISP sponsor, you know.
They've gotten past their first issue on the first map. They're finding entries,
but
not really able to convert some
you know, just a personal thing. I hate Comcast.
Early pressure here, you feel they've
you know,
basically found every advantage that they can against this Chiefs side, because
a low sponsor. So the thing is, like, here's part of it too. Like, if a company will like make things right, like you know, it's not like any of these companies are really doing anything that's like unforgivable necessarily, right? So, you know, like, as an example, like, let's say Comcast turns around and becomes like an actual good company, right? Like, they start to get like, you know, they provide really fast internet everywhere, and they're like price competitive, and like, you know, all that kind of stuff. Okay, you know, fine. And now they want to sponsor some streamers to help, you know, push that message forward because they've actually, you know, fine. Okay, that's a different story,
Even KingGeorge
right?
didn't find a victory and went home today. I thought they played really well. They did win a map in their best of
You
three.
know,
They
same
had
with
some big moments
Lowe's.
for sure,
Dog
so I
shit
really was
ordering
impressed
system
by what
online.
we've seen coming out from the
They
CNL
say,
teams.
hey, we
Even
fixed
in
our
such a
online
short period of
ordering.
time,
We
they
want
made
to
a
take
lot
care
of
of any
progress,
like
but
past
for
things that
now,
we've
we'll
had
keep
that
all
have
eyes
happened.
focused on
Blah blah
T-Shirts
blah.
Lowe's.
Like,
Gunfight
okay,
happening down below
you
the
know.
website as Bazooka is trying to find some of these roamers.
But you know, most of the time that's not what's happening. Like for Comcast, at the, you know, cheat makers are just a no ever, no matter what. Doesn't matter the amount of money. Like, that's an example of one that's just not redeemable, basically, you know.
Has gone against them though. That's the Maverick taken down. I don't know whether the intention of the Maverick was maybe to do a little bit of work on mask wall on the external side. If that's the
does
case,
not
it's
matter
gonna
how
mean
much money.
Valentino rotating. Takes
It's
time,
just it's
takes
just something I just
organisation to get him in position to
fundamentally
open that
can't get
external
over.
wall. I think the Maverick had actually done some work already because I'm seeing a Kiba barricade on that external mask wall. So I think, yes, there we go. We've already
Probably
got it
goes
open.
against
So not a
Ubisoft
problem.
TOS. Probably somewhere, but like, it's just a thing for me personally where I just hate cheating in games so much. I've just dealt with it so much. Like, there's just no way.
Down on the bottom floors, and all they found was a death
It's just
window. It
not.
was a really nice play
It's not.
from Joe's
It's not
actually
something
to
I'm
get down
compatible
the
with.
Lunchbox, and then he threw out the twitch drone. I was kind of wondering, is he going to try to finish that off with the zap? But Lunchbox is up a little bit too quickly. So with this utility in hand, you're looking at Alula.
Like even Comcast is one where like I don't see myself ever, you know, doing it. Like I'll be honest, they offered me like a lot of money, and it was like a 2-year contract as well, like a lot of money, and I said no because they were driving me fucking nuts at the time.
Bathroom side, as once upon a time was particularly popular, but just seems to be not ignored but overlooked a little bit sometimes. Crazy manages to find Lunchbot relays with one of his own onto Joe.
I mean, things,
2 versus 2 we're in.
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty open to most stuff when it comes to sponsorships and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, you know, like, not too picky for the most part. Like, as long as it's something like, there's a lot of stuff that I say no to because it doesn't interest me. That happens a lot, but if like something's like interesting enough, or, you know, something that I can put up with at least, and hey, if they pay well, they, you know, why not, you know? Sure. Sure. You know, but I mean, there's just certain things that are just a no for me, and that's it, really. Like, anything that's a scam, there's like a lot, like, there's a lot of stuff that I could have done over the years that were like scammy, like that were like, or just literally straight up scams. Like, I have, like, I myself will attempt to look into stuff, you know, as much as possible. It's not, you know, I'm not perfect, but I have a team of people too that look into it, so that anything that I ever take as a sponsor, I want to make sure is not scamming people, you know. So far I've done pretty good. I've literally done thousands of sponsorships over the years. Once again, I mean, I'm fine with doing sponsored stuff, but, you know, never had anything that was a scam for anybody ever. So, you know, the extra work that I put into it has, you know, been worth it. And I've said no to a lot of companies because they seem like a scam, or they could be.
You know, you may be forgiven for looking at that and thinking, no, do you need to
Yeah, I mean, crypto rug pulls would have been like a really easy one. For sure. That would have been like a lot of money, very easy.
You're playing in your ranked game and you're down. You are still a camera. You've got to be active. You've got to be giving that intel. You can still give game-winning calls.
I've never done any crypto sponsors except for, the only crypto sponsor I did one time is I did a Coinbase sponsorship. That's it. That is it. Just Coinbase, which is, you know, as legit as it gets when it comes to crypto. I don't really fundamentally believe in in crypto. So I even said that when I did the sponsorship. I told them that I was going to do that. Like, I don't invest in crypto. I don't like believe in it and stuff like that. But I said when I was doing it, I was like, there's so many, at the time, this was like at the height of the crypto scamming era. I just told people that, like, hey, if you're, I do know like a pretty good amount. I mean, obviously I don't keep with as much anymore, but like, I know like pretty good amount about crypto. I was in it before anybody else was, and I mined all of the cryptocurrency that I had back then. So basically what I told everybody is, I literally said, listen, I don't believe in cryptocurrency. Like, I don't think it's going to be valuable. I would never invest into it. But at the same time, there's a bazillion different crypto scams out there, scam exchanges. I know Coinbase is legit. You know, if you do have crypto, if you're looking to get into crypto or whatever, all that kind of stuff, like, you know, if you're, this is an actual legitimate, you know, exchange that you could use, you know. Good, you take the responsibility over that. So many streamers just jump at the money and low-key scam viewers. It happens all the time, yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't mind doing sponsored stuff. Like, it's fine. Like, let's be realistic. We all have to, you know, make money and eat food and pay electrical bills and, you know, property taxes and put a roof over your head. But like, it's pretty easy, I think, at least if you're not brain dead, to, like, you know, not scam your viewers. Like, you just have to be a piece of shit, you know. Make the Hawk 2 girl look like a saint.
His own frag right onto the smoke as well. It was really impactful to come through from Crazy, and this is what I'm talking about. He's just able to close that gap so perfectly with the shield.
Yeah, I feel like that's something we've seen as a little bit of a trend today. When the Blitz has been brought along, not really aggressive enough on the Blitz. You know, you've got to close that gap down. That is when Blitz is really terrifying, at his most powerful. He's right up in the face of that defender and can get aggressive on the back of it, make sure that they're within flashing distance. And we've seen today quite a little bit, I think, of
Logan Paul did a rug pull. I think I heard about that. That allegedly happened.
Maybe leaving a little bit of distance.
FaZe Clan content creators. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of really shady content creators. There's been
up close and personal. But we go into round 6. Chiefs' final defense here, and they're going to be scrapping to get themselves a 4-2 half.
There's been a whole bunch of stuff over the years too, where there's like, I still remember at one point there was this one thing where, like, it is like legit, but it just doesn't. There's also some things that just don't feel right, so I've avoided them. So there was a thing years ago where people did charity streams, right? And they were legitimate charity streams. Like, they would pick a charity, right, and then they would pay you to promote to do a charity stream, right? But like, that just feels weird. Like, I do charity streams when I feel like it for a cause that I feel like supporting. Like, why are you, like, I mean, I get it from a perspective of like how it works. Basically, they figure that if they pay you X amount of dollars, they're going to probably bring in X amount of donations, and overall the charity will, like, make more money. But it just feels weird. I don't know. I was not, like, comfortable with that at all, so I just said no. Like, that's an example of something where, like, it's technically, like, legit, but it just doesn't feel right, you know?
Straight away though, the ace goes in, looking for those top floor breaches so they can start.
And just seems a little scammy. It ended up, like I said, not being a scam, but I mean, I'm still good.
All three of these defenders still exist on the top floor. They've got great information with the snake as well, just to try pinch on these players in the Blitz.
There's a girl that did a charity stream who basically only donated half the money earned. I mean, if somebody is doing a charity stream, the way that it should work in theory is there's platforms that, like, there's like Tiltify or whatever I think it is. Or if ideally the charity has their own platform. Like, most charities nowadays, they have their own platforms, right? Like, when I do I do charity streams for the University of Michigan Children's Hospital. They have their own platform, so you never donate to me and then I donate to the charity. You just donate to them directly. They have their own system that they built out, you know.
There we go. But here we go, as you say,
which is good, honestly. each, you know, if they can have their own systems, that's even better. But if not, they could use Tiltify.
45 seconds. They've done a good job.
Like, Tiltify is fine, they're legit. Charity gets the money, blah, 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 you know? Ohio State better? Oh my god, bro. That was actually the most disgusting shit ever, and it made me fucking absolutely hate sports fans, like, just so much. Oh, this might be throwable. I was doing a charity stream for the University of Michigan Mott Children's Hospital. So literally, where does the money go to? You donate the money directly to the hospital, not to me, and then I give it to them, right? Just right to the hospital through the hospital's website. Okay. So what does that do? It's for different types of like care, and research, and for things to make the stay of the people there more comfortable, right? So it goes from anything from doing like they have like research stuff, right? Gaming. So and then they do like, so like let's say somebody like loses a hand or something, they'll make like a custom controller for a person so they can still play video games with one hand while they're, you know, in the hospital and stuff like that. So like there's like really cool things they do like that. Some of it's on care, things in the rooms, things to make their stays better. You get the idea, right? So we're doing a charity stream, and I literally have people that are Ohio State fans coming in my stream and getting pissed off and saying like, fuck that children's hospital because they're Ohio State fans. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Like, how brain dead and stupid do you fucking have to be? Like, you know, it's just fucking insane, honestly. Like, I could never imagine, you know, seeing I'm sure they have one or whatever. If there's an Ohio State Children's Hospital, I hope they do great. I also just don't really care about sports and could never imagine caring that much about like any sport, especially fucking college sports. But it's just insane, bro. It's fucking insane. I just remember being like I don't know. I can't think of anything where there'd be like a children's hospital caring for sick kids that I was like not hoping for that to do well. Like, I don't know.
They've done fantastically well in that first half, but out of the last 16 attacking
Freddy
rounds
guy
that we have seen from this Chiefs side on layer, they've won 12 of them. They've got a 75% attacking win rate. So the danger is not past.
That guy, I don't even know what the hell that's up with that guy.
We can kind of, you know, just push this one over the finish line. This is still going to be extremely difficult.
That's a very true stat, Tim, and you're
absolutely correct. It's weird behavior. It's not a real adult's child with underdeveloped brain. Honestly, the sad part is they're actually adults. That's what's real fucking sad about the whole situation. They're actually adults.
Right? They've got to just look ahead and try to figure out some way to close out these defenses, get this victory over Chiefs, force us into a third map, and extend the night. That's the goal here in Paris, and it'll be a standard electricity ban. Kaid and Bandit both being taken off the board, as we often do see 60% of the time here on Lair, and then of course that Deimos and Monty being removed for the
anyway
as well.
So it's Bazooka that's particularly loud. I was just looking, yeah, because obviously, I mean, you know, a lot of the teams, if we've seen them before, we know who the players are. But I don't know each of the our players until we've seen them playing today. So I was just like quickly, because I knew who it was, so I was quickly racing through the player cams to see who it was, and it's Bazooka. I was hoping that it was none of them are, but it would have been hilarious if it was somebody like 0 and 6. I love a bit of that 0 and 6 and straight in the old chat. Yeah, GG's, love it. But no, it's not. It's Bazooka. He's doing pretty well.
Okay, well, we'll get to see Bazooka getting more active again. He was the one player that didn't find a single kill back in map number 1, so it's huge to see him getting active, leading his team as the top frag, tied with Valentino here with 7 apiece. They've been big, important pieces for this attacking side here on Lair, and now they're going to have to bounce back and do it on the defensive side once again.
Not everybody gets the passion. I don't know how.
It draws our eye when it shows up on the board. Hogger's going to be running.
I don't think that's passion at that point.
I think hoping to bait out a shield. He's done just that. Lunchbox, the primary shield player coming in from Chiefs, is not going to like that when he finds out there's a clash on the board.
Yeah, I love a clash pick for the top floor of Lair here. I think there's a couple of really valuable locations, particularly you can get out towards our 6 room, try and shut down that corridor and the push that can come from that side. Alternatively, you can be positioned in ops, a little bit of a transition through display sometimes, so plenty of use that you can find out of that shield. Basically, wherever you hear the chunk, chunk, chunk of that blitz approaching, you just scream for the Clash's support.
They're going to have that rotation available no matter where they choose to push from. And it does look like early this is going to be some work done on the outer mask wall. They've got a lot of players pushing in through Skybridge, though. That might be a bit of a fake, Tim, because as this push has been really addressed over on this north side.
Talking shit about a kid's hospital is subhuman view. Literally, dude. Literally.
See this rotation coming in from the Clash.
I don't know. I mean, I know that people are very passionate when it comes to Ohio State versus Michigan, but it's a fucking... It's just a... It's just like... I don't even know, man.
They want to be able to work a pick now, too.
I really like the way they've just dealt with that clash.
What's some advice you can give us in Jeopardy? Want to get a contact ring? I don't know, bro. Win a major tournament as an esports player. I don't know anything else. That's what I did. An Alabama fan poisoned an 80-year-old famous tree at Auburn because they lost. Why? I don't, dude. I will never get sports fanaticism. Genuinely. I literally just don't get it. It's like, bro, you are not on the team. Like,
still, they are not finding much space.
I want to see player get some kills. He's the backstab at this point. He's not the brunt of the push, so he's not really going to be focused upon. A lot of these defenders will be looking at Lunchbox on the shield. They'll be looking at relays to back him up. This might be an opportunity for players to work himself into a cheeky pick.
I think they know about his position, given that he's just shot out that default cam.
The passion.
Managed to, even as the focus, find a kill.
I mean, like, I don't get it. Maybe talking some shit, I guess, like, is fine. But like, I don't know, like, once you start like physically harming people or like, I don't know, talking poorly about like a charity, like, I don't fucking know. It's just so weird. Like, it's just, I don't get it, man.
Becomes more and more powerful with Jaws are able to hide behind it before popping out and getting that kill, using the utility available brilliantly well. Valentino on the kill, and it's going to be Alola taking another round, 4-3, and they find themselves in the lead.
The nice little defense to come through from Alula. Again, it's the execute from Chiefs where they really do find those struggles.
That is not passion, though. That is insanity.
Six-room hall coming out from Jay Kenna. That's really an angle where you're just hoping to waste out those toxic babes and then push together as a team. It's those extra dimensions that we always talk about that were needed to find value coming in through from Chiefs. They had the buck down below, right? Didn't feel like Neptune was getting a whole lot of value in that round. You had the ace of player pushing in from Ops. Didn't feel like he was able to get much value either. Maybe a bit of a distraction so that their main push could come in through the R6 hall and find a couple of picks that way, but it just wasn't quite enough on the side of Chiefs. So,
chat, this is something that's really random. This time around, but do you guys feel like watching these games and hearing the casters, when some of them are not with their normal duos, they sound a little bit off?
Feels like on the edge of that happening at the minute, to be honest with you.
Like, not necessarily, it's not like bad, but it's just like, their pacing isn't. I mean, I guess it makes sense. You cast with somebody all the time, no matter what. Now you're just, you know, casting with another person out of the blue.
It doesn't feel like they're playing terribly.
If you're going to a football game, you'd be disappointed if you went home without getting into a brawl.
Some nice shots, and it felt like maybe they just needed
I don't know, bro. I guess.
A bit of a foundation to start building themselves into it, as we often see from new teams, and that's exactly what they're getting now. And they're really showing Chiefs that they are able to deliver more than they've shown us so far in this matchup. So 4-3, it stands on the scoreboard in favor of Alola right now, and we could find ourselves going to a decider if this continues.
We see the big change up in attacking philosophy between these two teams, right? Where we saw Alula fully focus on that horizontal, try to get in through the garage and make something happen with a couple different dimensions.
You go to prison because of this, bro.
We're seeing a full top floor clear, and there isn't
I don't know, man. I just don't get it. Who gives a fuck? I'm gonna be real. Like, I get wanting to root for a team or liking a team, but like anything beyond that, like I just don't care. Like, I'll have people that come in my stream a lot of times and they're like, ha! The fucking Lions lost. Fuck you. And I'm like, I don't really care. Like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
he'll be a menace in the late round if he can do so.
It's about managing his health at this point. Bazooka going to take a ton of damage from those verticals that's been opened up, forces him to relocate.
It's more like when they come in here and they tell them, I'm like, oh, that's news to me. The Lions lost today. Wow. Thanks for letting me know. I mean, like, I hope they win, right? Like, I'm from Detroit. I like the Lions, but like,
That's where
I mean, beyond that, like, I don't really care, dude. It doesn't affect my life whether they win or lose. Sports fanaticism is crazy, dude. It's crazy. Almir and Elman, for example, love the Kings. And they are literally... Dude, they're not even joking when they say this. Like, they are literally willing to lose a body part if the Kings won a championship. Like, they're actually completely serious. Like, they would give, like, a pinky toe. Like, a toe that wouldn't really matter. Like maybe like a middle toe even, because they could still walk fine without it. They're actually serious. Their team winning a fucking tournament, but they're not on the team. They have no interest. They gain nothing other than just being fans. They're willing to lose a toe.
Through that barricade, there is nothing that the Blackbeard can do. So low health, it's not going to be possible for them to go through the laser gate without somebody else burning it for them, which is what will happen.
You would castrate yourself for the Reds to win the World Series. Okay. I don't know if you're kidding, but you do know that Almir and Elman are like not kidding when they say that, right? Where they would actually give a toe for the Kings to win. That's actually real. By the way, I do know people in real life where if like the Lions won a Super Bowl, they would probably do the same.
Can the drone be decisive as we've seen so many times? No, we're gonna have to go to the gun instead. Neptune able to find the kill, and Chiefs.
Yeah, full casters, you definitely shorten it. Alright,
from Chiefs. That was not an easy one to win coming in from the garage.
This is
okay. Really nice crossfire being held between Valentino and Joza.
This is on a lesser level because my dad's not a crazy sports fan, but like my dad likes sports a lot. Like my dad loves like the Red Wings, for example. Dude, my dad still talks about this one Stanley Cup Finals where there was a bullshit call from like 20 years ago.
Steps in with the ram, finds that opening from the team, and then even with low time in this round, with less than 10 seconds.
And I mean, it was a bullshit ass call, but like, who cares, dude? You know? Especially like at the time, the Red Wings were winning the Stanley Cup every few years.
Really good recognizing the situation they were in on the side of Chiefs, and a really good job.
It never leaves you.
Blackbeard took so much.
I guess, dude. I guess.
The score might not be definitive after this. One team is only going to lead by one round. It's not a huge margin, but for me, this is actually a really important round. It's one of those swing rounds. For
sure.
If it's 4-4, I wouldn't normally call round 9 that, but the reason that I say that is Chiefs have just won an attack down in basement, and they've now got an attack opportunity on the tertiary side. There's a real chance for them here to grab those 2 attacks that they need and then rinse and repeat. So Alola, if you're gonna step up,
there's a clip where the interviewer asked New York Mets fans would give for the Mets to win the World Series, and a bunch of people said they would give up their first round. Honestly, those people probably were serious. Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
Is lockdown top floor and basement. At least they've got their 2 primary choice sites.
I would hope those people are just being sarcastic, but
they could well get it 7-4. But it is all going to start or maybe end here in Bunks and Briefing.
No, I agree 100%. If Chiefs win this round, it gets really scary for the underdogs. Alula will have to do something incredible in that 4th quarter to be able to pull things back. They'll have to go flawless through 3 straight rounds or win in overtime. Otherwise, that's going to be them going home last place here at the Esports World Cup. So plenty to play for here on Bunks and Briefing. And just as usual, we've got a very heavy roam here up on the top floor. It's a bit more of a focus towards green stairs. Sometimes
Kentucky lost the Final Four to Wisconsin in 2015, 2 games away from upper season. You'll never forget where you were for that game.
Alula Chiefs, I should say, are maybe looking at a bit of a different option for this push. They haven't really brought much to try to pressure that top floor, and instead they've got the blitz, they've got the sends, they've got so many smokes to play around with. They could just try to sneak a plant under the defender's nose without ever pressuring that top floor control.
Look at the utility pouring in here, and somehow Bazooka manages to wriggle his way clear. 2 nades and a shield chasing him down. And he's going to manage to escape. Brilliant stuff.
He is
from his army.
Embrick, thank you 36-month 3 full-year resub. Welcome back. Very much appreciated.
Inch across this top floor, the Chiefs, but right now, Alula Club.
I'm not sure, colors. Yeah, I'm not positive.
This if you're Chiefs, right? Like, you've taken green stairs control. That was the goal. It would have been great to get a pick back, but it's still 5v5, and you've got the map control that you need to go for the plant. Again, my question is, with the sends walls and with the blitz, can you actually put the diffuser on the ground when there's still toxic babes above you and there's still that Solus up there too?
It's a combination that we've spoken about at length today.
Did that
no doubt continue to
that Solus scanner Detect the
This
gridlocks?
is a massive misplay coming in.
Or no, that's the
Alola.
sense.
You
Okay.
cannot allow that plant to go down.
Okay, I'm
Unshackle
dying to
with
sleep.
the
I'm
Toxic
actually
Babes,
fine.
With the Solace, they had no idea. 4 versus 3 as Chiefs now hold on to the post plant.
Risky.
The fight back is on.
I gotta
Valentino,
get-
he's got to get it done here.
I have
after
to go
that
pick up my
misplay with the
filament for my...
scanner.
I can't believe they just went in and got that plant down. Now it's very difficult to retake. Great shot from Neptune, takes down the smoke. This diffuse kit not even being watched by the
The way you're
defenders,
fine,
not
you
close
then
enough to it.
yawned?
The
Yeah,
pistol's
dude.
Beautiful.
I can't yawn.
Neptune will get it, and one more. Why not? Beautifully played by the Sens there to close things out, and Chiefs.
Well,
in a
I have been
dominating
sitting
position.
here for
Really good
like
from Chiefs. What you didn't see
8
on the screen
hours
there
or
was
something.
as well, they'd
Pretty
taken-
much.
they
I
had
mean, I've
the
gotten up
presence
a few
of mind.
times,
Somebody
but
had gone straight upstairs to retake from our 6 room. They had the vertical down onto that diffuser. There was no way that Alola were going to be able to successfully retake.
just read about
there,
that dude
and
that poisoned the
is a
tree. He
big,
got
big
caught because he
mistake
called in
coming
a
from
rare.
the
Should have
Solis.
brag about it
Valentino
using an
just
alias,
switching
and they
off.
just
He was
tracked
in
him
the
down.
scanner, but just didn't have the angle, didn't have the
Oh yeah,
intel.
we
There was
talked
a
about your
lot of
country.
clutter on his
It's the
screen. There was
Oman.
a lot of other
There was an Omani
electronics
that like
were
got
showing up
stuck
from
on
the
a
Sens
mountain, or
particularly,
possibly died
and
in a
I
mountain in
think you can
Pakistan or
see it.
something.
It's just,
Done,
you know,
Brick.
it just masked on his screen. We've brought it up here. You've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 8 electronics on his screen showing up in the scanner. We've got to forgive him for it, but it is the misplay that's allowed it to go down.
Well, there's a
Daku might have been false banned.
Number one is just how
I don't know.
Chiefs
He
went for
could
the execute.
file
They
a ban
started
appeal or
planting at
something.
60 seconds. That's really early. Probably
That's all
earlier
you
than
can
we were
really
expecting.
do.
Then it was the clutter with the Sens play up above. I mean, they just didn't know that plant was going down, and it was until it was too little, too late.
Oh,
And
that
then the Hunter
sucks,
as well, he
man.
tossed a toxic
I
plate, but
actually was
it
thinking in
all
my head, I was
means
like,
it
there's a
got caught on the
possibility that
floorboards.
you know
If it goes
who
down,
the
it
person
might be
was.
positioned correctly to stop that plant, and maybe it's a whole different round. But unfortunately, it's a couple of unfortunate situations, a couple of small mistakes that spiral into a big one.
I really like. I don't know if it was a purposeful.
Oh, that
technique.
sucks, man.
I really like that as a technique from now on. Just literally dump all the light screens within a
that is
circle, get as
terrible.
many of those sensors down in one place as you can, and then plant in the middle of it. And it is so difficult to see on the Solis scanner because you've just got so much clutter on the screen to be confident of which one to ping the correct one. Everything else that needs to happen really, really tough.
You knew
So
of her,
maybe
but
it's
didn't know her
something that we're gonna see
personally.
more
Okay,
people
okay.
trying to use against that Solis play up on the top floor. But right now, as we said, coming into round 10, that gives Chiefs a really nice advantage here. They have got a 2-1 quarter on the attack there. So, Alola, you got to do something different here. You got to make a move.
The bright side for Alola, they get to go back to the bomb site they won. They were successful here on the top floor back in round number 7. They can run this back and try to play a similar strat, or play a completely different strat, get aggressive with the mirror window, and get a free pick on the player because of it.
Did they
had
find the
no
rest of the people?
idea
I don't
what
know.
that setup
Yeah,
was
that's what
looking
we
like.
were
There's just no
kind
intel
of talking
whatsoever.
about.
They've not bothered to look. That's just go and open the main wall.
Because who does that?
Yeah,
Who puts an open mirror window
I'm
there,
just
right?
going to open the main wall. I'll just go
Yeah.
on the repair, and it's that they've not even looked at that main wall to know that.
And then he reinforces off. So now you don't even have the free soft wall to go blow it open. They've still got the value to fully reinforcing that wall. That's a brilliant play from Alula.
I said they needed to make a move and make a move. They
Sorry, I have to
have. Get
sign
themselves a
something
nice
up for
entry. Their
my-
dominance on entry continues, by the way. This is 7-3 they are now on the entry. Nitro comes out crazy onto relays. Bazooka onto Lunchbox. 5 versus 2, and it is crumbling for Chiefs right now. Jake Enna manages to find something with that thermal
All right, I'll
score.
double-check
Picks
this.
up about the only hotspot Chiefs have seen in this round so far. 5-4 they lead on the scoreboard, but it looks like that will be leveled up by Alola.
Really tough spot to be able to get things back. The fuse gets dropped inside of storage, nowhere near where these attackers are at, so they're really just going to have to play for kills. No util really to speak of either. They've got one smoke grenade on Jake, but they have to know that there's a Glaz at this point. They've already gotten into a gunfight with him, so this is going to be awkward. If they play smart, Alula shouldn't lose this.
Nicely popped around the corner there from Jose. I don't know whether he's aware that there was another one coming in from there or not, but he manages to get the one, and that's all he really needed to do, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Jake Enna's just going to have a little look, but Bazooka, who else? He gets a little bit noisy after that kill as well, running out of the door and finding his mum.
Good to see the players getting active after a round like that. If we head to overtime, Tim, and I'm not saying we necessarily will, but if we do and we see Alula defend that top floor side again, I want to see Chiefs go for something different. Go for a different strategy on that push. both times they try to force that blitz in through the storage hall, try to get in towards the site, and it just
You've
really
heard from
feels
Turkey
like they're
asking you
getting stalled
about
over and
pop
over again.
can
That
prices.
bomb
Apparently,
site
Oman
may
is
need to
half
be
the
rethought
price
a
of
little bit from
Turkey.
Chiefs, but the good news is
How much is
they
a
don't have to
regular
play it
Coca-Cola or
again, at
Pepsi
least
can in
until
the U.S.?
overtime. The regulation, it will be locked for the
If
rest
you're
of the game.
in a
So
grocery
as
store
they
and you
call
buy
their
like a
attack
12
timeout,
pack or a
Chiefs
24
decide to talk with
pack,
their coach, take
if
a
you
moment
get
to
it
breathe,
on
take a
sale,
moment to reset.
okay,
They
it's
could
probably
just be
about
2
50
rounds
cents a
away
can,
from winning this game,
give or
sending
take.
Alula out of the
That's like if you go to
tournament, moving on to
Costco, it's
tomorrow.
that price
At the same time,
roughly.
they're 2 rounds away from map 3.
Maybe a little under 50 cents.
The thing is, for Chiefs.
Oh,
here,
regular price for a can? Honestly, cans are not too much normally. They're like $1 or $2 maybe, max. Like, most time there's the 20-ounce bottles. Those are like $2 to $3, $4, depends on the store, I guess.
I would expect Chiefs to be winning that third choice.
But yeah, a can wouldn't be more than like $1 ever, generally. Maybe two, maybe.
You've got to be taking basement again. They did well last time around, but you know, I asked for a move. I will
It's
deliver
51 cents for 330 mil.
Are they going to have something different to
So is
show
that
us
like
here on
12
basement? I
ounces?
think
Let's
they probably
see.
do.
Yeah, and I hope to see that as well, because although Chiefs won the last time they attacked on this site, it was looking kind of sketch for them, right? I mean, their Blackbeard push from Jake in through Garage just really fell flat. It was up to Relays to step up and get a massive 2K, exploding into the bomb site and finding
Yeah, it's
those
like
kills
roughly a
before,
12.
it
It's a
really
little
started
under a
for
12
Chiefs.
ounce.
So they can't just rely on one individual.
So
stepping
12
up and
ounces
getting
is
a multi-kill. They have to be able to
355
put together a full
milliliters.
push, and I guess for
So
Chiefs
for a
in this round,
355
the together
milliliter,
push means the double
we
shield
get,
both one-shot
honestly though, if you buy them, like not at a store, right, like or whatever, not and like not cold and ready to go, but if you buy like a 12 pack, 24 pack, it's like that. That's like about the same price. Let's see what they're, I think at Costco they're even less.
How much impact that has from these two. Straight away, we're going to have that external wall being opened up.
Yeah, it's less. At Costco, they're under 50 cents a can for a 12 ounce or 355 milliliter. So you can get a 35 pack at Costco right now
No surprise, early deaths
for
to
14.
Utility.
49.
Instead, it's a run out. Crazy managers to pick up rebounds. And that's
14.49 divided by what, 35?
Well. It takes nerve
41 cents a can. 41 cents.
Only the second team to be eliminated.
And that's not even on sale. That's just you. Any day you just walk in and grab it from Costco. Occasionally it's even cheaper at like Walmart or whatever grocery store or something like that.
Yeah, it's especially valuable here after the tap.
It honestly sickens me how much shield gameplay there is at a pro level.
All 10 players, and now you've just taken one off the board. How does
If it's
that
a
change
pack,
the
it's the
strategy?
same price.
They have to adapt past their
As
coach's
a
advice.
can,
That's
it's
the task that now stands in
more.
front of them. Just about that halfway point.
So
here
for
through
us,
the
if
round,
it's
there's
a,
already
if
been
it's
lot
just
of
a
action.
single
Looks like
can,
it might
what
be a
the?
fast
I
exit
broke my
here.
monitor. I'm pretty sure.
Threatening the site.
Yeah, there's no verticality possible for them. I think they feel like they've spotted a bit of a gap here, and maybe they have 3 versus 3, but no.
I mean, I don't think I did this, but I'm pretty sure one of my kids did maybe. It's not like completely broken, but on the far right side of my monitor, I know 100% what happened. Probably one of my kids came up here and just smacked my mic arm into the side of my monitor, because literally right where my mic arm is, there's like a bunch of dead pixels. It's not a lot. It's a very small section. It's like, looks like a single row of pixels that's dead, honestly. I just noticed that.
A critical round win.
It's only this tall, like this tall, and it's 1 pixel wide against the side of the monitor. But it's definitely.
They took advantage of that. They thought. And
looks like it's dead pixels now. Yeah.
Space, but they lost too many bodies, as they did. They hadn't dealt with the player above who was playing on the hatch. That was a free kill for the Azami, and that was the downfall, because at that point
Swag.
they left with an ace and a
You gotta
blitz,
go.
who are
All right, buddy.
about 5 nautical miles apart from each other, trying to have some sort of an impact on each other's deaths, and they couldn't.
And I don't want to put too much flame onto player, the ace there, because he was quite separated from his teammates, but he was trying to recover the defuse kit, which was dropped miles outside the building. We didn't catch it on the cam, but I was watching the top-down feed. It was being held by Jay Kenna, and he was outside of Garage, got swung on by Valentino, dropped it outside the building, and forced that late rotation to come out from Chiefs. So it was just a real big issue in coordination when it came down to that execute.
It was all all on the back of that attempt to get aggressive and rush on in, because the blitz is already in the middle of site. So what else can Lunchbox do? You've got an Ace who's outside trying to recover a diffuser, and you've got Lunchbox like, I'm inside. You know, all you can really do is try to fight the fight at that point. But yeah, it fell apart for them in that one. So we move on. It's going to be round 12. The best that Chiefs can hope for here is overtime. Alula will be looking to take their first map here at the EWC and send us to Consulate. One more round will do it, but it's
every time we're doing No Way for Kids, look at the change. Thanks for all the great streams. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Confidently.
It's already getting warmer as Consulate draws nearer and nearer in this series. Chiefs desperate to avoid it. They're going to have to put together a good attack here on the mid floor. They did a great job with it last time when they brought many of the same tools. They've still got
early,
on the blitz. They've still got Neptune on the sends. They've still got Lunchbox on the gridlock. If they want to, they can go for the exact same push where they enter in through the sky bridge. They take control of green stairs and they go for their execute even in a 5v5 situation. But you have to imagine if it's the exact same game plan, Alula will be ready for it. They'll be expecting it and they will be able to respond. So what's the extra dimension? What's the surprise factor coming in from Chiefs? That's my biggest question, Tim, because if there isn't one, I really fear for them in this round.
We'll have to see how they shape up, because like you, I look across the operators they've got on the board and I don't see anything that is going to provide that surprise factor for them. They've got that green stairs control again. Look, maybe they just thought that, you know, it played out so well, it worked so beautifully last time, they're not going to have a chance of stopping it this time. Utility going to be taken out by the blitz. And it is time to get that wall open, start thinking about getting the light screens in to maybe create that confusion that they're hoping for. But the only confusion here is on the part of Neptune, as Crazy manages to find the kill. Relays is there with the trade, 4 versus 4, a minute 15, but Alula still in strong and confident control of the top floor.
Yeah, that's devastating. Without Neptune on the sends, how do you ever go for this execute? That's the whole game plan that just fell out of potential for Chiefs. I mean, they don't really have the ability to go for a plant without the sends wall up, so their only real hope is to clear top floor, but they don't feel like they have time for that. So instead, they're going to try to force some kind of a plant. They've got a couple of smokes to plant under, but there's Toxic Babes up above. Valentino on the Solus. A Nitrocell from the Tuberau as well. This feels so difficult.
Yeah, they know exactly where the plant is going down this time. There will be no clutter. There will be no surprises, but there will be a shield. It's not enough. Jake is going to be downed. It's Valentino on 2 relays. Manages to find the kill, confirm onto the blitz. 3 versus 2. It's
we're on map 3.
They want a little bit more. 1 versus 2.
Oh!
Will they get it? Jesse, it's become a 1 versus 1 as player manages to grab a double.
Hold on.
He's up above. The plant is going to start to go down. Can he find the angle onto him? Player looks to move around. He's trying to take the fight. 12 seconds left to go. This is absolutely anybody's in this situation.
I guess the plant was such a low time. Oh no, bro. They won. They actually won. He's gonna watch for drop.
Oh my god, he might have just done it. That's the play that he needed to make.
He's dead. He's literally dead. Wow.
Gets it done.
We're going to overtime, Jesse!
We sure are, Tim. Chris Lau, a massive 1v3 to come through.
That was a fucking throw.
Australia gets the job
that was
done.
insane.
We're going to overtime, Tim, and Chiefs, they've just taken all of the momentum out of this game.
And the big question now, who starts on which side? Who is going to have the advantage? And I can tell you that it's Alula starting on the attack.
Yes. And listen, we had 2-3-3 splits. Obviously, the earlier map in this series was quite defender-sided, but you have to imagine this could go either way. I don't think, no matter the side, I'd want to be Alula with how they just tossed that round. I mean, that should have been everything. The second
that was GG, bro. They tossed the fuck out of that.
Over. Chiefs don't have a choice, but
that was a mega throw.
In the building, he plays that absolutely perfectly. He could not make any mistakes if he wanted to win that round, and he didn't.
He was the Trojan horse. He was just stood inside a site, just waiting for his moment, and then he exploded forth and took the round. So we're going to get 3 more. And right now, I'd watch another 10. I'd watch another 30 of this, because it's been an absolutely brilliant game on Lair. Both teams not leaving a single thing out there.
That was bad, bro. I'm going to be honest. That was actually terrible.
We love to see Siege like this. Chiefs, they are going down to the bottom floor to start things off on the defense.
Valentino 16-6, by the way. We haven't even really talked about him too much, Tim, but it feels like he has been just taking over this game. It felt like that was going to be a career performance coming out from him to end things against the Chiefs. 7-5, force us on to Consulate, but no, we're going to have to reset and see what he can do in overtime. From the top-down POV, you can see it. This push from Alula is going to be focused horizontal. It's going to be focused on the garage. It's the same push that we've seen from them twice before where they don't take that vertical control. You have to imagine Chiefs will be ready for the same push again.
Warehouse wall gets opened up and straight away Bazooka moves in on the IQ, just seeing that the path is clear, is able to take that ground. Needs to make sure he doesn't get ahead of himself. I think he's just been joined by his teammate Crazy on the blitz as well. Also, we've got the Thermite in there, going to be opening up missile wall. So player knows that he's going to be coming under pressure pretty soon. And I tell you what, Alola are not messing about here. They are looking for a little bit of retribution after that last round, and they're getting aggressive towards Sat here. Chiefs, they need to step up and find themselves an opening kill.
This is going to be a
taking a headset and ears off during the match.
Coming in horizontally, but
normally you're not supposed to, but
floor as well. Crazy was up there trying to hold the flank. You've got
normally
players
you're
like
not
Relays
supposed
and Neptune
to.
who could go for a flank, but as I say this, a lot of those garage players will actually concede that space. They've taken it, but they've completely given it up and are now focusing on clearing these top floor roamers.
Yep, obviously recognising the severity of the problem. How about that? Relays manages to spray down Josa and will just drop away on the back of that fight, and I like that. He's not overcommitting to it. He's not giving his life up. He's burning more and more time.
Uses that pipe again to just delay more of the time, waste the time for the attackers, make sure that Alula don't work themselves into an advantage. That's the name of the game right now. Stay alive, burn this clock, because they've got a lot to play with on the side of Alula. And if they just went for an execute there, I mean, there's a world where they walk away with the win. It'll be tough facing up against the smoke and the echo, but they've made their play. They now retake in towards lockers. They can start to breach this main wall to get in towards the site and work themselves in for an execute. Crazy at the same time, pressuring in from missile. This is going to be a two-pronged attack coming in from the south.
We see the deployable shield just dealt with by the grenade. I think a Guzman mine might have been put out here just to prevent Crazy moving in. I'm not sure if Lunchbox had one in pocket. I just saw a glimpse of what I thought was Ella throwing out a little bit of utility at the end there. Spray comes around, 30 seconds left to go. We don't even have an entry kill yet. 2 minutes 30 into the round. It will come, and it will come in the shape of a double, a triple for Alola as they find themselves 5 versus 2. Coming onto this overtime, you thought that
hopefully they don't throw again.
The advantage, but not so far. The Blitz manages to find another Bazooka's putting the diffuser down. Relays makes his way back, but he will not be the hero this time. Chiefs take the loss. Alola managed to get themselves one more round. It's 7-6.
And I gotta say it, Tim, that's the best execute we've seen from Alula all day. What a push from them. They're inside of sight with full control in a 5v5, but unlike most teams, they don't start holding F. They don't rush the plant. They wait for the swings to come out. They keep all of their guns alive, and even Mahogger, I mean, he's got the defuse kit, but he's gun up and he gets a kill in the midst of that chaos. He starts things off with the opening pick straight onto Lunchbox. So as we see Chiefs collapse in on that push, they're thinking the plant's going down, but they don't use their utility. They aren't able to use that Echo Drone to stop it. Instead, they take those gunfights and it all goes the way of Alula. They played so well together, balling up inside the site and making things really awkward for Chiefs. I don't think they were able to read that push the way that they needed to, and because of it, they now have everything.
Here's Mike's way, Mike, fuck your sandwich.
Last
Thank
time
you.
around when they defended
Thank you
this
for that.
site, we saw them, of course, picking up that
What would I
nice,
do without
cheap
that
early
information?
kill. They're not going to try it again this time, but I don't think they will be getting away with it again
Is it
this time.
corned beef
So
is delicious.
they do
I
have
honestly
their,
might get corned beef.
Along. Crazy is going to be playing that, but like I said, I think they will just
Might
play
be
that
the
a little bit less
move,
aggressively
honestly.
this time. We can see all of Mass
Might
both,
be the
really
move.
forced off fully, so there won't be any cheap kills onto Chiefs, or they certainly won't from that angle. I can't promise there won't be one from another angle. Chiefs, well, they need to learn their lesson from that. They need to make sure that they are switched on from second one coming in here.
Well, I said it earlier, Tim.
Honestly,
if we see the site
could
again,
be.
here we are once more with Alula defending the top floor. I do not want to see Chiefs just stand behind a blitz and try to take storage control running in through those hallways. It's just been too much of a problem with Bazooka playing there on the smoke. And what are we seeing? We're seeing changes coming out from Chiefs. They are not bringing the blitz. Instead, it's going to be Lunchbox on this Ying. It's going to be Neptune on the Zofia from down below. They've got different ways to force players out of position that doesn't require a shield. So up against the Suzami inside
The
of
day
box, it's a
expense
tough
reports?
task to try
No.
to clear this guy out. He's got a mirror window
I have
fall
to
back
read
to
something
too,
really
but
quick.
You can use your utility, get a free pick onto this guy,
Non-streaming
maybe build yourself
related.
into some kind of an advantage. There is a win con here for Chiefs.
10-3 on the entry. It stands at the minute in the favour of our club. They have been able to just retain complete domination of that element of the game, and it's just such an advantage.
I did. My monitor has some. It's not like a big amount, and like sometimes if I like restart, I have had this happen on monitors, but I'm pretty sure it's from my kids just smoking my mic arm into my monitor.
Determine at the minute exactly where the location is. We know that the triple explosive.
I am pretty sure. To be honest, I've smacked my monitor pretty good a few times too, so could have been that, but I just noticed it right now.
I like to see him focus the Azami Mahagar playing just back behind the desk. There's nobody going for a bandit trick or anything like that, so the free kills won't go his way. Instead, the free kill goes the way of Lunchbox as he finds Valentino in the hallway and starts to work up the stairs.
I can give you the monitor.
Just manages to create that
They might have just died too. I mean, judging from the position, it's probably for my mic arm, but I'm not 100% sure. I guess it could have just died. I mean, either way, that shouldn't really happen. I mean, it can't be going. There's not that much room for the mic arm to move to hit the monitor that hard. But I don't know. I mean, it definitely could be.
Bazooka finds a triple in the round now. Starts working on that Kiba barricade, downed by a Nitro from Crazy.
That might just be the key that changes this game, but he's going to have to ace. Tim, this is going to be tough in the 1v3.
He's in a shot in the back
can't
in like
do
3
much, so he swings
seconds.
on the open breach. It's the perfect timing. He just gets completely slammed on the angle, and player will win it out. What a round to come through and force us deep into 15.
What a map we are witnessing here. The last game of the day here on B-Street, and they are treating us to the business, Jesse. They are giving us absolutely everything.
Tim, can I say it? That was a peanut butter jelly round. That was a massive one from Lunchbox to come through and get those picks to be able to work his team into that huge advantage. And here we'll see the replays. I mean,
It's actually so weird how peanut butter and jelly is not popular in other places. Peanut butter and jelly is so good, dude.
That's what will deny your plant. That's what makes that push really difficult.
I don't know how people don't like peanut butter and jelly. It's fucking awesome.
Over and over and over again. They finally find the answer in the Ying. They finally find their answer in Lunchbox. And now one defense round separates them from moving on the tournament.
As we said, when Chiefs were on the defense, it was just perfectly even.
Uncrustables are honestly great. I don't think there's unlimited OT.
Even in terms of the sites. So both teams won 3 sites once each.
Yeah.
So there's absolutely nothing
I don't think so.
From those earlier rounds. This time, rather than the basement, Chiefs are going to try and take things up to the top floor. Relays brings along the bandits, so they're going to try and hold on to Mask Wall for a little bit, but the Maverick is on the side of Alula. Last time we saw them taken out, we didn't really see Hagar be able to really use that utility too much, so let's see whether it has a little bit more impact inside of this round. Zofia is on board, didn't see the impact of it last time, but maybe this time could be the one.
Yeah, and I really like the Zofia coming in response to relays on the Bandit. He was not playing this operator the last 2 times they showed up on the site. Instead, he was on the smoke. Now it's going to be Jkenna who jumps on that operator instead, so we're changing things around on the side of Chiefs, and there's no doubt about it. In 2026, Zofia is the worst nightmare for Bandits. Maverick, not a great operator.
Fucking
put relays in a really tough spot. It's going to be tricky for him to get value out of that gadget.
But
the question still
I don't
becomes,
know.
where do you want to bring this push? They've got Crazy on the blitz, and they could go for a very similar push that we were seeing from Chiefs, where they just run through that Skybridge hallway, try to get a plant down from the storage side of things. That was not working very well for the Australians. So if that is the game plan,
What they throw a claw there? Was that what that was?
Behest of Jkenna.
Use of the Maverick is going to be good. Manages to get Mask Wall open nice and easily inside of that first minute, pretty much. We'll allow you a second or 2. We'll let you off for that. But good timing, good pacing so far from our Chiefs are going to have a lot of pressure to absorb here, and it's not going to be for 30 seconds. It's going to be more like a minute and a half. Bazooka does manage to get that play from underneath. It was something Chiefs wanted to achieve but couldn't. And I will say, you know what? We'll show you how it's done. They managed to get themselves a freebie, and look who they've taken out. It's the Tachanka. Player is gone. Neptune down on the Azami. You couldn't have asked for 2 better operators to take out.
No, this is devastating for Chiefs. They've got to find some way back in this game, but now you've completely lost ops control. You've got to get desperate on the side of Lunchbox. You can see him fishing for these picks, but he finds it. He takes down the Maverick. He's got to leave the building for it, but he does it just early enough that this other mask wall isn't going to be opened up. He doesn't have the best utility to stall this out. He's got to continue to play aggressive to win this round, but he's at least given his team a chance chance with 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, the shield is
The
gonna
shield,
make it
though,
particularly
doesn't
difficult.
matter.
Able to just peek over the top of the blitz there to find the kill.
I honestly
Ryu is
hate
taken
shields
down.
so
It
much.
looks like it could be over
I
there.
honestly
Alula
cannot
has
stand
4
shields.
versus
Every time I
1
see a
opportunity to
shield,
get in and put the diffuser
I
down.
just
If
feel
they
like
need
an
to, but it
actual
looks like
just
it's not gonna
burning
be the case.
rage.
They've committed to the kill here. They've forced Jekena out of the site. Joza does get taken down, but Crazy with the final kill.
Map
The
3.
cheers come in from Alula, and they will take us all the way to Consulate.
And what a power-up we've seen throughout this series from Alula. They start by getting rocked on their own map pick of Fortress. They come into this map and honestly start a little slow as well, Tim, but the way that they played in overtime in particular, that execute in round 13, that push here to be able to close things out in round 15 as well, it was so well coordinated. They used the Zofia perfectly from down below to get themselves that advantage.
Sorry, I'm
They're
just like,
holding
I
the
had to
cutoff
read
to
this.
extend
I
that lead to a
apologize.
5v3, and they really do all they needed to win that round. Super impressive stuff from Alula.
Yeah, they've grown into the game brilliantly, and the tournament as well. They might well just keep themselves alive at the Esports World Cup yet.
Yeah, Alula get loud, not just with their voices, but inside this map as well, to push us all the way to a decider. Concert will determine who gets to stay inside this competition. I had goosebumps when we were going into overtime. Not sure if that was because it's so cold in here or because the incredible seats that we're seeing in front of us. I agree with what you're saying, A-Tag. Give me 30 more rounds of this. The chaos, we're seeing mistakes from either side, but the other team is able to capitalize off of it so well. We're talking about that round with Chiefs where they, get the plant out with all the sensor stuff going on. We're talking about the situations from Alula where they managed to get a wall open in round 15 despite having like a bandit and stuff against them. It comes down to such tiny details inside this game, and that shows why it's went all the way to round 15 as well.
Yeah, I really was impressed with how they
I'm
built
pretty good at
from it
shields
again.
though. Probably a
Early
necessity
on,
with
they were
cheaters.
making
Literally
so many
only
of those
because of
kinda
cheaters.
critical
Like,
errors. It would be one
I
more
actually am
goal,
not gonna lie. I hate playing
truly think
shields.
in the overtime, Alula
Like, I'll
came
do
back
it
and were
when there's
putting together
cheaters,
some
but
really
that's
impressive
about
pushes
it, man.
against a
I
Chiefs team who were not putting up bad defenses either. I mean, they
I
were
absolutely
playing
hate
standard
playing
C
shields.
inside the site behind their utility, and like this is a good example of the mistakes. Like sometimes earlier in the round, we would see Alula go for some really questionable plays, but I thought as this game evolved, they became a way better team, and they evolved with the match.
That's definitely the story of it for me. You look at the beginning of the game, it was maybe a couple of rounds being lost here and there by teams, but by the time we got to the end, it was all about them winning the rounds. It wasn't about the mistakes anymore. It wasn't about the gaps. It was about teams going in and having special moments, like we just saw the 1v3 from Player there, taking full advantage of that situation. A mistake's only a mistake if it gets punished. Otherwise, you never see it. It goes under the radar. And so for me, those last 5 rounds at least were just on the back of teams coming out and just having big moments, either, with flawless executes or with superstar moments like Player, all sorts of stuff going on to enjoy in that one.
Yeah, and again, some cool strategies like that play on the mirror window, like so smart, so creative to be able to catch that. And like, yeah, it's a mistake from Chiefs, I guess, but who does that, Like those are mistakes that anybody would make. Here's the incredible 1v3 clutch from Player. I mean, I truly have no idea how he pulled this off.
That was incredible. I mean, just looked at it again. It is peak siege. You think it's done there. You think we're going to about 3 there at that point, but then we get 3 more rounds of this action here as well. And one player that we need to talk about, we need to give him his flowers, Valentino. Absolutely popping off. You saw the confidence, I think, as well, in not just his eyes, but the way he was moving in those final few rounds as well. He was like, okay, either we get sent home here, but I'm going to force this all the way into a 3rd map.
For sure. I think Valentino plays a really difficult role on this team, especially in the attack, where he's usually not surrounded by teammates. He's often off on his own, pushing a
feel
side
like the
angle,
TDM, I personally prefer more team-based, plant-based gameplay. I feel like the meta is team-based or non-team-based or is TDM or not TDM. As long as you have a 5-stack, I don't think that there's such a thing as like a TDM meta. Hot take.
There on there, so I don't know what he is overall for the series. We'll have a check
because the thing is you could really, like, I don't know, whenever I play with like my stack and stuff like that, like we don't have that issue, right? Like it's very rare that people like just non-stop peek us, or if they do, they might do it for 1 round, but then they're all gonna die and they normally stop. Yeah, plus with the Jaeger buff and like the Wamai buff, like there's a, I mean, it's not as bad as the old utility meta because Flores is around now, but 1 sec. I'll be right back. I want to grab some more water. Yeah, it was definitely way worse back in the day. I don't think the meta could be as bad as it was before. Alright, let me get water. Be right back. Gotta be... check one thing really quick.
He is breakdancing his rook.
Miniver, thank you for the Trump 69 month reasonable back. Sup, gang? What's up, Miniver? How's it going, buddy? Alright, sorry, I was looking at something.
What an incredible series this has been so
right,
far. We need one more map to determine whose key gets crushed here as a second key at EWC 2026. Our decider is going to be Consulate. Now, if any map where it is really important to get the starting side pick, it might be Consulate with how defender favorite we've seen this map be sometimes. Chiefs have the round differential advantage going into this one due to the 7-1 on map 1. And shock, horror, surprise, they pick defense.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's Consulate, most defender side of map that we have in the pool. What else would they pick, especially with how good they've been on the defense today?
Well, yes, I would agree. But looking at that last matchup, you know, we thought that it was going to be a bit more defender-sided than it was. It was 3-3 in the halves, and then they lost it on the defense in overtime. So, honestly, all bets are off. Who knows? Could go anywhere.
Who do we expect to win this match here? I feel like we were talking about Chiefs, you know, if we get to survive the first map, maybe 2-0 situation, but are we convinced by this Alula that we're seeing on map 2 that they might be able to pull off with the momentum here?
I really liked Alula towards the end of that game. And you know, you can't ignore the mistakes that were made both on map 1 and early in map 2, but if they come out and play the way they did in the final 4 or 5 rounds of what we just saw on Lair, I don't think Chiefs can win it, to be honest.
I'd agree. They're going to be very difficult to stop. I enjoyed what I saw. They were the more dynamic of the two teams, particularly towards the end. And it's a funny old thing when you've got that momentum we often talk about in the best of 3. Whoever wins map 2 often carries an advantage forward because they can just keep things rolling. I genuinely think I still favour Chiefs because of the experience. But I just look at Alula and I think they could win this easily.
Yep.
It would be crazy to see our only MENA representation make it through in the tournament over. Once again, we'll have to mention our Aussie boys. They'll be so upset to see one of their teams be knocked out from the tournament here. And to stop that from happening, what is it that Chiefs need to do? How do they need to overcome like this mental hurdle after losing this map here?
I feel like they've got to be able to find some way to strike back and strike first on the defense. You know, a couple of those rounds, there were really strong executes to come out from Alula. What you have to do to counter that is you have to disrupt the execute before it comes out. Don't let them push into you 5v5 or 4v4. Get scrappy in the early round. Force this team to adapt with a lower man count that they were expecting. If Chiefs can do that, it'll maybe force those pushes from Alula to be a little bit scrappier than they would have liked, and it might give the edge back over to Chiefs.
I think entry is going to be wildly important. I've didn't catch the last 2 rounds, but it was certainly 10-3 in favor of Alula after 13. I got a little bit too excited after that, and I'll have to check once we get into the map to see how 14 and 15 went. But Alula absolutely dominated them on the entry, and I feel like, yes, with a less experienced team, if you can get on top of them in those rounds early, force them to play the 4v5s, we haven't really seen, I'll have a look back again and check the numbers, we haven't seen them convert too many rounds where they've lost the entry kill. So I think that is definitely the avenue for Chiefs here.
Well, it all comes down to this map. Who gets to stay in the competition? Who will see their key get crushed here? Consulate will give us all the answers.
Thank you very much, and there will be a crushing one way or another. It could be Alula, it could be Chiefs. Whoever wins this takes it all. We have seen 2 elimination games today, both of them heading into that 3rd map. Chiefs take the choice of side because they had the better round differential. Of course, that's 7-1 on Fortress, setting them up for success maybe here on Consulate, giving them the defensive start.
It sets them up for success in that they have the easier side start, but it also sets them up with the highest risk to begin here, right, Tim? Because, yeah, Chiefs are on the defense. We expect them to walk away with a decisive first half here, maybe a 4-2. But if this ends up being a 3-3, or this even goes the favor of Alula, if they can get more good attacks like what we just saw in Lair, that blessing that they got choosing to start this first side might end up being a bit of a curse, because you could really screw yourself early in this game. If you're not on point immediately in these first 3 or 4 rounds, this game can spiral out of control much faster for Chiefs than it can for Alula.
Yeah, it certainly does increase the pressure because you've put that expectation on yourself. You know, you think sometimes maybe if I come in and take the offside, I can look at it and think, well, a couple of first rounds haven't really gone my way, but as long as I get 2, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And then you go from there. You know, if you do come out with a 3 or 4, then you're fantastic. And that's the position Alula find themselves in. I feel like they can come in here and play really freely. They've just had a really good 4 or 5 rounds on Lair at the end of things. The whole map was decent, but the last 4 or 5 rounds was fantastic. There's no expectation on them. Like I said, they're the mystery team coming into the tournament. We don't know a lot about them, and so, you know, if they get eliminated, nobody's really going to bat an eye at it. It's going to be like, okay, no problem. They've come in and played well, but yeah, I think there's a real opportunity for them, but that's not an ideal start to the opportunity. We're going to see the Zofia being taken down of all operators down, but not out. Will very probably be collected, I think, to safety, but yeah, they're going to have to learn a couple of those angles.
Yeah, you could maybe commit a Toxic Babe to try to get the secure. It's not going to be possible at this point. Already so deep Bazooka. He just walks up the Visa stairs, I imagine, to get into that gunfight. He finds a bit of a gap, but he gets hard punished for it. Lunchbox is ready for that play, so a little chaotic on that opening gunfight. Zofia does get picked up in the midst of this, but a chaotic first round, and it's really just gone all the way for Chiefs so far, Tim.
Yeah, I just think maybe Alula getting a little bit ahead of themselves. There's confidence, and then there's like, you know, let's not go chasing up Visa stairs on your own and just running into an entry death. Entry was, as I said, coming into this, an area that Alula absolutely thrived on Lair. Coming in there and giving that away is not what you want to do. You want to make life as difficult as you can for Chiefs.
All eyes are on Neptune, hiding behind his vending machine. He did lose his shield that was destroyed by that Flores drone earlier, so he's got these Kiba barriers as a backup, but if they can force him out of this position, it could be really powerful. So far, just delaying time with those Goyo canisters, the magnets catching good utility as well. If you don't have the proper tools to force him out of this position, it can be devastating, but finally the Flores drone comes out, he's forced to retreat, and that's a good piece of map control gained by Alula.
I've been able to look at the numbers, and so far today, when Alula have lost that entry death, they've only won 1 round, and that was the one on Fortress that they won. Granted, there wasn't a lot of rounds where they lost the entry in that last map, but still, there's only 1 where they've had that conversion. So Lunchbox, Neptune, they just pile on the pressure now, get themselves a double 5v1 as Lunchbox. He's been playing fantastically well for the last hour or 2, by the way. He should never get up from this computer. Just keep playing forever because it's working for him. Right now, Josa manages to get 2, takes down Lunchbox, takes down Neptune, but 1v5 becomes a 1v3. Still very unlikely. Sees his man and gets him, though. I tell you what, 1v2, we've seen those one before.
No way. I mean, he's using the flashbangs well, but doesn't know the player position. That's going to be a nice shot coming out from the SMG-11 to finish off what Lunchbox started. Crisis averted if you're Chiefs, and you get your first defense win on the board. I like the wording you were using there, Tim. Lunchbox, he can't get out of his seat because of how well he's playing. Back in the OCE League, he is known for getting out of his seat after every single round, getting up and taking a bit of a lap. Can't do that on LAN, unfortunately. Has been stuck in that chair for a little while now, but still, you're seeing that movement, you're seeing that momentum come through from this team, and Lunchbox, a great first round to start on Consulate.
I was talking to Iconic earlier, and during one of the breaks, one of the halftime breaks that we had, I asked him about, you know, the kind of as a player, do you get that little bit of fog sometimes when the stress sets in, and maybe, you know, you do things that you think afterwards, what on earth was my thought process there? Like, why have I done that? And it's just because you're not thinking in a normal basis. And he actually gave like such a good insight as to the mentality of being a player in that kind of situation. And he said, you know, one way that he learned to avoid it over time was, you know, by keeping things the same, by making sure nothing changed, by making his environment as similar as he could to when he was always playing. So yeah, I think, you know, Lunchbox, don't move. Don't, you know, don't move. If your feet are crossed, don't uncross the, like, whatever's going on right now, just keep it identical.
Well, it's maybe a bit scrappier than they would have liked. It got a little chaotic, but all in all, that's a round win for Chiefs, and a decisive one at that, barring the close comeback that we almost saw from Joza. Now we're going to see them try to hold down this second bomb site down inside the basement. It's another kill coming through from Lunchbox. It's not quite 4 straight, but another opening pick. He will not complain about that.
You've got to wonder, at what point do Alula start to feel the pressure? I said coming on in, they're on the attack on Consulate. You kind of hope for 2 rounds, maybe 3. Not the end of the world, but at what point do you start thinking, hang on a minute, this could be 5-1, this could be 6-0, and that pressure then starts to creep back in again, because you start feeling like things are getting a little bit close to the edge. They've managed now to find themselves on the wrong end of the entry once again. As I said, only 1 round so far tonight has been converted by them when they've taken that first death, so they're going to have to double that number if they want to come out here with anything other than a 2-0. Chiefs, it's too easy. They're wandering on in. They've no idea. Player gets a double. Yes, they get the trade, but the damage is already done. Neptune takes crazy in a trade there. That's the Monty off the board. We're not even halfway through the round, and it's 1v3.
Player, the best player on Chiefs, has been so important for them this stage and will continue to be important in this series up against Alula. Just excellent sight play coming out from him. It stops that aggressive move to come out from Alula, where it really felt like they had maybe caught Chiefs with their pants down a little bit. Didn't really recognize what was going on in that push, but player was ready for it. He was watching for those guys to walk straight into his sights, knew that that was an option, and now Valentino in the 1v3. Very difficult to pull this one off. They know exactly where he's at.
That's the problem for him. Chiefs aren't going to overpeak this. There's absolutely no need to. The Solus gets out of the way of that, and it just dips a little bit deeper to take that cover further back into kitchen area there, but is going to then peek around. Neptune manages to get that final kill with the SMG. Valentino taken down. 2-0 Chiefs, and I feel like Alula just need to go back to what was working for them on the lair, and that was actually really clean executes. That was by disrupting exactly what Chiefs wanted to do on the defense and taking ground from them and using it against them. Whereas now we've kind of gone back to this, let's just, there might be a gap, let's run into sight. I feel like, take it back to that fundamental siege. You were playing it so well.
It's gotten almost a little cheesy, you know, where it's like, it's not cheese operators necessarily, but they're finding these gaps and they're thinking, hey, maybe I can make a play and single-handedly win the round for my team, rather than working as a unit, rather than droning things out, using their utility, forcing man advantage fights. That's what was really finding success for them back on that second map. So I agree with you 100%, Tim. It feels like Alula are getting a little bit loose with this. What absolutely cannot happen is we cannot see a return to lair, where it was every opening duel favoring Chiefs. It was an early lead coming out from them on their stronger side, and then we just saw Alula fall apart. We saw them crumble. Their mental disappeared on that first map, and even after attack timeout from their coach, they weren't able to pull things together. So we can't see that happening again. They have to recognize that this is not a side where they're favored, even though they're down 0-2. If they let this mental slip away from them, they're going to be kicking themselves on the whole flight home.
Yeah, they absolutely are, because I think it is one of those that you would look back and think that was winnable. That was, you know, after the... Or at least we could have been more competitive if it continues in this vein. Player, again, comes out. You said he's such an important player for this team, and he continues to deliver. 4-1 so far. 2-0 Chiefs on the scoreboard. 5-4 in terms of the man count. They've got that entry again. That's now 3 in a row, and I will keep coming back to that start. Alula not good at converting the 4v5 rounds.
Player's just been so critical. He's willing to play late round, but he's also so good on the aggressive moves as well. Like, no matter where you put him, he is going to find big value. Now, the push coming in from Alula, they might be pressuring in towards top spiral. Valentino gets his way in, but just hops on drone, trying to get a bit of information. The bomb site, don't forget, is piano. So with that, Crazy's actually going to rotate over to the yellow stairs. They think they have another gap, Tim.
Bazooka does manage to find something, at least. Headshot onto player. You couldn't ask to take anybody better out of the round at the minute. Lunchbox does have similar stats, though, so he's got to be the next target, really. Crazy going to start to bully forward with the Monty. Do they know that there's one behind? Jkenna just needs to be careful here that he doesn't expose himself to the peak from behind the shield. Neptune taking a ton of damage along the way. I will feel like they've just settled down a little bit. They've stopped the cheesiness. They're just now using the utility, they're using that shield, they're creating the space, and they're taking advantage of it as Valentino manages to pick up the castle. That's going to be the last of the HP removed from him. 1 minute 15 left to go, and Alola looking much more comfortable than they have so far.
Another one for Valentino. He's one of the best solo players that we have here in the tournament. Does a really good job working these picks all by himself. Finally traded, but the damage is done, and there's the counter trade from Crazy on the pistol. Takes him down and can start working this plant. Jacob above. 2 Toxic Babes. 60 seconds on the clock. This should deny the plants, but there's going to be a lot more time to stall out. Never mind.
Joes are up above, manages to get the kill. As soon as, I think that's absolutely the right play coming in from Alola there. As soon as they're in a 3v1 and they know that one's above, you send somebody upstairs. You know that you can do it. You send 2 upstairs, to be honest with you. You keep somebody planting. Send 2 up there just to guarantee the trade and win the fight. So really good from Alola. They've just doubled their ability to convert those 4v5 rounds when they've lost the entry. So that's really good. It gives them a benchmark. It gives them something to work from. I think if Chiefs get that round and go 3-0, I'm not going to say a catastrophic, but it's a huge blow for Alola at that point. So I think that was, you know, really important.
I ended up
one of those first 3
I had like some Amazon packages that came in, so I grabbed those.
Well, after losing Tremonti push, Chiefs will immediately choose to take it off the board. I think that's the right call. We saw the value was getting over towards yellow stairs. It made it
a couple things my wife wanted help with.
From coming in, and the plants went down very successfully under the watchful lives of the Monty as well. So, I like the ban coming through from Chiefs. The bandit also being taken out by Alula.
What is map?
Again, we kind of go back to some of this play style that we're seeing from Alula, and once they slow things down and start to play their game, they seem like a much more put together team.
Get your predictions
Valentino
in chat.
In particular, I think has to be the one to crack this game wide open on the attack side for me. He's always playing by himself. He's not really pushing with the rest of his squad. So whether he wins or loses that gunfight can make a world of difference on how the push goes.
Remember how I told you guys it was broken? It's fixed now.
On a lot of these
I don't know how.
In that round, he gets a big double kill, and even when he dies, his death gets traded out immediately. So these are the kind of plays that we're watching out for on the side of Alula. If Chiefs can shut him down, they might have a good chance of winning this game, even with Alula slowing things down and not playing as gap heavy.
Valentino currently 24-17 across all 3 maps, so we don't need, I was getting carried away, we don't need to worry about record territory, but still an excellent performance, as you say. You know, some really great rounds from him that have, you know, got it over the line for his team and are exactly why they are still in the position they are. Out of interest player, 24-16. He's just 1 death better. He's always got to keep himself ahead. And we're going to get on into round 4. Extra bans come out, as you've said, Bandit and Monty, and we will have a Nitro going out. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, that's exactly what you want to see out of Neptune. A gift from the sea straight through the window, and you couldn't have
look at that.
Operator, right?
Jesse with some bars. Play my kids for nothing. I mean, I wanted to stay up there for a little bit. Why not, man?
Neptune, I believe, does walk through a bit of a Goyo cancer.
I'm not saying it's their fault.
Back with his teammates, but that's okay. You'll take a half damage for
they're being cute, so they wanted to help me get my Amazon packages, and you know how that goes. Whenever you have kids and they like help you with things, they're not really helping you.
So the information is flowing on the side of Chiefs.
They're not really
There it
helping
is. We
you.
know how valuable the pulse can be on Consulate. Just going to take a little peek around the corner. Nobody there to challenge him for the time being. And a little bit of a relocation for Joza coming in here as he decides to get himself around to
That is just the way it is. They're cute though, so you know they get a pass.
Too much what he's going to do from underneath.
They
He's
get a
attacking up onto top
pass.
floor. He's on the ace, so the verticality is going to be a little bit limited. I think it's more about chasing this pulse down for the time being. But I love how Relays is playing.
Hitting the box with them so you open it. That's I've been pretty much. Well, it's more like they want to like see what it is. They want to help you open it. Like I didn't even get anything interesting, to be honest with you. All I got was I got a. Funny enough, I have too many bidets at my house currently, but I don't have boxes for them, so I ordered boxes so I could ship them to Amazon. And then I bought a. Have you guys ever seen those like hook lighters? No, dude, I have like I don't know, like 600 bidets at my house. There was
really good from the send, steps around and just creates a
I had bought a lot and I put them at a I had a location to store them, and I had to basically move them out. Oh! Wow. That was almost crazy.
Who would have thought it? Chiefs grabbing
you can buy a bidet, exclamation bidet.
I cannot believe
but yeah,
turns out until the very last second.
basically,
I told you who wins that round. Usually, you can tell it's a big advantage for this team, a big advantage for that team. Certainly, it was a big advantage for Chiefs, but I love the way they used the sends on Alula to get deep in towards the site. They weren't just trying to cheese a plant in through the doorway inside of meeting to get that one down. There was a shotgun close from.
Yeah, basically, I had like 6,000 units at a location, like a warehouse, pretty much. And
different dimensions to that push, and even after it started off so
I had them at like first I had them at like a to begin with that like a friend had some extra storage at a building for me to put them in, so I left them there at first. Then I had a building to put them in, so I put them there, and then both of those locations became unavailable. But I only had like I don't know like 600 units left, and I had like more. I think I had like 1,200 at first, but I sent 600 to Amazon already, and I gotta send 600 more, and then now they'll be gone. I won't have any more at my house. I'm gonna like I still have like 50 of each color just at my house all the time in case I want to give them to like in case I'm going to a siege event or something. I take like 20 with me, like 10 of each color.
I'd like to see them take it. I'm not going to say more seriously because it's everything they're doing is serious, but I'd like to see that kind of, more of a strategic round of siege. Come in and do your basics, do your fundamentals, tick your checklist, and make sure that you're making life difficult for Chiefs. I want to see what their, proper attack is here on basement.
Well, and again, it's tough to put together a proper attack when you instantly lose your Blackbeard like they did in the last round. I think for the cards they were dealt, that was probably the best they could have managed. But again, it's an opening duel coming favoring Chiefs. Instantly trade it back. They get Neptune down for the 4v4, but still, you've lost such an important operator in that Deimos falling from Bazooka.
Nitro's going to go out of the window. Oh, I thought it might find its mark. It does not. Got a little bit of damage on Joza on the ace. I'm not sure if that was done by Neptune on the Solus before dying or whether it was indeed the Nitro that caused that. But 1 minute 10 into the round, and this has been action-packed so far. Been absolutely trading blows backwards and forwards. Right now, nobody really has a strong advantage. I like this, just a nice little bit of patience there, knowing that there's a shield in front of the face of the Fuse. Crazy manages to get the kill. I think Jay's going to learn a little lesson there.
Yeah, maybe played that punch roll a little too long. The shield is staring at him, the drone's staring at him. Crazy on this Fuse shield, by the way. Hasn't used the cluster charges. Could be on the Blackbeard instead, I suppose, but feels like there might be some value to be had with this Fuse instead, so already picking up a good pick for himself. This push has been really focused on the backside. There's been a lot of pressure server. There have been a lot of players who've been trying to push in through Visa. They do have a bit of a breach in the main wall. Valentino is alone in that position as he so often is, but this push from Alula, it's going to mostly be coming in from the back, so I want to see Chiefs react to this. I want to see them get aggressive.
I'm not sure that the breach on the main wall is vaultable at this point, so there's an opportunity there for Chiefs to possibly ignore that. They can't ignore Valentino getting a kill through it, to be fair, but player does manage to trade it out, so that's going to be the second best thing. I love the use of the shotgun there. Needs to be careful. Does manage to find his man just above the shield. Player with the final. Chiefs lock out the basement. Again, it looked like it was a lot
anyway,
closer
though,
than
the
that.
other thing that I bought besides the
It
boxes,
just went on a
that's
downhill.
not as interesting.
If you're in the,
Have you guys ever seen the hook?
Ultimately, Chiefs able to get the win there, so they go 4-1.
Benzomatic torches?
Comfortable control of
I'll show you what it is. This is what I got.
From Chiefs, no doubt. Relay's a big round coming through there. I said I wanted to see them get aggressive. Just as I say it, he pushes up those.
I'm not gonna lie, this was kind of an impulse purchase. It was just on sale on Amazon at the time, and I'm just like, you know what? That does seem pretty chill.
They're pushing in from the back. They read it really perfectly.
It is this bad
That's fine, really. But I just don't know if they got a whole lot of value on the fuse shield other than that free pick they got onto Jake. And even that one, you probably could have got on any operator. So not getting so much out of the shield in that round is.
I got hit by Amazon on this one.
Lead defense consulate. That's not that bad. You can absolutely still come back and win this game if you're Alula, but a 5-1 split's going to make it a whole lot harder.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think round 6 just became
particularly
important. It's another one of them where I'd forgiven the end of round 5, beginning of round 6 tactical timeout. Had the choice to take it. You know, it is that important.
This is what it is.
I would agree with you. I think if Chiefs win this, you are looking at a serious
I don't know how good it is, but it looks
kind
of useful.
The stakes here that we're playing for, you can see up at the top of your screen 2 of those.
I think it has potential.
AWC keys, I guess they are all.
But basically, it's just you basically just put like a little torch on it, right? Or like a little propane tank, like the mini ones, like that.
Literally crushed in the key crusher after this game. And will be eliminated.
Oh, it's so fun, Tim. One of my favorite.
And then this way, if you need to burn something from further away, so what it's supposed to be for is if you're walking around your driveway and there's weeds in the cracks in your driveway, you can just burn all of them in like 2 seconds instead of having a torch. And you know, this way you're just burning them instead of using like weed killer and stuff like that, and they won't grow back because you're gonna burn it, obviously, right? So I don't know.
Crazy again.
We'll see.
This fuse, I believe he's still on the shield as well. I don't know how much I love this when the Blackbeard is up on the board. If they get top floor control and they can use those cluster charges, great. But they weren't able to do so last time they went for this push, and I can't imagine it's going to be
I'll try it out.
Control this time either.
I love the effort from player there. 7 and 3 on the Solis, spots the man outside on the drone and doing everything he could to try and get an angle onto it, but will not be successful.
It's on Scarm. I don't know. Maybe we'll see.
I will need to get up there and start clearing it out. They've got Joza over on yellow stairs, not really supported by anybody at the minute. Valentino's trying to get his way up there, does get caught by a razor bloom, so he's also going to have limited movement for a little time, as well as the damage that comes along with it. Are Chiefs ready for this push though? They better be if they want to remain in control of this top floor.
You can see Chiefs making a ton of vert. They're not expecting to get cleared out on this top
floor. They're on defense. This is a crazy defender heavy map, so they really just need like realistically like I don't know, 2 rounds? 2 rounds would be good on the split.
So they've got to be really careful on the side of Chiefs. They can both stop this plant from going down and win the fights on the top floor.
Relays has just taken a ton of damage inside of Piano. Going to need to be especially careful for the remainder of this. The pressure starts mounting on that top floor. Flash comes in. The Warden will be able to at least use the glasses, but others will not. Goyo sprayed down by Joza. He's been waiting the longest time at the top of yellow stairs there and gets his reward. Neptune manages to get up on the top of that desk though, finds the kill onto Valentino. Crazy finishes off Relays. He's been low health for the longest time. 20 seconds left to go and the diffuser's going down, but they've gone below. They've got the angle, they've got the kill. That puts the diffuser down cold. 3 versus 3 now. It's up to Chiefs to try and hold on. Bazooka has been able to grab that diffuser. He takes it to a new location.
Too.
Tries to put it down. The Solis is
he's gonna be pinging them.
But they come off for some reason and then go back on. They've given him the opportunity to go in.
Wow, bro. What are they doing?
Advantage taken by the Solis. Chiefs hold on.
Bro, make a little hole in the floor and fucking plant.
That's how you lose games at the highest level of Rainbow Six. He had the plant. He just had to hold F, but unfortunately, Oh, he doesn't commit to it. He gets a little bit scared, Tim, and rightfully so. I mean, player down below, that's a massive threat, but little did Bazooka know that player wasn't in position. He was going for a flank yellow stairs. By the time he realized it was another plant, it was too little too late, but bailed out by just pulling off that defuse kit. Player, an incredible round, boosts him to double digits, now 10-3 in this game. He has been a massive difference maker for the Chiefs, but you got to imagine if it's not that small mistake from Bazooka, he doesn't get those last 2 kills, and we're at a 4-2 half.
Yeah, exactly that. Player has really grabbed this one by the scruff of the neck for his team, and he's looking to drag it over the line and make sure they get there. Don't get me wrong, there's a couple of, supporting characters in that lineup that are certainly putting the work in as well, but he's just, you can see he's itching for it. Like I commented on the way he was looking out that window, just trying to get any sliver of an angle that he could do. Any opportunity that is there in front of it, he's looking to take it. Alula, they are going to use this half-time tactical timeout to try and turn things around here. It's 5-1 at the minute. They've got to at least return a 5-1.
Yeah.
When they're on the defense, 6-0. If they want to win this outright, you got to say it's a big hill to climb now.
We've seen this before, Tim. Back on map number 1, it was Chiefs starting on the stronger side. It was their opponent's map pick, but they went up at 5-1 at the half. And
no
frankly,
religion or politics,
crumbled,
please.
Okay? Even at the latter half of that, first half, the latter quarter, I should say.
I am Middle Eastern Catholic.
To get picks. They
but yeah,
weren't really close to
there's no religion or
rounds,
politics.
Really
Thank
show
you.
Up to the second half of that first map. We need to see something different out of Alula here on Consulate. They are moving onto a much more powerful side. They can bring things back with the momentum. We saw how
Your
they
Esports
just
didn't give you anything? What do you
to
mean,
see
like
the
it
Alula
glitched
from
out, or you
number
got
2
renown?
if there
I
is
got
any hope
renown.
of pulling this map
I just got
back.
all duplicates,
If they crumble
so
once again, they're just going
not
to be kicking
super
themselves.
fun,
They
but
don't want to go out without a fight. They know they're better than the Siege they've played on map 1 and so far through map 3.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think, we're looking, it's back to that entry discussion again. We came into this saying this could be won or lost on the entry, where Alula had great entry on Lair. They were able to get the round wins. They were able to overturn it. And then we look at it here, it's 5-1. It's 5-1. It doesn't perfectly line up. They have overturned a round where they did lose the entry kill. But on the whole, yeah, the massive advantage is there for Chiefs. They're playing a lot of these rounds 5v4, and they're taking full advantage of the space that gains them. They move on to the attack now. This is going to change things up a little bit. Round 7, I'd say round 7 and 8 are essential wins for Alula here. They need to get it back to 5-3.
You didn't get anything?
Would be ideal.
You probably got renown and it just like glitched out or whatever.
We had a conversation
That's probably what
after
happens.
halftime in map number 1, Tim, where we asked about how Chiefs are going to approach this second half. Are they going to play with their lead? Are they going to try to get something cheeky off? Are they going to go fast, try to sneak something under the nose of Alula? Or are they going to play their standard Siege, try to lock things down with a dominant 7-1? In the end, that's what they went for on Fortress. They slowed things down, they went for a standard play, and it worked for them. They crushed that match 7-1. This time, I was wondering if we might have seen something crazy. I was staring at that Finca from Jkenna, but of course they will pull off it. They've still got the Sens, they've got the Grim, the Zofia. Like, there is potential to go for something fast and cheeky here just behind those Sens walls, but it's going to be a lot more difficult, I think, without that Finca to lean back on.
I think given what we've seen, Chiefs are the better team on the attack, so I think they just need to lean into that. They don't need to do anything special here. Their priority is going to be staying in the Esports World Cup. It's a huge tournament. There's a lot of money on the line. They just want to get this done. They're not bothered about how they look doing it. It doesn't matter that, this style on them and get a little rush or this. They don't care. They're just going to grind this out and get it done, and I think that's the mentality that they need to have. Just lock in. That's not really a lock-in. It's a great entry kill, to be fair, for the Pulse. Beautiful use of the scanner there, just catching relays on the drone and takes him down.
Oh, that's a bit of a taste of his own medicine, too. It was relays that was on the Pulse back in round 4, playing in this exact same position in the exact same bomb sites. And while he didn't get a Nitro Cell kill, he wasted a lot of good time and was a big factor in his team winning that round. So now he'll know the sting of that.
Well, now Alula, they have...
Side of Visa. He's going to have to find some other way
they at least have defense now, so they could mount a comeback. Be nice. I really hope they win. I'm gonna, I don't know, man. I'm not gonna lie. I just wait for all the APAC teams to be out.
It's a good start coming through.
I don't mind APAC, but it's just like I hate how many spots that they take up in tournaments to not really do anything. I will say that Ubisoft has been doing a better job lately of like cutting back on the spots that APAC gets. But like, I don't know.
Pretty quickly anyway, to be honest. So it wouldn't have been the end of the world for the defenders.
I mean, they basically just never, for the most part, even make like main stage.
The presence of Lunchbox here, but given his play so far, I wouldn't be wanting to peek into him at the minute if I was one of these defenders. 2 playing on long desk at the minute, which Chiefs are now aware of as the drone goes in and sees them. Need to get aggressive on the back of this flash, you feel. I always look at you, Tilly, and I think, what have you sold it for? If you're sending it in there, you're selling it. Have you got anything for it? And the answer is no. They've given that utility.
They break APAC like 6 of the division. Each division gets 1 spot. Bro, there was one point, which I get it. They were trying to push APAC a little bit and like help them out to get more spots or whatever. Dude, they gave them like 12 spots in a 20-team tournament one time. Like that was like peak. Just like, what are we doing, dude? What are we doing? But
exactly what they needed.
At least they backed off of that, which is good.
7 and 8 are absolutely essential. 9 would be brilliant if they can get themselves 3 in a row, bring it back to within 1 round. Then maybe Chiefs have a little bit of a wobble mentally. It starts.
That was really bad, though.
So we're going to be eliminated.
I forgot. I remember there was one tournament, if I'm remembering correctly, where APAC had over half of the teams because of the way that they split up.
They opened that up well. I'm not taking away from that kill, but you cannot rely on.
You know, the way that they had split up the tournament and stuff like that.
Have to start winning gunfights at the beginning of the round.
Tim, I think everything you're saying is smart and correct, but there's a part of me that just feels like Alula, they might have exactly what it takes. They're a team that power up as the map goes longer. They're on the stronger side. Chiefs, frankly, choked away that second map. They were in such a good position and couldn't win when the going got really tough. It came down to the final moments.
So, I don't know, yeah. Like, I do think that APAC should, like, be,
this is still a very
you know, there, like, able to play and stuff, but
still a difficult task.
I don't know, man. They're just... APAC is just, they just take up a lot of spots and they just never do anything. But then again, I don't think the other regions are deep enough, generally speaking, to do anything either, so, you know.
You've really got to figure out early on what you're going to be facing from the attackers. It's not like a number of sites where your setup is your setup and they have to play into it. This way you can set everything up and you can think, right, we're going to try and cover off as much of the vertical as we can, and all of a sudden they're pushing horizontally from garage or vice versa. Very, very difficult site to defend at times. So I think it's a bold move from Alula. It's one of those, you know, if they come away with a win, they're going to be geniuses. Of course. If not, you're going to question the site choice.
Yeah, I will say it's not one that they see much play down in OCE. Chiefs have yet to attack this site this stage, so it's obviously a map that a strat that they will be ready to have practiced, that they'll have played a couple of times in scrims, but it might not be something they have as many game day reps on. So that can make a difference at this level if you're not so prepared to push on some of these bomb sites. So far, the task is just get into the building, and that's been plenty difficult for Chiefs, as this admin hold has been really tough to break through. A lot of punch holes being played, lots of drones being shot so far, but Relays has a gap here onside the balcony. We've got pressure in towards admin as Jay Kenna swings in too, so the map control is starting to be gained by Chiefs.
Blackbeard is just going to work across, as you say, try and play in behind. They can't suffer it again. They do, and it's going to be the Blackbeard. It might be an opportunity to pick him up to safety here, but they need to be really careful in doing so. Crazy underneath does not realise the opportunity that might just have been in front of him to get the double, but Kenna back on his feet, but a lot of damage done to the Blackbeard. We've seen earlier on Lair how much that can be influential when you're trying to work your way in with those shields.
I love the Dokubi call from player, just forcing that pulse to go back so we can't do something crazy while that pickup is in action.
Those sheets, chat. You're not fooling me, buddy.
So much worse, but
you're not fooling me.
He was a star player back in map number 2, and roaming on this top floor, you can tell he wants to get active.
At the minute, you're just concerned if you're a Chiefs fan because it doesn't feel like they're having too much impact in this round. I look at Alula and I say, have they been bothered inside a site? Have they been disrupted? Had they had to move around? And the answer at the minute is no. They do lose Bazooka, and we've spoken about those entry kills and how difficult it has been for Alula to fight their way back into those rounds, but they do exactly that. Kaid managing to pick up relays.
I feel like they don't really have enough information to play this site. Like they're playing, I don't know. They're playing like pretty heavy below, but they only have really like what, 3 C4s and only like 2 info ops. I feel like you need more info if you're gonna play down there, in my opinion at least.
They're just spraying through, hoping beyond hope here. There's the kill.
Women's have been crying. The adults are waking up now. What do you mean, dude?
Has to go for it, but Valentino takes it down from above.
Listen.
He really is the heart and soul of this team, is he not? Valentino, the veteran who's been to these international events in the past, back here now with a very young squad, has found all the momentum in the world. He was such an important player in map number 2, and his persistence
go to bed.
up
You
on
go
that
to
top
bed.
floor here in round 8 was the difference maker. Tim, I thought he was going to play aggressive. You know, I called it that, hey, he's looking to take some fights. There's some pressure from Chiefs up here, but instead, he just fell back to admin. I mean, he was really passive.
Listen,
he played
dude.
over towards the CEO
I
side,
need to
then
go to
came
bed.
over
You need
towards
to go to
admin,
bed.
was always up
All right.
above. And because
Checkmate.
Chiefs never managed to take that full control of the top floor, I think they thought he had maybe fallen
Checkmate.
back to site, so they all
Mate.
gave it up and went back down towards the executes.
And you sleeping through ball? What kind of ball is going on right now?
Except press F and pray, because
Type
they
of
didn't
balls
have
are being
time to
played.
clear Valentino up above. It is perfect positioning coming out from the veteran on Alula, and because of it, they've done what you said they had to. 7 and 8 are in the books.
Yeah, I think it's just such a smart play from Valentino. He's recognized.
MLB is in like 2 hours.
He's recognized.
I don't know,
Chiefs
bro.
have got
Listen, who's
nowhere
gonna watch
near
that? No
enough
one's gonna
done
watch
so
that.
far in this round. So what does that mean? It means they're gonna have to rush, and as soon as they have to rush,
MLB,
there's
unless
be
you're
an
going to the
opportunity
game,
for him
dude.
to move across on the top floor.
Otherwise,
because they are
it's a
not going to
boomer
come and
sport.
clear me out. So he's happy to sit up there because he knows.
Showed them.
if they
I know
clear
you
him out,
like.
They lose the round
You
because
like
they run out of time.
baseball.
If they don't, he's going to go across and have the
I
impact
know
that he
you're
thinks
an
that he should have.
enjoyer.
Looking to get aggressive on the windows here. This is the owl that we love to see. You said they might power up just like they did back on Lair, and power up they have. 2 rounds in a row, 7 and 8. I said 9 would be ideal. This would bring them back within touching distance, and it also really sends. I think if they lose this, we see Chiefs go for a tactical timeout.
I 100% agree, Tim. It feels like things get out of control if they can't win this.
True.
attack, but
Yeah.
already we're seeing Alula get up to the
True.
roll. Chiefs crazy playing up to his name with that spawn peek here on the pulse. It doesn't really go his way, but he's not hard punished for it, so he will escape with the majority of his HP still intact and can go play down below the bomb site as well. That was what was really impressive from Player when they defended this site, Tim, where they had that vert down below that really foiled the plans of Alula going for the plant just inside of X position, but this time around, it will be known. You saw the pulse really early, so Chiefs should be aware that that might be a threat later on in the round. For now, they're more focused on pressuring these top 4 players. They've got Jkenna just outside of that spiral stairs. They've got Neptune hunting in from down below on Zulu. Plenty of opportunities to try to work yourself in for a pick.
Chiefs are just going to be praying a little bit. I think that they managed to get themselves the round here. The entry, of course, would be a great start. Just moving up with that scanner.
Alright, I'm just like checking a couple things real quick.
Joza who manages to pick up the first, and what a loss of utility there with the Capitao going. That's going to be smoke bolts, asphyxiation arrows, all gone with him. But the plant could be on here. The Blitzer's got shield on the back and putting it down, but going to have to come off as players around him continue dying. 2 versus 3.
I feel like Jkenna maybe could have stuck that, Tim. I mean, there weren't players directly pressuring him. He could have maybe gotten that plant, forced to do a post plant, but feels like he has to help his teammates, and I can respect that for sure. He's got player next to him trying to work their way in towards the site, but full top floor control still by Alula is going to make this plant really difficult to still pull off.
Yeah, it's they're short of time again here at Chiefs. Again, Alula recognize that and is just confident that they can hold this from above. It's going to be about getting into a spot where they can't see you. Jkenna thinks that he's managed to find something. The cover needs to be there from player. He actually takes
Has there been
the attention that's
upsets?
gonna allow the
Not
bomb to go
really, to
down.
be
He gets a
honest.
kill on the other
All
side,
the
but it's
games
now
pretty much
all
went
it's gonna
as
have to be a
like.
triple at the end. He manages to get one.
I mean, like,
Be an ace to win this
I don't know if
one.
you'd really call it an
30
upset,
seconds
but like
left
Fnatic
for the
beat
last man to
CAG.
do
I
something
mean, it's
about it,
not
and I love
that
this
crazy.
rotation from Chiefs. Player
I mean,
getting up above. Has
people probably
Bazooka
like
moved
honestly like
quickly
Fnatic
enough?
on
He got
paper is
hit
probably
by the
better
air
than
jab.
CAG.
He's
People
gonna
just
go
normally
for the
expect
defuse.
more out of
I'm not
them.
sure they're aware of this.
Like
Player's
low
not
speed King Zero, that was expected. Shopify beat Alua, that was expected. Tyloo beat Chiefs, pretty expected in my opinion. Fnatic 2-0'd Lowe's. I thought Lowe's would win that, in my opinion. CAG 2-1 to King Zero, that makes sense. Shopify 2-0 Tyloo, that makes perfect sense. So this is the last game. Chiefs should beat Alua here, and then so pretty much like the maybe. I don't even know if you can call it much of an upset, but like Fnatic beating Lowe's.
Stick on the plant, and he can't seem to do it. Player is
Like Fnatic beating CAG. Like Fnatic just didn't look that good like coming in here. So you know.
Massive statement to get Chiefs onto series point.
I know how difficult it is from Bazooka's position there.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going on. There's not a clear readout for you. You're hearing noise. You're hearing those footsteps. I just feel like if you're down to a second and a half, that kind of time range, you just got to live by the sword, die by the sword. You just got to see it through at that point. You've already invested 5.5 seconds in
there.
There is
weak Gamba.
Both on that round and the piano round where he was planting, there's really no correct call, right?
No,
because you have to read your opponent and figure out, are they rushing me or are they playing
Well,
time?
I mean,
and ultimately that's a 50-50.
honestly,
You know, that's
I just stream late at night. I don't stream during this time ever.
And it's just so unfortunate.
Unless there's you know, drops or like an event on or something.
Not able to clutch up those couple of rounds. All of a sudden, this is what 5-4 favoring for Alula, defending on Consulate. We would be talking about Chiefs as if they were doomed and had no hope from this point of view at this point in the game, but. Now, because of the heroics of one man, Chiefs have put themselves into a dominating position with just 3 minutes separating themselves from moving on today.
An ace and a 1v3, absolutely beautiful stuff from him. What a tough day.
Oh, yeah, he did the choke symbol, dude.
Gets in on the action there. Chiefs looking like they could be doing this. One more round will see them continue here at the Esports World Cup, whilst for Alula, one more.
You fear that you probably have a whole different set of viewers that don't get to catch the stream because of the schedule. It's probably names you haven't seen in years. Yeah. Well, I mean, years ago I used to stream, you know, you remember 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. roughly. It was honestly I'd normally get on earlier than that, normally stay on later, but that was like the guaranteed time frame. So there's like a bunch of people that used to watch like, you know, maybe they were East Coast, they get home from work at like 5, 6. And then, you know, they'd watch until maybe like 10, 8, 9, 10 or something. All those people, you know, don't really watch.
You know, there have been a lot of moments where in my head, I kind of counted them out. I didn't think they would.
Put it up for all S-tiered events. Most APAC teams in a single tournament. You can find was 9 teams in a 24 tournament. Tell us of the LATAM League getting spots. Like 12 of the 24 teams were APAC and LATAM. I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong. I thought I remembered an event where there was like literally 12 out of 20, but I don't know. Maybe not.
Straight and then winning overtime
I could be wrong.
Tall task, even when you're on the favorite side. One round at a time, Tim. They can't be thinking about the pressure. They can't be thinking about the odds. They just have to find a way to stop this push coming in admin side.
And that way looks like it might be the clash.
Yeah. Ingame becomes soft. I'm just a softie these days.
And cause a problem. The Snake tries to work the way up Visa stairs, but now they can manage to find the trip connector, so that gives them a little bit of freedom there. So now maybe pressure and move up, but particularly for the Blackbeard to push forward and look to challenge. But they need to be careful because it's the Clash that is in that position and can force that shield break.
already quite deep. I mean, just hitting the 60 to 90-second mark now in the round, and we saw a lunchbox kind of petering towards the site. Not quite going to be in just yet, of course. They're still trying to get past this vending hallway. They just destroyed the clash shield, if I saw that correctly from the top-down POV. So that's a massive piece of utility that just got taken down. Mahager is now just going to have to play with this SMG. He's got no more utility to speak
R6 Major of 23.
Just waiting on this.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as bad now, but
absolutely anything at the minute we see.
I don't know. Apac's a weird one because, like, geographically, they can't play each other very easily. Like, I don't, you know, envy, having, being Ubisoft and, Blast or whatever, and having to decide what to do with this because, APAC, like, the teams are very far away from each other, right? Like, somebody that's in New Zealand or whatever playing a team that's in, like, I don't know,
but this could be the one. A 1v3 turned
playing somebody in like Korea is like crazy difference in ping, you know?
Left to go. You know when players alive there is always a way. 17-5, but
and the problem is like it requires a lot of money and infrastructure to let these teams play each other.
Stop thinking about the diffuser.
Really, you gotta have a LAN.
He's gonna circle back round to the meeting door. A little bit of indecision creeping in. They know that they're playing this safe. Alola, they've got themselves one in closet, one inside a CEO. Peek around the corner, and that's gonna be the round. Alola, keep fighting. 6-4.
All right, they closed down that disaster. Could you imagine if player clutches up?
You have Korea, Oceania, Japan, Asia, LCQ. Yeah, it's tough, dude. Like for example, like I don't know. There's just a lot of regions that are not competitive.
There's a good chance that was Valentino as well. After we saw Bazooka step up and get those 2 massive kills, putting player in the 1v3, I think that calm absolutely came through. You see this chaos. I think Joza did so much work flanking up these Visa stairs. The fact that he gets the second on a Neptune is unreal. I can't believe he finds those frags the way they did. The Visa stairs were so important for Alula to win that round. They played around them perfectly. Bazooka redeems himself. He doubles his kill count in this map from 2 up to 4. And right, he might be the bottom frag for his team, but those kills were hugely impactful. And if he can have a couple more of those, Alula still very much in this game.
Yeah, overall on the day, Bazooka's playing pretty well. Not, amazing, but he's middle of the pack for his team. And like you say, it's more about those pivotal moments. And we saw quite a few of them on there for him as well, where he just really turned around on its head. And he continued to do so. 6-4 then, it stands for Chiefs. We head into round 11. It's going to be another series point opportunity here for the OCE team. This time they're going to be attacking onto basement. They will get at least 2 more chances, this one and the next round, but if it goes into overtime, who knows what's going to happen.
Starting to get scary here for both teams, starting to get real, but again, 1 round at a time has to be the mentality for both of these squads. Something that Iconic was talking about earlier on the cast is like, while it might be pressure for Alula with their backs against the walls, it's also pressure for Chiefs to finish this game and stop things from spiraling out of control, because it can be just as difficult sometimes to make this play happen when you're in the lead up 6-3. That final round can often be the most difficult one. And when you lose your best player to a brilliant Nitro Cell from Bazooka, finally some revenge coming back from the player who has been dominated by player all throughout this matchup. That could be a tilt factor for sure.
And it was a brilliant Nitro, because a lot of the time that Nitro gets thrown when players are approaching the wall. You hear those footsteps and out it goes, and everybody expects that. By allowing them up to the breach, allowing them to get the breach, you just create that little bit of a sense of security there, and then bang, he hits him with it on the way back. Absolutely beautiful stuff from the Tubarão, and that gives them the end trait that they so desperately need in these rounds. We've seen them struggle when they are 4 versus 5, but 5 versus 4, they're actually very, very solid, Alula. And this time, there's also going to be a lot of utility that goes with that opening kill, with the striker being taken out.
This is a really tough push. They don't have control of that top floor. It's still being locked down by Alula, so they're just trying to send this in through server, trying to make plays happen with relays on the blitz. It's all they really have to play for at the moment, but it's not going their way. Kenna will fall to the Kai inside of the sights. Lunchbox some early damage as well. He gets down by the Ella, and it all falls apart. This is going to be a flawed flawless round win, but no one back from Neptune. Tim, that feels too little too late. 6-5 seems to be the scoreline unless a miracle can come through from Neptune.
I love the use of those auto canisters to slow down the blitz there as well. It was really beautiful stuff out of the Tubarao. We've said Bazooka has had some pivotal moments and he continues to do so. Talking of pivotal though, Neptune goes from a 1v5 to a 1v3, managing to get 2 kills, but surely he cannot get any more. He does though. 1v2, it would have to be an ace clutch. He's got the Soliton radar to give him a little bit of intel, and he will take it gladly.
We've had some ridiculous clutches in this series, Tim. If Neptune wins the 1v5, it's not just clutch of the series, it'd be clutch of the tournament.
Almost certainly. He's looking to push forward in towards security. He doesn't know that Valentino's up on the desk. He had an idea that he was there.
Coming back at least here a little bit.
They caught him off guard, and Alula, they managed to put the brakes on. They close that one out, and we get 12 rounds, which I think a lot of people at home will not have expected us to see.
And you saw Valentino there
Come
on the
on,
player cam.
get rid of him.
That's what he said to his teammates. One more to get it into overtime. He had a brilliant angle up on the desk to be able to stop that potential clutch from Neptune. You could see things getting away from them, right? Look to Alula, a younger team, somewhat inexperienced. They have been tossing some of their bodies in these advantage states. They have been playing maybe a little bit more loose than they should be, but Valentino, the veteran, is the one to slow things down, to stop it for his team. It will be a tactical timeout called by Chiefs. One more round separates us from overtime, and it'll be the Aussies that call their attack.
It certainly feels like they're taking a little bit of a chance here. We've always got to remember that a tactical timeout is not just for your team. Alula are benefiting from this as well. The reward for Chiefs does not go without risk. And
do you listen to music or radio like talk shows when you're driving alone?
Yeah,
most of the time. Costco podcast. I know most. I mean, I do. I normally. I mean, if I'm driving, yeah, generally speaking, I'll listen to music. For the most part, mostly music.
No idea which way it is going to fall. Right now, Chiefs have lost a lot of their attacks so far. They've only been successful once.
There's like podcasts here or there that I'll listen to. I don't like dedicate and listen to any podcast, but sometimes if there's like a sometimes if there's like an interesting guest or something like that, I will check it out. I'll be like, oh, okay.
Definitely go back and watch it if you haven't, but Player has been phenomenal. Lunchbox has had some huge moments. Neptune almost just made history with the most ridiculous clutch we've ever seen, but it's got to be on everybody. There's not one player that can step up and win a game for a team. It's got to be a full team effort.
Elevator music. Elevator music's kind of nice. Okay, don't be hating.
So well put together. Now on these defenses, they're not losing their cool.
Don't be hating.
By a massive round count. They have pulled this game back into the realm of possibility, and now they may even look likely. This rush play could be fast from Chiefs.
It should have been slower. Valentino takes down relays. Bazooka onto Neptune. It's falling apart quickly. Valentino with the second in the round. 5 versus 2. The work is cut out. Lunchbox starts doing it though. Manages to take down the smoke. He's got.
Do you know what I actually like will listen to lately?
Safety impact nade comes out. That's going to be half damage.
Honestly, different types of like different types of piano music, dude.
Into overtime.
Interstellar soundtrack. You know what's really good? You guys are gonna laugh that I listened to this. You guys are gonna laugh, dude.
You've got screams louder than you
I've got.
And I just turned to look at the Chiefs player.
You guys remember that?
Every single arm went up
I'll
above
pull it up actually. Let's see if I can find it.
Everything on a Finka blitz rush, and it gets slammed shut. That attack there on the top floor of Consulate, it just does not go their way. And now.
Okay, remember when I was playing Delta Force and there was that one song with that skin, with that Astromancy skin? I'm not even kidding. I liked that song enough that I actually got the audio file for it from like my install folder.
Yeah, it really is. This could be, you know, a serious upset.
It's really good, dude. I don't listen to it like all the time, but it was a random thing. I don't know. I mean, I have my playlist. You could type extra stripe playlist. That's mostly what I listen to.
Just the mystery team coming in that we didn't know too much about. We've not seen them at this international level, but what a story they are building at the minute. Like I said, coming in here, they're
But the Astromancy, like, soundtrack in that game is so good, dude. Honestly, it's excellent. Even the cinematic for it is, like, really good, too. Shows between West K-dramas, games movies have gotten, given me better songs than actual artists, like, recently, like, the last decade. Dude, it's so good. Like, there's, I think someone uploaded it on YouTube. Let's see.
5-1 on the defense in response to Chiefs opening things up like that. That is unbelievable for a new team at this level.
It's incredible.
Honestly, I'm so jealous of like how amazing
they came in through the meta qualifier and basically everyone wrote them off. Now here they are about to
the cinematics are
they still got to win in this overtime.
For like this game.
We've seen 2 5-1 defense favored halves. Chiefs will have to attack.
Hold on, someone uploaded like just the song. Oh, here it is. Okay, here's the YouTube video. If you want to hear the song,
so far in this game, Alula have had
this
some
is
really
it.
strong defenses. They played around the Clash. They played around the Denari, which is being brought here on this round as well. Chiefs will be slow. They'll start things off just as they have consistently on the admin side. There's no threats down below, no pulse roaming like there was previously. So I
Need 4 moments a year for our pack.
Same tricks to win rounds.
Hopefully be able to get it.
Slow down this push on the admin side.
Sometimes they keep the drops on for a little bit after.
Scared though. They've lost a lot of rounds there. They continue on the attack. If they play
I think Delta Force is your best sponsor game in a long time. Quality-wise, you wonder if they might have been late to the party for that game genre. Maybe. The game is really good though. I mean, the thing is, it's been out for a while. It's not a new game. They just had a big update. Like, the game's already been out for, like, a few years. And evidently there's a version of it, I think, that's in China, and it is, like, crazy well. Like, it's, like, literally one of the biggest games there. From what I understand.
They've still got some nitros to deny these plants as well. They've got some really good opportunities to just slow down this game and make things happen. Crazy is now going.
The game is good. You weren't even talking to shit to your playing. That's how you know. It was really fun, dude. Honestly, I genuinely really enjoyed that game. And like, knock on wood, and maybe it's worse at higher ranks or something. But there were like no cheaters in that game, which was nice. Like I played a lot of hours in that game and played no cheaters. I don't know, probably like a good. How many hours did I play? I'll tell you right now. I played 14 hours. Over 14 hours and no cheaters. If it ever becomes mainstream, there will be. I think it's like it's pretty big. Just I don't think it's as big in the West. Really, like it's a big game in China. I don't know if it's true as well, but like I heard someone told me this. I don't know if it's true, but they allegedly have a mobile version as well that's like crazy popular too.
Default defuse kit down on the meeting door, the most common execute that we see on the top floor of Consulate. And Alula, they just don't respond to it. If they'd kept their bandit down below, that's an easy nitro to deny the plant. If instead they flanked a little bit
Delta Force got rebooted in 2024. The original game came out in 1998.
This push in Crazy was too little, too
but is there a version? Let me check. I'm honestly curious now.
Aside from the defensive superiority so far in this game, the problem that Alula face now, you commented coming into it, Jesse.
Okay, so it's rebooted by Team Jade and her Tencent's Teamy Studio.
And it was like a weight was lifted. You could see the cheeks were puffed out.
There is a regional Chinese client. Yeah, okay, that's really popular, evidently.
Now we can just get this finished off. And so that one round has just completely flipped the pressure in this game on its head.
Chiefs did the impossible. They won an attack on Consulate here, just the third of the game. So Alula must respond with the same result. Otherwise, this is going to be their tournament coming to a close on day one, dead last at the Esports World Cup. With how they've played, they don't deserve dead last. Neither of these teams do, but somebody's got to lose at the end of the day. Alula fighting for their lives here on the offensive side. And I'm curious if this might be a CEO take, Tim, because while there is admin pressure, we see the ace over here. Josie's starting to open up
What's
some of
on
these walls. There are a
Zillium?
lot of players kind of on the other side of the map as well.
Dude, I'm
Looking
honestly,
around for
I'm
Alula, we
rethinking my
didn't see that the last two
purchase
times they went for an
for
admin
my
push.
welding helmet. I think I want to get a better one. The welding helmet that I got only has 2 arc sensors, and I was kind of reading up on it a little bit more, and allegedly you kind of want, for safety, it's better to get like 4 helmet that has 4 sensors.
Neptune has gotten a nitrocell kill on that very window outside an admin. Previously it was the Blackbeard that he got the pick on. This time it's the ace, 2 critical operators to remove from the
But
game.
the one that I got, even though it has
Using
2,
so much time
got
despite
really
the
good
cutoff
ratings.
attempts. They're not
So
able
I
to
don't
punish
know.
Lunchbox as he attempts to go back towards the site and play closer to his teammates. So now the task gets more difficult for Alula. They've got control of admin. They've got a bit of map control under their belt, but this is only because they've conceded on the side of Chiefs. They're happy to play the hallway. They're happy to play behind.
Look at all of those Wamai discs,
A lot of
dude.
utility there is. You can see the guy
Yeah, it's looking like a
shield on top of the
It's honestly kind of looking like a Chiefs round a little bit here. Not gonna lie.
To move their way through their time and utility spend is going to be high.
2 is fine for our professional welding. You want 4? Okay.
These vertical kills with the triple detonation. They get it done again. Chiefs, they were punished on Lair. They're punished exactly the same on Consulate.
The push is starting to come together from Alula. They've managed to push that player outside of meeting. They got past the vending player with a really nice Flores drone from Crazy. Now a plant goes into position, but players still got those toxic babes. Look at the time though. Almost a full minute on the clock and only 1 more toxic babe in the pocket of player. They're not going to be able to win this on time. Chiefs will have to step up and take a gunfight if they don't want to see round 15.
Valentino just moving his way through long desk. Everything now going in the favor of Alula, it feels. Chiefs just being pushed deeper and deeper. Like you say, they need that hero moment. They need somebody to
2 is also good for straightforward welding if you're welding in weird positions you want more. Well, I'd almost rather just get the better one just in case. It's probably like $20 more to get one with 4 sensors that is the same helmet pretty much. I got all the yes welder shit.
They're going to have to fight back from behind if they want to do this here. And now there is the opportunity, but you feel it's missed. There's only about 25 seconds left for them to take action here. There's going to be surely no opportunity.
Wow.
Jekenna manages to find one. Nade comes in, forces
All right.
into the Claymore.
Good comeback. Good
Put down
comeback.
by Crazy. We're going all the way to 15 on map 3 to decide this in just 1 round.
You could not have written a better script for this game, Tim. At all costs, it feels like the improbable has come up and has happened for the
Dude, I feel like the Zoe spam from below is pretty much like the old Impact, or sorry, old cooking of
Back at
grenades.
the worst time for Chiefs, because in the 4v4, when they're going for that, when they're going for the plant, 1 player steps up and swings the planter and gets a pick. It's player. He makes that thing happen. He makes that man count go back towards an even, and he stalls that push. Then Chiefs, they kind of just stall. I mean, Alula get right back into a plant position. It's a 3v3, and everyone on Chiefs is just sitting, waiting as the plant goes down. They finally push up and start to
Might run ranked after? Possibly. We'll see.
Cool collected push coming out from Alula where they're ready for those swings to come forward. And man, that might be a heartbreaker for Chiefs, no matter who loses at this point. It's a brutal one, but Tim, it's anybody's game.
I love, absolutely adore that play at the end with the nade to push the player out into the Claymore. Just beautiful stuff. You know, we saw the nade changed so long ago to prevent
how long is the EWC, like days? It goes until what, the 15th? Yeah, the finals are on the 15th.
So they are much more effective at
So we got
moving somebody
this
out
whole
of
week,
position. And the function was just
the rest of this week, sorry, and then Monday and Tuesday there's actually no games.
So we go into round 15. It's going to be Chiefs on the attack.
And then Wednesday,
this time.
Thursday,
They've
Friday,
only been able to
Saturday,
win 2
there's games.
so far out of 7 attempts. So you would have to say that the momentum has swung once more, and it sits with Alula at the minute. This all comes down to one.
Yeah, I'll still be on Monday and Tuesday.
Elimination from the Esports World Cup. The key being crushed or making it through to compete more tomorrow. All rides on the outcome of this 1 round.
I'm in the Eastern time zone.
Reveal themselves. I mean, player has been so incredible in this matchup, winning some impossible rounds, but he's the first.
What a risky play to make, dude.
Chiefs are going to be able to close
Your
this
entire tournament's on the line. You go for that play.
Valentino's been big for Alula. We've seen so many good players pop off from this Middle Eastern team, but now with the man advantage, they don't need to get any more aggressive. They've seen Joza be able
Drops
to get
are on,
aggressive,
yep.
find that first frag onto player. They can concede the admin control and sit inside their bomb site. They're feeling comfy.
Not only is it the 20-kill player who's been taken out, it's also the Sense, who's always going to be a critical part of any execution. If you're bringing that utility along, it's because you need it to put that diffuser down. So now, Chiefs
They still do have the Blitz up, though, and the Grim. The Sense is a big, and I mean, they could block off with the Nomad, too. Like,
15 for Jaws, 12 for Valentino.
2 smokes left, an Element. They have fire, though.
You see 3 players on the admin side. The one that's missing is,
Yeah,
of course,
I mean, it's
Relay,
looking pretty good, at least for
roof.
now.
Thinking about
We'll see.
going Spiral side, it definitely feels like they need a second dimension. If they all funnel in through admin, just as they have through so many of these previous rounds, it's going to be read by Alula. Somebody else has to be able to step up and provide some other dimension.
In comes the utility. We can see the fire burning out as the Nitro went over and detonated. They got your canister as well. 2 kills coming from
over.
Joza.
Let's go, dude. I'm actually so happy they brought it back.
Versus 1. Surely it's over, and yes, it is. Cheers erupt from Alula as they manage to
Nice, man.
continue here at Esports World Cup, representing their region. The Solo Mena team will continue. Chiefs, their key will be crushed.
A devastating result, but you can't.
Dude, they have a hydraulic press at this event.
7-1 on their own map pick to start this series. It looked like this was going to be over in an hour.
So if you haven't seen it yet, basically what you do,
and yet somehow it became
you actually, for what? Basically, you see that little like key that's in front of, right there, you can see it, middle of the screen. Each team has a key with their name on it. And when you win, you take the other team's key and you crush it in a hydraulic press.
Oh, what a crazy game we have seen. The only meta
How many video games are there? I think like, I want to say 12.
A very defensive first
So
half
Siege
of
is
both
just
these
one
teams,
of the
and all
games
of a
that's
sudden
in
they
here.
both know how to attack, and overtime, I don't know what I was watching during this game. Incredible stuff though from the side of Alula. That's the most important thing, right? It's consistency from these players that we're seeing. That kind of unknown factor as well from being the only meta representative.
Who's playing? At Chiefs, they're an APAC team. And then Alua, they're like a MENA team.
The first one, 7-1 by the way.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. Like, they genuinely looked like they were shook. Like, they had no hope of coming back after that first map. I don't know who it was, if it was the coach or if it was Valentino, the veteran on this roster, who got them back in the game mentally, but it really felt like that was the difference maker. Once we started to see those players get back into things, even the first half of map 2, they didn't look very competitive, and yet somehow they pull the game back and end up with a 2-1 series win.
Yeah, I look at this team and I really feel like, you know, they just needed that confidence. They just needed that time to settle in. I think, you know, they are better than they showed us against Shopify Rebellion. You know, whether they make it out of play-ins or not, who knows? But I genuinely think they are going to be competitive tomorrow as well. And like I said, I genuinely cannot wait to watch more of that.
Yeah, such a close game as well, though, because you have to feel bad for the side of Chiefs, right? They got so close.
Yeah.
Player, 20 kills in total. He got that ace as well to get them on that point as well. And you think about it, hindsight, you know, what did that get them in the end? It was great performance. It was incredible stuff with the ace and the 20 kills. But in the end, it's not going to get you
Nobody
anything.
will remember it.
Your key is the second one to be crushed of all teams here at EWC.
I mean, it's just got to be devastating for them. Like, there's no other way to put it. Chiefs are they're going to be thinking about this for the rest of their lives.
They played a great game.
They did.
It's commiserations to Chiefs. They played their part in what has been a phenomenal matchup. We've just had 30 rounds across 2 maps. You know, we'll forget about map 1. That was a little bit one-sided. But other than that, I think that's been the best game of the day by a long way. It will probably end up the best game of the play-ins. It's going to take something special to beat it.
I'll tell you what, OCE is on the rise. We saw Enterprise have some really big moments of Salt Lake City. They'll be still playing later on in the Esports World Cup. Now to see Chiefs come out and show everybody, even the second team in OCE, can really put up and have some great performances. I'm excited to watch this region going forward. They clearly have a lot to prove.
And we get to hear from a player who is very likely the MVP of this matchup as Lexi gets standing by Valentino for a chat.
Welcome to the stage. I'm here with Valentino from Aula. What a series from you and the team. I mean, how are you feeling right now?
I'm actually breathless. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. Like, it was hell of a game. Chiefs put out like a massive game, a massive performance. But like, we could come back the last map and pull the win. So GG's to them.
I mean, you guys absolutely were stellar throughout this. I mean, Joza, especially in that last round. I mean, a big 3K coming out of him. But, I mean, you guys being the
Pack
only
opening.
representation. I mean,
25 total games have been played across 7 weeks of competition. Damn.
Still continue to show that your region deserves to be here and can be a top contending team.
I mean, at the end of the day, we represent our own region, the whole MENA region. I hope like we go into like somewhere that it makes the region proud, because like we are playing for ourselves and the whole region behind us. So we hope we make you proud, guys.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, 47 rounds today. I mean, there is no better way to write the story for you guys this early on. I mean, 47 rounds, 3 games total so far. I mean, you guys are doing something incredible already, and to stay alive the way that you did, I mean, this is the series, what you want to end to bring into tomorrow.
I mean, like, the first map we played against Shopify, we played really bad. Like, we weren't in the mood, we weren't playing together.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. They're probably not beating Shopify. I know you guys are Shopify haters, but I mean, they're.
We were like, okay, you need to fucking wake up. Sorry for the effort. But, I mean, thankfully, we could close Fortress and Consulate. And hopefully tomorrow we come with the same way we played on both maps, Consulate and Lair.
Yeah, and I want to look forward to tomorrow, and it'll be the last question before I can send you, get some rest up for tomorrow. What are your thoughts going into your match tomorrow against Tyloo?
I mean, I hope the better team wins, which is us. No, I'm not going to say it again.
Okay. All right. We missed it right there. That's it from Valentino and the boys from Aula. I mean, big commiserations to the Chiefs over there. I mean, hell of a performance from both these teams, but that ends it here for the night. I'll send you one last time to the desk to wrap things up, and then we got more action heading into tomorrow.
Sure, you're making
I feel like Lax is like, did you just touch me?
Here as well. You think back about Twisted Minds at the most recent international event, making it to the semifinals for the very first time. Add into that the sprinkle of our newest region with the CNL being competitive as well. It is a great time to be a Siege enjoyer right now.
Yeah, it really is. It feels like all corners of the world, teams are finding success. We talked about how OCE looks like the best they've ever been. MENA for sure is turning a ton of heads and has some really strong competitors representing their region, including Alula here. The CNL has really shown up as well to represent themselves. It just feels like all over the globe, Siege is growing as an esport, and teams are just getting so much better.
Yeah, I think this definitely proves that, you know, MENA is a region on the move, and that move is upwards at the minute. You know, it's for the longest time, I think, you know, we've respected Twisted Minds. We've seen the players that they've had, you know, through the different teams that they've been with, but ultimately, it's nice to have somebody else coming through and showing us that they can be on that level as well, and they can find that bit of depth in the region. It's brilliant stuff. We love to see it. The more competitive World Siege is, the better it is for everybody. So fantastic stuff.
Well, as we see the result of this match, I mean, we talked about Alula getting loud. We're seeing it right here as well on our screens. Incredible stuff. You see how much it means to them on their faces and in their player reactions as well. They live to see another day as the only
APAC
representative, and they have to be so proud
teams.
of themselves. The most exciting thing,
Let's
though,
see.
is that we get to watch a live key crush happening right now. We get to witness
This is the key
Chiefs
crush.
Cree being crushed. Let's have a look at the stage.
So let's see.
And as we see the key being placed down here, I mean, you want to think about what's going to the player's mind in this situation, right? You get to crush your opponent's ski. If that is not making a statement, after you just beat
Look at
them
this,
in
dude. They have a
such close
hydraulic
series,
press here.
I don't know what is.
I mean, it almost feels disrespectful. Like, you heard the respect being shown in the post-game interview. They know how close that game was and how well Chiefs played, but in the end, only one team can come out on top. Today, that was Alula, and they get the pleasure of crushing that key.
Well, it's the first one that I've seen live, and I absolutely love this. It's just such a physical representation, isn't it, of beating somebody and removing them from the tournament. Just having, you know, that very, very, you know, visual representation presentation of it. Absolutely love it. We see the key cracked into pieces there. Brilliant stuff.
I was gonna say, it's not just crushed, that's broken into many different pieces. Did you guys hear the physical, like,
What are the keys made of? I don't know. It looks like some kind of metal on the inside, unless I'm not seeing it right. But yeah, it looks like a metal of some kind, which is kind of crazy. It looks like that maybe they made it out of like.
Coolest thing
It
about
looks
the
like
tournament,
stainless,
like,
doesn't
all
it?
the theatrics that we have are in the trophy system and the keys. Like, no other tournament has done anything like this ever, and it's really
Or
revolutionary.
maybe at least like some kind of
As we
steel.
look at our bracket though, because it is just one day in our playing
Maybe
so far,
iron? I don't
we
know.
kind of completed half of it. We already saw Shopify Rebellion move their way into the play-ins playoffs tomorrow for that one spot, or 2 spots rather, going into group stage. And we of course saw Chiefs being eliminated just here now on this stream. And then for Group B as well, I think maybe a bit of an upset because Fnatic have actually managed to move their way into those play-ins playoffs as well. You know, I was talking about it earlier today. I got a hold down Fnatic as the sole EML representative on the desk earlier today. But it's good to see that with a 2-0 over MIBR Los as well.
Yeah, it was a dominating game coming through from Fnatic. I thought they played
They're
really
solid
well
brass
in a game where a lot of people saw them
with
as
gold
underdogs
plating
because
and
MIBR
silver.
have a little bit more of that international experience. They will live to fight another day, of course, but Fnatic, they've got to be feeling really
Okay,
confident how they
wait.
played today.
I said it to you earlier off camera, Jesse. Genuinely,
Hold up.
Fnatic, if they can play at their best.
So evidently they're made of
question for
anodized
Fnatic. When they
aluminum.
play at their best,
That's
I
the ones that
genuinely
get
would put them at least
crushed.
in the top half of teams
If
here
you
at the
win though,
tournament.
you
So
get
it
one
doesn't
that's made out of
surprise me
solid
to see them
brass
going
with
through
gold
like that,
plating
but
and
they've
silver
gotta keep
inlay
that consistency
details.
there. That's the important thing for them now.
Well, you saw it on the bottom left of your screens is there when we had the bracket up. We had another team eliminated today, and I saw how excited you guys were getting about the key crush. We're getting another one as we get to see how King Zero's key got crushed earlier today. Let's have a look at it then as we move that key into the crusher. I already got a bit of a, spoiler alert for this one because I watched it happening over on the A stream. I mean, look at that DD and the reactions after this as well. This one's also going to be boom, multiple parts.
Yeah.
Looking at his face there, he's so happy to be doing this.
Well, CIG Varel, they've had a rough couple of years on an international stage. They don't often get to send a team home, but this event, they've managed to do just that, taking out King Zero. It's got to feel so good for them to find that victory and send their opponents home.
Yeah, what a turnaround it's been for KAG. It's been a rough year internationally for them, realistically.
Where did I find that? I don't know if it's 100% true. It's the Clanker answer.
Dangerous as well because
it's the Clanker answer.
Really settle them down a little bit, and they can start building on that. So
and I found this allegedly the guy's website that makes it, Thomas Light from England, and it's also there. So
chunk of the tournament. This is brilliant.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun because we get teams like Falcons, a Wildcard, FaZe walking like, oh, I'm so excited to start EWC. These teams have been through the gauntlet already. They've blood, sweat, tears, everything before they even get to group stage.
Just imagine being the one that gets to crush FaZe's key.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's pretty tasty, that, isn't it? That's pretty tasty.
And historically, the team that crushes the FaZe Clan key, they go on to win the whole event. So, there's always that rivalry. Can I destroy that team that's always going to be the favorites? Make myself the favorites instead.
All right, well, we did have a long day here today for our very first day of EWC. We're almost halfway there with our play-ins. The action will continue tomorrow as we get to qualify 2 teams to the group stage. We thank you so very much for watching, and we hope to see you again tomorrow here on the B Stream.
Ooh. Drops are already over. I might let a rerun go then, because I actually have to go out and grab something. I have to run some errands. I gotta go to my office really quick and pick up my 3D printer filament is there. And I gotta grab some paperwork from there too at the same time. So if the drops are off currently, then yeah, I'll probably just do that. I'll let you guys have a rerun though. actually off. Oh, shit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll probably do that. Okay, cool. I'll probably hook you guys up with a rerun then while I'm outie. And I'll be back in I'll be back. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back in like... I'll probably run these errands and then I'll probably sleep a little bit and then I'll be on tomorrow for EWC as well. Alright, chat. Take it easy. I'll see you in a bit. Other platforms, I'll let a rerun go. Okay. Okay. So yeah, if you're on the other platforms, oh yeah, socials. Main YouTube channel, second YouTube channel, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Discord, Bidet are all there. Of course, sub to me on Twitch, get my charm, and buy a bidet. But yeah, I'll be back in a bit. No, right now for the morning, we're taking a break during EWC. We'll see. I don't really know. We'll play it by ear. I'll see how I feel, I guess. So I'll probably tomorrow after the stream I will be. But yeah. Okay. I'll let you guys hook up a rerun. Take it easy, chat. Peace. Hold on, actually. I'll turn off the other platforms. I gotta do that first. Okay, hold up one sec. Okay. Cool. Okay. All right, chat. Enjoy the rerun.